Survival on a deserted island, devoid of food and fresh water, is not as daunting as one might imagine. However, what if illness strikes? In dire need of medical assistance, Ye Zhou slowly opens his eyes, only to behold a nurse before him. From this moment forth, he embarks on a perilous journey for survival, exploring volcanic caves and golden abodes, unraveling enigmas and braving treacherous dens. Fortuitously, he inadvertently ingests a miraculous herb, gaining the extraordinary benefits of a golden bear gallbladder. Chapter 001. The pale white flesh. Ye Zhou is cast into the sea. The cruise ship meets with disaster, its hull fractured and sinking. Clinging to a piece of driftwood, he spends an entire night adrift in the water, contemplating a singular thought: to perish, to drown, and become sustenance for the fish. He drifts aimlessly, engulfed by a sense of resignation. A thick mist blankets the sea, gradually dissipating to reveal a solitary island. Its dark outline shrouded in mystery, it evokes both intrigue and trepidation. At least he wouldn't be feeding the fish. Perhaps survival was still achievable. Survival, survival, survival. This singular mantra echoes in his mind as he summons his last ounce of strength to swim towards the island. Though the island looms closer, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot seem to reach it. At dawn, the tide miraculously carries him ashore onto the sandy beach. Exhausted, Ye Zhou collapses on the sand, gradually regaining his strength. Overcome by fatigue, he succumbs to sleep. Suddenly, a rustling sound stirs him awake. Is it a human or a beast? The sound resembles human footsteps. Could it be that a primitive tribe resides here? Perhaps even the fabled cannibals. Trained for such circumstances, Ye Zhou knows he must remain calm. The outcome of this situation hinges on his composure. Feigning death, he lies still. Yes, playing dead is the most prudent strategy, turning his back to the enemy while simultaneously disarming them. Should he rise and extend a gesture of goodwill, he might be met with a spear or a stone. The savages would offer no rationale for their actions. As he lies there, the figure approaches, crouching down beside him, examining his vital signs. Finally, a living one, the woman mutters, slapping his face in an attempt to rouse him. To his astonishment, it is a woman. Ye Zhou relaxes, continuing his charade. Now that he has regained his strength, he could easily overpower her, but his mischievous nature compels him to persist in his act. Life is often mundane, and one must seek amusement, especially in the presence of a woman. Peeking through a narrow slit, he sees something white bobbing in front of him. Could it be a fluffy bun? He dares not gaze longer, fearing his heart might betray him. Should he inadvertently reveal his arousal, it would be utterly embarrassing. The woman begins performing CPR, pressing on his chest, her actions surprisingly proficient. After several compressions, she tilts his head back to breathe into his mouth. With each breath, his dry lips feel rejuvenated by her gentle exhalations. Surely, she must be a young and beautiful woman, he muses. What a robust physique, surely, it cannot be fragile. Please do not expire on me, she remarks, observing his sturdy chest. Enough is enough. Ye Zhou realizes he can no longer feign unconsciousness. The pressure on his chest is unbearable. With a few groans, he slowly opens his eyes. Thank heavens, I finally revived you, she expresses with evident satisfaction, her face aglow with joy. As he sits up, pretending to cough, he takes in the sight of the woman before him, perhaps in her late 20s, dressed in a pink ensemble akin to a summer nurse's uniform. In this harsh environment of the deserted island, having a nurse to care for him is a stroke of fortune. Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion and voluptuous figure exuding a ripe allure. Ye Zhou's first thought is that it has been years since he has been with a woman, and perhaps this one is a divine gift. As he straightens his posture, he notices her long hair cascading over her chest, her bare legs exposed, her attire disheveled. She too appears to be a survivor of the shipwreck. What are you staring at? She scolds, noticing his gaze. She hastily adjusts her clothing to cover her chest. Why bother with modesty? They are stranded on an island. Her garments soon fall open again, the buttons having long since come undone, and her bra likely washed away by the sea. Don't look. Turn your head away, she commands. What a stunning, sensual, and mature nurse she is, albeit with a rather fiery temperament. Surely, nurses should be gentle, yet this one seems accustomed to ordering patients around, a product of her profession. Ye Zhou, however, refuses to turn away. Smack! She delivers a slap to his face. Ye Zhou remains resolute, refusing to shift his gaze. Smack! Another slap follows. Though her strikes are not forceful, they carry an inherent insult for a man. Ye Zhou lowers his head, taking in the sight of her slender waist and long legs, which seem more captivating than her face. Are you still looking? She chides, delivering yet another slap. Ye Zhou does not budge, instead capturing her wrist. With a figure like that, isn't it meant to be admired? He provocatively retorts. She struggles to free her hand, raising her other arm. Suddenly, a thought strikes him: this woman is best not to offend. Should she take offense and see him as an adversary, it would be his folly. In the wilderness of the island, what is truly fearsome is not hunger or wild beasts, but solitude and loneliness. Seeing that he does not resist, her demeanor softens. Do you dare to look again? Her tone has mellowed considerably. I dare not, Ye Zhou responds obediently. I saved your life. You offer no gratitude, no recompense, and instead, you harbor ulterior motives. I did not. She interrupts. Don't think that just because we are on an island, you can act as you please. Ye Zhou thinks to himself. She strikes first. Does merely looking cause harm? Who is truly acting as they please? He chooses to endure, hoping for a peaceful coexistence with her. On this deserted island, the potential for sparks to fly between a man and a woman is undeniable. In the company of one another, feelings may blossom over time. Igniting an undeniable flame, anything is possible. While Ye Zhou harbors ulterior motives, he maintains an outward facade of indifference. Noticing his compliant attitude, she smugly declares, do not feel aggrieved after all, I saved your life. She continuously reiterates her life-saving deeds, which Ye Zhou perceives as a form of self-preservation. She positions herself on a moral high ground, taking the initiative. Rest assured, I am a man who values gratitude, Ye Zhou replies amiably. Grateful? How do you intend to repay me? She inquires, moving toward the far side of the beach. I shall toil like an ox in repayment. Would that suffice? Ye Zhou's eyes widen as he speaks. Unfazed by his sarcasm, she nods in agreement. Ye Zhou stifles a chuckle within. Observing that he poses no threat, her expression softens considerably. What is your name? She asks. I am Ye Zhou, he replies. Lu Jingshu. She introduces herself, extending her hand. Ye Zhou shakes her hand, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. On the beach, two other bodies of shipwreck victims lie lifeless. They dig a grave to bury the deceased before seeking refuge in the shade of the trees at the base of the mountain. As they approach the foot of the mountain, the sand grows coarser, making it painfully uncomfortable to walk barefoot. Lu Jingshu shrieks, collapsing to the ground. Ye Zhou swiftly examines her foot, which has been cut by a shard of shell, blood oozing from the wound. What are you waiting for? Quickly help me stop the bleeding. Lu Jingshu exclaims in a panic. Why Ye Zhou used his clothing to tend to her wound. Clumsy, can this really stop the bleeding? How can we stop the bleeding? Suck it with your mouth, Lu Jingshu suggested. Chapter 2, The Sister's Request. Ye Zhou cradled her delicate foot, feeling a softness that stirred a sense of compassion within him. In his life, he had never healed anyone in such an intimate manner. Her toenails, painted a vibrant red, had faded from prolonged exposure to seawater. Ye Zhou admired her beauty, wholeheartedly focused on staunching the flow of blood. He became entranced, losing himself in the moment. Be gentle, that hurts, Lu Jingshu frowned. Though Ye Zhou lacked a refined appreciation for art, he possessed some experience in admiring women. Deep down, he did not wish to let this unexpected encounter slip away. Is it done? Don't take advantage of the situation, Lu Jingshu remarked, though the expression on her face betrayed her words. It seemed she was in no hurry to end the treatment, instead savoring the tingling sensation within her. Her complexion flushed. Those expressions of pain appeared to be tinged with enjoyment. Ye Zhou pressed his tongue against the wound, holding firm until the blood coagulated before he relented. The wound required bandaging, and he glanced at his newly purchased t-shirt, feeling a pang of reluctance. His jeans, of excellent quality, felt too good to sacrifice. Turning his head, he noticed a tear in Lu Jingshu's short skirt. With a swift motion, the fabric was ripped further. Hey, what are you doing? You rogue, Lu Jingshu exclaimed, throwing a fist at him. Ye Zhou proceeded to bandage her foot. Lu Jingshu realized her misunderstanding, but did not apologize. Why don't you tear your own clothes? I have only this left. Do you want me to be naked? Lu Jingshu complained. My clothes are new. I can't bear to part with them, Ye Zhou joked. It's obvious you're poor, as if you can't afford clothes. Indeed, the poor don't wear clothing. What do you do? Lu Jingshu inquired. I'm a security guard. I believe that when pigs fly, how could a security guard board a luxury cruise? Ye Zhou replied, I came to visit a friend, missed the passenger ship, so I indulged this time. He then asked, what about you? I'm a nurse. However, working on a cruise earns significantly more than a typical nursing job. No wonder. No wonder what? High income, high temper. Just remember your place. As midday approached, the sun blazed, leaving their mouths dry, throats parched, and stomachs growling with hunger. Both realized the harshness of survival. On a deserted island, water and food were equally vital. "They'll search for a water source at the foot of the mountain. You go fish by the sea," Lu Jingzhu commanded. "Fish? How do I fish?" "Fool, haven't you seen desert island survival shows?" "I haven't." "Find a branch, sharpen it with a stone to make a spear." "Will that even work?" "Just trust me. A few years ago, I almost got selected for a desert island survival show. Yet you weren't chosen." The judges lacked vision. "Enough about that, let's get moving." They split up. Lu Jingzhu descended the mountain to seek water. Ye Zhou did not fashion a spear nor venture to the sea. Instead, he searched the beach, discovering a piece of plastic film, several shells, a resilient vine, and a plastic bottle. The bottle was damaged in the middle, which was unfortunate, but it was still usable. Ye Zhou selected a suitable spot, dug a large hole, filled it with tender plant leaves, placed the plastic bottle inside, covered it with plastic film, and weighted the edges down with stones. He added a small stone on top to adjust the position, completing a water collection device. Having finished, Lu Jingzhu returned empty-handed. "You were supposed to fish, but instead, you're playing child's games?" Lu Jingzhu kicked over the water collection device. She fancied herself a survival expert, feigning knowledge without understanding. Ye Zhou thought to himself that under normal circumstances, he would have slapped her. But this was a deserted island, and this woman was a living, breathing person. Nothing, no circumstance, surpassed the value of a companion. Moreover, she was a beautiful, alluring woman. Her presence would alleviate mental strain and heighten the will to survive. The principle of pairing men and women for labor was evident here. Until rescue arrived, this woman's companionship was the most advantageous condition for survival on the island. Perhaps rescue would never come, perhaps they would be trapped here for a lifetime. In that case, to exaggerate, this woman was a goddess, a savior. Ye Zhou calmed himself and rebuilt the water collection device. Bang! Lu Jingzhu kicked away the plastic bottle he was holding. "Go fish, I want to eat fish," she exclaimed, nearly in tears. Ye Zhou picked up the bottle and tucked it into his pocket. This wretched island doesn't even have a coconut tree. With no fresh water and no food, we're doomed. Lu Jingzhu sat down in frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ye Zhou understood she must feel utterly despondent for not finding a water source. He wished to comfort her, but was at a loss for words. Faced with the grim test of survival, most would panic and despair, some even losing their sanity. Emotions were crucial, perhaps a joke could ease her anxiety. "This is a fine delicacy," Ye Zhou said, catching her tears in his hand and tasting them. He feigned a comical expression, hoping to amuse her. Tears were not as bitter as seawater, they were salty, yet carried a hint of sweetness, refreshing his spirit. Not bad at all," Ye Zhou spoke truthfully. Lu Jingzhu found no humor in his actions, perceiving them as mockery. She was too furious to speak, and overwhelmed by exhaustion, she fainted. Ye Zhou regretted his misstep deeply. He lifted her and carried her to the shade of a tree. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," Lu Jingzhu murmured as she regained consciousness, speaking incoherently. After some time, she wrapped her arms around his neck and fell into a peaceful sleep. A sleeping woman exuded a serene beauty. As Ye Zhou gazed at the woman in his arms, his heart raced unexpectedly. It had been quite some time since he had been close to a woman. The last encounter was over 3 years ago. During his university days, he had several fleeting romances, without a deep connection. Those experiences were mere superficial accumulations of knowledge regarding relationships. After joining the army, strict discipline left no room for such encounters. The woman before him, with her sensual beauty, could be considered a stroke of fortune. He admired her, feeling a stir of emotions he had long suppressed. With hunger gnawing at him, how could he entertain such thoughts? Ye Zhou shook off his wandering mind and returned to the task of constructing the water collection device. As evening approached, the tide receded. Ye Zhou rounded a hill and discovered an expanse of exposed rocks along the shore. The rocks were adorned with shellfish and oysters. He pried off several oysters and shellfish and fortuitously caught a small silver fish. Removing his t-shirt, he gathered the seafood and returned to the camp with a bountiful harvest. In the freshwater device, he collected a small amount of fresh water. Though less than 50 milliliters, it was invaluable. He arranged some stones to create a makeshift table and placed the food atop it. "They'll wait for her to wake up to enjoy this together," Ye Zhou murmured to himself. Ye Zhou, Lu Jingzhu stirred, slowly waking. After resting, she appeared much improved. "Am I dead?" Lu Jingzhu asked. Yes, you've entered paradise. Who are you? Ye Zhou. We're all going to die, Ye Zhou. We won't die. Look, I caught a fish. Ye Zhou tore off a piece of fish and fed it to her. Fresh ingredients require no cooking, they are a gift from the sea. As the moon rises, a silvery light cascades upon the island. Ye Zhou and Lu Jingshu savor sashimi while admiring the enchanting nightscape. I asked you to go fishing, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've learned your lesson and know to fish. Lu Jingshu instructs him once more. There's hardly any water. What a ridiculous water collection device, Lu Jingshu complains. At this rate, we won't survive more than 10 days, she despondently laments. Ye Zhou cracks open an oyster, scoops out the flesh with his fingers, and swallows it in one bite. Ye Zhou, is that your name? The woman appears somewhat disoriented. The leaf of a tree and the boat of a vessel. I saved you, didn't I? Yes. Are you listening to me? I am. Sleep with me, Lu Jingshu states calmly. What? Ye Zhou can hardly believe his ears. I want you to sleep with me, Lu Jingshu reiterates emphatically. Ye Zhou chokes on the mollusk in his mouth and begins to cough. Chapter 003. Tinder training. Ye Zhou could hardly believe that the woman had made such an absurd request. Could it be that she had lost her mind? Spiraling into a state of despair, Lu Jingshu's gaze was hazy, and she spoke with a haunting desire. Before I depart from this world, I wish to indulge in one final thing. As she leaned closer, Ye Zhou found himself in a whirlwind of confusion, unsure where to place his hands. Be serious. Do not be perfunctory, Lu Jingshu commanded, her tone firm. It seemed she yearned for one last experience of life's beauty before bidding farewell with lingering regrets. Should he succumb to slumber with her, fulfilling a spiritual salvation, only to witness her demise? The dilemma of whether to sleep with her or not was indeed perplexing. While I would gladly share such intimacy with you, I cannot accept this commanding, coercive manner of approach. Even if I were to acquiesce, it would bear no significance. Particularly in your current state of bewilderment, I refuse to take advantage of your vulnerability. Sleep must come in a moment of mutual affection, a time of happiness. Resolutely, Ye Zhou pushed her away. Why make such a request? He inquired, seeking to understand her true intentions. Lu Jingshu was taken aback by his rejection, plunging once again into despair. She herself could not comprehend why she had expressed such a wish. A part of her felt a stubborn conviction that in their dire circumstances, neither would survive beyond 10 days, and with rescue unlikely to arrive soon, it might never come at all. One could easily envision the toll of starvation, reducing a person to mere skin and bones, a grotesque shadow of their former self. For a woman who cherished beauty, such an outcome would be far worse than death. Rather than perish tragically from hunger, why not embrace an early passage to paradise before fading away? To love fiercely and then die seemed preferable to a slow death by starvation, did it not? For one ensnared in despair before death, such a notion might appear rational. Yet, while the thought was noble, the method was flawed. Lu Jingshu did not perceive any fault in her approach. Her strong-willed nature and skewed understanding of life clouded her judgment. Without further elaboration, she coldly remarked, "You promised. Why go back on your word?" "What did I promise?" Ye Zhou pressed for clarification. "You agreed to serve me, and now it is time for you to repay your debt." The idea of being treated as a mere beast was repugnant to him. "I refuse. Am I not beautiful? Do I lack charm?" Lu Jingshu pressed on. "You are beautiful and charming," Ye Zhou replied, casting his gaze away, unable to meet her eyes. "Then why do you not comply with my wishes?" Such a proposition was one no man could accept. What would it take for you to concede? "Beg me, rather than command me," Lu Jingshu hesitated. "I have never begged anyone, especially not a man," she continued. "After years as a nurse, I have encountered my fair share of scoundrels, and I have never allowed them to prevail. Yet here you are, offered the chance, and still refusing." Ye Zhou remarked, "I am unlike them. You don't even seize the opportunity?" Lu Jingshu began to feel anger rising within her. "I will not seize it. If you want tea, then leave. Go drown in the Dead Sea. I should have known better than to save you." Lu Jingshu was exasperated. She could not comprehend why, even when faced with death, her modest requests were met with such heartlessness. Ye Zhou stood up and, without a word, walked away. Such self-righteous women must not be indulged. "Where are you going?" "Come back," the woman called out in a fluster. "You told me to leave. Aren't you afraid of the beasts coming out to devour me?" Ye Zhou turned back, found some dry grass a few meters from the camp, and lay down to sleep. Lu Jingshu collapsed to the ground, quietly sobbing. Ye Zhou steeled himself, allowing her tears to flow. Tolerance could no longer be afforded. If her pride remained unaddressed, future days would be unbearable. After a while, soft snores emanated from the distance. Ye Zhou contemplated what to do the next day and gradually succumbed to sleep. As dawn broke, Ye Zhou arose and ventured into the grass to gather some dew. In the tropical rainforest, the broad, lush leaves retained ample moisture. At the foot of a hill, he discovered several plants. Digging them up, they resembled taro. Ye Zhou bit off a small piece and smeared the juice on his lips. After a few minutes without adverse effects, he tentatively took a bite. He sliced the taro and laid it out to dry on a stone. It was a pure, natural source of carbohydrates. As the sea receded, Ye Zhou caught some small crabs on the beach and fortuitously snagged a fish about the size of his palm. By the end of the day, he had gathered sufficient fresh water and food, albeit in modest quantities, just enough to sustain life. Ye Zhou planned to find a water source after constructing a shelter, reasoning that areas with water would likely harbor food as well. This deserted island was substantial, with verdant mountains that surely concealed fruit trees and springs. After observing for some time and confirming that survival was feasible, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon returning to the camp, Ye Zhou savored the taste of the fish. Lu Jingzhu, still groggy from sleep, approached and sat beside him. He offered her a piece of fish, only to retract his hand swiftly. This woman would require some tempering to quell her fiery spirit. When Lu Jingzhu reached for the water bottle, Ye Zhou caught her wrist. He shook his head, signaling that she could not expect to reap rewards without effort. Lu Jingzhu, undeterred, attempted to snatch the food. Ye Zhou, unyielding, pushed her away. She fell to the ground but quickly scrambled back up, madly trying to grab it. Ye Zhou restrained her, pulling her into his embrace. As she shouted and struggled, fatigue soon overtook her, and she surrendered, collapsing softly against him. I saved you, and yet you treat me this way, Lu Jingzhu lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. Do you not understand the principle of overcoming hardness with softness? Ye Zhou began his lesson. A gentle woman is what men are drawn to. Do you comprehend? Ye Zhou initiated his guidance. Lu Jingzhu, gasping, lay back in his arms, her mouth slightly agape. Ye Zhou's tone remained firm. On this island, it is just the two of us. We must learn to respect one another. I have not disrespected you. Lu Jingzhu's demeanor softened significantly. Reduced to such a state, the sole purpose becomes survival, necessitating mutual reliance. Lu Jingzhu could hardly absorb the words, her gaze fixated on the fish in his hand. Do you wish to eat? Ye Zhou inquired, bringing a piece of fish to her lips. Starved, Lu Jingzhu obediently opened her mouth. Ye Zhou, teasing her, dangled the fish before her, but suddenly consumed it himself. Hunger strips one of dignity, and Lu Jingzhu was no exception, despite her self-proclaimed superiority. Her face radiated desire. Leaning closer, Ye Zhou spat the fish in her mouth. Lu Jingzhu extended her tongue, savoring the morsel. He offered her a sip of dew collected in a container, and she greedily drained half the bottle. To survive, heed my words, abandon your so-called pride and dignity, Ye Zhou advised, mimicking Lu Jingzhu's earlier demeanor. Exhausted, she nodded weakly. Ye Zhou released her, observing as she devoured the food voraciously. Soon, she was satiated, her spirit revitalized, a look of contentment gracing her features. You are a little devil, she remarked, wiping her mouth, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a compliment or a rebuke. I have served in the military and undergone survival training in the wild. As long as I remain alive, you shall too, Ye Zhou asserted. You were in the military? A spark of intrigue lit Lu Jingzhu's eyes. Indeed, he confirmed with a nod. Why did you not mention it sooner? I admire soldiers greatly. My ex-boyfriend was one, she exclaimed, her delight evident. Ahem, let's not speak of your ex, he interjected. Are you jealous? She laughed. The woman was clearly reveling in her own triumph. Lunch is gone. What shall we have for dinner? Oysters, crabs, perhaps even grouper, Ye Zhou mused theatrically. Sounds splendid. 2 meals a day are just right for weight loss. Lu Jingzhu clapped in agreement. From now on, who listens to whom? I shall heed you, she replied. Who is the king, and who is the little king? You are the king, and I am the little king, she giggled, her laughter fluttering like blossoms in the wind. Sleep with me, Ye Zhou stated calmly. What? Lu Jingzhu's eyes widened in surprise. I want you to sleep with me, he reiterated. Lu Jingzhu blushed. Are you serious? Chapter 4. 2 men and 3 women. Ye Zhou pulled her arm, and she fell into his embrace. After a day and a night of acclimatization, her perspective had completely shifted. She now felt trust and dependence towards this big boy before her. In such harsh conditions, a fragile woman like herself possessed no survival skills. With a man to rely on, perhaps there was a chance of survival. Moreover, this young man was handsome and vibrant, a stark contrast to the greasy scoundrels she had known. What woman could resist such a man? Lu Jingshu felt a sense of calm within herself, even harboring a glimmer of hope. She and Ye Zhou locked eyes, their gazes conveying an ambiguous mix of resistance and encouragement. Ye Zhou, meeting her gaze, slowly leaned closer, his mouth closing around her earlobe. A wave of warm breath brushed against her ear, igniting a tingling sensation within her, a blend of panic and anticipation. She shut her eyes, whispering, little devil, how did I become a little devil again?" This was clearly not a complaint, but rather an acknowledgement and commendation of her courageous actions. The woman displayed a gentle side, exuding a certain feminine charm that pleasantly surprised Ye Zhou, altering his previous perception of her. After over 3 years of leading a life of restraint, what lay before him was undeniably a feast for the eyes. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Voices emerged from the direction of the beach, arriving at an inconvenient time, much to Ye Zhou's dismay. A lifeboat approached the shore, carrying 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women, who, like Ye Zhou, were passengers of the Happy Cruise. They dragged the lifeboat onto the sand and secured it to a tree, unloading several boxes of supplies that appeared to contain water and food. As they made their way toward Ye Zhou, uncertainty clouded his mind. Were they friends or foes? Lu Jingshu, feeling apprehensive, hid behind Ye Zhou. It was crucial to remember that this was lawless territory, where the principles of civilized society often faltered under the jungle's harsh laws. Before rescue arrived, there might have been civilization and legality, but once hope for salvation waned, the distinction between humanity's virtues and vices would prevail. Leading the group was a young man clad in a designer shirt, adorned with expensive jewelry and sporting multiple earrings, reminiscent of a privileged youth. Ye Zhou recognized him from the cruise, where this young gentleman had hosted a rather ostentatious tea gathering. Both parties introduced themselves while maintaining a cautious demeanor. Ye Zhou extended a gesture of goodwill, suggesting that they should look out for one another in these trying times. The young man scrutinized Ye Zhou. "What do you do?" he inquired. "I'm a security guard," Ye Zhou replied. "I guessed as much," the young man retorted, his tone lacking warmth. He retrieved a waterproof cigarette case from his pocket, placing one between his lips. A lackey behind him promptly produced a lighter, but after several attempts, it failed to ignite. Soaked by seawater, he apologized. The young man flicked the cigarette at the lackey's forehead. "What kind of work are you doing?" The lackey, humiliated, maintained a stoic expression as he stepped back, appearing exceedingly subservient. The young man surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. "This place is suitable for a camp," he remarked to Ye Zhou. "You should find another spot." Ye Zhou had encountered arrogance before, but never one so brazen and shameless. "Do you know how pirates are made?" he challenged. The young man glanced around, a hint of panic crossing his face. Pirates were once ordinary people, but their audacity and lack of shame led them to thoughts of plunder. The young man, realizing he had been mocked, flushed with anger. "Are you looking to provoke me?" he growled. "You think your numbers intimidate me?" Ye Zhou countered boldly. The young man's gaze shifted to Lu Jingshu, an unsettling expression darkening his features. "You still have time to leave, kneel and apologize, and I may spare you. However, this sister must stay." Lu Jingshu, terrified, tugged at Ye Zhou's sleeve, silently urging him to flee. Yet Ye Zhou remained resolute. "You may let me go, but I must take my people with me," he said, deliberately leaving his statement unfinished. "And what else?" the young man asked, his expression revealing his confusion. Ye Zhou cast a glance at the 3 enchanting ladies behind him. "I intend to take all 3 of them with me," he declared. The man with the ear studs, incensed and humiliated, swung his hand in an attempt to strike Ye Zhou's face. Ye Zhou deftly retreated, easily evading the blow. The ear stud man swung again, but Ye Zhou reached out and effortlessly seized his wrist. The man's wrist grew numb, rendering him powerless. He struggled to withdraw, yet found himself unable to do so. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up," he shouted. One of the man's lackeys approached from the side, executing a sweeping kick. Ye Zhou released the ear stud man's wrist and stepped back to avoid the attack. The lackey did not pursue, but positioned himself in front of the ear stud man, shielding him. Ye Zhou discerned that this lackey was no ordinary thug. He was a skilled fighter, likely the ear stud man's bodyguard. Lu Jingzhu, concerned for Ye Zhou's safety, grasped his arm. They are numerous. Perhaps we should find another location. Ye Zhou was unperturbed by their numbers, believing the sheer quantity was of little consequence. After all, 100 rats were no match for a cat. Yet, he remained wary of the bodyguard, whose true capabilities were unclear, especially given the dagger strapped to his waist while Ye Zhou was unarmed. The campsite, situated close to the beach and backed by a cliff, was not particularly secure. So Ye Zhou had already intended to seek a different refuge. He took Lu Jingzhu by the hand, gathering the shattered bottles and broken shells, and set off in search of a new location. The ear stud man, unwilling to relent, was halted by his lackey. At least you know your place, he spat. After Ye Zhou and his companions departed, the 5 newcomers to the island began to establish their camp. Lao Feng, gather some branches and construct a shelter, instructed the ear stud man. Lao Feng, whose full name was Feng Yuan, was the ear stud man's bodyguard. The ear stud man was named Qin Fei, the son of the affluent Qin Yuan from Fengjiang. Among the 3 ladies, one was Qin Fei's girlfriend, Yang Wan, another was Yang Wan's close friend, the renowned star Ling Ziyu, and the last was Qin Fei's sister, Qin Shi. After the cruise ship disaster, they had commandeered a lifeboat and, taking advantage of the chaos, had seized several boxes of drinks and food. Drifting at sea for a day and a night, they were eventually carried to this island by ocean currents. They believed rescue would arrive soon and, with ample food and drinking water, felt little concern for their precarious situation. Seated at a stone table, Qin Fei unpacked the food from the boxes, enjoying the company of the 3 ladies. They had dried the lighter and were now indulging in cigarettes. The ladies' melodic voices filled the air, punctuated by their delightful laughter. At the group's request, Ling Ziyu began to sing Green Island Serenade. Her graceful movements and enchanting voice captivated all present. Meanwhile, the man known as Feng Yuan was at the foot of the mountain, laboriously chopping wood. In his 40s, with a scruffy beard, he had felled several branches the size of a thumb and had also brought down a small tree the thickness of a child's arm, carrying it back to the camp. Lao Feng, you've worked hard. Qin Fei tossed him a cigarette. Qin Zhou, should we send the ladies to gather some leaves for the shelter? Feng Yuan inquired. Qin Fei, slightly irritated, responded, do you think those ladies can handle such tasks? Feng Yuan said no more, like a diligent ox, bowing his head and returning to his labor. Yang Wan displayed a degree of awareness as she advised Qin Fei. Do not be harsh with him. Our survival on this deserted island relies solely on Old Feng's efforts. Qin Fei, incensed, retorted, what? Do you have feelings for him? Are you attracted to him? Yang Wan's indignation was palpable, her nose wrinkling in displeasure. Qin Fei, you cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Qin Fei playfully smacked her backside, erupting into laughter. Chapter 005. A blessing or a curse. Yang Wan chose to ignore her, opting instead to gather grass leaves nearby, joined by 2 other lovely ladies who lent their assistance. Old Feng returned to the campsite, having gathered ample materials, and constructed a spacious grass hut. The interior was lined with dry grass, making it relatively comfortable for resting. Old Feng, please procure some seafood, Qin Fei requested. Old Feng offered a rueful smile and shook his head. Rescue will arrive shortly. My father will undoubtedly send help, Qin Fei continued. For now, endure a little hardship. I shall reward you with an additional 10,000 yuan later. Old Feng replied, I'm a bodyguard, not a laborer. 20,000, Qin Fei insisted. Old Feng ceased further discussion. As night fell, they lit a bonfire, gathering closely around its warmth. The flames illuminated each face, as they were lost in their own thoughts. After this ordeal, many matters had become shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Ye Zhou embraced Lu Jingzhu, their bodies intertwined, each movement a silent language. In their most vulnerable state, they illuminated each other's lives, igniting passion within. Ye Zhou's hands wandered freely, while Lu Jingzhu gradually surrendered her resistance. In truth, her feeble opposition resembled a formal, welcoming ceremony. As he leaned in to kiss her, she suddenly raised her hand to halt his lips. Not so fast. I have something to say, Lu Jingzhu interjected. Ye Zhou paused, propping his chin on one hand, politely awaiting her words. Blushing, Lu Jingzhu confessed. I can give myself to you. Once a woman gives herself, everything becomes yours. With utmost sincerity, Ye Zhou vowed, I will fall in love with you. Trust me, you do not think I am a promiscuous woman, do you? She questioned. Of course not. I perceive you as quite the conservative type. Are you serious? If this is merely a game, I would be disheartened. I am entirely sincere. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was yours, Ye Zhou declared, uncertain of the weight of his own words. Lu Jingshu paid no mind. If we escape, will you still want me? She inquired. No matter the distance. We shall never part, Ye Zhou responded decisively. I believe you, Lu Jingshu said, gazing at him with deep affection. The moonlight bathed them in brightness, while the surrounding trees cast shadows and the flowers swayed gently. Clouds drifted by, obscuring the moon's glow. Lu Jingshu sighed. I do not wish for grand oaths. I understand men well enough to know that words often differ from actions. Ye Zhou remained patient. The more exquisite the moment, the more patience was required. Can you endure this? Lu Jingshu asked. If you truly love me, you will understand. Why? Ye Zhou queried, bewildered. Was she perhaps on her period? She did not appear to be. Yet you were so eager before, even initiating the idea, she teased, smiling. How vexatious. That was just a moment of confusion. It was you, the rogue, who asked for my help. Otherwise, I would not have entertained such thoughts. So, now that I've rescued you, do you regret it? Ye Zhou said playfully. It was heaven that brought you to my side, Lu Jingshu exclaimed with gratitude. It must be the sea, Ye Zhou jested. Indeed, when a woman softens, a man finds himself at a loss. Ye Zhou was quite taken by this charm. Lu Jingshu replied, I will give you what you desire. But not at this moment. Why? When we have a room, a bed. A room? On this desolate island, where would we find a room, let alone a bed? What I mean is, it need not be grand. Even a humble thatched hut would suffice. Lu Jingshu's face flushed with shyness. Ye Zhou understood her well. She did not fancy a fleeting encounter, but yearned for a warm and comfortable world for two. Only with a sense of security can one fully immerse oneself. After all, it would be their first time, and it was only fair that she was not made to feel any discomfort. In truth, Ye Zhou also wished to avoid such hastiness and settle for nothing less than the best. The surrounding environment was harsh, with the night filled with the low calls of birds and unknown creatures from the forest behind them. Tomorrow, he would construct a shelter and lay down soft grass to indulge in tenderness and passion. Ye Zhou acquiesced to Lu Jingshu's wishes, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Are you uncomfortable? She asked with concern. What do you think? Ye Zhou leaned forward, playfully nudging her. You figured out, she replied with a cheeky glance, covering her mouth and laughing. Help me, Ye Zhou urged, growing anxious. I will give you the best. Let us save it for tomorrow. We shall build a thatched hut. Lu Jingshu suggested. Ye Zhou restrained himself, sitting up with an expression of discomfort. It seems you're not an honest man, Lu Jingshu said with wide eyes. Tell me the truth. How many women have you been with? Ye Zhou pretended to ponder, counting on his fingers. I can't keep track. 10 fingers are not enough. You've certainly exaggerated, Lu Jingshu retorted, turning her head in annoyance. Ye Zhou blew gently on her neck, teasing her with ticklish breaths. Tell me about your past. Lu Jingshu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ye Zhou fell silent, contemplating what of his past was worth sharing. Reflecting on his life, he was a posthumous child, raised solely by his mother in a single-parent household. After graduating from university, he enlisted in the military and underwent special training. He was exceptionally intelligent and skilled, with a promising future ahead. Initially, he was intended to be placed in a national security department, but his straightforward nature led him to confront an instructor over a trivial matter, resulting in a loss of his prospects. After being discharged, he worked as a security guard at a company. Given his talents, it felt like a waste. However, lacking connections in such a competitive era, having any job was a blessing. To spare his mother from worry, he led a compliant life, getting by day. Not long ago, his mother called, urging him to visit his biological father. Your father is not dead. I have kept this from you. But now he is close to death and wishes to see you. She revealed. He was taken aback to learn that his biological father was none other than Yi Changjiang, the chairman of Dingxin Group, ranked third among the wealthiest. Why had such a wealthy man never cared for them? For over 20 years, his mother had endured the trials of life alone. Deep down, Ye Zhou harbored resentment towards his father, wishing for his demise. Surely, he sought repentance, wishing to atone before his son in his final moments. Would he grant him that opportunity? He was uncertain why his mother had been abandoned, and she had refrained from providing an explanation, perhaps unwilling to revisit painful memories. Driven by filial piety and a sense of humanitarianism, he ultimately decided to take a leave of absence and, based on the information provided by his mother, set out to meet the father he had never known. Unexpectedly, during his journey, a storm struck, causing the cruise ship to veer off course and ultimately sink. Little did he anticipate that he would find himself marooned on this desolate island. Even more surprising was his encounter with Ye Zhou. This maritime disaster had bestowed upon him a companion to share his days and nights. Was it a curse or a blessing? Was it fortuitous or merely serendipitous? Ye Zhou chose not to elaborate on these matters to Ye Zhou, considering they had only known each other for a mere 2 days. Instead, he briefly shared the story of his life with his mother, his educational pursuits, and his military experiences. Upon hearing his tale, Ye Zhou empathetically remarked that a mother's sacrifices should be honored, which struck a deeply emotional chord, fostering a sense of warmth akin to familial love and swiftly bridging the gap between them. Ye Zhou inquired about her past. Chapter 006. The beautiful woman bathing Ye Zhou responded calmly, "My life is quite simple. I was born into an ordinary working-class family, attended a nursing school, and became a nurse after graduation. Following my entry into the workforce, I dated a man, only to discover he was a scoundrel. In a fit of anger, I applied to an international cruise company and, by fortune, secured a position. I have been aboard the cruise ship for nearly 5 years now, and I have not engaged with any other men until I met you." As she spoke, she looked at Ye Zhou, her expression turning shy. Upon hearing her story, Ye Zhou felt a pang of compassion and embraced her tenderly. "I do not concern myself with your past, nor do I dwell on your future. I merely wish to savor each moment with you on this island." Ye Zhou's sentiments were refreshingly pragmatic, aligning perfectly with Ye Zhou's thoughts. It seemed she was not only beautiful and gentle, but also possessed the admirable virtue of empathy. She was truly an exceptional woman, nearly flawless in her maturity. The vibrancy of life was undeniably present before him, and Ye Zhou felt a sense of quiet gratitude for having found such a treasure. As the night deepened and the moonlight cast a silvery glow, the two shared whispered conversations until they gradually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Ye Zhou awoke to find herself alone. Hearing a rustling sound behind her, she turned to see Ye Zhou performing push-ups on the ground. He had already completed several laps around the beach and was now engaged in strength training. Although he was no longer a soldier, he consistently maintained a habit of physical fitness. With his shirtless physique showcasing prominent muscle definition, his narrow waist, broad shoulders, and sculpted abs glistening with fine beads of sweat, he exuded a rugged handsomeness. As Ye Zhou sat down to rest, Ye Zhou assisted him by wiping the sweat from his face and body. Her fingers were slender and delicate, gliding over his skin with a soothing touch. Ye Zhou recalled the promise made the previous night, eagerly anticipating the completion of their shelter and the fulfillment of their aspirations together. Ye Zhou seemed to share this sentiment, exchanging a shy glance with him before lowering her gaze. Both were filled with a hopeful yearning for their eventual union, their hearts fluttering with anticipation. However, amidst their eagerness, they were reminded of the necessity for survival. After a brief respite, Ye Zhou took Ye Zhou's hand and stood, stating, "Let's seek out a water source." "Will there be one?" she asked. "There surely will be." Ye Zhou grasped Ye Zhou's hand and ascended the mountain in a singular direction. The previous evening, he had meticulously observed the trajectory of the birds entering the forest, allowing him to infer a general path. Drawing upon his experience, he surmised that areas dense with trees, abundant in insects, and frequented by birds were more likely to conceal sources of water. Armed with a sturdy stick, he forged ahead through the underbrush, clearing the way. The rugged terrain was treacherous, overgrown with weeds, making each step a challenge. He mused to himself how advantageous a machete would be. Upon reaching a certain elevation, he fancied he heard the gentle sound of flowing water. A surge of joy filled Ye Zhou's heart. He wielded his stick with increased fervor, hastening his advance. Suddenly, he spotted a long snake coiling around a branch ahead. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, rendering him immobile. Ye Zhou, having also caught sight of the creature, quickly covered her mouth, fearful of a startled gasp escaping her lips. In such a remote location, devoid of hospitals and antidotes, a single bite could prove fatal. Clutching his stick tightly, Ye Zhou focused intently on the serpent, holding his breath. The snake, sensing the threat, flicked its tongue and gradually slithered away. Ye Zhou broke into a cold sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked, silently grateful for his narrow escape. This primordial jungle was fraught with hidden dangers. Proceeding further could unveil more venomous creatures, or perhaps even larger beasts. Nevertheless, the sound of flowing water grew increasingly distinct, seemingly just ahead. Ye Zhou glanced back at Lu Jingshu, who offered him an encouraging look, as if to convey her unwavering belief in him, that he was the most exceptional man in the world, capable of overcoming any obstacle. Summoning his courage, he slowed his pace and continued with utmost caution. Ahead lay a steep incline. Ye Zhou removed his shirt, navigated around a small tree, and pulled himself up. He extended his hand, helping Lu Jingshu to ascend as well. After navigating through the underbrush for some time, their skin bore several scratches from the foliage, leaving faint traces of crimson. Unaware of their minor injuries, they embraced, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Before them flowed a narrow stream, about 2 feet wide. They approached the water's edge, where they discovered it was fresh. Tears glistened in Lu Jingshu's eyes. Ye Zhou halted her, urging her to refrain from drinking immediately, concerned that the water might be contaminated and could upset their stomachs. Upon closer inspection, the stream was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles beneath the surface. A small fish, no thicker than a pinky finger, swam by. Ye Zhou cupped the water in his hands, tasted it, and found it delightfully sweet. Relieved, he drank heartily. The two quenched their thirst with abandon, splashing water playfully at one another. Their laughter echoed through the valley, startling the birds from their perches. A rumble emanated from Lu Jingshu's stomach. Ye Zhou, I'm hungry, she exclaimed. This water merely fills the belly. It does not satisfy hunger. Ye Zhou's own stomach soon chimed in, creating a playful competition between them. Lu Jingshu burst into laughter. Let's seek out some food, Ye Zhou suggested. Together, they followed the stream upstream, embarking on their exploration. The brook was a tributary, and beyond a confluence, the waterway began to widen. They navigated past several pools until they encountered a small waterfall. Climbing up to the top of the falls revealed a river stretching out before them. The river spanned approximately a dozen meters in width, with the water depth reaching beyond the chest. Along the banks, foraging waterfowl took flight, their wings flapping gracefully as they vanished into the forest. These avian creatures were truly exquisite, resembling cranes and herons, their forms light and elegant. Towering trees surrounded the area, while the underbrush was sparsely populated, interspersed with patches where sunlight illuminated blooms of blue and white wildflowers. It was indeed a secluded paradise. In a mountain hollow, they stumbled upon wild fruits previously unknown to them, their color a deep, vibrant red, reminiscent of apples, yet distinctly different. Some of the fruits bore peck marks from birds, suggesting their edibility. Exercising caution, Ye Zhou, adhering to traditional methods, pinched a piece of the skin and applied the juice to his lips. After a brief interval, feeling assured of its safety, he gingerly tasted a morsel. The flesh was crisp and sweet, providing a satisfying fullness. 2 of the fruits left him feeling satiated. With their hunger quelled, their previously empty stomachs now felt content. The sun hung high in the sky, signaling midday. Lu Jingshu began to glisten with fine beads of sweat, and the scratches from the grass felt akin to pinpricks. I'm going to bathe. You mustn't look, she declared, shedding her garments until only her undergarments remained. Ye Zhou smirked, playfully retorting, You are my woman. Why should I not look? How infuriating. Not yet. Lu Jingshu pressed her palm against his face, urging him to turn away. It will happen sooner or later, Ye Zhou replied, his confidence unwavering. If I see too much, it will lose its novelty. Fool, she countered, her logic resonating with him. Leaning against a tree, Ye Zhou gazed at the distant peaks, yet his thoughts were persistently drawn to the woman behind him. Lu Jingshu discarded her final piece of clothing, her beautiful form swaying as she waded into the river to bathe. The cool water refreshed and nourished all it touched, rippling joyously with her movements. Lu Jingshu splashed about, her laughter ringing melodiously in the air. Ye Zhou attempted several times to join her in the water, but ultimately restrained himself. The allure of a sumptuous feast heightened his hunger, intensifying the satisfaction that awaited him. Yet, the temptation was overwhelming, making him feel as if ants were crawling over his skin, an unbearable itchiness consuming him. Why subject myself to this? What is wrong with me? Ye Zhou spat out the grass root in his mouth, rising to remove his clothing. Suddenly, Lu Jingzhu let out a terrified scream. By the riverbank stood a man, coldly observing them. Chapter 007. Constructing a love nest. Ye Zhou recognized him as Feng Yuan, Qin Fei's bodyguard. What was he doing here? Ye Zhou speculated whether he, like himself, had discovered this water source, or if he was trailing him with ulterior motives. In the jungle, the law of survival dictated that the most perilous threats often came not from venomous snakes or fierce beasts, but from fellow humans. Instinctively, Ye Zhou grasped a sturdy branch. Feng Yuan drew a dagger from his waist. Ye Zhou shifted his stance, positioning himself advantageously, with his back to the sun and the terrain behind him flat. It was conducive for maneuvering. In the special forces, combat training was indispensable, and Ye Zhou had undergone rigorous instruction in this area. Your performance has always been commendable, yet your overly straightforward demeanor led you to even strike an instructor. A modicum of grievance is intolerable. Who would dare sign you a mission with such a disposition? You shall inevitably encounter hardships in the future. This was the assessment and counsel from the commanding officer. I was not born to endure indignities. From that moment on, Ye Zhou began to adopt a nonchalant attitude. Faced with the choice between absolute obedience and self-assertion, he opted for the latter. As Ye Zhou prepared for a confrontation with Feng Yuan, the latter cast a glance his way before retreating into the woods. Ye Zhou understood that this was not an act of cowardice. In Feng Yuan's gaze, there was no hint of malice, nor any sign of hostility. Lu Jingzhu, still shaken, crawled out of the river and collapsed into Ye Zhou's embrace. It's all right, it's over now. You are safe with me. Ye Zhou gently reassured her as he helped her don her clothes. Emerging from the thicket, Feng Yuan held several branches laden with ripe fruit. He then approached the river to fill several bottles with water. Tying the bottles together with vines, he slung them over his shoulder and began his return. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Lu Jingzhu, frightened, hid behind Ye Zhou. I am Feng Yuan, he introduced himself. Ye Zhou came to reply. I've seen you on the cruise ship. Am I truly so conspicuous? Feng Yuan inquired. You ought to be cautious, he added with a hint of warning. I tend to be rather carefree, Ye Zhou replied with a smile. Do you know why the crews met with disaster? Feng Yuan continued. I have a vague idea. I heard it was because the captain fell asleep, Ye Zhou quipped. Feng Yuan said nothing further, reaching into his pocket to retrieve an object which he tossed over. Ye Zhou caught it. It was a lighter. Buddy, stay alive, Feng Yuan said before turning away. Ye Zhou did not express gratitude, instead contemplating the meaning behind his words. What was the intention behind such cryptic remarks? The supernatural holds no terror for me. It is the specter that fears mankind. He remained unconcerned with the bizarre and the unfathomable, yet a nagging sense lingered within him that the entire incident bore some connection to him. He weighed the lighter in his hand. Was he attempting to lull me into complacency? Small gestures of kindness to lower my guard? One must never harbor malice. Yet one must always remain vigilant. Ye Zhou resolved to remain steadfast and observant, awaiting the developments of the situation. Not far from the river, approximately 100 meters away, lay a level clearing. Given the proximity to water, wild animals might frequent the area, rendering it unsafe. This location, however, was suitably distanced from the river, providing a measure of safety. They planned to camp here and construct a thatched shelter. Lu Jingzhu cleared the ground of wild grass, while Ye Zhou ventured nearby to fell trees, crafting tools from sharp stones to bring back a bundle of resilient and straight branches. After considerable effort, they completed the framework of a shelter. Ye Zhou crawled inside to test it. It was quite spacious, sufficient for two to sleep comfortably without hindrance. Lu Jingzhu joined him, laying atop him and planting a kiss on his cheek. I apologize for the inconvenience. We'll stay here for now, and later we can build a wooden house. A wooden house? We'll have a kitchen? Of course, he replied. Wonderful. I shall prepare meals for you, allowing you to savor my culinary skills. Not only does it feature a kitchen, but it also boasts a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. A quaint path leads to the door, surrounded by a picket fence, with the yard bursting with vibrant flowers. Lu Jingzhu found herself almost entranced, her excitement causing her to dance with joy. Time was of the essence, as the sun was nearing its descent. With suitable dried grass scarce nearby, Ye Zhou ventured to the foot of the mountain to collect dried grass leaves. Hurry there and back, Lu Jingzhu urged him, whistling a cheerful tune. Ye Zhou lightened his steps, trotting along the way. With the grass hut constructed, they would not need to sleep under the stars tonight. A bonfire blazed before the camp, adorned with delectable wild fruits, and it would be splendid to catch some seafood and game as well. Resting on the soft, dried grass was akin to a warm and comfortable bed. Rolling about freely, he felt no concern of tumbling off as he might on a conventional bed. Since the cruise ship disaster and the ensuing trials, it was only now that he felt a glimmer of hope for life. This night promised to be an unprecedented experience. Ye Zhou had already agreed, and it was to be tonight. By all that is dear, it is indeed tonight. Ye Zhou's heart soared with anticipation. Once he had bundled the broad, dried grass leaves, he returned to the campsite. However, before he arrived, he heard Lu Jingzhu's panic cries. She lay on the ground, her face pale and her brow furrowed. What's happened? Ye Zhou dropped the dry grass and rushed over to her. I've been bitten by a snake. Lu Jingzhu pointed to her calf. Ye Zhou knelt and cradled her leg. Lu Jingzhu, weak and unable to speak, felt numb all over, her eyes barely open. On her calf, 2 distinct puncture wounds from a venomous snake were visible, surrounded by reddened and slightly swollen skin. The poisoning had set in swiftly, and the venom was spreading rapidly. Ye Zhou picked up the vine he had used to bundle the grass leaves and tightly bound it around Lu Jingzhu's thigh to impede blood circulation. He contemplated fetching water from the river, but time was not on his side. Leaning over Lu Jingzhu's calf, he began to suck the wound with his mouth. The dark blood was drawn into his mouth, which he spat onto the grass nearby. The grass, tainted by the venom, quickly wilted, drooping and losing its vibrant vitality. As he continued to suck, Ye Zhou felt dizzy, his tongue numb, and his lips swollen. He understood that losing Lu Jingzhu would mean losing everything. He was unwilling to part with her, despite their brief 2 days and nights together. With Lu Jingzhu, he felt complete. Without her, he would merely exist as a ghost. Unsure if he had fallen in love with her, he at least recognized a growing dependency in his heart. Desperate, he sucked with all his might, as if attempting to draw back the wandering soul. Visions swirled before his eyes. The surroundings became indistinct, and the world spun around him. Overcome by exhaustion, Ye Zhou finally succumbed to unconsciousness. As night fell, a delicate mist hovered over the river's surface. In a clearing within the woods, a man and woman lay quietly in the moonlight. As the moonlight faded, the sky revealed the first light of dawn. Chapter 008. No action, no death at dawn. Ye Zhou slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. Lu Jingzhu helped him sit up, her face radiating surprise. Ye Zhou found himself lying in the grass hut, cushioned by soft grass beneath him. Outside, a cluster of embers smoldered in the fire pit, ashes scattered across the ground, with flames yet to extinguish. Do not move around. Just lie still, Lu Jingzhu gently instructed as she lifted a shell to feed him water, followed by some wild fruits. The water was warm, and the fruits were sweet and delectable. Ye Zhou gradually regained his strength, lying in Lu Jingzhu's embrace. It was evident that she had not slept all night. Her dark circles betrayed her exhaustion. Ye Zhou grasped her hand, overwhelmed with gratitude. You saved me. Indeed, I saved you. We are each other's saviors now. Our lives are intertwined. They exchanged soft whispers for a while before Ye Zhou drifted off to sleep again. Lu Jingzhu, equally fatigued, held on to him and succumbed to slumber. At noon, the two were startled awake by a cacophony of noise. Qin Fei appeared at the entrance of the grass hut, flanked by bodyguards and 3 beautiful women. Peering into the hut with a sly grin, he remarked, well, a solitary man and woman. Have you 2 gotten together? Ye Zhou stepped outside, glaring at him, filled with a desire to punch him in the face. Qin Fei taunted, What's wrong? Not satisfied? Do you believe I could toss you into the sea to feed the fish? Ye Zhou shook his head with a wry smile, seemingly talking to himself. People, you don't die if you don't cause trouble. Who are you talking about? Qin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Zhou raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm speaking of myself. I enjoy watching others cause trouble. I'm curious to see if they face consequences. Qin Fei disregarded the sarcasm. This camp is now mine. 100,000. Lao Feng. Note down his phone number and remind me later to settle with him. Ye Zhou feigned astonishment. 100,000? For this humble grass hut? A mere few square meters? That's equivalent to the housing prices in Fengjiang's 3rd ring. What's wrong? Is that too little? Not at all, ha. We VE struck it rich. Qin Fei directed his attention to Feng Yuan, Lao Feng. This nurse understands medicine. Let us keep her on with a monthly salary of 50,000. Feng Yuan remained silent. Lu Jingzhu recoiled in fear. Ye Zhou interjected. What about the talent transfer fee? What? She asked your wife? You want a transfer fee? Qin Fei retorted to Feng Yuan. Offer him another 100,000 for the transfer fee, then let him leave. With an effortless acquisition of 200,000, Ye Zhou was left speechless. Qin Fei then turned to Lu Jingzhu, reaching out to pinch her cheek. He clicked his tongue in mock sympathy. Look at this beauty. Starving her has diminished her allure. Lu Jingzhu's eyes widened in terror. Qin Fei leaned closer, taunting, what future do you have following a coward? You might as well. Lu Jingzhu abruptly wrapped her arms around his head and bit down hard on his ear. Qin Fei, clutching his ear in anger, swung a hand at her. Ye Zhou swiftly grabbed his arm and kicked him in the rear. Qin Fei stumbled to the ground, and the three beauties gasped in unison. Rushing to help him up. Lao Feng, are you still standing there dumbfounded? Brother, are you just going to watch as he gets bullied? The women clamored. Feng Yuan stood motionless, his expression stern as he regarded Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou was perplexed by his demeanor, locking eyes with him. Qin Fei, Fu Ming, Sao Det, Lao Feng. Take care of him, and you'll earn a bonus. The Qin family has treated you well. You must show gratitude. Why are you hesitating? You cannot show weakness at a critical moment. My father will certainly send someone to rescue me. Think of the consequences. Your daughter is still awaiting surgery. Feng Yuan, without a glance back, struck Qin Fei with a slap. Qin Fei's head turned, his neck drooping as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Feng Yuan's action left everyone astonished. I have long had enough of you. Feng Yuan spat at him. Ye Zhou was also taken aback, unable to fathom such an outcome. Brother, let's keep our distance. I hope we both can survive, he said. Afterward, he instructed the ladies to assist Qin Fei to his feet. Qin Fei, with a crooked neck, had blood trickling from his ear. The three beautiful women were pale with fright, rendered speechless. Wait a moment, Ye Zhou called out to him. He tossed over a lighter, expressing his gratitude. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Feng Yuan offered no further words and departed with his companions. They chose a campsite upstream and settled in. The two camps were separated by several meters of woodland, allowing for mutual tranquility. In the event of an emergency, they could still offer each other support. After Feng Yuan and his group left, Ye Zhou reaffirmed a truth. If one refrains from causing trouble, one will not perish. However, those who do engage in mischief are likely to have a short-lived existence. Ye Zhou felt quite content, having faced danger the previous night. He was grateful to have emerged unscathed, believing that surviving a great trial would bring subsequent fortune. He held little hope for rescue and prepared for a long-term survival plan. Life must improve and flourish to instill greater confidence. While exploring the surroundings, Ye Zhou discovered a grove of bamboo. These bamboo stalks were ideal vessels, capable of boiling water and crafting bamboo tube rice. Tonight, he intended to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate their newfound lives. More importantly, he aimed to create an atmosphere to embark on a beautiful and happy life with Lu Jingzhu. Ye Zhou fashioned a stone axe by binding a sharp flake to a wooden stick, humming a tune as he chopped the bamboo. The bamboo was resilient, and Ye Zhou exerted considerable effort, breaking 2 or 3 stone axes before he finally felled 2 stalks. Upon returning to the campsite with the bamboo, Lu Jingzhu greeted him, showering him with praise. She wove a straw hat from bamboo leaves and placed it upon Ye Zhou's head. Ye Zhou crafted 2 pairs of straw sandals for Lu Jingzhu to wear. Once adorned in shoes, they felt civilized, walking with an air of sophistication. Everything will come to pass, Ye Zhou assured Lu Jingzhu. Filled with hope, she seemed to glimpse the dawn of the future, joyfully bouncing across the grass. Tonight, I want you to fall in love with me, Lu Jingzhu playfully declared. How do you intend to make me love you? Ye Zhou could hardly contain his excitement. You can do as you wish. I shall follow your lead, Lu Jingzhu replied, her cheeks flushed. I want to eat you, Ye Zhou teased with a mischievous grin. I shall cook for you, Lu Jingzhu casually responded. I want to eat you. He pretended to nibble at her face. You rascal, you little scamp. Lu Jingzhu giggled. The sunlight felt exceptionally prolonged. Ye Zhou, filled with anticipation, worked diligently, envisioning the delightful moments to come, unable to suppress his inner joy. He split the bamboo, selecting the more resilient sections, and after roasting them to shape, crafted a bow. He sought out strong vines for the bowstring and gathered feathers to create 3 arrows. Having tested the range, it proved to be modest, merely exceeding 20 meters. However, the accuracy was commendable. With a bit of practice, he could achieve a perfect score within 10 meters. He successfully hunted a wild duck, meticulously cleaning it by the river before returning to camp. To survive, salt was indispensable. Ye Zhou ventured to the seaside, scraping crystalline sea salt from the concave surface of the rocks. He then collected water, dissolved the salt in a bamboo tube, and filtered it with a cloth strip. After heating and evaporating, he obtained a small handful of pristine table salt. As the evening tide receded, Ye Zhou gathered shellfish and oysters among the rocky outcrops. A crab emerged from the crevices of the stones, swiftly darting into the depths of the sea. By the time Ye Zhou spotted it, it was too late to capture the delectable creature. For several consecutive days, he had subsisted on shellfish and small fish. Today, however, was a special occasion that called for an enhancement of their fare. A full stomach would grant him strength, and with strength came the ability to bring her joy. Her happiness would be his own reward, necessitating a replenishment of nutrients. That crab must have weighed 2 to 3 pounds at least. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, Ye Zhou plunged into the ocean depths. Chapter 009. Fulfillment of Desires. Following the direction in which the crab had vanished, Ye Zhou explored the seabed. At a depth of approximately 7 to 8 meters, he sensed he was nearing his limits. Descending further would invite peril, and his breath was becoming unmanageable. Just as he contemplated surrendering, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. What could possibly be illuminating the ocean floor? Could it pose a danger? Stranded on a deserted island, he resolved not to succumb to despair as he might in a more familiar setting. Driven by curiosity, he summoned his courage and swam towards the light. Before him unfolded a fantastical realm. To his astonishment, there were corals radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Vibrant fish danced among the coral formations. Lobsters, crabs, and sea cucumbers abounded, presenting a veritable treasure trove of culinary delights. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou seized a crab, 2 conchs, and a sea cucumber, enough to prepare an exquisite dish. If only he had a diving mask. Surfacing, he found his eyes stung by the salt water. There are no free lunches in this world, yet the price he paid seemed worthwhile. This was merely a depth of a few meters. The ocean's depths surely held even greater treasures. When conditions permitted, he vowed to craft a diving mask. Cradling his catch, with his eyes still swollen, he returned to camp. While Ye Zhou was occupied, Lu Jingzhu took a bath in the river, foraging for wild fruits and taro. Upon seeing the large crab, she leapt for joy, exclaiming, "You are truly capable." Lu Jingzhu gazed at him, her eyes conveying a mix of admiration and appreciation. "If you behave, whatever you desire will be yours," Ye Zhou teased, gesturing at his own face. Lu Jingzhu understood, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. "Now, go prepare the meal," she urged. Ye Zhou playfully patted her rosy cheek. Lu Jingzhu stoked the fire, beginning to create a culinary masterpiece. Ye Zhou reclined with his legs crossed, watching her cook. "Stop staring and go wash up," she reminded him. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Elated, Ye Zhou dashed to the river to cleanse himself thoroughly. As the moon ascended, a sumptuous feast was laid upon the stone table. Roasted wild duck, steamed crab, oyster sashimi, and seafood stew in bamboo tubes, accompanied by roasted taro as the staple, and a platter of fruits for dessert. The utensils and tea set were crafted from bamboo, accompanied by 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks. Regrettably, there was no wine, so they substituted it with water. The two raised their cups, gently clinking them together. A toast to life, to love, to the island, and to the future. They savored the delicious food while admiring the distant sea view. In their tender exchange, despite drinking water, they felt a sense of intoxication. Lu Jingzhu fed sea cucumber into Ye Zhou's mouth, and unable to contain his excitement, Ye Zhou embraced her, reciprocating the feeding. "You must be exhausted these past few days. You need to replenish your nutrition," Lu Jingzhu said thoughtfully. "No matter how much I eat, in the end, it will all be for you," Ye Zhou replied candidly. He tightened his embrace, making it difficult for Lu Jingzhu to breathe. She attempted to push him away, but he stubbornly lifted her into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling utterly weak. "Shall we go to sleep?" Ye Zhou asked softly. Lu Jingzhu murmured. "Have you been anticipating this? Wanted me to sleep with you?" Ye Zhou teased her deliberately. "Stop saying that. It makes me shy. Lu Jingzhu buried her face in his chest. He held her close and entered the thatched hut, laying her down on the grassy bed. Could you be a bit gentler, please? Lu Jingzhu whispered. Ye Zhou's movements were anything but gentle, becoming increasingly rough. How long has it been since you've eaten meat? You're quite the glutton, Lu Jingzhu jested. You haven't had meat in ages either. I can sense it, Ye Zhou retorted, his tone unwavering. The hut swayed precariously, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet they were blissfully oblivious. Two solitary souls found solace in one another. Parched, Ye Zhou rose to drink water. Would you like some? He inquired. Lu Jingzhu nodded. She was already drenched in sweat and needed to hydrate. Ye Zhou lifted the bamboo cup and ensured she drank her fill. Do you still have the strength? If you're tired, rest, Lu Jingzhu said with concern. She turned in his embrace, facing away from him. Ye Zhou pressed closely against her, gently stroking her long hair, inhaling its faint, fragrant scent. Suddenly, he felt invigorated. I want you to fall in love with me, Lu Jingzhu gasped. You're utterly captivating. I can't resist you. Ye Zhou replied, his head downcast. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jingzhu felt emboldened, unwilling to yield, and began to compete with him. I want you to be unable to live without me for a lifetime, she declared. I already can't live without you, Ye Zhou responded. You little devil, Lu Jingzhu exclaimed, lost in her emotions. From that moment on, they spoke no more. In the presence of love, words became unnecessary. Lu Jingzhu seemed to faint, her eyes gently closing. Her complexion flushed. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Ye Zhou, she called his name. He replied. Call me sister, Lu Jingzhu giggled. Ye Zhou remained silent, having exhausted his last ounce of strength. They blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon waking in the morning, the first thought was to reminisce about the events of the previous night. She felt like the luckiest person in the world, and this blissful existence was destined to continue uninterrupted. Ye Zhou opened his eyes to find Lu Jingzhu nestled in his embrace, gazing at him with infatuation. Her large eyes sparkled, adorned with an expression of adoration. Have you been awake for long? Ye Zhou invited. For a little while, Lu Jingzhu replied. Are you hungry? I shall prepare some breakfast. Ye Zhou attempted to rise. Lu Jingzhu clung to him, saying, I do not wish to get up. It is so comfortable to sleep. Let's linger a bit longer. Ye Zhou reclined, relishing the warmth of her presence. I noticed your mischief when I saved you by the seaside, as you were so fixated on gazing at others. Lu Jingzhu recalled from their first day ashore. I am aware that you do not truly dislike me, despite having struck me, Ye Zhou remarked. Lu Jingzhu's fingers gently glided across his chest. I am unversed in the art of courting men. My daily encounters aboard the cruise ship consist mainly of the elderly and children. Ye Zhou patted her back, saying, dealing with men is quite simple. I shall teach you more in the future. You will corrupt me, Lu Jingzhu teased playfully. Are you familiar with role-playing? Ye Zhou proposed a lesson. How do we do that? Are you going to be mischievous again? Lu Jingzhu chided, though a flicker of anticipation danced within her. In this scenario, you are the seductress, and I am the virtuous man. Entice me, Ye Zhou said with a whimsical flair. I shall not seduce you. I shall consume you. Lu Jingzhu pretended fiercely, lunging toward him. Ye Zhou seized her hand and rolled over. She immediately quieted, surrendering resistance and gently closing her eyes. Just as Ye Zhou contemplated his next move, a clattering sound from outside startled him. Is a beast approaching? He wondered. The noise did not resemble that of a wild animal. Rather, it seemed like a rabbit had knocked over a bamboo tube, or perhaps a venomous snake was slithering by. If it is a rabbit, I could capture it for lunch, Ye Zhou thought, hastily abandoning his clothing to investigate. A woman's startled exclamation echoed. Upon closer inspection, Ye Zhou realized it was not a rabbit or snake, but a woman. The woman, upon noticing his lack of attire, panicked and called out. Yet her gaze remained fixed on him in a state of astonishment. What are you doing? Ye Zhou recognized her as Ling Ziyu, a rising star beside Qin Fei. Could you possibly put on some clothes? Only then did Ling Ziyu turn away, realizing the impropriety. Ye Zhou, undeterred, declared, since you dare to peep, I have no need to conceal myself any longer. Who sent you, and what are your intentions? He questioned sternly. I did not mean to. Ling Ziyu faltered timidly. Chapter 10. The stunning songstress at 22, Ling Ziyu had only recently debuted, her aloof beauty and ethereal quality quickly garnering fame through her romantic ballads. Stranded on a deserted island, She had lost all sense of agency, her former stage brilliance now dimmed. Standing before Ye Zhou, disheveled and weary, she appeared utterly pitiable. Having heard her songs, Ye Zhou held a particular fondness for the purple feather of love. As he looked at her, a wave of sympathy washed over him. His earlier harshness had indeed been excessive. "What is it? Speak freely," Ye Zhou said, his tones softening. Lu Jingshu emerged, assisting Ye Zhou in donning his clothing. "Look at how you frightened her. Why were you so fierce?" Lu Jingshu admonished him. She approached Ling Ziyu, gently resting a hand on her shoulder, and offered comfort, saying, "Do not be afraid. Feel free to share what troubles you. Old Feng summoned me. Please pay him a visit." Ling Ziyu cast a furtive glance at Ye Zhou. Old Feng? What could he desire? On this island, Ye Zhou and Old Feng are pivotal figures. Transforming foes into allies would be advantageous for all. Wait for my return. Do not wander off. Ye Zhou instructed Lu Jingshu to remain at the camp. He slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder and followed Ling Ziyu to meet Old Feng. Old Feng's camp was quite well established, featuring 3 grass huts, with the ground meticulously swept clean and a fence erected around it, resembling a quaint little village. Ye Zhou felt a growing fondness for Old Feng. There existed a camaraderie among men, a shared admiration for one another's valor. Upon seeing Ye Zhou, Old Feng greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Brother, what do you lack? Is there anything you need assistance with?" "Fortunately, there is nothing I require at the moment." Old Feng tossed him a piece of roasted meat. Ye Zhou caught it and took a bite. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. "Wild rabbit meat?" Ye Zhou conjectured. Old Feng replied, "In my childhood in the countryside, I would set traps for wild rabbits. I never imagined it would come in handy on this deserted island." As he spoke, Old Feng kicked a wild rabbit lying at his feet. "Take this back with you." Ye Zhou was puzzled as to why Old Feng was being so amiable. Did he have some request? "You summoned me. What is it?" Ye Zhou preferred not to beat around the bush. "Hold on, sit down first, and let us sample this tea." Old Feng instructed a beautiful woman behind him to pour tea. 3 lovely ladies obediently rushed to serve tea. The teapot was fashioned from a tin can, with a short spout, and the teacups were made from bamboo tubes. Ye Zhou lifted his cup, hesitating briefly. Worried it might be poisoned? Old Feng laughed heartily. After tasting it, Ye Zhou found the aroma enchanting and the flavor refreshing. Old Feng pointed out, "There are a few tea trees on the cliff above. I picked some leaves this morning. I was in a hurry and didn't have time to process them properly. So make do with this. The taste is excellent. This is fine tea," Ye Zhou praised. As they savored the tea, a voice suddenly called out, "Waner, bring me a cup of tea." Ye Zhou then noticed Qin Fei seated in one of the grass huts, his neck awkwardly tilted, leaning against the doorway in a disheveled state. Yang Wan picked up a cup and glanced at Old Feng, seemingly seeking permission. "1 cup of tea costs 10,000. Will you pay?" Old Feng inquired of Qin Fei. This was outrageous, profiting from his fortune. In civilized society, it would be blatant extortion. Yet, Qin Fei responded nonchalantly, "Waner, just add it to the tab." Yang Wan handed him the tea. Qin Fei's neck was immobile, and the wound on his ear was crusted and dark. He tilted his head to take a sip, scalding his tongue. Enraged, Qin Fei hurled the bamboo cup at Yang Wan. "You vile woman, are you trying to kill me?" Yang Wan, feeling wronged, replied, "Qin Fei, don't blame me. Don't take your anger out on me. Traitor, I should have dealt with you on the cruise ship." Qin Fei grimaced. "Qin Fei, are you even human?" Yang Wan retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. "My father will send someone. Just wait, and you will reap what you have sown," Qin Fei threatened. Old Feng scoffed derisively, tearing off a piece of rabbit meat and tossing it over. Qin Fei hurriedly picked it up, shoving it into his mouth as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Once a wealthy scion accustomed to the finest delicacies, he now found himself mute, stifled by a mere piece of rabbit meat. Old Feng erupted into laughter as a bodyguard. He was often treated like a servant by Qin Fei, but now he relished the role of the master. Qin Fei's sister, Qin Shi, brought her brother a cup of water. "Brother, take your time eating and drink some water." "Little Shi, I am powerless and have been bullied by them." "Brother, you cannot entirely blame them. Some of your actions were indeed misguided. Do you look down on me as well? Do you still regard me as your brother? You are my dear brother. How could I ever disdain you? It is merely that we boarded the wrong vessel, finding ourselves marooned on this desolate island, enduring such misfortune." The siblings lamented, their expressions grim and sorrowful. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan sipped tea. Finally, Feng Yuan articulated his purpose. If rescue arrives, it will be within the next couple of days. I would like to enlist your help in preparing a signal fire on the mountain, to ignite it when rescue comes and signal for help. Ye Zhou readily agreed, sharing the same intent, but realizing the task was too great to handle alone. After some discussion, they resolved to establish the signal fire on a higher peak to the west. The mountain was not far, yet it was steep, and they would need to traverse a forest along the way. Without delay, the two stood and began their ascent. Feng Yuan led the way, using his dagger to clear the path, while Ye Zhou followed closely, vigilant of their surroundings. The forest was dense with underbrush, concealing unseen dangers. Suddenly, nearby foliage rustled as if disturbed by wildlife. Feng Yuan halted, signaling to Ye Zhou to remain still. They held their breath, alert to the sound around them. The bushes stirred again, and a wild animal revealed part of its form. Moments later, a grotesque head emerged from behind a tree, with sharp teeth and tusks, confirming it to be a wild boar. The two exchanged glances, elated. Surely, this was an unexpected bounty. Yet, they could not afford to be careless. Such creatures could be formidable when provoked. Ye Zhou raised his bow, knocking an arrow in preparation, while Feng Yuan gripped his dagger tightly. The boar seemed to sense their presence, turning its head to scrutinize them. Perhaps it was encountering humans for the first time, unacquainted with their capabilities. Instead of retreating, it snored defiantly. With precision, Ye Zhou seized the moment and released an arrow, striking the boar in the neck, embedding itself over an inch deep. The arrowhead, fashioned from sharp stone, did not possess the lethality they had anticipated. The boar, startled and terrified, emitted a series of frantic cries, charging towards them in a frenzy. Ye Zhou drew another arrow, releasing it swiftly. This time it struck the boar's leg. The animal staggered as if about to collapse. It managed to regain its footing and continued its assault. Clearly, the vital spot had not been hit, and Ye Zhou cursed his lack of skill in archery. Drawing his final arrow, Ye Zhou prepared to knock it, but the boar was already upon him. It barreled towards him, and Feng Yuan instinctively pushed Ye Zhou aside, confronting the boar with his dagger raised. The boar, anticipating the attack, bent its front legs, causing Feng Yuan's strike to miss. He was sent sprawling to the ground as the boar collided with him. The wild boar turned and charged at Ye Zhou once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Ye Zhou rolled to the side just in time. The boar, with two arrows lodged in its body, continued to rampage. Feng Yuan, having risen from the ground, seized the moment and leaped forward, aiming his dagger at the creature's head. Unexpectedly, the boar's speed was too great. It pivoted, causing Feng Yuan to miss. After a furious bout of thrashing, the boar, bleeding from its neck and legs, exhausted its strength and collapsed onto its knees. Ye Zhou raised his bow, but before he could release the arrow, the boar miraculously regained its feet and charged again. Whoosh! The arrow struck its eye. However, due to the proximity, the arrow lacked sufficient force to bring the beast down. This wild boar, imbued with remarkable vitality, grew increasingly frenzied despite its grievous wounds. Ye Zhou was knocked to the ground by the boar, his head striking a tree trunk with a heavy thud. Dazed and disoriented, he blindly struck at the boar's head with his fists. As blood streamed from his fractured brow, obscuring his vision, he caught a glimpse of Feng Yuan approaching with a dagger in hand. Why isn't old Feng slaying the boar? He pondered. Feng Yuan stood before Ye Zhou, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. You have already slain it, he remarked, delivering a swift kick to the boar. Overwhelmed by tension, Ye Zhou finally recognized that the beast was indeed dead. It appeared that when it fell, the arrow had been driven deep into its eye by the impact with the tree, delivering a fatal blow. Relieved yet shaken, Ye Zhou silently acknowledged the close call. Feng Yuan extended his hand, helping Ye Zhou to his feet. Concerned about losing their catch, they hoisted the boar and returned to their camp. Upon sighting the prey, the women rushed over with exclamations of surprise. Yang Wan, frightened, retreated, exclaiming, "How terrifying! Is this thing edible?" Ling Ziyu covered her nose, lamenting, "It reeks, it's filthy." The youngest among them, Qin Shi, displayed the greatest courage, asking, "Is this a wild boar? I've never had wild boar meat before." Feng Yuan instructed them to build a fire to roast the boar's bristles away. The women, accustomed to lives of luxury, were ill-suited for such labor. Feng Yuan shook his head. "You ladies, one cannot simply feast without contributing. It is exhausting to provide for you all alone. We shall learn gradually, you miser. They retorted playfully. You are a man. It is unbecoming to have the lady's work. Their voices chimed with playful indignation. With no other option, Feng Yuan maintained a stern demeanor and instructed them to fetch water, gather firewood, and forage for fruits, tasks that were more manageable. Ye Zhou called Lu Jingzhu over to assist. Upon seeing him, Lu Jingzhu gasped in alarm, for his face and body were smeared with blood. Were you hurt? She inquired, her instincts as a nurse prompting her to examine his wounds meticulously. Aside from a fractured brow and some scrapes on his arm, he suffered no serious injuries. Lu Jingzhu led him to the riverbank to clean his wounds, binding them with cloth strips. There may be medicinal herbs atop that cliff. I will go have a look, she suggested, pointing to the rocky outcrop above. No, that place is too perilous, Ye Zhou objected. Though the cliff was not particularly high or distant, it was devoid of a path, making it difficult to ascend. Moreover, the forest harbored venomous snakes and wild boars, rendering it unsafe. When the time permits, I will accompany you, Ye Zhou said. Lu Jingzhu recalled the venomous snakes and wild boars, which dissuaded her from the idea. Do you possess knowledge of herbal medicine? Ye Zhou inquired. Lu Jingzhu replied, my grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I learned from him since childhood. I initially aspired to become a doctor when I grew up, but my academic performance was lacking, leading me to enroll in a health school instead. That is splendid. I will join you in gathering herbs and learn from you along the way, Ye Zhou expressed joyfully. Upon returning to the campsite, Ye Zhou said to Feng Yuan, let them be occupied. We should proceed to construct the beacon tower. Are you injured? Is it serious? Feng Yuan asked. It is nothing grave. It does not impede me, Ye Zhou assured. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed someone was missing. Where is young Master Qin? Why is he absent? Never mind him. That useless fellow will not amount to anything. It is better to remain cautious. The two departed the campsite to build the beacon tower. They traversed through thickets and encountered no further dangers. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered even higher peaks looming behind them. A chasm lay between the mountains. To ascend the greater heights, they must cross the gorge, which would require at least 2 days. This location is quite suitable, aside from the towering peak to the north. The other 3 directions offer a broad view, perfect for establishing a beacon tower. They felled trees and gathered dry branches to form a pile. The dry twigs were used to ignite the fire, while the damp ones produced smoke. The beacon tower was completed. They sat down to rest, gazing at the distant coastline, each lost in their own thoughts. Ye Zhou reminisced about his mother, the only person in the world he truly cared for. She endured hardship, raising him single-handedly. Yet he had not provided her with a single day of comfort. Now in distress, he wondered when he would escape this predicament, and if he would ever see her again in his lifetime. His mother must be heartbroken, knowing he is missing. It was already the 4th day. She should have received news of the maritime disaster. Ye Zhou dared not dwell on it, fearing he would weep and become a subject of mockery for the elder Feng. Stealing a glance at Feng, he was surprised to see tears glistening on the man's face. There is something I am uncertain whether to ask or not, Ye Zhou ventured cautiously. Feng Yuan, realizing his lapse, wiped away his tears and said, coincidentally, I have some words I wish to share as well. You speak first. No, you go ahead, they insisted, each yielding to the other. Ye Zhou began, I heard that your daughter is to undergo surgery? Mentioning his daughter reddened Feng Yuan's eyes once more. A former professional boxer, Feng Yuan established a small company after retiring, which prospered reasonably well. A few years prior, his wife fell ill with cancer, and despite the considerable expenses, her life could not be saved. Following her death, he fell into despair, losing interest in business, ultimately leading to the bankruptcy of his company. However, when his daughter entered junior high, he emerged from his sorrow, working tirelessly for her sake. With his skills, he initially became a boxing sparring partner, later gaining the recognition of Qin Yuan, who hired him as a bodyguard. At first, he declined the offer, not out of fear of danger, but due to his reluctance to be subservient. To put it bluntly, being a private bodyguard felt akin to being a household servant, and to put it even less graciously, it resembled being a lapdog for the wealthy. However, fate was unkind. His daughter fell gravely ill just before her college entrance examination, preventing her from participating. Feng Yuan took on the role of bodyguard, tasked with ensuring Qin Fei's personal safety. The task at hand is far from straightforward. The Qin family, entrenched in business, adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest, often offending others and facing threats of kidnapping and violence. Yet Feng Yuan, disregarding these dangers, is willing to toil relentlessly for substantial remuneration. Recently, his daughter's health has deteriorated, necessitating a kidney transplant. Having already lost his wife, he now grapples with the grave illness of his beloved daughter, a burden that weighs heavily upon him. After sharing his plight, Feng Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering the futility of his words. What use is this? It only serves to belittle you. Not at all, Ye Zhou quickly interjected. Have you gathered enough funds for the surgery? He inquired with genuine concern. Last year, Feng Yuan had taken a stab for Qin Fei, narrowly escaping death. The Qin family compensated him handsomely, and with his savings accumulated over the past 6 months, he estimated he was nearly there. As he spoke, he gestured to the back of his head. It was then that Ye Zhou noticed a scar concealed beneath Feng Yuan's hair. I had planned to resign at the end of the month to take my daughter for treatment, but the cruise incident was unforeseen, Feng Yuan lamented. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Through Feng Yuan, one could grasp the profound sacrifices and heartaches of father. Separated from his gravely ill daughter by vast distances, it was easy to imagine the turmoil within his heart. There will be a rescue. Searches are already underway, and they will find us soon, Ye Zhou asserted, attempting to sound reassuring. However, the critical window for rescue had already passed. It was now the 4th day. Feng Yuan was devoid of hope, his demeanor steeped in worry. Surviving this calamity will surely bring blessings. Not only will we endure, but we shall thrive, Ye Zhou encouraged. My daughter's illness cannot wait. Feng Yuan sighed deeply. What sins have I committed in my past life? Brother Feng, do not think like that, Ye Zhou replied, unsure of what to say next. After a moment, their emotions settled. Ye Zhou asked, Brother Feng, do you have anything to say to your younger brother? Feng Yuan's expression grew grave. Someone is plotting against you. Are you aware of this? Ye Zhou's heart skipped a beat, bewildered by his meaning. Plot against me? Who would do such a thing? He was skeptical of Feng Yuan's words. Do you have any enemies? Think carefully. Have you offended anyone? Feng Yuan probed. Ye Zhou reflected, convinced he had no enemies. In the trivialities of life, I might have upset someone, but I doubt it has led to deep-seated enmity. On the cruise, were you aware of 2 individuals eyeing you? Feng Yuan inquired. 2? What do they want from me? Ye Zhou was puzzled. In my line of work, I can discern ill intentions at a glance. Do you believe those 2 would find you a match for their efforts? Then why haven't they acted? What do they look like? Ye Zhou half believed Feng Yuan, feeling a hint of curiosity. I mean, were their appearances, their attire? Do I have any recollection? One is stout, and the other slender. The stout one wears a blue floral shirt, while the lean one dons a black tank top. The heavier one likely weighs around 200 pounds, with a distinctly ambiguous smile. The slender one bears a scar on his forehead and has a rather menacing visage. As Feng Yuan described the 2, Ye Zhou found himself with a vague recollection. The cruise had embarked from a city, heading towards a renowned tourist resort island. With over 300 passengers aboard, few had left a lasting impression on him. An open attack can be evaded, yet a hidden strike is difficult to guard against. Feng Yuan cautioned him. They have likely already fed the sea turtle, Ye Zhou replied with a smile. Upon reflection, Ye Zhou considered that this indeed seemed plausible. On the day of the incident, he had leapt onto a lifeboat, only to be thrust into the sea before he could regain his balance. At the time, he had thought little of it, but now he pondered whether someone had deliberately sought to harm him. Who would wish to do me harm? Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for an answer. Listen, Feng Yuan suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. The sound drew closer, resembling the roar of an aircraft engine. The 2 turned to gaze behind them, where the noise appeared to be concealed by the peaks. A helicopter. Rescue is here. Ye Zhou shouted in delight. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter emerged from behind a mountain, circling overhead before heading westward. Light the fire, Feng Yuan urged, retrieving his lighter and striking it with force. Perhaps due to the tension, the lighter slipped from his grasp and fell into the pile of kindling. Ye Zhou removed his shirt, waving it vigorously while calling for help. The helicopter circled above the beach before veering back toward the towering heights behind them. Feng Yuan managed to retrieve the lighter, attempting to ignite it once more, yet no flame appeared. The sound of the helicopter's engine grew, increasingly proximate, as if it were still circling behind the mountain. With a resounding roar, the fire ignited, fueled by the wind's favor, and blazed fiercely. Feng Yuan waved damp branches over the flames, creating thick smoke. The helicopter flashed into view from behind the summit. only to recede further into the distance until silence enveloped the sky once more. Had they truly missed their chance at rescue? Feng Yuan slumped despondently onto the ground. They must have seen us, Ye Zhou said, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. They've gone back for reinforcements, he added, clinging to a thread of optimism. However, both understood that if the rescuers had spotted them, they would have surely devised a means to land, or at least signaled their presence. The absence of any indication suggested they had not detected any anomalies on the island. The rescue team finally arrived on the fourth day, indicating that this desolate isle lay far from the incident's epicenter and was not deemed a priority for search and rescue efforts. Such extensive, sparse net-style searches made the prospect of a second operation exceedingly unlikely, significantly diminishing the chances of the island harboring any survivors. There is still hope. We shall not surrender easily, for lives are at stake, Ye Zhou assured Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan appeared on the verge of giving up, sitting despondently on the ground, deeply engulfed in despair. Ye Zhou, however, remained optimistic, mentally preparing for an extended survival. He ventured halfway up the mountain to gather some dry branches, constructing a signal fire for rescue. After a prolonged period of labor, he noticed Feng Yuan still seated, staring blankly at the ground. "Brother, do you want me to carry you down?" Ye Zhou teased, concerned for his companion's spirits. "I'll sit for a moment." Feng Yuan finally lifted his head, showing a hint of improvement in his demeanor. "All right, I'll go hunt a wild boar. Try to keep your spirits up," Ye Zhou replied, turning to depart. "Take this." Feng Yuan tossed him a dagger. Ye Zhou caught it deftly. This sturdy implement would indeed be necessary for butchering the pig. Upon returning to the camp, Ye Zhou slaughtered the wild boar, preparing it for roasting over the fire, intending to preserve the remaining portions with salt. "Who will fetch some salt?" Ye Zhou called to the women nearby. "I will." Lu Jingshu rose to her feet. Ye Zhou shook his head, gesturing for her to sit down. He addressed the other three beauties. "You three must understand one principle. Self-reliance leads to abundance." Upon hearing they were to work, the ladies pouted in discontent. "Did you hear the sound of the airplane engines just now?" Ye Zhou inwitted. "Of course we did. None of us are deaf," Yang Wan replied, her lips pursed. "We shouted and waved. How could they possibly miss us? Even if they were deaf, they couldn't possibly be blind." Ling Ziyu animatedly gestured, truly embodying the spirit of an actress. "It's the rescue team. How wonderful. We are saved," Qin Shi exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. "Saved? I fear it's not as promising as you think." Ye Zhou dispelled their fantasies, urging them to confront reality. "There are too many of us, and the plane is too small. It cannot accommodate everyone. They must have sent a larger plane to fetch us." "Exactly. You're quite right." The beauties chattered enthusiastically. Ye Zhou could hardly contain his amusement. These lovely ladies, each more enchanting than the last, were astonishingly naive. "The rescue will not arrive. The plane is too far away to see us," he informed them. The beauties regarded him with skepticism, casting disdainful glances. Ye Zhou chose not to elaborate further. Instructing Yang Wan, "You go fetch some salt." Yang Wan widened her eyes, protesting. "On what grounds? No one can reap without sowing. Do you think we are still at home?" Ye Zhou replied curtly. Reluctantly, Yang Wan glanced at the meat roasting over the fire and acquiesced. Ye Zhou guided her on how to gather salt. She nodded, only half comprehending, and took a bamboo tube and strips to the beach. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Zhou felt a twinge of concern, but reassured himself that the path was likely safe. The route to the beach had been well established, with no large animals present, and venomous snakes typically do not attack unless provoked. Caution should suffice. After Yang Wan departed, Ye Zhou and Lu Jingshu ascended the mountain to forage for herbs. Survival on a deserted island posed constant dangers. Besides the potential injuries from hunting and gathering, they also had to contend with illnesses like colds and fevers. Climbing to a cliff, they discovered an abundance of usable herbs, some for staunching bleeding, others for reducing swelling, some for combating colds, and others for nutritional supplementation. Additionally, they gathered wild leeks and garlic for cooking. "Look," Lu Jingshu exclaimed, pointing something out to Ye Zhou. Following her gesture, he noticed a patch of wild grass on the cliff, adorned with delicate golden flowers. Lu Jingshu informed him that was called golden edge grass, a rare herb. "What is its purpose?" Ye Zhou asked curiously. "Used in soups or infusions, it can strengthen the body," Lu Jingshu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Can enhance a baby's blood circulation?" Ye Zhou guessed its properties, observing her demeanor. Yes, if a man consumes it, he becomes quite formidable, Lu Jingshu said, her face turning crimson. Is that so? Then I shall certainly give it a try to see just how potent it is. Ye Zhou laughed heartily. Perhaps it's best not to. Such herbs can be perilous, Lu Jingshu cautioned him. What dangers could possibly arise? Ye Zhou inquired. After consuming it, without a companion, one might find their vitality compromised, inadvertently causing harm to oneself. Fear not, for you are here. Let us experiment shortly. I shan't partake in this trial with you. Seek another. Though Lu Jingzhu verbally declined, her body unmistakably betrayed her excitement as she unconsciously leaned closer to Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou, unperturbed, contemplated testing the efficacy of the herbal remedy atop the peak once it was procured. His imagination wandered, eagerly envisioning Lu Jingzhu's pleas for mercy, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. The golden-edged grass thrived on steep cliffs, and the process of harvesting it was perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall. Ye Zhou secured a long vine to a rock and began his descent along the cliff. Be cautious. If you cannot procure it, do not force it, Lu Jingzhu said, her concern for his safety evident. In truth, this minor challenge posed no difficulty for Ye Zhou, who had trained in rock climbing during his military service. He descended alongside the vine to the golden-edged grass, grasping a nearby sapling, his feet firmly planted in the crevices of the rock face. Extending his arm, he reached the grass, uprooting it with ease and biting down on it, ascending the cliff with the vine. Ye Zhou was eager to test the remedy's properties with Lu Jingzhu upon the precipice. Lu Jingzhu repeatedly waved her hands, cautioning, all medicines carry a degree of toxicity. This substance is potent and dangerous. It must be brewed into a soup first. Very well, we shall discuss it this evening, Ye Zhou replied, filled with anticipation. The two clasped hands and returned to their camp. The wild boar meat sizzled, releasing a tantalizing aroma into the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. With Yang Wan's prolonged absence, Ye Zhou grew anxious. Lu Jingzhu urged him to check on her, asserting that it would be wise to ensure her safety, considering they all shared their meals and should care for one another. Ye Zhou secured his dagger at his waist and descended the mountain in search of Yang Wan. Upon reaching the beach, he found no sign of her, so he began to search southward along the coastline. Rounding a rocky outcrop, he faintly heard voices. One belonged to Yang Wan, while the other was unmistakably Qin Fei's. The sounds emanated from behind a boulder. Ye Zhou's mind raced, pondering whether this pair harbored ulterior motives. The human heart is inscrutable. Despite their seemingly fragile exterior, they could very well scheme in ways one could scarcely anticipate. He concealed himself, eavesdropping on their conversation. Yang Wan was gathering sea salt by the shore and had expended considerable effort to fill half a bamboo tube when she encountered Qin Fei. Qin Fei, what are you doing here? I was worried about you, did you know? Yang Wan expressed her concern. Qin Fei, tilting his head and slumping his shoulders, appeared quite disheveled. Come back with me. They are roasting meat, Yang Wan insisted, hoping to lead him away. Qin Fei cast a sidelong glance. Are you here to mock me? You think too much. If you continue speaking like that, I shall become upset, Yang Wan replied, her expression turning stern. Qin Fei tugged at her, guiding her toward the cliff's edge. Yang Wan resisted, but reluctantly followed him to a nearby rock. As darkness fell, she surveyed the vast ocean and the desolate mountains behind her, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Nevertheless, she patiently implored Qin Fei. Have you seen a rescue plane? We will be home soon. Qin Fei declared, they have treated me thus. I cannot return. No, I will return. And I shall kill them. Yang Wan remained oblivious to the malevolent glint emanating from Qin Fei's eyes. Qin Fei, do not frighten me. Please be well. We are about to return home, awakened from this state. Qin Fei glanced at the bamboo tube in her hand and replied mockingly, what is that you possess? Are you assisting them, aspiring to be their maid? Yang Wan, unaware of the peril, urged, you have been gone for a day. Everyone is worried. Come back with me. Qin Fei raised his hand and knocked the bamboo tube from Yang Wan's grasp. You are just like them. You have betrayed me, he spat venomously. Qin Fei, we have fallen to such depths. We must endure. Endure? Are you truly my woman? Of course, I promise to marry you. I will eventually be yours. My woman cannot be so debased. Your words are utterly disappointing. You do not love me. I understand completely. You are merely using me. Qin Fei's voice tore through the air like a rending fabric. It was only then that Yang Wan recognized something was amiss. Terrified, she stumbled back, her body pressing against the rocky outcrop behind her. "You cunning wretch, you have been deceiving me all along," Qin Fei hissed, gripping her throat. "Qin Fei, have you lost your mind?" Yang Wan gasped, struggling for words. "It is long overdue for you to be dealt with," he proclaimed, tearing away her upper garment. "On the cruise, I should have taken you then," he said, lifting her skirt, attempting to remove her undergarments. Yang Wan cried out in panic, desperately clutching her skirt. Qin Fei swung his hand, delivering a heavy slap to her face. The events unfolded too swiftly. Ye Zhou, eavesdropping from behind the rocks, was utterly shocked. How could this be? They appeared to be a couple, yet their souls were estranged. What seemed like flirtation has turned into violence. Ye Zhou emerged, seizing Qin Fei by the collar and delivering a punch. Qin Fei, believing he was confronted by a specter, was filled with terror. Upon realizing it was Ye Zhou, he lunged desperately at him. The two became entangled in a struggle. Ye Zhou, showing restraint, kneed him in the face and then elbowed him in the back. Qin Fei fell limply to the ground. Yang Wan, shaken, collapsed on the ground. Ye Zhou helped her to her feet, asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" As Yang Wan regained her composure, she could no longer contain herself and wept openly in Ye Zhou's embrace. Ye Zhou comforted her and draped her in her clothing once more. He then picked up the bamboo tube from ground, which still contained a small amount of sea salt, and surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Qin Fei. Ye Zhou paid little mind. He merely sought to teach Qin Fei a lesson, hoping he would reform. Famished, he will return, Ye Zhou thought. As they made their way back, Ye Zhou walked ahead, while Yang Wan followed closely behind, clutching the hem of his garment, as if fearing to lose him. The sky darkened completely as night fell. The path was uneven, and they navigated it with caution. Suddenly, Yang Wan let out a gasp and fell to the ground. "What happened?" Ye Zhou asked, alert. "I twisted my ankle," Yang Wan replied softly. "Try standing. See if you can walk," Ye Zhou encouraged her. Yang Wan rose to her feet, took a step forward, and stumbled in pain, but fortunately, Ye Zhou was there to catch her in time. Nestled in his embrace, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling she could not quite articulate. Ye Zhou's timely intervention filled her with gratitude, deepening her trust and reliance on him. It was as if the tumult of the past few days had evaporated, granting her a fleeting moment of serenity. She even forgot her perilous situation, deluding herself into believing she was enveloped in a sweet, warm dream. Enraptured by this brief fantasy, she whispered softly, "Carry me back, would you?" Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of shyness. Chapter 014. Special care. Ye Zhou was taken aback, struck by her delicate words. A surge of energy coursed through him as he lifted Yang Wan effortlessly, striding toward the camp. "Goodness, am I rushing to a funeral?" he muttered under his breath, subconsciously slowing his pace. Yang Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft lips brushing against his ear, her gentle breaths sending delightful shivers down his spine. He found himself enchanted, the sounds of her breathing resonating in his ears, stirring emotions deep within his heart. Even stranded on a deserted island, I find myself in such bliss. Ye Zhou chuckled to himself, bemused by the indulgence of his own heart. "Thank you for saving me." Yang Wan expressed her gratitude. "You know my name is Ye Zhou?" "Yes, everyone is talking about you." "Talking? About my handsome looks? They say you resemble a leopard. Not agile enough, I suppose." Ye Zhou replied, a hint of pride in his tone. "Do you know what I said?" "Don't tell me. Let me guess." Ye Zhou's interest was piqued. "All right. You have 3 chances, monkey." Ye Zhou guessed. "Is it a monkey?" "Wrong, wrong." Yang Wan shook her head vigorously, tickling his neck. "Guess a woman. I'm feeling reckless." Ye Zhou suddenly relinquished his efforts, understanding the nature of the game. "No, you must guess," Yang Wan insisted, relentless. "Wild boar," he guessed playfully, deliberately missing the mark. "Incorrect. This is your last chance." Yang Wan's tone turned slightly anxious, fearing he might fail. Ye Zhou found her reaction amusing. Holding Yang Wan for an extended period began to tire him. "How are you feeling? Does your foot still hurt? Should I put you down to try walking a few steps?" he inquired. No, my foot hurts too much," Yang Wan replied, almost playfully. Ye Zhou adjusted her position slightly, bringing her closer to his chest, which eased the strain a bit. "Keep guessing," Yang Wan urged, eager for his response. Ye Zhou contemplated an animal he was confident would be correct. Just as he was about to speak, a shadow flickered in front of him. Realizing the danger, he knew he could not evade in time, with Yang Wan still in his arms. Hidden behind a tree, Qin Fei aimed at Ye Zhou, raising a wooden stick. With a resounding thud, the stick struck Ye Zhou's head. Darkness enveloped him, and he slipped into unconsciousness. In the haze of his disorientation, he faintly heard Yang Wan calling out to him. Struggling to rise, his vision remained blurred, rendering everything indistinct. He felt Yang Wan shaking his shoulders, desperate for his attention. He regained some consciousness and attempted to grasp Yang Wan, yet his efforts were in vain, and he collapsed to the ground once more. He felt his body being dragged, producing a rustling sound against the earth. In a daze, he sensed that this scene had occurred before. A memory surfaced, depicting a struggle during his military service, where he fought against an opponent and sustained a heavy blow. Drowsy and longing for sleep, he understood that slumber equated to death, and death meant the end of everything. His sole thought was to awaken his consciousness, to summon his willpower to lift his eyelids. A flicker of light pierced through the darkness. He summoned his last ounce of strength to slightly open his eyes. He beheld Qin Fei raising his arm, the dagger in his hand glinting with a deadly shimmer. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Opposing me is tantamount to courting death. As Qin Fei lifted the dagger, his words rendered his lethal intentions somewhat sluggish. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wan leapt from behind. At the moment he thrust with force, Yang Wan clamped down fiercely on his arm. "You foul wench!" Qin Fei bellowed, throwing Yang Wan to the ground. He mounted her, delivering several slaps until she lost consciousness. "I'll deal with you later." Qin Fei turned to seek Ye Zhou. However, Ye Zhou found him first. With a sharp crack, Qin Fei's neck emitted a brittle sound, and his body slowly crumpled. Ye Zhou had incapacitated Qin Fei, but could not maintain his own strength. Darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. When Ye Zhou awoke, he found himself cradled in Lu Jingshu's arms. He sipped a few drops of water before drifting off again. At noon, he roused once more. "How do you feel? Are you better?" Lu Jingshu had been vigilantly watching over him. Ye Zhou nodded, experiencing a sharp pain in his head. "You must be hungry. Let us have something to eat." Lu Jingshu fed him a few spoonfuls of meat soup, and Ye Zhou felt a bit more revitalized. "How'd I get back?" Lu Jingshu replied. "Old Feng carried you back." "What about Yang Wan? How is she?" Ye Zhou expressed concern for Yang Wan. Lu Jingshu, slightly displeased, teasingly asked, "Who is Yang Wan?" Aware that she was feigning ignorance, Ye Zhou chose to change the subject. "No woman is devoid of jealousy. Stay still. I'll take care of you," Lu Jingshu said, helping him remove his shirt. She dipped a cloth in warm water, wrung it out, and began to wipe his body. "Is this comfortable?" she inquired. "If there were a vote for the best nurse, I'd decast my ballot for you," Ye Zhou replied with a smile. "Who needs your vote?" "I want you to present me with the award directly," Lu Jingshu quipped, her touch becoming ever more gentle and meticulous. After wiping his chest, she planted a kiss on him and instructed him to turn over so she could tend his back. That feels good," Ye Zhou murmured, thoroughly enjoying the attention. After tending to his back, Lu Jingshu placed another kiss there, encouraging him to lie on his back again. "Next, we must attend to your legs." Lu Jingshu undid his belt, hesitating for a moment, as if contemplating her emotions. Then, with the anticipation of unwrapping a precious gift, she carefully began to peel away the outer layer. The trousers snagged on something, refusing to come off. "You're not being compliant," Lu Jingshu said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "What is wrong? Where have I been dishonest?" Ye Zhou deliberately provoked. Lu Jingshu exemplified the professional ethics of a nurse, exhibiting immense patience as she assisted the patient in removing his trousers. Ye Zhou not only resisted, but also intentionally created difficulties. "Could you please cooperate a little?" Lu Jingshu implored. "Give me a kiss." Ye Zhou made an unreasonable request. "What kind of patient are you?" Lu Jingshu chided. "I'm actually quite afraid of nurses." Ye Zhou admitted, complying as she successfully helped him remove his trousers. "What is so frightening about nurses?" Lu Jingshu inquired, gently wiping his legs. "I fear injections. I've had a psychological shadow since childhood." Ye Zhou candidly revealed his vulnerability. "It seems you rarely have injections. If you had more, you wouldn't be so afraid." Lu Jingshu remarked sensibly. Ye Zhou felt a tickling sensation on his legs as she finished wiping them and rinsed the cloth in clean water before attending to the remaining areas. As a nurse, Lu Jingshu had seen a myriad of bodies, but in the face of Ye Zhou, she felt utterly bewildered. This was not an ordinary patient, and thus, conventional care could not suffice. In this realm of specialized nursing, as an inexperienced ordinary woman, she appeared clumsy and awkward throughout the process. Are you done? Ye Zhou closed his eyes, relishing the warmth. Not yet. Don't move, Lu Jingzhu cautioned, moving with great deliberation. Chapter 015. Ecstatic madness. Ye Zhou grasped her arm, which felt exquisitely smooth. With a gentle tug, Lu Jingzhu tumbled to the ground. What kind of care is this? It's clearly taking advantage of me, Ye Zhou remarked. As my patient, I decide how to care for you, Lu Jingzhu retorted. Ye Zhou gazed into her eyes, asserting, I require special care. Lu Jingzhu fluttered her long eyelashes. This is already quite special. What more do you desire? I want something even more special, extraordinarily special, he insisted. Then you must plead with me and see if I am pleased, she replied. Angel of mercy, I implore you to take care of me. Very well. Just lie there and don't move, Lu Jingzhu said as she straightened. That is not what I meant. You've misunderstood my intention, Ye Zhou began to tease again. It's too late, Lu Jingzhu asserted, taking control of his body. Now you belong to me. You had better behave, for I intend to leave you in a state of ecstasy, unable to resist. You spare no one, not even your patients, Ye Zhou accused her of inhumanity, though excitement surged within him. Do you want me to call you husband? Go ahead, louder. Lu Jingzhu, the little devil, was already incoherent. Call me husband. Ye Zhou urgit anjosli. Ye Zhou, Lu Jingzhu called out, suddenly leaning against his shoulder and biting him fiercely. After a while, both fell asleep. The sun hung low. Nearing dusk, Ye Zhou and Lu Jingzhu awoke and headed to Old Feng's place for dinner. Upon entering the camp, they saw everyone enjoying their meal. Old Feng sat by the fire with 3 beautiful women, while Qin Fei was tied to a tree. Spotting Ye Zhou, Old Feng beckoned them to sit and dine together. Ye Zhou, famished, wasted no time and eagerly grabbed some rabbit meat to eat. Brother Feng, please let Qin Fei go. The women had learned to address Old Feng differently. Feng Yuan remarked, I shall reiterate, whoever dares to release him secretly shall be expelled alongside him. This illustrates the law of the jungle. Where there is a morsel to consume, there exists the power to govern the situation. The ladies dared not utter another word, fearing that Old Feng might disregard them. Ye Zhou stealthily glanced at Yang Wan, only to find her surreptitiously observing him in return. Their eyes met, and feeling a surge of guilt, Ye Zhou swiftly averted his gaze. Such a minute action did not escape Lu Jingzhu's notice. Ye Zhou, aren't you going to show any concern? Lu Jingzhu taunted. Ye Zhou pretended not to hear, engrossed in gnawing on a piece of rabbit meat. In the face of Lu Jingzhu's animosity, Yang Wan not only remained unperturbed but boldly approached and seated herself beside Ye Zhou. Brother Ye Zhou, thank you for rescuing me. Yang Wan expressed her gratitude. It was nothing, Ye Zhou replied courteously. Yang Wan offered him a wild fruit, which he accepted and placed in his mouth. Is it delicious? Share one with me. Lu Jingzhu leaned in, positioning herself between them. Yang Wan handed her a fruit, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ye Zhou. Lu Jingzhu turned her head and stuffed the wild fruit into Ye Zhou's mouth. Is it sweet? Did Yang Wan's fruit sweeten your heart? Lu Jingzhu's words dripped with sarcasm. Ye Zhou appeared quite embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Yang Wan interjected, Sister Jingzhu, I believe you and Brother Ye Zhou are quite suited for one another. Lu Jingzhu inquired, What do you mean by that, sister? Yang Wan Zhuklet, some individuals are perpetually fearful of others stealing their possessions. To put it bluntly, it resembles. Lu Jingzhu, caught off guard, asked curiously, resembles what? Like a dog guarding its food? Yang Wan successfully turned the tables. Lu Jingzhu's expression darkened. Enough of the bickering. Ye Zhou could no longer contain himself and shouted. The 2 women, still eager to argue, fell silent upon witnessing Ye Zhou's display of authority. You wretched woman, Yang Wan, Qin Fei shouted. Having been drowsy until that moment, he suddenly regained his energy. Confronted by her former lover, Yang Wan felt a pang of guilt and began to raise her voice. Taking a bamboo tube of water, she approached Qin Fei and, to everyone's astonishment, splashed it onto his face. Qin Fei, bound and furious, unleashed a torrent of foul language. Yang Wan raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face. She rushed over to intervene, tears streaming down her face. Sister, how could you treat my brother this way? Yang Wan replied with a cold smile, Little she, are you unaware of how your brother has treated me in the past? Qin Shi countered, regardless, you cannot strike him. You are his girlfriend and are soon to be engaged. Yang Wan exclaimed, last night, he treated me like a beast. How can you defend him? Feeling a sense of guilt, Qin Shi ceased her argument, tears in her eyes as she fed her brother. The Qin siblings, born into a wealthy family and accustomed to being pampered, had never experienced such indignities. Reduced to this plight, they lamented their harsh fate, unable to suppress their sobs. At just 18, Qin Shi was young yet remarkably astute. Having studied abroad, she returned home to visit family, accompanying her brother on an outing, only to find themselves in the midst of a cruise disaster. In a bid to survive, she implored her brother, speak kindly to them, admit your faults, and seek their forgiveness. Seek their forgiveness? What is my identity, Qin Fei, that I could beseech them? Qin Fei stubbornly clung to his pride, his heart harboring deep-seated resentment from the harrowing experiences of recent days, vowing to never coexist peacefully with his enemies. Qin Shi urged him, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Survival is the path to hope. The implication was clear. A wise hero does not suffer short-term losses. They should wait for rescue and settle scores later. Qin Fei understood this, yet his narrow-mindedness and unyielding rage prevented him from humbling himself to admit fault. Do not force him to apologize, said Feng Yuan coldly. Brother Feng, do not forget your position. The Qin family has provided for you bodyguards without any injustice. Qin Shi struggled to comprehend Feng Yuan's betrayal of his master. Provided for us? Feng Yuan retorted, angered by her words. Indeed, you wealthy individuals have always treated us as mere tools and lapdogs. Brother Feng, that is not my intention. Qin Shi realized that provoking him would lead to dire consequences. You believe wealth grants you superiority, acting as saviors of the impoverished. We labor for our rewards and deserve respect. Feng Yuan's tone was resolute. I risked my life to shield him from danger, receiving only a meager sum in gratitude. You wield wealth and power, and we cannot retaliate. We must endure the oppression. Here on this island, neither money nor influence can protect you. If not for me, Feng Yuan, would you have survived until today? He voiced grievances long suppressed. Qin Shi defended, we have indeed erred in some respects, but we bear no deep-seated hatred. Only misunderstandings and disagreements. We should not treat each other as foes. You still do not comprehend. It was Qin Fei who wronged us first, viewing us as enemies. If he were to repent and learn to respect others, he would surely earn their respect in return. Feng Yuan's tone softened slightly. Qin Shi ceased her argument and pleaded, I apologize on behalf of my brother. Please release him. Why should he apologize? His attitude shows he does not recognize his faults. Feng Yuan countered. Xiao Shi, do not plead for him. He is nothing but a lowly bodyguard. Qin Fei seethed, unable to swallow his indignation. Brother, please stop talking. Qin Shi cried out in desperation. From this moment on, do not feed him. Let us see how long he can endure. Feng Yuan issued his command. Brother Feng, I implore you, let my brother go. Qin Shi wept profusely. Release him? Can he assure that he will not harm others again? Just as Feng Yuan finished speaking, a sound resonated from the distant sky. The argument ceased, and they listened intently. The noise drew closer, reminiscent of a helicopter. A helicopter? Rescue is on the way, the women exclaimed in unison. Chapter 16. An unexpected visitor quickly. Light the signal fire. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan raced toward the peak. Time is of the essence. This opportunity must not be squandered. For missing it could mean a lifetime of entrapment. They disregarded everything, sprinting up the mountain at breakneck speed, igniting the signal fire. The dry wood blazed fiercely, crackling and popping, as the damp branches emitted thick smoke, creating a scene of raging flames that reached the heavens. At this moment, the sun hovered above the sea, poised to surrender to the night, leaving them with little time. The helicopter soared over the peaks, heading westward. Help, help! The two cried out, their hearts racing. The helicopter circled momentarily before turning back. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan waved their flaming branches at it. The helicopter seemed to have spotted them, circling overhead. On the entire island, only the beach offered a suitable landing space. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan gestured to the pilot to descend onto the shore. They leaped down the mountain and ran towards the beach to welcome their rescue. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow across the western sky. The helicopter traced a graceful arc, landing steadily on the sandy shore. Two figures emerged from the aircraft, silhouetted against the evening glow, one stout, the other slender. As Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan approached, they could finally discern the identities of their unexpected visitors. Their anticipated saviors turned out to be the assassins who had stealthily followed Ye Zhou aboard the cruise ship. The two intruders were named Fat Tiger and Shrimp. After the cruise ship disaster, they had commandeered a lifeboat and drifted at sea, fortuitously rescued by a fishing boat. Upon their return, they reported that their mission had been accomplished. However, the maritime calamity did not guarantee that their target was eliminated, for a small number of survivors had made out. To see the living and to see the dead was essential. Their employer insisted they return to the scene to search for traces of their target, ensuring the mission was thoroughly completed. During their initial operation on the cruise ship, Fat Tiger and Shrimp were unaware of Ye Zhou's capabilities. Through careful observation, they discerned that Ye Zhou was no easy adversary, appearing to have undergone specialized training. During their second operation, they were more cautious and made several requests to their employer. The employer raised the bounty, equipped them with firearms, and provided a helicopter. The two assassins scoured the sea for 2 days until their quarry finally appeared. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan recognized the killers. Realizing escape was futile, they braced themselves to confront them. At last, we have found you. Ye Zhou adopted swiftly, feigning the role of an unsuspecting castaway. Now everyone is saved. Feng Yuan understood and played along, feigning astonishment. Fat Tiger, wielding an automatic rifle, and Shrimp, with a pistol at his waist and a dagger sheathed at his thigh, wore headlamps that made them appear as though they had just emerged from a mine, a rather comical sight. Upon seeing Ye Zhou, Fat Tiger raised his automatic rifle, aiming it at him. "Don't shoot, don't shoot," Ye Zhou exclaimed, raising his hands in panic. The prey was now before them, with no escape, and the hunters were in no rush. "What is your name?" Shrimp inquired of Ye Zhou. "I am Ye Zhou, and this is Lao Feng. We are survivors from the Happy Cruise." Ye Zhou endeavored to maintain his composure. "Thank heavens. I thought we would perish on this island. But it seems Providence has finally brought you here." Lao Feng, typically serious, exaggeratedly feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Is it just the two of you on this island? Aside from us, there are 4 lovely ladies." "Ladies? Where are they?" "In the camp." It was likely that the meat had been roasted to perfection. Fat Tiger and Shrimp, having endured hunger throughout the day, could not help but swallow upon hearing the promise of grilled delicacies. For them, the allure of exquisite cuisine and beauty was undeniably potent. They exchanged glances, resolving to settle in for the night and take action at dawn. "Lead the way," came the prompt. "Very well," replied Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan as they walked ahead, contemplating their escape. "What do we call you two gentlemen?" Ye Zhou invited, feigned nonchalance. "This is my elder brother, Fat Tiger," came the reply, only to be interrupted. "Mind your tongue," Shrimp cautioned, recognizing the need to withhold information in the presence of adversaries. It seemed this lean fellow was more cunning and difficult to deal with. "Big brother, your timing is impeccable. These past few days, both Old Feng and I have been at our wits' end." Ye Zhou tempted Fat Tiger into conversation, understanding the significance of dialogue. Ye Zhou aimed to ease the tension and glean useful information from their exchange. Fat Tiger, oblivious to the underlying motives, curiously asked, "What do you mean by that? Haven't you eaten?" "Not exactly," Ye Zhou replied. "This island has springs, rabbits, and berries. Sustenance is not the issue. It's just that." "Just what?" Fat Tiger pressed impatiently. "Alas," Ye Zhou sighed, "it is Old Feng and I who are suffering. We spend our days foraging food for them, and at night we must." "Must what?" Fat Tiger's impatience was palpable. "During the day we feed them well, and at night we must cater to their other needs. They seem to think that upon reaching this deserted isle, they can act with impunity," Ye Zhou remarked, discreetly observing Fat Tiger's reaction. "Brother Ye Zhou, we cannot entirely blame them. After all, they are women," Old Feng chimed in supportively. "Indeed, they believe their time is short, and thus relish each day." Fat Tiger found himself unwittingly resonating with their sentiments. "How much farther to the camp?" "Stop dawdling and move faster," he urged, his impatience growing. "Are those 4 beauties merely free-spirited companions?" Shrimp, maintaining his composure, interjected. "You wouldn't believe it, but they are not common harlots. They are the daughters of wealthy families." Came the surprising claim. "Nonsense. Would daughters of affluent families be so debauched?" Shrimp pointed out the flaw in their reasoning. "Truly, they hail from the Qin family of Fengjiang, each more enchanting than the last. Feng Yuan replied with a foolish grin. Fat Tiger offered an explanation. Women are women. Even the daughters of the rich are not immune to vice. In this desolate place, anything is possible. Silence, Shrimp admonished, smacking the back of Fat Tiger's head. Brothers, the camp lies just ahead. You must assist me when the time comes, Ye Zhou said with a mischievous grin. After their exchange, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Fat Tiger lowered his automatic rifle, slinging it around his neck. As they traversed part of the way, Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan exchanged a knowing glance and veered onto a side path. Leaving the main road, they found themselves in dense underbrush, the terrain uneven beneath their feet. Just as they contemplated their escape, Shrimp caught on to their maneuver. Producing a handgun, he pressed it against Ye Zhou's nape. Do not try any tricks. Are you attempting to lead us into a trap? Shrimp demanded, cocking the weapon with his finger poised on the trigger. A cold sweat broke out on Ye Zhou's brow. Old Feng hastily intervened. It's dark. We must have taken a wrong turn. The camp should be over there. A few individuals turned around and made their way along the narrow path towards the camp. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan understood all too well the dire necessity of preventing their arrival at the camp. Their lives had been spared thus far due to the allure of sumptuous food and captivating beauty. However, once they reached the camp, their lack of utility would surely lead to their demise. Don't move, Feng Yuan commanded, halting in his tracks. Tension etched across his face as if he were on the precipice of danger. A venomous serpent. Ye Zhou dare not stir. The rotund tiger was rendered speechless, though he had seen nothing. No tricks, shouted Ma Xia, raising his arm and striking Ye Zhou's head with the butt of his gun. Ye Zhou tilted his head, just in time to evade the blow. Seizing Ma Xia's wrist, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding. Bang! A bullet discharged, striking a nearby tree trunk. Feng Yuan turned and landed a punch to Tiger's abdomen. Remarkably, Tiger appeared unfazed and, clutching Feng Yuan's shoulder, hurled him aside with great force. Feng Yuan drew his dagger and lunged at Tiger, who, despite his bulk, demonstrated surprising agility and deftly dodged the attack. The four men were locked in a desperate melee, fighting for their very lives. Ye Zhou grasped Ma Xia's arm and repeatedly slammed him against a tree, causing the handgun to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Bang! The firearm struck a rock, unintentionally firing and grazing Tiger's calf. The impact caused Tiger to falter and collapse. Ye Zhou swiftly kicked the handgun away, then, with a clenched fist, delivered a blow to Ma Xia's face, drawing blood from his nose and mouth. Feng Yuan brandished his dagger and lunged at Tiger. Just as it seemed they had the upper hand, a new peril emerged. Tiger, now seated on the ground, raised an automatic rifle. A barrage of bullets erupted. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan rolled to the ground, seeking refuge in the underbrush. Wounded, Tiger struggled with a rifle's recoil, sending his shots wildly astray. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan dashed into the thicket, stumbling deeper into the forest. Fearing pursuit from Tiger and Ma Xia, they dared not return to the camp, instead opting to evade their foes amidst the trees. After running a considerable distance, the sounds of pursuit gradually faded, temporarily alleviating their peril. Leaning against a tree trunk, their breaths began to steady. How shall we deal with the assassins? They pondered. Why are they attempting to kill me? And who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Ye Zhou questioned, his mind swirling with uncertainty. We must subdue them and extract information, he resolved. Brother, let us venture to the beach. They may have returned to the helicopter, Feng Yuan suggested. Very well. Ye Zhou acquiesced. The two approached the beach, stealthily nearing the helicopter. To their dismay, the aircraft was vacant. Tiger and Ma Xia had not returned. Climbing aboard, they discovered canned goods, water, medical supplies, ropes, and barrels. Can you pilot this? Feng Yuan inquired of Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou gazed at the instrument panel, shaking his head in disappointment. They must have headed to the camp. Those lovely women may be in grave danger, Feng Yuan reminded him. The thought of the women, particularly Lu Jingshu, who held profound affections for him, ignited a sense of urgency in Ye Zhou. He was resolute in his determination to safeguard her. There was but a single path leading from the beach to the camp. Traversing 2 or 3 miles along this route would lead them directly to their destination. Would those two men find a camp? Perhaps they were already enacting their nefarious plans upon the women. Will Lu Jingshu be harmed? Will she resist? If she provokes the assassin, her life may be at stake. The two vile and malevolent individuals are bound to employ exceedingly cruel methods. The more Ye Zhou contemplated, the more fearful he became, sending chills down his spine. They leapt from the aircraft and sprinted towards the camp to rescue others. Following a narrow path, they headed in the direction of the camp. Along the way, they encountered sporadic bloodstains, indicating that the blood was from Fat Tiger's leg. Upon arriving at Ye Zhou's camp, they discovered signs of destruction. The surrounding fences were askew, and the thatched huts were on the verge of collapse. Ye Zhou surveyed the camp and located a bow and arrows. At that moment, a woman's startled cry echoed from another camp, followed by a man's reprimand. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan swiftly approached the camp, seeking a concealed spot to observe quietly. Around the campfire, the beautiful women trembled in fear, while Fat Tiger and Shrimp sat on the ground eating. "Big brother, please save me. I will reward you," Qin Fei pleaded, still bound to a tree trunk, entreating the unwelcome visitors before him. "Who are you and what is your name?" Shrimp, having finished his meal, discarded the bone in his hand and stood up to approach Qin Fei. Believing he was there to rescue him, Qin Fei joyfully exclaimed, "My name is Qin Fei." "Thank you, big brother. I will surely repay you." "Qin Fei, I shall remember that. I never kill nameless ghosts. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary," Shrimp declared, pressing the gun against Qin Fei's forehead. Terrified, Qin Fei wet his pants. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me," he begged with his eyes closed. Shrimp had no intention of killing him. He merely sought to frighten him. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, he felt reassured that there would be no resistance. "What kind of reward are you planning to offer? Speak up," Shrimp inquired. 500,000. Is that acceptable?" As soon as Qin Fei uttered the amount, he noticed Shrimp's indifference and quickly revised his offer. 1 million, each for you big brothers. The sum piqued Shrimp's interest. To kill Ye Zhou's employer for a price of 1 million and rescue this wealthy heir could earn them 2 million. It appeared to be a lucrative venture. Merely speaking of it is insufficient. How do you intend to fulfill this promise? Shrimp aimed to strike a deal with him. Upon returning to Fengjiang, "I will immediately transfer the funds to you. Cash is also an option," Qin Fei offered, fearful that Shrimp might not trust him. "My father is Qin Yuan, the richest man in Fengjiang. Have you heard of him?" Shrimp certainly had. The name Qin Yuan was known to all, having engaged in numerous kidnapping and murder schemes. Shrimp never anticipated that this time he could acquire a substantial reward without the need for abduction. It felt as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure, delivered right to his door. With Qin Yuan's wealth exceeding hundreds of billions, how much could his son be worth? "Do you think I resemble someone who receives rewards?" Shrimp replied with a bemused expression. "Take me back, and I guarantee you 5 million, Qin Fei added, raising the stakes. "I only earn ransom," Shrimp laughed heartily. "Earning ransom? What does that mean?" Qin Fei was somewhat perplexed, but he quickly came to understand. "If I cooperate as a hostage, my father will pay the ransom. Whatever amount is needed will be provided." Qin Fei discerned Shrimp's intention. "I want 100 million, Shrimp fixated on him. Faced with such a lofty demand, Qin Fei felt a sense of relief instead. Though exorbitantly priced, it ultimately affords a chance to preserve one's life. "No worries, my father will undoubtedly consent." Qin Fei perceived a glimmer of hope for survival. Ma Xia severed the vine, liberating Qin Fei. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan concealed themselves in the shadows, exchanging bemused glances at Qin Fei's antics. "You'd best behave. Should you provoke my ire, I shall end your life without hesitation," Ma Xia warned Qin Fei. "Brother, I am at your service. Do not hesitate to command," Qin Fei replied, flexing his limbs with a servile demeanor. At that moment, Fat Tiger, having satiated his hunger, leered at the 4 enchanting women before him. Each lady was more exquisite than the last, their diverse charms rendering Fat Tiger momentarily dazzled. Qin Shi, the youngest, embodied a pure, scholarly appearance with her delicate features framed by smooth, flowing hair. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt with a small collar and a short plaid skirt, her long, graceful legs were hardly concealed. "You, come here," Fat Tiger commanded, pointing his automatic rifle at Qin Shi. Terrified, her face drained of color, she approached cautiously. Hampered by an injury, Fat Tiger motioned for her to sit beside him, using the barrel of his gun to lift her skirt. Qin Shi, paralyzed by fear, attempted to shield herself with her hands, apprehensive of an accidental discharge. She remained frozen, her modesty exposed. Chapter 018. Coercion and Desperation. Fat Tiger, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth, yanked Qin Shi into his embrace, nuzzling her face with his own. In a panic, she struggled, her hands flailing. The pain on Fat Tiger's face compelled him to release her, blood staining his hands as he wiped them on his mouth. Puzzled, he wondered why the four ladies, who had eagerly sought to indulge in life's pleasures, now displayed such volatility. Damn Ye Zhou, I've fallen for his trick, he cursed. Yet he mused. Perhaps this coarse approach could still yield satisfaction. Grasping Qin by her hair, he aimed his gun at her chest. Do you wish to die? He threatened. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Spare my life. Qin, she pleaded. If you wish to live, you must obey. Serve me well, and I shall grant you your life. No, please, I implore you don't. She cried. If you refuse to comply, your existence is of no use. Fat Tiger cocked the gun. At that critical moment, Ye Zhou could no longer restrain himself. He drew his bow and aimed at Fat Tiger. Brother, do not kill her. Qin Fei scrambled to kneel before Fat Tiger. She is my sister. For my sake, please spare her. He bowed repeatedly, his head hitting the ground. For your sake? Very well. I shall first put an end to you, Fat Tiger threatened, preparing to pull the trigger. At this juncture, Ma Xia intervened, instructing Fat Tiger to lower his weapon. Do not jeopardize our grand scheme. This lad is far more valuable than Ye Zhou. Ma Xia retained his composure. Unlike the impulsive Fat Tiger. Thank goodness for your reminder, Brother Shrimp, Fat Tiger exclaimed, patting his head. His gaze traversed the other three women before resting on Ling Ziyu. With delicate features and bright, captivating eyes, she exuded an air of aloof elegance. Even amidst the turmoil, her extraordinary beauty remained undeniable. As Pang, who was about to speak, he heard Qin Fei say, Brother Pang, allow me to share my suggestion. What suggestion? Speak quickly, Pang, who replied, unaware of Qin Fei's true intentions. Qin Fei stood up and pushed Yang Wan towards Pang Hu. What do you think of this girl? Qin Fei asked, lifting Yang Wan's chin with his hand. Yang Wan tried to struggle, but was restrained by Qin Fei, forced to bend forward. Qin Fei abruptly tore open the buttons of Yang Wan's shirt, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Pang Hu could not help but swallow hard. Qin Fei, you are inhumane. You are worse than a beast. Yang Wan exclaimed in outrage. She is still a virgin, Brother Pang. Enjoy yourself, Qin Fei said, loosening his grip and pushing Yang Wan onto Pang Hu's lap. A virgin? Pang Hu exclaimed with delight, discarding his automatic rifle and began to touch Yang Wan. She struggled helplessly against his advances. Ye Zhou was consumed with anxiety, wishing he could rush out to save her. However, the timing was not yet right, as Ma Xia remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Ye Zhou dared not act hastily, fearing that an inaccurate shot might harm Yang Wan. A tragic scene unfolded as people witnessed the devil's brutality, feeling anger, yet unable to voice it. At that moment, a voice cried out, Brother, your leg. Lu Jingzhu, gathering her courage, rushed over to intervene. She pressed down on Pang Hu's leg, reminding him that his wound was reopening and his condition was grave. Realizing he had lost too much blood, Pang Hu finally felt dizzy and weak, allowing Yang Wan to cleverly escape in his moment of distraction. Brother, you have lost too much blood. If you do not bandage your wound, it could be fatal. Lu Jingzhu urged him. Dressed in her nurse's attire, she was exactly what the injured man needed, and both Pang Hu and Ma Xia were caught off guard by her presence. Quick, help him stop the bleeding, Ma Xia said impatiently. If anything happens to my brother, everyone will pay the price, he warned. Lu Jingzhu replied, we medical personnel are devoted to saving lives. Speaking swiftly, she began to clean Pang Hu's wound with fresh water. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan felt their tense hearts begin to ease. Ye Zhou understood that Lu Jingzhu was not trying to appease the villain, but was cleverly buying time. How to act and shift the balance of power. Pang Hu was vulnerable, yet Ma Xia remained alert, gun in hand. It seemed they could only wait for an opportunity, hoping their adversaries would grow weary and lower their guard. Pang Hu's calf had been pierced by a bullet, leaving 2 gaping holes. Lu Jingzhu pulled out the dagger embedded in Pang Hu's leg, intending to cut away his trousers to treat the wound. Qin Fei approached and grasped her hand, snatching the dagger away. Brother, this woman has ulterior motives. Do not trust her, Qin Fei incited. Blood began to seep from Pang Hu's leg, and he was growing weaker, nearly losing consciousness. If we do not stop the bleeding soon, it will be too late. Lu Jingzhu remained composed. I suspect you are the one with ill intentions. Ma Xia pointed his gun at Qin Fei. Reluctantly, Qin Fei returned the dagger to Lu Jingzhu and stepped back sulkily. Lu Jingzhu stood up, went to the thatched shed to retrieve herbs, and began to crush them in a bamboo tube before applying them to Pang Hu's wound and completing the bandaging. Ye Zhou observed clearly that the herbal remedy was the golden edge grass he had collected from a cliff. This substance was known for its aphrodisiac properties. Could it also possess the ability to staunch bleeding and reduce inflammation? The golden edge grass was toxic and would surely not aid a wound. Ye Zhou realized that Lu Jingzhu was not healing but rather adding salt to the wound. After applying the medicine, Fat Tiger soon fell silent, leaving one to wonder whether he had succumbed or simply drifted into slumber. It appeared that this herbal concoction had anesthetic properties. "Brother, how are you?" Ma Xia pinched Fat Tiger's cheek, attempting to rouse him. Fat Tiger's eyes remained tightly shut, devoid of sensation, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. Ma Xia grew suspicious. "What kind of medicine did you apply? Are you trying to kill him?" Lu Jingzhu, taken aback, stumbled backward. "This is the return soul grass. It has hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effects, as well as pain-relieving and calming properties." "See, he is merely asleep," she explained. Ma Xia, though still skeptical, noticed Fat Tiger's tranquil expression, resembling that of a peaceful slumber, which eased his concerns. He instructed Qin Fei to add some dry wood to the campfire. The flames flickered, casting a warm glow upon the weary figures around them, some seated, some lying down, with a few already lost in dreams, while others curled up, dozing lightly. Fearing he might fall asleep himself, Ma Xia occasionally stood to stretch. As night deepened, Qin Fei and several ladies succumbed to slumber by the fire, overwhelmed by fatigue. Ma Xia tucked his handgun into his waistband, cradling his automatic rifle, and leaned against the grass shack, drifting into a light nap. The moment had arrived. Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan split up, stealthily approaching the camp from either side, preparing to encircle and launch a surprise attack. Fat Tiger had already been rendered unconscious by Lu Jingzhu. Qin Fei, deemed a coward, was not a concern. Taking down Ma Xia would suffice to gain complete control of the situation. Ye Zhou crept closer, nearing a distance of merely 10 paces from the camp. Suddenly, a crack of breaking branches echoed from Feng Yuan's direction, followed by a wild rabbit darting from the underbrush. Ma Xia, on high alert, raised his automatic rifle and began to spray shots toward the source of the sound. The sleeping women were jolted awake, huddling together in terror, trembling. "Damn, it runs fast." Ma Xia muttered. Surveying his surroundings, Ma Xia lowered his guard. He instructed Qin Fei to keep watch through the night while he returned to sit in front of the grass shack. "Report any unusual occurrences immediately, understand?" Ma Xia cautioned. Qin Fei, eager to please, replied, "Understood, you can rest easy." Yet Ma Xia remained somewhat uneasy. "You wouldn't take advantage of my slumber to ambush me, would you?" Qin Fei hastily assured him, "Boss, how could I dare? I owe you my life. I am grateful beyond measure." To alleviate Ma Xia's doubts, he added, "Ye Zhou and Feng Yuan are my enemies. They tied me to a tree, deprived me of food and water, and tormented me in every possible way. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I understand this principle." Ma Xia found his reasoning sound. "Very well, you keep watch while I take a brief rest." Before long, the camp fell silent, seemingly enveloped in slumber. Qin Fei, unable to resist the pull of fatigue, also succumbed to drowsiness. Chapter 019. A fierce battle. Ye Zhou stealthily approached, drawing his bow and aiming it at Ma Xia. Suddenly, Qin Fei sprang up, shouting loudly, "Someone S coming! Someone S coming!" Ma Xia, startled awake, grasped his automatic rifle, scanning the surroundings for a target. "Where is anyone?" he questioned, finding no sign of an intruder. A premonition enveloped me. Trust in my instincts, for they lurk nearby, hidden amidst the trees. Qin Fei resembled a startled bird, trembling with fear. "You're scared out of your wits, aren't you? Having nightmares, perhaps?" Mocked Ma Xia. Qin Fei wore an expression of grave concern, seizing Lu Jingzhu and constricting his arm tightly around her neck. Come out," he bellowed into the forest. "If you don't show yourselves, I shall end her life." Witnessing Qin Fei's demeanor, Ma Xia grew alert. In the face of danger, it is wiser to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. He picked up a dagger and tossed it to Qin Fei, who caught it and pressed the blade against Lu Jingzhu's throat. "Has he discovered my presence?" thought Ye Zhou. Unlikely, he reasoned, observing Qin Fei's gaze flitting about without targeting anyone in particular. It was merely an act of bravado, a ploy to draw him out. However, he could not remain hidden. The dagger poised against Lu Jingshu's neck posed an unimaginable risk should the situation spiral out of control. This Qin Fei was no longer the charming scion of a wealthy family. He had descended into madness. "Stop!" Ye Zhou emerged from the thicket. "Release her," he commanded sternly. Instead of complying, Qin Fei pressed the knife tighter. Ye Zhou discarded his bow and arrows, slowly advancing toward Qin Fei. "Do not approach. One more step and I shall kill her," Qin Fei warned, his voice shaking with anxiety. Ye Zhou halted. "You would not take a life. Murder is a dreadful act, fraught with nightmares." He sought to buy time, awaiting Feng Yuan's rescue. Qin Fei's hands trembled. The thought of killing was foreign to him. He had never even slain a chicken. "The helicopter awaits on the beach. You shall soon return home. Do you wish to become a murderer, only to face judgment upon your return?" Ye Zhou aimed for his vulnerability, inching closer. "Do not come any closer," Qin Fei rasped. His limbs felt weak, panic setting in. He raised his arm, feigning an attack on Lu Jingshu. Suddenly, she struck his eyes with a swift motion. In that moment of distraction, Lu Jingshu had seized the remaining golden leaf grass for the bamboo tube. Qin Fei's eyes, irritated and stinging from the golden leaf grass, involuntarily clawed at his face. Ye Zhou lunged forward, delivering a punch to Qin Fei's throat, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. "I should have dealt with you long ago," Ma Xia remarked, observing Ye Zhou while clutching his firearm, remaining unfazed amidst the chaos. "Brother, we have never met, nor do we harbor any grievances. Why must you eliminate me?" Ye Zhou raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Ma Xia aimed his gun at Ye Zhou. "I adhere to principles. I do not leave matters unresolved. Speak. What final words do you have? I shall endeavor to convey them. Why seek my life? Provide clarity in my demise." Ye Zhou pressed, hoping to extract information. "There are those who have placed a bounty on your head. In our line of work, we seldom question motives. Taking a person's money to end their woes is not my fault," Ma Xia articulated with the professionalism of a seasoned assassin. "Who is your employer? Can you divulge their identity? I harbor no ulterior motives, only this request, to understand the reasons behind my death." Ye Zhou knew well that he would not betray his employer, yet he could not resist the inquiry. "Very well, since this is your final request, I shall grant it, lest you blame me on the road to the afterlife." It seemed Ma Xia was intent on bringing matters to a close. "The employer, surnamed Yi, is your uncle." Ma Xia revealed the employer's information. "How could I have an uncle? Why would he want to kill me? Is it for the sake of seizing property? But I am merely a destitute security guard. Does he truly believe I would inherit Yi Changjiang's fortune?" Ye Zhou was engulfed in confusion, unable to piece together the situation. "Brother, it's time to hit the road," Ma Xia said, pulling the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou rolled on the ground, a bullet grazing his arm. Aware of Ye Zhou's skills, Ma Xia proceeded cautiously, aiming the gun at him once more. Lying on the ground, Ye Zhou felt his movements restricted, knowing he could no longer evade this fate. Ma Xia pulled the trigger again. In that critical moment, Feng Yuan arrived just in time, lunging at Ma Xia from behind. The bullet went astray. Ma Xia redirected the gun towards Feng Yuan. In a state of panic, the shot went wild, the bullet soaring into the air, branches raining down overhead. The two men grappled with each other, Ma Xia's automatic rifle clattering to the ground. Feng Yuan managed to overpower Ma Xia, grasping his throat tightly. Ye Zhou picked up a dagger, eager to join the fray. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing Feng Yuan's body to jerk violently. Following that, several more shots pierced through Feng Yuan's form. Ma Xia pushed Feng Yuan away and sat up, a handgun in his grip. Spotting Ye Zhou, he raised his weapon. In a split second, Ye Zhou raised his arm, letting the dagger fly, embedding it into Ma Xia's forehead. Ma Xia's eyes rolled back, lifeless on the spot. "Brother Feng," Ye Zhou cried, lifting Feng Yuan. Slowly, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. "My daughter needs surgery." Ye Zhou pressed down on his wound, attempting to staunch the blood flow. Feng Jianjian, in the Liyuan community of Fengjiang City, still occupied Feng Yuan's thoughts in his dying moments. "Brother Feng, you will be all right. We'll go back together and get Jianjian the surgery." Ye Zhou reassured him. "You must survive." After uttering those words, Feng Yuan closed his eyes, his breath ceasing. Ye Zhou's heart ached, tears blurring his vision. He recalled the first meeting with Feng Yuan, their conversations at the beacon tower, their hunts for wild boars, and their battles side by side. Ye Zhou mourned the loss of his comrade, enveloped in sorrow and guilt. Suddenly, He heard rustling sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw Qin Fei clutching an automatic rifle, one eye bleeding and his face twisted in agony, with one eye blinded and the other swollen. He could barely open a crack. The flickering light from the campfire danced before him, obscuring his view of the surroundings. He surveyed his environment, relying on his hearing to discern any movements nearby. Ye Zhou remained frozen, his heart lodged in his throat. By the campfire, the women huddled together, silent in fear. Qin Fei turned his head, seemingly spotting Ye Zhou, raising the automatic rifle. "Brother, are you all right? Do you need anything?" Qin Shi, concerned for her brother, attempted to approach him. A series of bullets erupted, nearly striking Qin Shi. "What the hell? Has this kid gone mad? He doesn't even recognize his own sister." Qin Fei, lacking marksmanship, was jolted backward by the recoil, nearly losing his balance. The bullet struck the bonfire, embedding itself into the ground and sending a spray of sand flying near the women. The bonfire collapsed, the firewood cracking and popping with explosive sounds. "Let them all perish," Qin Fei shouted, raising his gun and shooting blindly in a frenzied manner. Ye Zhou and the women swiftly sought refuge, darting into the woods. Qin Fei, relying on his blurred vision, pursued them with reckless abandon. Ye Zhou, pulling along Lu Jingshu, ran ahead, while the other 3 women followed closely behind. They navigated through the forest, circumventing the beacon tower, and fled towards the canyon behind them. Exhaustion overcame the women, forcing them to halt and catch their breath. Qin Fei roared like a wild beast, his voice filled with madness. "They're catching up. Run!" Gunfire erupted from behind, bullets whizzing overhead. The women, gripped by terror, fled for their lives without a second thought. Chapter 20. Blue Ambiguity. They encountered a steep slope, tumbling down in a chaotic scramble before resuming their flight. After a considerable distance, Ye Zhou felt they had escaped danger and came to a halt. In the dimness of the night, amidst the chaos, he realized that he was holding on to Yang Wan instead of Lu Jingshu. Had he mistakenly grabbed the wrong person amidst the turmoil? Turning to glance around, he found only Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu beside him. A pang of anxiety struck him. He berated himself for being careless. Reflecting on the descent, he recalled that Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi had fallen behind. Ye Zhou was not overly concerned for Qin Shi, being Qin Fei's sister. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Qin Fei, albeit temporarily irrational, would not harm his sister once he regained his senses. However, Lu Jingshu's situation was different. Should she fall into Qin Fei's hands, the consequences would be dire. As his fears escalated, a chill ran down Ye Zhou's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He instructed Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu to wait, intending to return for Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi. The 2 women, timid and insistent, refused to stay behind and chose to accompany him instead. They turned back, retracing their steps. In the primordial forest, the terrain was treacherous and unpredictable, the environment complex and disorienting. After some time, Ye Zhou realized they had lost their way. The steep slope they had descended earlier was nowhere to be found, and the deeper they ventured, the denser the foliage became, with rocks scattered beneath their feet and weeds thriving around them. Ye Zhou climbed to a higher vantage point to survey the area and determine their direction. He spotted the beacon tower in the distance, approximately 3 or 4 miles away. The tower still burned, appearing as a faint glimmer from afar. He led the 2 women towards the beacon tower, unarmed and burdened by useless bow and arrows, their progress painfully slow. At this rate, they would likely reach the tower only at dawn. What had happened to Lu Jingshu? Would she be injured? Would Qin Fei harm her? Ye Zhou's heart raced with urgency as he forged ahead, clearing the path. "Brother Ye Zhou, I can't go on," Yang Wan exclaimed, her footing unsteady as she collapsed onto the ground. Ling Ziyu, equally breathless, sat beside her, rubbing her aching feet. The 2 women appeared disheveled, their clothes in disarray, hair tousled, and their high heels long shattered, now reduced to flat shoes. Instead of feeling pity for them, Ye Zhou found himself directing his frustration towards them. Without them, without Qin Fei, the prospect of being paired with Lu Jingshu on this desolate island would have been a blissful dream. Now, with his beloved woman's fate uncertain and himself forced into a fugitive's existence, he is burdened by the presence of 2 beautiful women. The more Ye Zhou contemplates, the more vexed he becomes, his frustration mounting as he gazes at the 2 enchanting figures before him. When you were bullied, Jingshu came to your aid. Now that she is lost, Do you not feel the slightest worry? Ye Zhou reproached Yang Wan. Of course I am worried, but I truly cannot move any further. Yang Wan replied, her expression one of pitiful despair. You two rest and hope for the best, Ye Zhou declared, abandoning them and continuing on his path. Ye Zhou, wait for us. The two beauties, startled, gritted their teeth against the pain in their feet and scrambled to follow him. Ye Zhou, without a glance back, quickened his pace. Suddenly, a sound erupted behind him. Crack! With a rush, Ling Ziyu stepped into a void, seemingly falling into a trap. Help! Ling Ziyu cried out. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a nearby sapling, just in time. Xiao Yu, hold on. Yang Wan rushed to assist her, grabbing her arm. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Ye Zhou reacted instinctively, leaping forward to rescue them. The ground collapsed, revealing an opening obscured by dead branches and leaves, almost imperceptible. The three of them found themselves plummeting into the abyss. Ye Zhou felt a thunderous roar in his ears as he uncontrollably descended. Thud! 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 They landed in water at the bottom of the pit. The sound of rushing water filled Ye Zhou's ears. Initially overwhelmed, he soon regained his composure. He swam with all his might, finally breaking the surface. Before him lay a cave, its walls shimmering with a radiant blue light, revealing a surreal spectacle. A narrow river meandered through the cavern, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, winding towards an unknown destination. Ye Zhou climbed onto the bank, gasping for air as he surveyed his surroundings. Help! Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu struggled in the water, their lack of swimming skills causing them to flounder helplessly. Ye Zhou jumped back into the river, first rescuing Yang Wan, who was closer. Help! Ling Ziyu was sinking further away, her situation dire. Ye Zhou returned to the water, swimming toward her. Ling Ziyu, in a panic, clung to his neck as he approached, as if she had grasped a lifeline and refused to let go. Ye Zhou found himself immobilized, submerged beneath the water. Ye Zhou, be careful, Yang Wan called anxiously from a bank. Despite being pressed underwater by Ling Ziyu, Ye Zhou remained calm, understanding how to save someone. Holding his breath, he adeptly extricated himself from her grasp, emerging from behind her. He wrapped his arms around Ling Ziyu's body, using one arm to paddle vigorously, guiding her toward the shore. He felt a soft sensation beneath his hands, inadvertently touching a forbidden area. Comparison sprang to mind between her and Lu Jingshu, one a ripe peach, the other a controllable little apple. Each possessed its allure. The peach with its sweet juiciness, and the apple with its fragrant crispness, both distinct in their charm, equally captivating in their own right. The renowned actress, had she not found herself marooned on a deserted island, would surely not have been within the embrace of a mere security guard. Countless admirers must have yearned for her. And in an industry rife with unspoken rules, many a beauty has met with misfortune. Whoever should possess her would undoubtedly be filled with unbridled joy and an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. As Ye Zhou paddled through the water, his mind wandered. At that moment, Ling Ziyu lay back, her panic subsiding upon realizing she had been rescued by Ye Zhou. His broad chest provided her with a sense of security. She noticed his hand firmly gripping a sacred part of her body, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. With the ebb and flow of the water, his palm tightened and relaxed, repeatedly guiding her forward. Hesitant, she contemplated prying his arm away, yet she understood that this very arm was her lifeline, poised to offer her a chance at survival. Without it, she would surely sink to the depths, extinguished like a fleeting fragrance. Reflecting on her life since her debut, she had faced numerous dilemmas, rife with emotional temptations, yet more often than not, she encountered coercive power and material transactions. She had resisted degradation, steadfastly guarding her delicate feathers. In this moment of peril, she found herself surrendering for the first time in front of a man, even cooperating willingly. This realization astonished her, offering a new perspective on herself. Often, seemingly impregnable defenses can crumble irreparably due to a single lapse. What harm is there in yielding once? The sensation was rather pleasant, an exhilarating blend of novelty, imbued with both a clandestine safety and an overt comfort. The blue luminescence reflected off the water's surface, casting a glow upon Ling Ziyu's face, which flushed with a subtle hue. Her inner turmoil transformed into tranquility as she endeavored to relax, allowing Ye Zhou to carry her ashore. Chapter 21. Through the cavern, Ye Zhou rested for a moment to regain his strength. Inside the cavern, the trio found themselves in peril, yet remained unperturbed. They admired the scenery within, speculating on the source of the glowing walls. Could these blue lights be gemstones? Ling Ziyu, with an air of innocence, mused about sapphires that glow. Yang Wan's excitement was palpable as she gazed at the walls. Ye Zhou remained silent. Yet internally, he speculated that these luminescent entities were likely akin to fireflies or perhaps their larvae affixed to the rock face. After some discussion, they finally acknowledged their precarious situation and contemplated how to escape. They felt as though they had fallen into a bottle, with the opening above them suspended in midair and the surrounding walls impossibly smooth, rendering any attempt to climb futile. Their sole opportunity for salvation lay in seeking an alternative route within the cavern. Ye Zhou, I don't want to die here, Yang Wan exclaimed, on the verge of despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. What is there to fear? Even if we were to die here, it is not so dreadful, Ling Ziyu responded, her petite frame, seemingly fragile, betraying a resolute spirit. Ah Ziyu, it is I who have brought you into this predicament by taking you aboard the cruise. Waner, do not speak like that. Life is fated, and I will not blame you. The two ladies clung to one another, weeping. Ye Zhou, feeling troubled, could not bear to reprimand them upon witnessing their pitiful state. Yang Wan wept for a while, tidying her hair, and her emotions seemed to ease somewhat. I had no desire to board the cruise ship, nor did I wish to engage in a relationship with Qin Fei. It was my parents who compelled me to pursue Qin Fei. Yang Wan expressed her grievances. I knew well that Qin Fei was not worthy of her. Ling Ziyu comforted her, acknowledging her plight. I was wrong. One misstep leads to another, Yang Wan lamented, lowering her head and recounting her circumstances as if confiding in herself. Born into a wealthy family, the Yangs had shared a long-standing friendship with the Qin family for decades. However, a few years ago, the Yang family faced a business failure that gradually led to their decline. Yang Wan's father, seeking to revive their fortunes, betrothed her to Qin Fei, hoping to leverage the Qin family's influence. Despite her lack of affection for Qin Fei, she endured humiliation, believing that submitting to him would restore her family's fate. Little did she know, Qin Fei cared not for her, often flaunting his affairs before her, utterly disregarding her feelings. The recent cruise disaster, a harrowing test of life and death, revealed his true malevolence. Yang Wan awakened to this reality and resolutely severed ties with him. In that moment, she entrusted her hope for survival to Ye Zhou, believing him to be the true man. She was uncertain whether she had truly fallen for Ye Zhou. Love is an intricate thing. Some feel nothing after years of acquaintance, while others experience instant attraction. Love and indifference are unrelated to one's background or status. It emanates from the soul, beyond human control. Only those with liberated souls are worthy of genuine love. Yang Wan leaned on Ling Ziyu's shoulder, sobbing quietly. Brother Ye Zhou will rescue us. Ling Ziyu gently patted Yang Wan, offering comfort, though she couldn't help but shed tears herself. Having grown up together, they felt each other's plight deeply. Ye Zhou observed the two close friends and shook his head in resignation. He scanned their surroundings, noting the constant seepage of water from the cave walls, forming a pool within. The water overflowed, merging into a small stream that meandered downward, drawing upon his experience. He surmised that a place with air and flowing water could not be a sealed dead end. There must be an exit. This is a source of reassurance for myself, as well as encouragement for both of you, Ye Zhou confidently declared. Stay close to me. Do not wander off. He led the two young ladies downstream, following the current in search of an exit. After walking for a while, the blue light vanished, plunging them into darkness. Ye Zhou understood that unwavering confidence was essential. Only by following the water would they have hope for survival. They navigated the uneven ground, feeling their way along the cave walls. The two ladies clung tightly to him, fearful of falling behind. He shielded them, advancing cautiously. As they proceeded, the passage narrowed, seemingly leading into a dire situation. Further ahead, the terrain constricted even more. Yet the water flowed with increasing ferocity, the sound of a roaring waterfall echoing in their ears. There's light, Yang Wan exclaimed, pointing ahead in surprise. Could it be an exit? Ye Zhou's heart leapt with joy. At the end of the water source, an opening appeared, like a door suddenly revealing itself in a dark, confined space. By now, daylight flooded in, illuminating the surroundings. Ye Zhou cautiously approached the cave entrance, which was perched precariously on a cliff, suspended between heaven and earth. Peering out, he found himself confronted with a sheer precipice, where the river within the cave cascaded down the cliffside, forming a magnificent waterfall that plunged into a deep pool below. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a spray that birthed a stunning rainbow before his eyes. Observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a secluded valley, encircled by towering, rugged cliffs. The valley floor was flat and expansive, adorned with graceful trees. A verdant carpet of grass and vibrant blossoms, painting a picture of idyllic beauty. As Ye Zhou gazed at the enchanting scenery, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion, marveling at the existence of such a picturesque paradise. Yet, he was acutely aware of the pressing reality before him. Addressing the challenge of survival was of utmost importance. Estimating the height of the cave entrance to be no less than several meters from the ground, he recognized the perilous depth of the pool below. Leaping into it recklessly could result in dire consequences. "Brother Yi, can we get out?" Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu inquired, their curiosity piqued. Upon catching sight of the waterfall, their faces paled and they instinctively recoiled. "Let us go back," suggested Ling Ziyu, her timidity evident as she sat down, clutching Ye Zhou's pant leg. "Brother Yi, let us search for another exit," Yang Wan urged, nearly swept away by the rushing water. "Be careful, don't fall," Ye Zhou cautioned, protecting them both. The three of them understood that there would be no alternative exit within the cave. Their journey thus far had not revealed any junctions. On this desolate island, survival necessitated a spirit of adventure. "Are you willing to take the risk?" Ye Zhou probed them. "How we take the risk? Jump down?" Ling Ziyu questioned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yang Wan, trembling, exclaimed, "No, we could die from the fall. Jumping doesn't guarantee death, but staying here will surely lead to starvation." Ye Zhou countered, "Please no. Dying from fall would be so unseemly. Is starving to death any more dignified?" Ye Zhou retorted, "Oh, Z, stop talking." Yang Wan frowned, her expression one of distress. Ling Ziyu merely voiced her concerns, but was far too afraid to actually jump. In such dire circumstances, it was prudent to refrain from uttering too many discouraging words. Ye Zhou crouched down near the cave entrance, scrutinizing the cliffside. Small trees clung to the rock, and nearby, several vines dangled delicately. He was beginning to formulate a plan for escape. Turning to the two women, he declared, "Since you are hesitant to take the risk, stay here. I shall proceed first." He leaned out and climbed onto a protruding rock. "Don't leave us behind. How can you bear to do this?" They cried in alarm. "Ye Zhou, come back. If you go, we will perish here. Don't abandon us." The two women, one a refined lady and the other a prominent star, who typically exuded confidence and disregard for others, now found themselves pleading with Ye Zhou, humbled by their predicament. He felt a sense of satisfaction, eager to impart a lesson to them. Chapter 022. A gift of friendship. Ye Zhou clambered along the rock face, returning to the cave entrance. He deliberately stumbled, pretending to be on the verge of falling into the abyss. Two enchanting ladies, undeterred by the looming danger, rushed forth to rescue him, one grasping his arm and the other clutching his thigh. Ye Zhou harbored a sense of satisfaction regarding their spirited efforts, yet he teasingly remarked, "Why call me back? Do you wish for me to accompany you to your demise? Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot abandon us." The two ladies, relentless in their persistence, clung to his arms. "How coveted I have become," Ye Zhou chuckled to himself. "You are not my girlfriends. Why should I share such a fate with you?" He resumed his playful banter. "It's not about sharing a tragic fate. Don't misinterpret," Yang Wan retorted sweetly. "We consider you a brother. Do not overthink it." Ling Ziyu, small yet cunning, crowned Ye Zhou with the title of brother. Ye Zhou contemplated how to leverage his advantage to render them subservient to his whims. "What benefits come with being a brother? I have no desire for such a role. I am still without a girlfriend. I yearn for one." He candidly expressed his longing. "Isn't Sister Jingzhu your girlfriend?" Yang Wan inquired, mentioning Lu Jingzhu. "You're just a fickle heart. I doubt you even qualify to be a brother," Ling Ziyu teased him. The mention of Lu Jingzhu stirred unease within Ye Zhou, causing him to lower his head, wearing a sullen expression. "Do not worry. Sister Jingzhu will be fine. She is destined for good fortune," Yang Wan reassured him. In such dire circumstances, Ye Zhou found it necessary to cast aside his worries and strive for optimism. "She has cared for me immensely. Being a few years my senior, she often feels more like an elder sister," Ye Zhou elucidated his feelings towards Lu Jingzhu. I can understand. You share a bond forged in adversity, and I am genuinely envious, Yang Wan confessed sincerely. You are quite exceptional. How could you possibly lack a girlfriend? Ling Ziyu redirected the conversation. As a security guard, who would seek a security guard as a boyfriend? Ye Zhou maintained a modest demeanor. What of it? One should not judge a hero by their origins. At the very least, they are grounded and toil with their own hands. Ling Ziyu asserted her viewpoint. Ye Zhou, what kind of girlfriend do you desire? Yang Wan feigned concern, probing into his preferences. Such a dashing and handsome young man, unlike those superficial wealthy heirs. Skilled in martial arts, considerate, and capable of providing a sense of security to his girlfriend. How could such a fine man be single? It appeared Yang Wan harbored a slight interest in him. Otherwise, she would not have unveiled her innermost thoughts. Ye Zhou, wishing to be forthright, stated, my requirements for a girlfriend are not high. Someone like you would suffice. Yang Wan discerned his ulterior motives, instantly blushing. Then I shall introduce you to my best friend, she declared, casting a glance at Ling Ziyu. That sounds agreeable. Whom will you introduce? Ye Zhou inquired eagerly. My best friend is a superstar with an enchanting singing voice. Her fans affectionately call her the little diva. Yang Wan giggled behind her hand. Ling Ziyu, aware the remark was directed at her, retorted, oh, you sly one. Desiring her for yourself, while pushing her on to someone else. You are the one who desires her. I know what you are thinking. Your eyes have betrayed you. Yet you refuse to admit it. The two ladies engaged in a playful verbal sparring match, momentarily forgetting their perilous situation. Goodness, am I merely a pawn in your game? Ye Zhou felt utterly overlooked. Argue amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave, Ye Zhou declared, rising to depart. Don't jump. It's far too perilous. Yang Wan implored him. If you leap, we shall leap with you, Ling Ziyu bravely asserted. Ye Zhou chuckled. I'll descend first. Wait for me. I have a method to rescue you. If anything were to happen to you, we would be doomed as well. Surely, you wouldn't wish to flee alone? The two ladies clutched him tightly. Ye Zhou reassured them. I promise to return and save you. I shall not go back on my word. He added, however, I can only rescue one of you. Whoever becomes my girlfriend shall be the one I save. Ye Zhou, how dare you take advantage of us? I am indeed taking advantage. What of it? Could you not save us both? It is only natural to save my girlfriend. Why should I save someone unrelated? With that, Ye Zhou stepped out of the cave and began to scale the cliff. You ladies discuss who shall be my girlfriend. He laughed heartily. He discarded his bow and arrow, having only one arrow left after a night of escape. Ye Zhou mused, I wonder if there is any game at the valley's base. May this last arrow prove useful. He carefully descended along the rock face, resembling a gecko, firmly adhering to the cliff. His fingers gripped the rock crevices as he cautiously searched for footholds. After traversing a smooth cliff section, he finally grasped a small tree protruding from the rock. Stabilizing himself, he took a moment to catch his breath. The next target lay a few meters below, a green vine. This distance was the most treacherous, requiring him to navigate around a protruding rock with no handholds nearby. A misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. Taking a deep breath, Ye Zhou began to climb down. Suddenly, his foot slipped, leaving him suspended in midair. One hand remained firmly wedged in a rock crevice while the other reached for the vine. The two ladies at the cave entrance held their breaths, nearly crying out in alarm, but suppressing their voices for fear of startling him. Ye Zhou swung slightly, using inertia to grasp the vine. He adjusted his position, wiping the sweat from his palms on his clothing. Slowly, he descended along the vine towards the ground. The two ladies couldn't help but applaud in their eyes. Ye Zhou was a veritable superhero, even a godlike figure. Yet, just as they reveled in his success, the vine suddenly snapped and Ye Zhou plummeted. With a resounding splash, he fell into the deep green pool, sending up a great spray of water. Ye Zhou! Ye Zhou! The ladies cried in panic. Yang Wan, overwhelmed, nearly shed tears, while Ling Ziyu remained composed, observing the surface of the water. Ye Zhou surfaced, shaking the droplets from his hair, gently paddling through the icy water. How are you? Ling Ziyu called out. Climbing onto the shore, drenched, he replied, I am fine. This weather makes for a refreshing cold bath. You should join me for a wash later. We can't get down. You must find a way to rescue us, Yang Wan insisted, her anxiety easing upon seeing him unharmed. Have you all come to an agreement on who will be my girlfriend? Oh no, Ye Zhou, we can cook for you. Do your laundry, isn't that sufficient? Certainly. It is, but I only require one girlfriend. Having two would be excessive. Ye Zhou, you are a gentleman, not a scoundrel. You cannot treat us this way. Even a gentleman deserves a girlfriend, so you all discuss it." After saying this, Ye Zhou departed from the waterhole to explore the surroundings. "Ye Zhou, come back, come back." The beautiful woman stomped her feet in frustration as she watched him leave. Ye Zhou did not look back. He turned around a cliff and vanished from their sight. Chapter 23. The Adventure on Blue Bay Island. Ye Zhou followed the stream that overflowed from the pool, delving deeper into the valley. The stream was over 2 meters wide, with the water depth barely reaching his knees, and in the shallower parts, it only touched his ankles. Exotic flowers and plants flourished on both sides of the stream, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Following the stream, Ye Zhou reached the end of the valley. Before him lay the boundless sea, beneath him the sheer cliffs. As the stream cascaded downward, it seemed there was no way out from here. Ye Zhou turned back and ventured in another direction. He crossed a grove of bamboo, traversed a flat meadow, and arrived at a precipice. What lay before him was astonishing. Beside a large tree stood a wooden cabin. After a thorough investigation, Ye Zhou uncovered 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news was the discovery of a cabin, which was accompanied by a rickety ladder, the sole passage from a valley to the outside world. The bad news was that the ladder had decayed. A mere tug caused it to crumble and fall apart. Ye Zhou pondered that he could not escape in the immediate future and decided to settle down for the time being, contemplating ways to leave later. Standing before the cabin, Ye Zhou felt both astonished and reflective, never expecting to find traces of humanity in such a remote place. It was evident that someone had once resided there for an extended period. Encouragingly, the presence of previous inhabitants indicated that survival was feasible, and there would be no shortage of water and food. The cabin had long been abandoned, shrouded by wild grass and vine plants, with the framework of the house faintly visible. In front of the cabin stood a grass shed, which had long since collapsed, leaving only a few wooden beams. Beneath the shed lay what appeared to be a mud-built hearth, surrounded by scattered cooking utensils. Life seemed to have flourished here. One could fry, stir-fry, and cook, transforming wilderness survival into a pastoral existence. Ye Zhou could not help but feel curiosity and admiration for the cabin's former occupant. He cleared the weeds obscuring the door and gently pushed it open. A cloud of dust mingled with dried leaves fell from the doorframe, settling upon his head and shoulders. The interior was dimly lit, with a ray of sunlight streaming through the doorway, illuminating a small portion of the room. In the sunlight, Ye Zhou noticed a pile of miscellaneous items, such as wooden boxes and tools. He tapped on the doorframe, finding it sturdy. The timber used to construct the cabin was dense and showed no signs of decay. Relieved, Ye Zhou boldly stepped inside, opened the window, and allowed more light to enter the room. As his eyes adjusted, he discerned a bed within, where, to his shock, lay his skeletal remains. What on earth? Despite Ye Zhou's audacity, he could not help but break out in goosebumps. He placed a hand on his chest, steadying himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the room contained only a bed, a wooden table, and 2 wooden boxes. In the corner, a pile of rusty iron tools lay alongside several empty wine bottles. Ye Zhou examined the tools, which included a hammer, an axe, pliers, and a saw. Though they were rusty, they could likely be restored to functionality with some polishing. Hanging on the wall was a rifle, which Ye Zhou carefully took down for a closer inspection. Being well-versed in firearms, he recognized it as a weapon from before World War II. The gun was rusted, and its components were jammed, rendering it essentially useless. Opening one of the wooden boxes, he discovered several pieces of animal hide, a leather water flask, and a few packets of ammunition. To his delight, there were also several bottles of whiskey. Picking up one of the bottles, he noted the label indicated it was American-made, dating back to 1926. This was indeed a fine treasure, akin to the elixir of life. If auctioned, it could fetch hundreds of thousands. Yet why sell it? He planned to save it for a celebratory toast with the 2 damsels he intended to rescue. After all, treasures ought to be enjoyed personally, especially when stranded on a deserted island, where monetary value held little significance. After enduring so much hardship, one deserved to indulge oneself. Setting the whiskey bottle aside, he opened another wooden box. Inside, he found a bundle of rope and a Japanese short sword about a foot long. The rope was slightly thicker than his thumb, and upon tugging it, he found it remarkably sturdy. The rope had been well preserved within the box, untouched by the elements. Initially, he had intended to use vine to fashion a rope to rescue Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. Now, with this sturdy rope, not only was the rescue facilitated, but it also provided an ideal tool for any future escape from perilous circumstances. This unexpected adventure filled Ye Zhou with joy. Yet, the surprises were far from over. He set the rope down and picked up the short sword. The scabbard spring was rusted and stuck, but with a bit of force, it released with a metallic clang, revealing a gleaming blade. Testing its edge with his hand, he found it to be extraordinarily sharp, which filled him with elation as he brandished it in the air, as if it were a coveted treasure. "Thank you, my friend," he said, sheathing the short sword at his waist and addressing the skeleton on the bed with a nod of gratitude. Could this be the remains of a Japanese soldier? Ye Zhou pondered it. Regardless of the identity, this individual was undoubtedly remarkable, capable of building houses, crafting furniture, and presumably skilled in hunting and farming. Continuing his exploration of the room, he noticed the wooden table next to the bed, which, despite its age, appeared sturdy. On the table lay several round coins, which Ye Zhou picked up and wiped clean. They gleamed with a golden hue, inscribed with the characters of the Great Qing dynasty, dated to the 10th year of the Guangxu reign, with the words "Kupuing One Tail" inscribed. "By heavens, Qing dynasty coins!" Ye Zhou exclaimed to himself. This was a windfall. There were a total of 6 coins on the table. If auctioned, would they not be worth hundreds of thousands? In the realm of antique collection, Ye Zhou was but a novice, unaware that these coins could be valued in the millions. In addition to the coins, there was a notebook on the table, accompanied by a tattered fountain pen. Ye Zhou picked up the pen to test it, but found the ink sac had long since dried up, rendering it incapable of writing. He meticulously leafed through the notebook, the yellowed pages fragile enough to tear with the slightest pressure. The ink had faded with time, rendering much of the text barely legible. Yet, Ye Zhou read on patiently, the notes penned in Chinese presenting no barriers to his understanding. It turned out that the gentleman on the bed was a merchant who had been transporting goods aboard the cargo ship, the Sea God. Mid-journey, they encountered pirates, leading to a fierce skirmish with significant casualties and severe damage to the vessel. After escaping the marauders, the cargo ship lost its course in the fog and ultimately ran aground, sinking into the depths. All crew members perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. He subsisted on wild fruits and hunted beasts on the island, enduring months of feast and famine. Eventually, he constructed a wooden cabin and cultivated the land, living there for over 20 years. The diary contained meticulous details, rife with thrilling episodes that captivated Ye Zhou, and before he realized it, midday had arrived. In the latter half of the diary, the handwriting became hasty and difficult to decipher. Ye Zhou mused that this individual must have faced mental challenges, having lived in isolation for so long without a soul to converse with, likely succumbing to depression. One could only imagine the terror of solitary life on a desolate island without companionship. Ye Zhou felt fortunate. After all, he was accompanied by 2 lovely women. He couldn't help but admire this man for having persevered alone for over 2 decades. He doubted he could last a year in such circumstances. The final page of the diary, however, featured neatly penned text, stating that the author had arrived on the island in 1936 and succumbed to despair and self-imposed starvation in 1958. Upon discovering the notebook, Ye Zhou found 2 pieces of parchment tucked within its pages. One was a topographical map of Blue Bay Island, while the other detailed the distribution of its resources. Blue Bay Island? Surely, this was the name the gentleman had given to the desolate isle. Ye Zhou unfolded one of the maps. Chapter 024. Free-riding girlfriend. Ye Zhou examined the map closely. It indicated that Blue Bay Island spanned approximately 40 square kilometers, taking on an irregular pentagonal shape. Within the island, 5 peaks, 3 deep canyons, a primary river, and 2 stretches of white sandy beach were noted. The tallest peak, situated at the southern end of the island, was named Star Picking Tower. The other 4 summits were Eagle Beak Cliff, Reclining Buddha Mountain, Galloping Ridge, and Goddess Peak. Ye Zhou discerned his position. The map indicated that the valley nestled between Reclining Buddha Mountain and Eagle Beak Cliff was called Emerald Shadow Valley. The beacon tower was located at the northern end of Reclining Buddha Mountain, while the beach where they had landed was designated as Blue Rhythm Beach. Closing the map, he opened the other sheet detailing the resource distribution of Blue Bay Island. The map was densely annotated with various resources, names, and locations. including areas for medicinal herbs and fruit trees, as well as regions inhabited by wild rabbits, wild boars, and wild sheep, alongside zones where black bears were known to roam. On the eastern side of Blue Bay Island, several miles offshore, a triangle marked the site of the sunken merchant vessel. Additionally, there was a circled area labeled as unknown, appearing to be an unexplored and mysterious territory. Having perused the maps, Ye Zhou gained a general understanding of the island's landscape. According to the maps, not far to the west lay an orchard and crops such as potatoes, while a stream in the valley teemed with small fish. It was time to procure some food. As Ye Zhou's stomach grumbled audibly. First, let us rescue Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. Ye Zhou thought as he hoisted the rope and stepped out of the wooden cabin. However, a sudden thought struck him, compelling him to return indoors. Ye Zhou meticulously arranged the remains of the cabin's owner before digging a grave nearby to conceal the body. The sight of such a gruesome scene could surely terrify the women. Though he initially contemplated a mischievous prank, he ultimately dismissed the idea out of respect for the deceased. Bowing before the grave, he expressed his reverence. Upon returning to the pond, Ye Zhou looked up towards the cave above, guessing that the two beauties had taken refuge inside. "Hey, are you there?" he called out. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu emerged, their expressions a mixture of joy and anger. "We thought you were dead. Why have you returned? Didn't you escape on your own?" They scolded him incessantly, their faces darkened with frustration. "I, a gallant gentleman, could never abandon such lovely ladies," Ye Zhou replied, adopting a friendly demeanor to mitigate their anger. "I knew he wouldn't leave us behind," Yang Wan exclaimed, her ire transforming into relief as she turned to her friend. Ling Ziyu cautioned, "He must have come back to gloat after filling his belly. Don't trust him too easily." Yang Wan, upon hearing this, felt her own hunger pangs and leaned weakly against the stone wall. "Have you two decided who will be my girlfriend?" Ye Zhou inquired, still fixated on the notion of having a romantic partner. "You can choose to save us or not. But taking advantage of our plight is hardly the mark of a true gentleman," Ling Ziyu retorted, maintaining her composure. "Exactly. A man like you is not appealing to anyone." Yang Wan chimed in agreement. "I refuse to believe that I cannot sway you," Ye Zhou challenged, his tone playful yet obstinate. "I'm going to prepare a meal. You may remain up there," he declared as he turned to leave. "Don't go, Ye Zhou, I beg you." Yang Wan bleated. He sat down nonchalantly, appearing indifferent. "You have 3 minutes to deliberate. I can only save one of you. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and with food scarce here, one more mouth to feed is simply unfeasible." Ye Zhou's antics, reminiscent of a mischievous rogue, only served to infuriate the two women further. Yang Wan, softening first, began to confer with Ling Ziyu. "Ziyu, why don't you make the sacrifice and become his girlfriend? I've encountered many like him." "Don't fall for his tricks," Ling Ziyu replied. "Are we to just wait here for our demise?" Ling Ziyu fell momentarily silent in the face of life and death. Other matters seemed trivial. Considering the consequences, they realized they had two choices: either submit to Ye Zhou or face certain death. Both women understood their precarious situation. Ye Zhou did not appear to be malevolent. At worst, he was merely a rogue engaging in playful mischief, seeking to gain some advantage. Such individuals can be irksome, yet he possessed the means to ensure their survival. Becoming his girlfriend seemed to be the price for aid, and they had to weigh the gravity of this decision. "I sense no malice in him. Perhaps he simply desires companionship. If we acquiesce to his request, he will surely save us both. If you trust him, then you should be the one to become his girlfriend," Yang Wan suggested. "Ziyu, you must set aside your lofty demeanor. We cannot contend with him. He is bound to become increasingly demanding. If you acquiesce to his request today, who knows what he will ask for tomorrow? Would you comply if he were to request something from you?" Yang Wan understood the implications of what was being said. In the event of such a situation, how should she respond? A sense of unease swirled within her, leaving her at a loss. No man is without flaws. Qin Fei is a prime example. And this Ye Zhou might very well be more treacherous than he. Ling Ziyu shared her insights with conviction. "That won't happen. He saved me. He is not that type of person." Yang Wan recalled the night she was rescued by Ye Zhou on the beach, firmly believing she had not misjudged his character. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Do not be blinded by small favors, Ling Ziyu cautioned, her tone resolute. "How about this, Aji? You pretend to agree with him, and once we are outside, we can reconsider. If he tries to take advantage, we shall confront him." "So you mean We prioritize our escape and fill our stomachs first? Precisely, that is my line of thought. I will not compromise my principles. Why don't you just become his girlfriend? Yang Wan found herself in a quandary, hesitating before conceding. All right, since you refuse to endure any hardship, I shall sacrifice myself. Yang Wan, you do not truly like him, do you? Ling Ziyu finally discerned her friend's inner thoughts. Absolutely not. Aji, I am merely pretending to comply. Yang Wan's voice wavered, unable to meet her gaze. Ling Ziyu let out a deep sigh. Do not get entangled in this. You two are incompatible. How could a wealthy heiress be paired with a mere security guard? Besides, you are aware of his association with Lu Jingzhu. I know, I understand my boundaries. Yang Wan seemed to have made up her mind. I hope it does not turn into something real. At this point, Ling Ziyu ceased her persuasion. Clearly, you desire to agree with him, yet you feign reluctance. Asking me to be his girlfriend, is that not hypocritical? Now that you have what you wish for, you conveniently find yourself a righteous excuse. Ling Ziyu was both amused and annoyed. Regardless, the two reached a consensus. Ye Zhou, come here, Yang Wan called out. Ye Zhou approached with a cheerful demeanor. I agree to your request, but I have conditions of my own. Are you willing to listen? Yang Wan stated. You agreed? You will be my girlfriend? Ye Zhou pretended to be oblivious. Yes, I consented. Are you satisfied now? Yang Wan replied with feigned reluctance. All right, wait here while I rescue you. Ye Zhou felt a surge of importance. I have conditions. As my boyfriend, you are obliged to take care of me, and you must also look after my friend. Yang Wan stipulated. Ye Zhou pretended to be put out. Rest assured, we will not take advantage of you. We can forage for wild fruits, cook, and even learn to do some light work. At night, we can take turns keeping watch against wild beasts and villains, Ling Ziyu thoughtfully proposed. Very well. Step back so you're not accidentally harmed by arrows, Ye Zhou said, his heart brimming with joy. Ye Zhou felt as though he had struck gold. He was already planning to rescue them, and now he had gained a girlfriend without any cost. Chapter 025. The charm of Chuaying Valley. Ye Zhou secured the rope to an arrow and aimed it forcefully towards the cave entrance. Though the arrow was meant to reach the opening, the rope tethering it caused it to plummet before it could get there. The weight of the rope must be alleviated. Ye Zhou severed a section of the rope, unraveling it into several slender strands, which he then interconnected. With a swift release, an arrow flew forth, striking accurately into the opening. The two beauties grasped the fine strands, cautiously pulling up the thicker rope beneath. They secured the rope to a sturdy rock, and Ye Zhou tested its strength from below, finding it quite reliable. He ascended along the rope, and upon seeing their savior, the two ladies excitedly rushed to grasp his arms. Ye Zhou examined the rope once more, reading it to ensure its absolute security. Who will go down first? He inquired, seeking their opinions. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu exchanged polite refusals, until finally, with a surge of courage, Yang Wan positioned herself at the mouth of the cave. Ye Zhou secured the rope around her waist, preparing to lower her down. Just then, Yang Wan's foot slipped, nearly sending her plummeting. She glanced down, her face paling in fright, and could not help but exclaim loudly, "No, no, I will fall to my death," clinging desperately to Ye Zhou's neck. She refused to let go, her body trembling with fear. "Do not be afraid. There is no danger," Ye Zhou reassured her. Embracing her delicate form, he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, unable to resist a deep breath. "My dear, do not fear," he murmured, unable to refrain from planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Flushed with embarrassment from the unexpected affection, Yang Wan retorted, "If you keep this up, I will be angry. You promised to be my girlfriend. Can I even steal a kiss?" He teased. "No, we are only nominally together. Our feelings have not yet reached that point." "As you wish, my dear. We shall cultivate our feelings slowly," he replied with a playful grin. "Do not address me in such a manner. Please hold yourself with dignity," Yang Wan warned, truly on the verge of irritation. "Very well, I shall call you treasure. Does that suffice?" Ye Zhou replied, somewhat crestfallen from a rebuff. Finding a leverage point, he pushed off with his feet, alternating his hands to lower the rope, safely bringing Yang Wan to the ground. Next, he prepared to send Ling Ziyu down, securing the rope around her as well. Though Ling Ziyu possessed a brave disposition, she appeared to be merely stubborn in words. Once standing at the cave's edge, she shivered with trepidation. "Wana, how are you?" Ling Ziyu called down to Yang Wan. "I'm all right. It's not so frightening. Don't let the ground scare you." Yang Wan shared her insights. "I entrust my life to you," Ling Ziyu gazed at Ye Zhou before taking the plunge. Their eyes met, and he was captivated by her bright gaze, her long, delicate lashes softly resting upon her eyelids, speaking volumes without uttering a word. For a moment, he was entranced, lost in boundless imaginings. In just a few days, he had come to know these remarkable women, each more enchanting than the last, each possessing their own unique charm. Lu Jingshu was mature and voluptuous, tender and considerate, exuding an undeniable warmth. Yang Wan, tall and striking, embodied a gentle, almost ethereal princess-like demeanor. In contrast, Ling Ziyu radiated an aloof grace, her demeanor exuding an otherworldly purity. Navigating the entertainment industry, she steadfastly maintained her individuality, safeguarding her sacred essence, a rarity to be cherished. Such a maiden is truly a goddess, exuding an aura of nobility that invites admiration yet deters any thought of impertinence. Ye Zhou found himself lost in thought, indulging in daydreams. Lu Jingshu had already tasted that exquisite sensation, lingering in her heart and surfacing unexpectedly, allowing her to savor it repeatedly in her mind. As for the two enchanting ladies beside him, he pondered whether they might ever win the affections of such a beauty. Particularly, if Ling Ziyu could be won over, even for a fleeting moment, it would suffice to bring him lifelong contentment. Ye Zhou, what are you thinking? Ling Ziyu interrupted his reverie. Startled, Ye Zhou returned to reality, offering an embarrassed smile. He gently set Ling Ziyu down and followed her descent down the rope. Together, they made their way towards the quaint wooden cabin. Along the path, blossoms flourished, creating a picturesque landscape. The two beautiful women engaged in cheerful banter, their spirits notably elevated. Upon arriving at the cabin, the ladies were left speechless in astonishment. Ye Zhou provided a brief overview of their circumstances, prompting sighs of wonder from the women, who could not help but express their amazement. Ye Zhou led them in search of sustenance, and as they ventured westward, the terrain flattened. After rounding a bend, they were greeted by a sprawling orchard. This fruitful expanse was substantial, with vigorous trees burdened by bountiful harvests. Adjacent to the orchard lay a clearing where a peculiar plant thrived among the weeds. Lacking any farming experience, Ye Zhou was unable to identify the crop. Could be potatoes? The map indicated that this area was designated for cultivation. Ye Zhou unearthed the plant's roots, revealing indeed that potatoes hung beneath. Elated, he realized that this find far surpassed the wild fruits they had encountered. The patch of potatoes must span at least an acre or two, far more than the three of them could consume in a year. Clearly, these were cultivated potatoes, likely planted by the cabin's owner after salvaging them from sunken ship and clearing the land for agriculture. Ye Zhou dug up a dozen or so potatoes, estimating that they would suffice for a couple of days. Suddenly, the sky darkened, a tempest arose, and torrential rain began to pour. The island's weather was notoriously unpredictable, and this deluge descended without warning, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. With no refuge available, the trio found themselves drenched to the bone. They hurried back to the cabin, soaked and shivering. A chill swept over them, prompting Yang Wan to involuntarily sneeze. You mustn't catch a cold. That would be troublesome, Ye Zhou advised her. Ling Ziyu was also trembling, her lips turning a shade of purple. You should wring out your clothes. If you catch a cold and develop a fever, it may be quite dire, Ye Zhou cautioned, his brow furrowed with concern. Yang Wan glanced at Ling Ziyu. Then at Ye Zhou. You should go outside, Ling Ziyu suggested to Ye Zhou. It's pouring rain. Where do you expect me to go? Ye Zhou protested. We need to change clothes, so please step outside for a moment, Ling Ziyu insisted, gently pushing him towards the door. With the wind and rain, I might catch a cold as well, Ye Zhou replied, visibly reluctant. Zi, let him stay inside. If he falls ill, who will look after us? Yang Wan remarked somewhat brusquely, though her concern for Ye Zhou was unmistakable. Wan Air, how can you be so shameless? Do you want him to watch us undress? Ling Ziyu retorted disapprovingly. It's not that. He can simply turn around, Yang Wan clarified. Ye Zhou, can you assure me he won't peek? Ling Ziyu spoke in a chilling tone. Ye Zhou's lips curled into a subtle smile. Calmly, he replied, I cannot promise that. Ye Zhou, Yang Wan was rendered speechless. Do you see how shameless this person is? Can you still trust him? Ling Ziyu passed judgment on Ye Zhou's character. The sight of beautiful women disrobing, such an exquisite spectacle, no man would dare to miss. Ye Zhou donned an air of nonchalance. You hardly qualify as a man, lacking respect for women. devoid of manners and taste. Ling Ziyu's words were few, yet merciless. Haha, I'm merely jesting with you. Ye Zhou, fearing they might truly be upset, retracted his mischievous demeanor. He opened a wooden box and tossed the animal skins to them. Ye Zhou instructed them to change while he turned his back, standing at the door. I assure you I won't peek. Rest easy, Ye Zhou declared earnestly. Behind him, the sound of rustling garments filled the air as the lovely ladies began to undress. Chapter 026. The ladies disrobe. Ye Zhou imagined the scene unfolding behind him, as the two enchanting women resembled ethereal nymphs bathing, shedding their garments to reveal their exquisite forms. One by one, they cast aside their encumbrances, showcasing the raw beauty of goddesses. They glimmered like two graceful fawns, akin to two wet mermaids. Ye Zhou found himself on the verge of turning around, but restrained himself, fearing that he might disrupt such a splendid moment. Do not turn around, I warn you. Ling Ziyu's tone held a hint of tension. I won't. Ye Zhou is the best, though not a gentleman. He is certainly no rogue. Yang Wan's words were laced with trust and praise. My clothes are completely soaked. Ling Ziyu twisted her garments, producing a sound of dripping water. Oh dear, you're still in your undergarments. Be careful not to catch a cold, Yang Wan cautioned her. Yang Wan, how can you be so shameless? Such words should not reach his ears. Ling Ziyu's cheeks flushed. He wouldn't dare look. You can trust me to disrobe. Yang Wan had already shed all her clothing, wrapping herself in the animal skin and securing it with a cord around her waist. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to turn, strike him with a stick. Ling Ziyu was on high alert. Yang Wan picked up a stick from the corner of the room, but then discarded it after a moment's thought. She approached Ye Zhou from behind, suddenly covering his eyes with her hands. All right, even if he wants to look, he cannot now. Ha ha. Yang Wan laughed triumphantly. Ye Zhou, with his eyes covered, felt a rush of warmth from behind. The soft sensation was nearly overwhelming. Unable to contain himself, he instinctively reached back and touched Yang Wan's face. It felt exceedingly warm, as if she were intoxicated. Yang Wan was unprepared. She attempted to evade, but with her hands immobilized, she could only endure his playful caress. Ye Zhou's large hands gently stroked her face, sending her heart racing. Do not touch recklessly, you incorrigible bad brother, Yang Wan scolded playfully. Why not call me brother, call me husband? After all, I am your boyfriend, Ye Zhou teased, licking his chapped lips. You are incorrigible. You deserve a beating, Yang Wan said, playfully hitting him on the shoulder. Are you done? Why is it taking so long to change clothes? Ye Zhou remarked, abruptly turning around to gaze intently at Ling Ziyu. Startled, Ling Ziyu was relieved to find herself wrapped in animal hide. So quick to dress, how stingy. Just a glance would suffice, Ye Zhou feigned disappointment. To say nothing of merely taking a look, offering oneself would be worthwhile. He mused, reflecting that without his intervention, they would still be languishing in the cave. In time, they would come to realize that sacrificing everything is indeed worthwhile. If one cannot preserve their life, what value is there in safeguarding their body? However, Ye Zhou understood that this was merely his one-sided perspective. For some women, there exist things more precious than life itself. This understanding tempered his approach, for he recognized the necessity of maintaining appropriate boundaries, whether in flirtation or banter. In the midst of their shared plight, it was only natural to adjust their emotions and enliven the atmosphere. As he watched Ling Ziyu floundering in her attempts to dress, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Ziyu, taken aback by Ye Zhou's sudden turn, was gripped by panic. Her hands seemed uncooperative, and no matter how she tried, the ropes refused to bind. To her dismay, the animal hide unexpectedly slipped away. Ye Zhou, wide-eyed, was utterly taken aback. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Goodness, my life has not been in vain. Being stranded on this deserted island is a reward from the heavens, he thought. Should he avert his gaze? Should he act the gentleman and apologize? No, this was not his fault. He bore no responsibility for her blunder. Slap! Ling Ziyu delivered a sharp blow to his face. Transitioning from shock to composure, her face hardened as she picked up the fallen hide, wrapping it around herself with poise and securing her belt. She then turned, spreading the remaining animal hide across the bed, preparing for rest. Realizing he had offended the beautiful woman, Ye Zhou stood to the side, looking somewhat chagrined. Ling Ziyu, you did that on purpose. He saw everything. Yang Wan fumed, stamping her foot. Yang Wan, how many years have we known each other since kindergarten? Am I that kind of person? What you cherish may not be valued by others, Ling Ziyu retorted, escalating the situation with her friend. Beware of fire, theft, and your best friend, she mused, uncertain of the truth in her words. Caught in the middle, Yang Wan felt at a loss. Aware her comments were excessive, she sought to alleviate the tension by helping Ling Ziyu prepare the bed. Ahem, am I invisible? I'm soaking wet and still haven't changed, Ye Zhou said with a wry smile. You go outside and change. Yang Wan tossed him a piece of animal hide. He caught it, testing its size against his frame, guessing it to be rabbit fur, barely sufficient for modesty. Ye Zhou found himself in a comically helpless situation. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured, casting an eerie chill over the desolate landscape. The wind flung the door open, swirling dry leaves and dust around the room. Ye Zhou promptly shut the window and barricaded the door with a stick. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular arm, then removed his jeans, showcasing his defined abdomen. He wrung out his clothes, hanging them on a wooden peg in the rafters. If you wish to watch, then by all means, I am indifferent. Ye Zhou spoke as he clutched his shorts, preparing to remove them. The two beautiful women stared in astonishment, exchanging glances. They had encountered shameless men before, but none as brazen as Ye Zhou. Have you no shame? Yang Wan exclaimed, her voice laden with reproach. You trample upon millennia of civilization. Ling Ziyu accused him of heinous betrayal against his mentors and ancestors. I am shameless and unrepentant. Yet why do you continue to gaze upon me? Ye Zhou maliciously reminded them. He turned his back to the women and slowly shed his last article of clothing. The two ladies, overwhelmed with embarrassment, hastily turned their heads away. Let us not look at him. Let us sleep, Ling Ziyu urged, enveloping Yang Wan in her arms as they buried their faces in each other's embrace, eyes tightly shut. Ye Zhou, filled with self-satisfaction, dried himself off and modestly wrapped a small piece of animal hide around his loins. Achoo! Ye Zhou sneezed, chilled to the bone. The two women lay on the bed, covered with animal hides, feeling quite warm. Ye Zhou sat at the edge of the bed, leaning against the bedpost, clad only in a hide barely sufficient to preserve his modesty. As the night deepened and the rain ceased, the temperature continued to drop, enveloping the outside world in thick fog. Having eaten little more than a few wild fruits throughout the day, his body's warmth gradually waned. Despite his robust physique, Ye Zhou shivered in the face of cold and hunger, drifting in and out of a semi-conscious state. Suddenly, he felt something soft drape over him. Another hide had been added. Opening his eyes, he saw Yang Wan squatting before him, her expression filled with concern. It's so cold, she said, shivering. Why don't you come up and sleep here? In the wilderness, under extreme cold, each other's body heat became a beacon of hope for survival. Ye Zhou climbed onto the bed, lying between the two women. Chapter 027. Mutual warmth. Ling Ziyu had fallen asleep, and Ye Zhou gently nudged her inward to create more space. Unaware, she stirred slightly and sank back into a deep slumber. Ye Zhou wrapped his arms around Yang Wan, holding her tightly and relishing the warmth radiating from her body. Their forms exchanged heat, and Yang Wan showed no resistance, curling up in his embrace like a docile kitten. I don't want you sleeping in the middle. I don't want you touching another woman, Yang Wan suddenly declared. Are you feeling jealous? Ye Zhou stroked her long hair. Not at all. I simply pity you and fear you might freeze, Yang Wan replied softly. Ye Zhou leaned in to kiss her, but she turned her head to evade him. Let me sleep in the middle, she insisted, rolling over to place herself between him and Ling Ziyu. Adjusting her position, she nestled closer to Ye Zhou, lying quietly beside him. Ye Zhou embraced her and pulled the hide over them both. Are you cold? He inquired, concern evident in his voice. Don't speak. Just sleep, Yang Wan signaled him, reminding him that Ling Ziyu was still nearby and they should not disturb her. Ye Zhou dared not utter another word, pressing his body as closely as possible to Yang Wan. He felt an overwhelming warmth, and to his surprise, his body responded in an unexpected manner. Yang Wan sensed something amiss, wanting to retreat, but finding no escape. Beneath the hide, they were enveloped in a vacuum of intimacy, and as Ye Zhou contemplated this, his heart soared with delight. He gently turned her body, seeking warmth, and enveloped her with tenderness from behind. She resisted, leaving him perpetually thwarted. Suddenly, she turned to face him, her cheeks flushed. You're not being honest, and I dislike this side of you, she reproached him softly. Ye Zhou dared not press further, exercising restraint. He understood that patience was essential. The woman before him was within reach, and there was no need for haste. Ling Ziyu, at a distance, might be soundly asleep. In such circumstances, it was prudent to remain composed, lest their situation devolve into chaos. Ye Zhou embraced Yang Wan, soothing her, then adjusted his breathing, gradually succumbing to slumber. When dawn broke, the three awoke, and upon discovering they had slept together, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The awkwardness lingered momentarily, before their thoughts turned to breakfast. Their hunger had become unbearable. Fortunately, it was a sunny morning, the sky particularly clear after the rain. The temperature had returned to normal, even carrying a hint of the post-rain warmth. Ye Zhou intended to prepare a meal, stepping outside to clean the stove. The cooking utensils lay rusted and decayed, rendered useless, and he swept them behind the house. The two ladies carried empty bottles to fetch water from the creek. Ye Zhou smashed one bottle, extracting a shard of glass to fashion into a convex lens. He then scraped away some rotting wood from beneath the cabin, preparing it as kindling. Having just rained, the firewood remained damp, so he laid it out under the sun to dry thoroughly before attempting to kindle a fire. At the potato field, following Feng Yuan's advice, he set several traps for catching wild rabbits. Whether they would be effective remained uncertain, and Ye Zhou held little hope as this was his first attempt. He ventured into the bamboo grove, wielding a short knife to fell a few stalks. The knife was exceptionally sharp, cutting through bamboo with ease. With it in hand, tasks became significantly simpler, saving much labor. By the creek, Ye Zhou caught a dozen small fish. He crafted a series of fishing devices from bamboo, resembling a maze. Once fish swam inside, escape became nearly impossible. Before leaving, he placed the contraptions in the water, awaiting an evening harvest. By midday, the sun blazed overhead, the temperature rising, and the firewood before the door had dried sufficiently. Ye Zhou focused the sunlight through the convex lens onto the decaying wood shavings, and gradually, wisps of blue smoke began to emerge. Leaning down, he gently blew, the smoke swirling as sparks flickered above the shavings. The sparks ignited, catching the dried leaves alight. Flames rising with the wind. The fire blazed, and Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu clapped in delight. Wonderful! We no longer have to eat raw potatoes. Hurry and cook. My stomach is growling. The two ladies moved the firewood into the stove, using containers crafted from bamboo to boil water for cooking. Ye Zhou rummaged through the cabin and discovered a jar of salt. Calculating its age, he realized it had been stored for over 60 years, uncertain of its edibility. He poured some out and tasted it with his tongue. Remarkably, the salt had not deteriorated. Though clumped together, it crumbled easily upon contact. With lunch prepared, it was served at the table. Fresh fish stewed with potatoes, mashed potatoes mixed with fruit preserves, and roasted potato chunks created an entire feast centered around the humble potato. The three diners indulged until their bellies were pleasantly round. Two enchanting ladies, adorned in animal hides, though modestly covered, occasionally revealed sensitive areas, captivating Ye Zhou's gaze and igniting his imagination. The ladies, unfazed by his lingering glances, recognized his nature and chose not to dwell on it, especially since they were satiated and in high spirits. After the meal, Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu set about washing their clothes, while Ye Zhou wandered the surroundings, searching for a possible route to scale the valley's walls. The valley was flanked by sheer cliffs on three sides, with a precipice on the other, leaving no apparent escape. Was he destined to spend his days here with these two beauties? Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename the place from Chuaying Valley to Heartbreak Valley. Ye Zhou began to empathize with the original owner of the wooden cabin, realizing his own plight was even more dire. The cabin's owner had a ladder and the freedom to roam the island, while he was confined to the valley, facing a lifetime of potatoes. Yet, Ye Zhou was resolute. He refused to succumb to despair. After careful evaluation, he concluded that the area where the ladder had once stood was the most feasible route for climbing. He attempted to scale the rock face, but only managed to ascend 5 or 6 meters before losing his foothold and being unable to proceed further. The remnants of the original ladder remained, but they were weathered and decayed, crumbling at the slightest touch, rendering them utterly useless. Looking up at the cliff's summit, Ye Zhou contemplated his escape. He resolved to carve a stairway to freedom from the valley. The wooden cabin housed suitable tools, making the task achievable, albeit time-consuming. Ye Zhou understood the importance of patience. Although he was concerned for Lu Jingshu's safety, the current circumstances necessitated a pragmatic approach, focusing on what he could accomplish. As evening approached, he ventured to check the traps set for wild rabbits, and was pleasantly surprised to find one ensnared. Additionally, he gathered a bounty of small fish and shrimp from his fishing contraption in the stream. With a heart full of anticipation for a sumptuous dinner, he made his way back, encountering Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu, who were frolicking by the stream, playfully chasing a colorful butterfly. Clad in their original garments, they giggled upon seeing Ye Zhou, who was clad only in a piece of animal hide. "Let me guess, who washed my underwear?" Ye Zhou raised an eyebrow mischievously. "What's there to guess?" "How tedious," Yang Wan pouted. "I suspect it was Zi who did it." Ye Zhou teased further. "Nonsense. I wouldn't touch your filthy things." Ling Ziyu replied with a haughty air. "Stop guessing. It was me who washed them, so what?" Yang Wan's gentle nature shone through. "Good wife. There will be a reward tonight," Ye Zhou said mysteriously. "What kind of reward?" The two ladies chimed in unison. Chapter 28. A drunken dance. Ye Zhou revealed the wild rabbit and the fish and shrimp from behind his back, prompting the two ladies to leap with joy. "And there are delightful surprises you would never expect," he teased. "What surprises? Hurry up and tell us," the ladies urged eagerly. "Whiskey, a fine aged spirit." "Do you know how to drink?" Ye Zhou inquired. "I've had red wine, but my tolerance is low. Just one glass makes me dizzy," Yang Wan modestly admitted. "It is perhaps best to refrain from drinking. Intoxication may lead to embarrassment." Ling Ziyu possesses a rather conservative mindset. Embarrassment? What sort of embarrassment could arise? Ye Zhou, fine ignorante. Becoming inebriated could result in a loss of reason. Ling Ziyu remained resolute in her sobriety. A modest indulgence suffices. A slight intoxication can evoke a sense of euphoria, alleviating anxiety and promoting relaxation, Ye Zhou encouraged them. "Very well, we shall join you for a drink. But do be cautious not to become inebriated," Yang Wan expressed her understanding. As Ye Zhou gazed at the two lovely ladies, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He intended to intoxicate them and observe their reactions. Upon returning to their lodgings, they commenced preparing a meal. A bonfire was ignited, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a campfire soiree. An hour later, the delectable feast was laid out, with bamboo utensils arranged neatly. Ye Zhou withdrew a short knife, skillfully slicing the meat for presentation. He served the two ladies with utmost gallantry. Opening a bottle of 1926 whiskey, the aroma immediately filled the air. Unable to resist, Ye Zhou took a sip, savoring the rich, flavorful essence that glided smoothly down his throat. "What an exquisite spirit!" he exclaimed, raising his glass to clink with those of the two ladies. Yang Wan took a sip and was abruptly overwhelmed, coughing and shedding tears. No, it's far too potent," she pleaded. "Take your time. Fine liquor does no harm. Gradually, you shall grow accustomed to it, much like the embrace of a lover." Fervent yet tender, Ye Zhou laughed heartily, downing another glass himself. "Ziyu, do give a try," Yang Wan urged Ling Ziyu. Ling Ziyu, far from hesitant, boldly tilted her head back and drained her glass. As the liquid flowed down her throat, a warm sensation enveloped her stomach, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She frowned slightly, enduring the fierce sensation. Soon, however, she felt the invigorating effects of the alcohol, as the fatigue of recent days vanished without a trace. Initially reserved, Yang Wan, upon witnessing her friend's demeanor, decided to abandon her restraint and joined in the revelry. "This dry drinking lacks excitement. Let us engage in a drinking game," Ye Zhou proposed, eager to intoxicate them further. The two ladies, unfamiliar with traditional games, dismissed this suggestion, finding rock, paper, scissors too juvenile. "Do not merely converse without drinking. Let us toast," Ye Zhou encouraged. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu clinked their glasses together, seemingly ignoring him. They embraced each other, their cheeks flushed, appearing even more vibrant in the firelight. Fueled by the spirit, the two ladies sought to unleash their wild side. "Let us dance," Yang Wan suggested. Ling Ziyu stood, taking Yang Wan's hand, and they moved to the grassy area before the bonfire. In a warm embrace, they performed a tango. Yet still not satisfied, they transitioned into a more exuberant dance, their movements sultry and enticing. Ye Zhou watched in awe, captivated by the breathtaking display before him. He swayed his head and tapped a bamboo tube, providing an impromptu accompaniment. But the spectacle was far from over. The two ladies dashed into the wooden cabin, emerging clad in animal skins. They swayed their hips and began a hula dance. Goodness, how wild and enchanting! Ye Zhou marveled. The two beauties approached him, teasingly flicking their skirts before his eyes, their movements so close that he could hardly contain himself, nearly succumbing to an overwhelming reaction. He yearned to embrace Yangwan's leg, but she deftly sidestepped his advance. He reached out to lift Ling Ziyu's fur skirt, only to have her cover it, retreating gracefully in step. "Come here." The beauties beckoned him with a playful gesture. Ye Zhou's exhilaration reached its zenith, and he joined them in the dance, surrendering himself to the intoxicating rhythm. Eventually, exhaustion overcame them, and the two beauties collapsed to the ground, entwined in each other's arms, babbling and frolicking. Ye Zhou sought to interject into their conversation, but they dismissed him with a playful scorn. "Go away, you smelly man." Accustomed to their haughty demeanor, they paid no heed to his feelings. They quieted down, sharing intimate secrets among themselves, utterly ignoring Ye Zhou's presence. Bored, he reclined on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. This was not the intended outcome, he realized. How could Ye Zhou endure such neglect? Who was the master in Chuaying Valley? Who was the protagonist? Left to his own devices, he found himself powerless against them. If this continued, his plans would surely falter. It appeared they were intoxicated, but should they not have succumbed in his arms instead? Unable to tolerate it any longer, he resorted to his time-tested tactic. "Today has indeed been delightful, but alas, it is the last supper," he tentatively remarked. The two beauties, surprisingly, took the bait, believing his words. "What do you mean? The last supper? Could it be?" "Indeed, I am to depart tomorrow. You shall remain here to live well. With food and drink available, you could survive for a decade or two. Once I am outside, I shall seek a way to return and rescue you. Take us with you. You cannot abandon us." Yangwan believed his words. "Waner, do not trust him. He is up to his tricks," Ling Ziyu warned, ever vigilant. "You cannot climb. I cannot assist you," Ye Zhou replied helplessly. "Ye Zhou, you're upset, aren't you?" Yangwan wrapped her arm around his. Not truly angry, just a bit displeased, he admitted, instinctively pulling her closer. "We shall drink with you. Are you satisfied now?" Yangwan proposed, raising her glass. Ye Zhou felt the warmth emanating from her, which soothed his heart. He suggested a toast of mingled cups. "Let us not forget you are my girlfriend. This toast shall serve as a pledge." Under the influence of the drink, Yangwan relinquished her inhibitions. "Very well, I shall accompany you, risking everything for a gentleman," she declared, her spirit igniting a certain bravado. Their arms entwined, they partook in the toast. Suddenly, Ye Zhou opened his mouth and captured her lips, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, leaving him spellbound. This act incensed Ling Ziyu. "Do not feed me dog food. Do you treat me as invisible? How outrageous!" She fumed, taking a swig of her drink. "Ah Zui Shengri. Ha ha ha. Yangwan Laogid Heartili." It appeared Yangwan was quite inebriated, unable to sit upright. Leaning against Ye Zhou, his hand rested on her sensitive spot, and she remained blissfully unaware. Ye Zhou savored the gentle sensations coursing from his fingertips. "Yangwan, do not blur the lines between play and reality. Such behavior is perilous." Ling Ziyu, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, lunged towards Yangwan, attempting to pull her away from Ye Zhou. The opportunity had presented itself. The goddess seemed to have willingly approached him. Ye Zhou wrapped his arm around Ling Ziyu's neck and, using the momentum, feigned a fall. Ling Ziyu lost her balance and tumbled onto Ye Zhou. Having consumed a considerable amount of liquor, she felt lightheaded and struggled unsuccessfully to rise after several attempts. Ye Zhou held her neck with one arm while his other hand ventured towards her slender waist. Chapter 29. A blade of golden-edged grass. The situation was dire. Ye Zhou's blood surged throughout his body, his face flushed with excitement, rendering him nearly uncontrollable. "I want more to drink, let us toast," Yangwan mumbled, draped over Ling Ziyu. The nearby campfire crackled intermittently, casting a warm glow. The trio, thoroughly inebriated, began to speak incoherently. Ye Zhou, having consumed an excess of alcohol, felt dizzy and euphoric, sporting a foolish grin. In his inebriated state, he found himself incapable of acting upon any desires he harbored. Gradually, the three succumbed to sleep beneath the open sky, each immersed in dreams imperceptible to others. At dawn, Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu awoke, while Yangwan remained lost in her dreams, murmuring softly. Ye Zhou attempted to rouse her, but sensed something was amiss. Upon reaching out, he discovered her forehead was burning. Yangwan was suffering from a high fever, her condition grave. "Is it serious?" Ling Ziyu inquired with concern. "Very serious," Ye Zhou replied, his brow furrowed. Think of a way. Ling Ziyu urged him. I'm not a doctor. What can I possibly do? Ye Zhou lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Are you not capable? She is your girlfriend. She adores you, allowing you to kiss and embrace her. Now that she is ill, your attitude is unacceptable. Ling Ziyu chided, her complaints unending. How can I not care? I am more anxious than you. Ye Zhou thought to himself, but refrained from voicing his feelings, swallowing his words. Given the urgency of the situation, he wished to spare anyone from the despair and helplessness that might linger in their minds. Ye Zhou lifted Yang Wan and carried her into the wooden cabin, gently laying her on the bed. First, provide care and fetch some hot water, he instructed Ling Ziyu. If only Lu Jingzhu were here, she understands medical care and would undoubtedly have a professional treatment plan. The thought of Lu Jingzhu, with her fate uncertain, weighed heavily on Ye Zhou's heart. Regaining his composure, Ye Zhou contemplated how to treat Yang Wan. It appeared that she had caught a cold, exacerbated by the cold wind and the rain from the previous night, which had sapped her body's resistance, leaving her unable to withstand the exposure of the night before. At that moment, Yang Wan stirred, mumbling incoherently as she slowly opened her eyes. Her formerly rosy lips were now cracked and pale, her complexion wan, and her gaze unfocused. Ye Zhou, I feel so cold, she murmured weakly. Do not worry, it is merely a cold, and you will recover swiftly, Ye Zhou reassured her. Yang Wan closed her eyes again, slipping back into a drowsy state. Ling Ziyu entered with hot water. Quickly, assist with her care, Ye Zhou instructed Ling Ziyu. Ling Ziyu stood there, bewildered, expressing her lack of experience. Ye Zhou guided her on how to use warm water and cloth strips to help cool Yang Wan's fever. Having never attended to anyone before, Ling Ziyu appeared clumsy and awkward in her efforts. Ye Zhou, filled with urgency, swiftly pushed her aside and took it upon himself to remove Yang Wan's clothing. At this juncture, the distinction between male and female had all but vanished. Faced with Yang Wan's graceful form, Ye Zhou set aside any thoughts of admiration, focusing intently on her care. Ling Ziyu understood implicitly, offering no superfluous words, and silently assisted Ye Zhou. They attended to her, first from the front, then turning her over to cleanse her back. Through physical cooling, Yang Wan's temperature began to subside. As she regained consciousness, her spirits lifted considerably. Ye Zhou offered her a sip of water and wrapped her snugly in animal hides, ensuring she could rest comfortably. He entrusted Ling Ziyu with guarding Yang Wan while he ventured nearby to seek medicinal herbs, recalling that certain plants grew upon the cliffs to the west. He felt fortunate to have learned herb identification from Lu Jingzhu. Upon reaching the cliffs, Ye Zhou discovered the desired herbs. With a rope slung over his shoulder, he ascended the rocky face. At a height, he spotted a small tree. He deftly swung the rope, securing one end to an iron rod, which, under the influence of gravity, coiled tightly around the roots of the tree. Alternating his hands, Ye Zhou climbed with ease. After gathering the herbs, he tucked them into his clothing. Just as he was about to descend, a glimmer of discovery caught his eye. On a higher cliff in the distance, another herb grew. He continued his ascent cautiously, navigating the perilous terrain. Indeed, it was the coveted, golden-edged grass. Holding in his hands, Ye Zhou felt as if he had struck gold. However, a thought crossed his mind. Without Lu Jingzhu's presence, this treasure would be rendered useless. Yang Wan was ill, and Ling Ziyu was not one to offend. Should they consume it without assistance, the consequences could be dire. Should he keep it or discard it? The once invaluable treasure now seemed worthless. Could he truly bear such regret? Reluctant to part with it, given its rarity and magical properties, Ye Zhou decided to bring it back, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. Perhaps it could be transplanted and nurtured beside the cabin as an ornamental plant. Upon returning to camp, he planted the golden-edged grass in a patch of moist soil before entering the cabin to inquire about Yang Wan's condition. She remained feverish and in danger, her body still burning with heat. If the fever persisted, it could lead to encephalitis or pneumonia. Ye Zhou, unwilling to delay, prepared the herbs in a container to brew a medicinal concoction. Once the brew was ready, he gently elevated Yang Wan, coaxing her to drink. As she began to sweat, her body became damp. Ye Zhou continued with physical cooling measures. Concerned for Yang Wan's survival, he felt a heavy weight in his heart, uncertain of her fate. After lunch, Yang Wan still had not broken her fever. That evening, she awakened, took some water, and then drifted back into a deep slumber. Her intermittent murmurs, a reflection of her fragile state, tugged at Ye Zhou's heartstrings. He and Ling Ziyu kept vigil throughout the night, meticulously caring for her. As dawn broke, Yangwan finally began to cool. Though still weak, she expressed a desire for food. Ye Zhou hurried to catch fish, returning to prepare a nourishing fish soup. Ling Ziyu gently fed her the warm broth. "Ah Ziyu, thank you for taking care of me." Yangwan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to her dear friend. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards Ye Zhou. Ling Ziyu praised him, saying he risked his life to gather herbs for you, assisted you in bathing, and cared for you with utmost attention. Assist me in bathing? Yangwan could hardly believe it, too shy to voice her thoughts. Ahem. Ye Zhou coughed discreetly. Healing is of utmost importance. Do not overthink it. You share a doctor-patient relationship. Ling Ziyu shot them a disapproving glance. Yangwan resembled a pampered little princess, her face glowing with allure as she cast a deeply affectionate glance at Ye Zhou. Could it be that their pretense might evolve into something genuine? Ling Ziyu, understanding her best friend all too well, realized that it was only a matter of time before she succumbed. A twinge of envy stirred within Ling Ziyu. What if she had agreed to be his girlfriend from the start? As she watched her friend bask in the warmth of love, her heart sank with melancholy. Ye Zhou, undeterred by the dangers, had climbed the cliffs to gather herbs, returned to brew medicine, and caught fish, all while lavishing meticulous care on Yangwan, showcasing both his masculine responsibility and tenderness. What woman could resist such a man, who would not find their hearts stirred? The men surrounding Ling Ziyu were either excessively greasy or foolishly ignorant, incomparable to Ye Zhou. Her admiration and affection for Ye Zhou surged. Yet she could only conceal her feelings, for her best friend had already made her claim. Ling Ziyu accompanied Ye Zhou to gather herbs. Although Yangwan had recovered from her fever, her lungs were still affected, leaving her in a persistent cough. The southern cliffs harbored herbs that could alleviate coughing. Ye Zhou cut a slender bamboo pole and, together with Ling Ziyu, ventured to the southern mountains. As he climbed halfway up the cliff, he instructed Ling Ziyu to hand him the bamboo pole. The cliff offered no handholds, making the pole invaluable. Ye Zhou used the pole to dislodge the herbs, while Ling Ziyu hurried to collect them. On their way back, Ye Zhou checked the trap set for wild rabbits and, with luck, captured one. Ling Ziyu gathered a large bouquet of fresh flowers. "Are they beautiful?" she asked, showcasing them to Ye Zhou. "Absolutely stunning," he replied, captivated by the flowers and the beauty that accompanied them. "Water will surely adore them." Ling Ziyu decided to gift them to Yangwan. The delicate blush on Ling Ziyu's fair cheeks, accentuated by the flowers, rendered her even more enchanting. Ye Zhou felt an overwhelming urge to embrace and kiss her. As he gazed, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he struggled to maintain composure. Since being trapped in the cooling valley, they had always been together as a trio, lacking the opportunity for private moments. His relationship with Yangwan was merely verbal, a jest without any substantial commitment. To be honest, he felt a stronger connection with Ling Ziyu. He was drawn to her ethereal and sophisticated demeanor. At this moment, with only Ling Ziyu by his side and Yangwan absent, he considered seizing the opportunity. Chapter 30. A sudden passion ignited. Suddenly, the rabbit in Ye Zhou's grasp kicked free, escaping his hold. Fortunately, its legs were bound, and it bounced on the ground, not straying far. Ye Zhou hurried to catch it, and the rabbit leaped onto Ling Ziyu's foot. Startled, she instinctively recoiled in panic. "Quick, catch it!" Ye Zhou urged. Gathering her courage, Ling Ziyu bent down to seize it, though her heart raced with fear, and she was merely pretending to act. Unexpectedly, the rabbit kicked its legs in panic and leaped into her embrace. Ling Ziyu's complexion turned pale as she fell to the ground. Ye Zhou rushed forward, pinning the rabbit in her arms. Ling Ziyu, pressed down by him, could hardly catch her breath. Strangely, she did not resist. Instead, she cast a sultry glance at him. Was she tempting me? What was she implying? Ye Zhou's heart raced as if struck by the rabbit's foot. With beauty in his arms, who cared for the morals of a gentleman? He could hardly endure it. Truly, he was overwhelmed with desire. He thought, "Let me first make this raw rice into cooked rice." He tore open the buttons of Ling Ziyu's blouse. Ling Ziyu slightly closed her eyes, seemingly intoxicated. Ye Zhou could not discern whether he had lost his reason or if this was indeed his rationality. Without hesitation, he proceeded skillfully. It turned out she desired this too. Beneath her seemingly aloof, exterior lay a passionate heart. The expression on her face reflected her anticipation. Ye Zhou's heart blossomed with joy as he toyed with the goddess's heartstrings, keenly observing her reactions. "Please don't," Ling Ziyu pleaded softly, attempting to refuse. "Just keep pretending. Let us see how far you can go." Ye Zhou probed further, claiming another territory. Would Yang Wan find out? What would happen if she did? Ling Ziyu exaggerated the seriousness of the situation. "Don't speak, just lie still. Everything will be fine," Ye Zhou guided her. No, that is unfair to Yang Wan," Ling Ziyu protested, shaking her hands. "As long as it's fair to you," she replied. "Don't overthink it. Just focus on how to love me," Ye Zhou asserted firmly, refusing to accept any rebuttal. "But I don't love you." Ling Ziyu fluttered her eyelashes. "Your eyes have betrayed you," Ye Zhou responded. The more he was rejected, the more exhilarated he felt. "The rabbit has escaped. Go catch the rabbit." Ling Ziyu giggled. Ye Zhou could no longer hold back. He had no time to think of rabbits. "You are my rabbit. I shall strip your skin and devour your flesh." "Is this considered strength? I am being seduced." "I don't like this," she retorted. "I know. Let me go. I beg you. Don't speak." Ye Zhou silenced her. Ling Ziyu bit him hard, causing him to yelp in pain. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free, picked up a bouquet from the ground, and dashed towards the small wooden cabin. Ye Zhou watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Ye Zhou, you're thinking too simply. Capturing a goddess of her caliber requires more than mere effort. While others gather bouquets and lose themselves in love, you forcefully pursue her. This is not your style." Ye Zhou reflected on himself. The wild rabbit had not run far. It lay bound beneath a tree. Ye Zhou captured the wild rabbit, hoisted his tools, and returned to the cabin. "You have been gone so long. I was worried," Yang Wan expressed suspicion. "Ahem." Ye Zhou feigned a cough. "Ziyu, when did your blouse button come off?" "Oh, yes, I just noticed." "When did it fall off?" Ling Ziyu dared not meet her friend's gaze. "What on earth is going on? Where have you been?" "Ye Zhou, did you bully Ziyu?" "Don't be a scoundrel." Yang Wan, being exceptionally intelligent, posed a series of questions. No, nothing has happened. "You are overthinking," Ye Zhou replied, his face betraying a lack of sincerity. Wan Bing, already suspecting the truth, felt a wave of grievance wash over her. In moments of vulnerability, one often longs for the comfort of home and loved ones. "Mom, I miss you so much. I have been wronged by a man and betrayed by a close friend. What should I do?" Wan Bing's emotions shattered, and she began to sob. Ye Zhou, feeling guilty, retreated outside. Ling Ziyu approached to console her, showering her with kind words and explanations until she was finally soothed. "Ziyu, as friends, how have I treated you?" Wan Bing expressed sincerely. "We have known each other since kindergarten and have never been separated until university. We are like sisters." Ling Ziyu acknowledged their bond. "I have fallen in love with Ye Zhou. I have never been serious before, but this time it's true love," Wan Bing stated candidly. "I have never done anything to betray you, nor will I in the future," Ling Ziyu promised. "Ziyu, my heart is so chaotic. Have I loved wrongly?" Wan Bing lamented helplessly on Ling Ziyu's shoulder. "I understand, dear," Ling Ziyu gently reassured her, patting her softly. "Can we ever return home? Will we die here?" Wan Bing felt a surge of despair. "Fear not. With Ye Zhou around, he will take us home. Besides, even if we cannot return home, having him with us means we have no regrets in this life," Ling Ziyu said, immediately regretting her words, as they revealed her own feelings and reliance on Ye Zhou. "Ziyu, you wouldn't also have fallen for Ye Zhou, would you?" Wan Bing inquired. "Look at how nervous you are," Ling Ziyu giggled. "I only see him as a brother. I won't compete with you." "But even brother-sister relationships can lead to mischief," Wan Bing scoffed lightly. "All right, don't overthink it. I will go prepare dinner," Ling Ziyu said. "Okay, you go ahead," Wan Bing replied, still weak and unable to rise from bed. Ling Ziyu stepped outside and found rabbit meat simmering on the stove. She washed the potatoes thoroughly and prepared a bowl of medicinal soup for Wan Bing. The medicinal concoction was meant to soothe the nerves and induce drowsiness. After drinking it, Wan Bing drifted into a deep sleep. Ye Zhou returned, carrying wild greens. "Wash this and make a pot of wild vegetable soup," he instructed, tossing the greens carelessly on the ground. Ling Ziyu picked up the vegetables, rinsed them in water, and placed them in a bamboo tube for soup. Having never done household chores at home, she had to learn to fend for herself on this deserted island. Over the past few days, she had acquired the skills to perform some simple tasks. Ye Zhou enjoyed eating greens, believing that they helped maintain a well-proportioned figure. The wild vegetables in the bamboo tube were unfamiliar to her, and she was unsure of their taste. She added a pinch of salt, tasted it, and found the seasoning just right. Unbeknownst to her, while gathering the wild greens, she inadvertently uprooted some golden edge grass growing nearby, mistaking it for wild vegetables. The golden edge grass and wild greens simmered together, resulting in a splendid soup. By the time dinner was ready, night had fallen. Ye Zhou sat at the door, skewering meat with a knife, savoring his meal alongside a glass of whiskey. Life was indeed better than when he worked as a security guard. Fine wine, delectable food, and beautiful company, all a delightful indulgence. The starry sky sparkled, serene and exquisite. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks resembled a melodious serenade. He was so enraptured that he forgot his origins, the perilous situation he found himself in, and the dangers he had just endured. Slightly intoxicated, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Ling Ziyu approached with a bowl of wild vegetable soup. "Drink up, brother, while it's hot," she said with a cheerful smile, presenting a bowl of splendid soup before Ye Zhou. Chapter 031. The Poison of Love. Ye Zhou took the bowl, inhaling the aroma, feeling rejuvenated. "It seems quite delightful. Let the patient have the first sip. A warm soup might induce some perspiration." He returned the soup to Ling Ziyu. "You should taste it first and see how my culinary skills fare." Ling Ziyu wished to showcase her abilities to Ye Zhou. "You all drink first. I can wait," he remarked, taking a sip of his wine. Ling Ziyu felt her intentions were rejected, a flicker of disappointment in her heart. "Very well, I shall go tend to Waner." Ling Ziyu entered the room, carrying the wild vegetable soup, and gently roused Yangwan. "Waner, how are you feeling? Are you any better?" she asked, sitting by the bedside and propping Yangwan up. "Cough, cough." Yangwan could not suppress her cough. "Have some soup." Ling Ziyu brought the soup closer to her lips. "What kind of soup is this?" Yangwan inquired. "A nourishing broth, simmered for 2 hours," Ling Ziyu replied, her heart filled with care. "I have no appetite. You all should drink it," Yangwan said, coughing again as her stomach churned. The potent herbal remedy for her cough was harsh, unsettling her stomach. Ling Ziyu said, "All right, you should rest a bit more." Yangwan lay back down and drifted off again. Ling Ziyu emerged from the room and sat beside Ye Zhou. "How is Waner? Is she feeling better?" Ye Zhou asked. "She is a bit better, but she has no appetite and hasn't had a sip, falling asleep again," Ling Ziyu reported, taking a sip of the soup. "The medicinal properties are taking effect. Let her sleep. This herbal remedy alleviates coughs and aids in sleep." Ye Zhou leaned against a tree, crossing his legs. Ling Ziyu savored a piece of meat and took another sip of soup. "Would you like some?" Ye Zhou shook the wine bottle in his hand. "I dare not drink any more. Last night was quite an experience." Ling Ziyu waved her hand. The two sat in silence, gazing at the beautiful night sky. "Ye Zhou, Ling Ziyu, feel something is amiss with my body." "What is it?" Ye Zhou inwided jesually. "Ye Zhou, I feel unwell," Ling Ziyu confessed, sensing a heat coursing through her. Ye Zhou, still sipping his wine, remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor. "Do not be so cryptic. You women tend to be overly dramatic." He laughed. Ling Ziyu seized a water bottle, gulping down the water. Ye Zhou furrowed his brow, puzzled by her behavior. "Drinking so much water. Are you not afraid of needing the restroom tonight?" Ling Ziyu drank until she could take no more, her stomach swelling, yet the heat within her persisted. In desperation, she poured the water over her head. "Are you out of your mind?" Ye Zhou iklimet, konfusit. Could she be poisoned? Bitten by a venomous creature? Consumed something she shouldn't have? Ye Zhou's alertness heightened. His mind raced. Could the issue lie with the wild vegetables? That couldn't be, as she had personally tasted them, ensuring their safety. "What is happening? Can I assist you?" Ye Zhou inquired with concern. Ling Ziyu sat on the ground, her body leaning back, her legs tightly intertwined, resembling a twisted braid. Goodness, is this woman in heat? In this state, she exuded an allure and temptation surpassing even her dance. "What ails you?" Ye Zhou asked, helping her up. It was at this moment that he realized the gravity of the situation. Clearly, Ling Ziyu had fallen victim to a sinister poison. "Ye Zhou, I've never engaged in such acts, nor have I given myself to any man," she said, her face flushed and her eyes clouded with a dreamy gaze. What does she mean by that? Ye Zhou, perplexed, was lost in confusion. Ling Ziyu suddenly wrapped her arms around Ye Zhou's neck, entwining him like a serpent. "I feel as though I am dying. It's unbearable," she murmured incoherently. Ye Zhou was bewildered. She had rejected him in the afternoon. and now she seemed to be offering herself. What ails you? How can I assist you? He felt the urgency of the situation intensifying. No, no, I cannot betray one error. Suddenly, Ling Ziyu released him, collapsing onto the ground, her body convulsing rhythmically. The once proud and aloof goddess, how had she transformed into this? Ye Zhou could hardly believe his eyes. The golden-edged grass must be the cause. He turned to see that the golden-edged grass outside had been stripped bare, its leaves completely ravaged. Indeed, it was the golden-edged grass. She had brewed it into a concoction. His mind was reeling. He never anticipated that the golden-edged grass could affect a woman in such a manner. Lu Jingshu had not forewarned him of this. He understood that consuming golden-edged grass without a companion's aid would lead to an insidious intoxication, endangering one's life. The sole means of saving her was through uniting with her, providing her a pathway to detoxify. Was this appropriate? Goodness, had he truly fantasized about this day? With matters having escalated to this point, how could he withdraw? This was not his character. He should not take advantage of someone in distress. The emotional turmoil was pressing and imminent. Ling Ziyu gripped the wild grass on the ground, tearing at it frantically. Watching her in agony filled Ye Zhou with alarm. The urgency to save her overshadowed his hesitation. He rushed to embrace her. In her intoxicated state, she kissed him recklessly. A surge of heat coursed through him. His body taut, as though it might burst. The effects of the golden-edged grass transformed into a vital essence flowing through their bodies. Half an hour later, Ling Ziyu, drenched in sweat, finally expelled the toxins from her system. Gradually, she calmed, her face regaining a faint blush. Ye Zhou, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. What has come over me to act in such a manner? Ling Ziyu found it hard to believe. This is not your fault. You were poisoned, Ye Zhou explained. Poisoned? What poison? I do not feel dizzy or nauseous, merely an overwhelming heat, especially there. It is too uncomfortable, Ling Ziyu said, her cheeks aflame, too shy to elaborate. You mistakenly took the golden-edged grass for mere wild herbs. Luckily, I was by your side. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger, potentially losing your life. Ye Zhou clarified the properties of the golden-edged grass to Ling Ziyu. She was astonished to discover such miraculous herbs existed in the world. How do you feel now? Ye Zhou asked, noticing her still flushed complexion, feeling a twinge of concern. It is much better than just now, Ling Ziyu remarked with a gentle smile. I mean, at that moment we were together. Ye Zhou was eager to discern her feelings. Oh, do refrain from speaking so shamelessly. Ling Ziyu turned away, her playful demeanor evident. Ye Zhou mirrored her movement, positioning himself face to face with her, admiring the beauty of the goddess before him. Do tell me, what feelings do you harbor? Ye Zhou caressed her cheek tenderly. Silly brother, is it necessary to articulate? Of course, it was delightful, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Ling Ziyu embraced her femininity, experiencing for the first time the sweet ecstasy of love between a man and a woman. Such sensations could indeed become addictive. A promising beginning foretells a blissful continuation. Ye Zhou felt a lingering desire for more. Thank you for saving me. Ling Ziyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Sing me a song, Ye Zhou requested. What song do you wish to hear? Ling Ziyu sat up, inquiring. I adore your song Feathers of Love, Ye Zhou replied, mentioning the title. That song is too melancholic. Instead, I shall sing Green Island Serenade. Ling Ziyu rested her head upon his chest. Ah, splendid. I too cherish that melody. Ling Ziyu began to sing softly, her voice a delicate and melodious whisper. As the moonlight shifted westward, it concealed itself behind the clouds. The dawn painted the sky a soft pearly white. Oh no! Ye Zhou, I feel as though I'm dying again, Ling Ziyu exclaimed, the effects of her ailment resurfacing. The potency of the golden-edged grass was truly formidable. It is astonishing, yet perilous, she noted. Ye Zhou, drenched in sweat, felt helpless despite his best efforts. Could he truly not save her? Ling Ziyu lay back, her expression twisted in pain, pleading for assistance. An idea struck Ye Zhou. He hastily prepared a wild vegetable soup and gulped it down in one breath. He experienced the overwhelming sensations that Ling Ziyu felt, his body feeling as if it were bursting. Chapter 32. The Power of Golden-Edged Grass. Can you hear me? Ling Ziyu had something to convey. Ye Zhou, now poisoned, could grasp nothing. Do not let Wanner know. Promise me. Ling Ziyu insisted, her mind clearing momentarily. She is of no concern to me, Ye Zhou replied, muddled. She loves you, did you know? And what of it? He retorted. You must not betray her. Do not cause her harm. Could I betray you? We have wronged her. This shall be the final instance. I am dying. Please save me. Ling Ziyu gazed at her brother, filled with compassion and gratitude. You have saved me. I can only repay you with my utmost devotion. Ling Ziyu sighed deeply, accepting her fate. The sun rose over the sea, casting its golden light upon the two. The dawn sky was painted in hues of crimson. Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu rested upon grass. At that moment, their greatest fear materialized. What are you two doing? A voice called from behind them. Startled, Ye Zhou turned to see Yang Wan standing before the wooden cabin. What are you doing? The situation was painfully clear, an inquiry made out of feigned ignorance. You must not engage in such behavior. Yang Wan rushed forward, attempting to separate them. However, weakened from her illness, she stumbled and fell to the ground. She could hardly believe her eyes. Ye Zhou wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. It is not as you perceive, he stammered. The detoxification and healing were unavoidable. Would she believe such words? Ye Zhou appeared as a child caught in wrongdoing, his face marked by regret. I shall go prepare something to eat. Ye Zhou hastily picked up his clothes and fled. Aziz, why do you treat me this way? Yang Wan lamented, filled with grievances. I don't know, it wasn't intentional, Ling Ziyu explained with a pale visage. Have you no shame? Yang Wan could hardly believe the absurdity of it all. The harmonious existence of the three had been shattered. From that moment onward, Yang Wan remained sullen, ignoring both Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu. She particularly loathed her best friend for stealing her boyfriend. Ling Ziyu, filled with regret, also ceased to engage with Ye Zhou, dedicating her days to winning back her friend as favor. The laughter and joy of yesteryears vanished, replaced by a stifling silence that weighed heavily upon them. Ye Zhou hunted twice daily, bringing back sustenance, while Ling Ziyu took on the responsibility of cooking. When a meal was prepared, the three of them ate in silence. Ye Zhou attempted to break the ice, but each time he initiated conversation, he was met with cold indifference. Ling Ziyu's efforts to appease Yang Wan were met with disdainful glances. As they dined, Yang Wan silently wept, her tears plopping into her bowl. Unable to eat, Ye Zhou abandoned his meal to immerse himself in work. He began constructing a ladder to the heavens, sharpening his axe and chiseling into the sheer cliffs, wedging wooden sticks into the crevices. The rock was exceedingly hard, making the task perilous and arduous. Several times, the axe slipped from his grasp, tumbling down the precipice, forcing him to descend to retrieve his tools before resuming his labor. At this rate, it seemed he would require several days to complete the task. Ye Zhou spent every moment outside of eating and sleeping laboring on the cliff. One evening, upon returning to their dwelling, he found only Yang Wan at the table. Yang Wan had recovered from her ailment, yet remained sulky, turning her head away upon seeing Ye Zhou. He chose not to acknowledge her and began to eat his meal. As night fell and Ling Ziyu had yet to return, Ye Zhou grew concerned. Where is Aziz? He inquired of Yang Wan. She remained silent. How long will you continue to sulk? Ye Zhou's irritation began to surface. Yang Wan turned to retreat into her room. Ye Zhou benokit harpat. Your temper won't tea work on this island, and it's certainly one tea work with me. Anger surged within him. You two commit such an act, and then blame me? Yang Wan, having bottled up her emotions for days, yearned to unleash her feelings. Come on, let us argue, let us go mad. Let us just end it all. Their emotions spiraled, a frenzy of despair. Don't force me to act. I have no desire to strike a woman. Go ahead, hit me. Ye Zhou raised his hand, yet could not bring himself to strike her. The ones I love most, my best friend, have conspired to betray me. Yang Wan cried out in anguish. Let me explain. Ye Zhou insisted, holding her tightly, refusing to let her break free. I don't want to hear it. All your sweet words are mere lies. Yang Wan kicked out in frustration. If you refuse to listen, so be it, Ye Zhou retorted, unwilling to waste further breath. He then set out in search of Ling Ziyu. He scoured the entire valley, yet found no trace of her. Anxiety gripped him. He feared she might take a drastic step. The oppressive atmosphere of recent days had nearly driven them to despair. He prayed she would not do anything foolish. As he searched, he called her name aloud. Turning around a cliff, he spotted Ling Ziyu sitting by a pool of water, clutching her knees. Ye Zhou sat beside her, feeling the weight of her distress. Brother Ye Zhou, what should I do? Ling Ziyu lamented, resting her head on his lap. Time will validate everything. Do not fret. Ye Zhou reassured her, gently patting her back. Suddenly, Ling Ziyu straightened herself and shifted away. Please, do not concern yourself with me. It is best we maintain our distance, she said, her tone laced with melancholy. Why? Have I wronged you in any way? Ye Zhou replied, feigning innocence. From childhood until now, I have never quarreled with Wanner. This time, it was my fault. I do not wish to lose her, Ling Ziyu confessed, burdened by guilt. Cannot you resolve your issues without sacrificing my happiness? Ye Zhou protested, feeling aggrieved. Ling Ziyu looked up at him, a mixture of pity and helplessness in her gaze. We just had a fight. She refuses to forgive me. It seems I have but one option left. What option? Ye Zhou asked, his concern evident. Ling Ziyu appeared resolute. I will leave you both, that way. She will forgive you, and I hope you will treat her well. Leave? How could you do that? Ye Zhou questioned, alarmed. You take Wanner away, and I will remain. Do not worry about me. Let me fend for myself, Ling Ziyu declared with determination. Impossible. Ye Zhou, am not that kind of person, he asserted, impulsively reaching to embrace her, only to be deftly evaded. You should return. Do not let Wanner misunderstand, Ling Ziyu insisted, her thoughts solely for her friend. Let her be. I will no longer cater to such a spoiled girl. Ye Zhou scoffed, shaking his head. I explained everything to her, yet she refuses to believe me. It seems she will never forgive me in this lifetime, Ling Ziyu lamented. She is too stubborn to heed others' words, Ye Zhou sighed. But we cannot blame her. The golden edge grass is exceedingly rare in this world. Without experiencing it firsthand, who would ever believe? Ling Ziyu defended her friend. Only through personal experience will she understand our plight, Ye Zhou comforted her. Indeed, if she were to experience it herself, a glimmer of hope suddenly shone in Ling Ziyu's eyes. Brother Ye Zhou, could you gather another piece of golden edge grass? She asked, a smile breaking across her face as an idea sparked within her. What do you mean? What are you thinking? Ye Zhou inquired, puzzled. You need not worry. Just bring back one tomorrow, Ling Ziyu replied sweetly. Ye Zhou shook his head. The golden edge grass is exceedingly rare. It cannot be harvested at will. Such extraordinary flora is a serendipitous encounter. If one finds it, it is fate, and if not, that is the norm. I have scoured this valley. There cannot be any more golden edge grass. His words left her feeling disheartened. Yet, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a realization. She seemed to have devised a clever plan. Let us return, Ling Ziyu said, her spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. Ye Zhou, perplexed by her sudden change, felt a sense of joy at her restored demeanor. Ling Ziyu smiled secretly, a bold scheme forming in her mind. Chapter 033. The lover's azure weighs upon returning to the wooden cabin. Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu found Yangwan already in bed. In truth, she had not fallen asleep. Her mind racing with thoughts about the prolonged absence of Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu, speculating on the intimate activities they might have engaged in. How could they possibly have conducted themselves? The mere thought of those images was almost too much to bear. Yet she could not help but indulge in her imagination. Lacking experience, her understanding was merely a vague impression formed through films and conversations with her close friends. It was said that the first experience of womanhood was often fraught with pain. However, observing Ling Ziyu, it seemed that surpassing that threshold was not insurmountable. What manner of person was this Ye Zhou? Truly, he was insufferable, glancing at other options while indulging in what he had. How could Yangwan fall for such a scoundrel? Oh, the heartbreak! Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. She could no longer suppress her indignation. Compromise was out of the question. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, lying on her bed, facing the wall, and shedding silent tears. Ye Zhou, take care not to catch a chill, Ling Ziyu offered, handing him a piece of animal hide. Ye Zhou accepted it, laying it on a bamboo couch before reclining to rest. Ling Ziyu nestled beside Yangwan. Brother Ye Zhou, tomorrow I will gather fish and dig up some potatoes. You should rest a while longer. You must be exhausted from repairing the sky ladder these past few days. Ling Ziyu was quite understanding. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. In a few days, we shall be able to venture out, Ye Zhou replied courteously. Oh, the display of affection. Yangwan could not contain her frustration and began to weep aloud. Wanner, do not be upset, Ling Ziyu sought to soothe her. Why should you care? Your concern is insincere, Yangwan retorted, shaking off her hand. Ye Zhou felt overwhelmed. Women were indeed formidable creatures. He pulled the animal hide over his head and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Ye Zhou awoke to find only Yang Wan still peacefully asleep. He stepped outside, where breakfast had already been prepared on the table. After a light meal, he ascended the cliff to continue his work on the sky ladder. Ye Zhou climbed the sheer rock face, chiseling away step by step. He faced a particularly challenging phase. A massive boulder loomed above, its surface smooth and seamless, devoid of any handholds. This segment was critical and complex within the entire undertaking. Overcoming it would pave the way for greater ease thereafter. Ye Zhou labored intensely, yet the rock proved unexpectedly hard, sending sparks flying as his axe struck. After an entire morning's toil, he had only managed to create a narrow fissure. Thoughts of Lu Jingshu, lost for many days, clouded his mind. What might her situation be? Was she in peril? He must escape, whether alive or dead. He needed to find Lu Jingshu. Gritting his teeth, Ye Zhou persevered, chiseling with all his might. Suddenly, he halted, recalling the bullets in the wooden box. Perhaps he could utilize the gunpowder within to blast a hole in the rock. Discarding his axe, he descended the cliff, intent on crafting explosives. Just then, he heard Ling Ziyu calling from below. "Brother Ye Zhou, come down quickly." Her voice was laced with urgency. "What is the matter?" Ye Zhou sensed something was amiss. "Vania! Vania!" Ling Ziyu panted, having run too quickly. "What has happened?" "Do not rush. Speak slowly." Ye Zhou made his way back to the ground. Ling Ziyu, without time for elaboration, seized Ye Zhou's hand and urged him to flee. As they ran, she recounted the events of the morning. After Ye Zhou had left, Ling Ziyu returned from gathering potatoes. She had placed the small fish and potatoes into a bamboo tube to simmer for soup. As she prepared the broth, she deliberately added a particular seasoning, golden edge grass. She unearthed the remnants of the golden edge grass from the soil and placed them into the pot. The leaves had been stripped away, leaving only the withered stems and roots. Given that the grass leaves possessed potent effects, one could surmise that the roots and stems would not be devoid of merit. Although desiccated, medicinal herbs often exhibit enhanced efficacy when dried and processed. She simmered a bowl of the concoction and set it upon the table. Subsequently, she retreated into the shadows, patiently awaiting the outcome. Yang Wan awoke, though in truth, she had been awake for quite some time. A restless night had plagued her, filled with thoughts best left unpondered. Now, however, she felt invigorated and possessed an appetite. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out before her, she swallowed hard and devoured it greedily. Ling Ziyu, concealed in the darkness, discreetly observed her reactions. Uncertain whether the grass roots would yield any medicinal benefits, she watched as Yang Wan consumed the meal and then let out a satiated belch. Yang Wan apparet rejuvenated, lifting her head and brushing aside a stray lock of hair. Moments later, Yang Wan's actions left Ling Ziyu utterly astonished. She retreated to her room, reclined upon her bed, and shed her clothing. Overcome by an unbearable heat, she writhed restlessly, her hands exploring her own body in an unabashed manner. Her expression was one of dazed ecstasy, her form contorting as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. She resembled a serpent shedding its skin, sinuous and whispering softly. She moved like a bare fish, thrashing upon the bed, and like a butterfly unable to break free from its cocoon, she struggled fiercely. Ling Ziyu absorbed every moment, her mouth agape in astonishment. She recalled her own experience. Had she not once been in such a state? During her own poisoning, her mind had been a blank slate, utterly unaware of her actions. Could it be that the golden edge grass had truly worked its magic? Alarmed for her friend's well-being, Ling Ziyu rushed forward to assist her. "Wana, how are you? Are you in pain?" She grasped Yang Wan's hand tightly, fearing for her safety. "Aji, what is happening to me? Am I going to die?" Yang Wan's eyes glimmered with a dazed longing as she looked at her friend. "Golden edge grass is indeed golden leaf grass. Now you must believe," Ling Ziyu implored, wishing for her to acknowledge the reality of her past ordeal. "Aji, please help me," Yang Wan pleaded, grasping her friend's hand. "No, this cannot save you." Ling Ziyu withdrew her hand. Yang Wan felt an unbearable itch and began to tug at her own hair, bringing it to her mouth to lick and gnaw at it. The intoxicating poison surged within her, imminent and pressing. Ling Ziyu was struck with terror. Ye Zhou, he is the only one who can save her. With renewed clarity, Ling Ziyu dashed off to find Ye Zhou. Thus the events unfolded. When she located Ye Zhou, she seized his arm and urged him to return with her to rescue Yang Wan. There was no time for reproach. Saving a life took precedence. Ling Ziyu soon exhausted her strength, collapsing to the ground. Ye Zhou rushed to help her. "Do not concern yourself with me. Hurry to save one er. It may soon be too late." Ling Ziyu lamented her earlier folly. Ye Zhou, disregarding her, sprinted back to the wooden cabin, bursting through the door. "Ye Zhou! Ye Zhou!" Yang Wan called out, drenched in perspiration. Ye Zhou plunged into the azure waves like a diver, eliciting a tumultuous reaction in Yang Wan's heart, which felt as though it might burst from her chest. "Can you believe it? We have not deceived you." Even in such a critical moment, Ye Zhou continued to elucidate. "I believe it." Yang Wan gasped for breath. Yang Wan was more uninhibited than Ling Ziyu. Perhaps the efficacy of the golden-edged grass stems was more potent than that of the leaves. She resembled a famished mother beast. Ye Zhou felt immensely fortunate. Ever since he consumed the golden-edged grass soup, his vitality surged remarkably. Were it not for the miraculous health benefits of the golden-edged grass, he might have faltered under Yang Wan's fervor. Could it be that a single consumption of golden-edged grass bestows lifelong advantages? Now he felt invigorated, brimming with explosive energy. Yang Wan, once a frenzied mother beast, gradually transformed into a docile kitten. After a considerable time, the noxious gas dissipated. The entire treatment process spanned over an hour. Chapter 034. Harmonious Life. Ling Ziyu listened from outside, her heart racing throughout the intense ordeal. She could not articulate her feelings. She yearned for her best friend's forgiveness, yet could not accept such a tormenting method. She had acted foolishly, yet fortunately, disaster had been averted. How should they interact moving forward? Did she become superfluous? What path should she take? Sounds she dreaded emanated from within. To her ears, those sounds were akin to seductive melodies, stirring an indescribable discomfort within her. Unable to resist, she found herself swaying to the rhythm inside, softly echoing the words. "Young one, can't you exercise a bit of restraint? Such shamelessness." Yang Wan had shed her girlhood and transformed into a woman. Was she not the same? Why did she have to complain? At that moment, Ling Ziyu longed for Ye Zhou's embrace, but could only endure in silence. She felt a pang of sorrow and heartbreak, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I misjudged you both." Inside, Yang Wan reflected on her shortcomings with a tinge of embarrassment. "When you were unwell, Ye took great care of you. She did nothing to wrong you." Ye Zhou defended Ling Ziyu. "Where is Az? I must apologize to her." Yang Wan recalled her best friend, feeling guilt weigh heavily on her heart. "Have you forgiven her?" Ye Zhou wiped the sweat from her brow. "Let's find her. I have so much to express to her," Yang Wan said, stepping towards the door. Upon hearing her friend's words, Ling Ziyu's throat tightened, and she could not help but sob. Thereafter, the three of them reconciled, mending their bonds. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu emerged from their trials with an even closer connection. The two friends were inseparable. Ye Zhou still reminisced about the previous fortunate events, but the young women offered him no opportunity. That night, Ye Zhou could no longer contain himself. He climbed onto the bed, discreetly attempting to embrace Yang Wan. However, as soon as he touched her, both beauties awoke, promptly shoving him off the bed. "Ye Zhou, such antics are out of the question from now on. Indeed, last time you took advantage while I was poisoned. It shall not happen again." The two beauties joined forces, leaving Ye Zhou utterly perplexed. At times, he contemplated taking bold actions, but he understood that he was not that kind of person. Respect towards women should always be upheld. Ye Zhou, torn between his rogue inclinations and the necessity of donning the mantle of a gentleman, remained hopeful for future opportunities. Having already secured his gains, he resolved to let events unfold naturally. With a calm disposition, he shared a harmonious existence with two enchanting ladies. His primary focus was directed towards the construction of the celestial ladder. Ingeniously, he dismantled bullets to extract the explosives within, combining them with fuses to craft makeshift detonators for his excavation efforts. This approach proved fruitful, accelerating progress and overcoming the most arduous phase of the endeavor. Days later, Ye Zhou successfully carved through the celestial ladder, reaching the summit of the cliff. Standing aloft, he surveyed the entirety of the verdant Shadow Valley, and a wave of admiration washed over him. He marveled at the wisdom of the owner of the wooden cabin, who had chosen this valley as a campsite, abundant in provisions and fortified by natural defenses. The valley's lush foliage obscured visibility, concealing its hidden treasures from prying eyes. From his perch on the cliff, The location of the wooden cabin and their frequent haunts remained elusive, while the deep ravines effectively thwarted any threats from wild beasts. Ye Zhou contemplated the prospect of returning with Lu Jingshu, envisioning a life shared with the three ladies in this idyllic setting. As he explored the surroundings, he soon approached a towering peak, recalling its name, Eagle Beak Cliff. Ascending to its summit beneath a solitary tree, he found himself amidst a breathtaking vista. Behind him loomed the main peak, star-picking tower, while the other three cardinal directions unveiled limitless stretches of ocean. To the west and north lay sandy beaches, separated by the sleeping Buddha Mountain and Goddess Peak, while the east showcased a sheer cliff plunging 100 zhong, where tumultuous waves crashed against the rocky shore. Following the ridgeline, he discerned a path leading to Star-Picking Tower, known as Galloping Ridge. Ye Zhou mused that these unexplored territories awaited his future adventures. With the maritime disaster now a fortnight past, he acknowledged that official rescue efforts would cease, leaving his salvation reliant upon passing vessels, an unlikely prospect given the island's remoteness from established shipping routes. He prepared himself for a prolonged existence on the deserted isle, determined to familiarize himself with every facet of the land to avert unforeseen perils. The immutable law of survival dictated that one must either conquer nature or be conquered by it. Continuing his observations, he identified the location of a beacon tower and the campsite beside the Clearwater River. Now aware that the owner of the wooden cabin had named the river Clearwater, he noted that the valley through which it flowed was designated Clear Breeze Valley. The treacherous terrain from Eagle Beak Cliff to Clearwater River, divided by Verdant Shadow Valley, rendered passage impossible. To the west, however, the land sloped gently, allowing circumvention of the southern flanks of Sleeping Buddha Mountain to reach Blue Rhythm Beach. With his route established, Ye Zhou intended to first journey to Blue Rhythm Beach before following a path to the Clearwater River campsite, in search of Lu Jingshu. Upon returning to Verdant Shadow Valley, he secured a rope to a tree and descended to the ground. During dinner that evening, Ye Zhou revealed his plans, stating with measured calm, "I shall venture out tomorrow." "Are you finally able to leave?" Yang Wan exclaimed, setting down her chopsticks and clapping her hands in delight. "How wonderful! We are finally free." Ling Xiu joyfully embraced Yang Wan. "But I shall be going alone. What is there for you to be so excited about?" Ye Zhou remarked, his eyes wide as he spoke candidly. The two enchanting women, upon hearing his words, exchanged glances filled with skepticism. "It can't be true. Brother Ye Zhou is a genuinely good person and would never abandon us, right?" Ling Xiu remarked to Yang Wan. She had adorned Ye Zhou with the lofty title of a benevolent soul. Yang Wan, clinging to Ye Zhou's arm like a playful neighbor, coaxed him with endearing charm. "Take us with you, dear brother, I implore you." Ye Zhou, with a resigned smile, shook his head. "I am merely stepping out of the valley. I'm not leaving for home. I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return." "What matters?" Yang Wan inquired, her lips pouting. "I know. You're going to find Sister Jingshu, aren't you?" With Sister Jingshu in his life, he surely won't come back. Ling Xiu voiced the concern that lingered in Yang Wan's heart. "No, you cannot leave," Yang Wan declared resolutely, determined to cling to him. "Do you think you can stop me? I am merely going on a short journey." "Look at how anxious you both are," Ye Zhou thought with a hidden amusement. Ye Zhou entered the house and retrieved a bottle of wine. "How about a farewell ceremony?" he suggested, pouring the wine and toasting with the ladies. "What'll we do if you leave?" Ling Xiu said with a displeased expression. "We will go with you," Yang Wan declared, taking a hearty gulp of wine. "We have taken such good care of you, always obeying your wishes." Ling Xiu trailed off mid-sentence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "And you've taken full advantage of us. We are not innocent in this matter, and you cannot shirk your responsibilities," Yang Wan added, speaking the unvoiced thought of her companion. Brother Ye Zhou is not that kind of man. He would not simply take advantage and leave. He will take responsibility for us. Do you truly believe in him? "I do not." The two women exchanged words, anxious that Ye Zhou might abandon them. Ye Zhou, sipping his wine, wore a self-satisfied expression. "Now you comprehend my significance. When I desired your company, you all turned me down. You even formed an alliance, leaving me without a chance. Yet, when faced with danger, each of you implored me, tearfully calling for my help. Women are truly complex beings. One can never discern their inner thoughts." Chapter 035. Departure from Chuaying Valley. After consuming a couple of cups of wine, Ye Zhou entered a pleasantly tipsy state, feeling exceedingly content. He pondered for a moment and decided it was necessary to offer some reassurance. With an irrefutable tone, he said, "You must stay here obediently. This is the safest place, with provisions to satisfy your hunger. There are wild beasts outside, and it is perilous. You have tasted wild boar meat, have you not? What if you encounter a wild animal? I can fend for myself, but I cannot guarantee your safety. I will return in no more than 5 days, perhaps even in 2 or 3. In truth, I would rather not leave you." Ye Zhou's heartfelt entreaty finally persuaded the two women. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Ye Zhou received special treatment. The two beauties invited him to bed, nestling him between them, and before drifting off, they shared their sentiments of parting. Ye Zhou, feeling mischievous, let his hands wander. Each woman embraced one of his arms, pressing his hands against their chests. "When you return, we shall ensure you enjoy yourself thoroughly," they promised, painting a vivid picture of future delights. "Enjoy what?" Ye Zhou sought clarity. "You know perfectly well," the two women chimed in unison. "Will you each take turns to indulge me? Or will you both join in together?" Ye Zhou's eyes sparkled with temptation. "You are overthinking it. It will merely be one companion at a time, at most just once." "Very well then. So, which of you two will accompany me? Enough of your questions. When the time comes, you shall revel in it." A grand promise, beautifully painted. With this assurance, who could possibly refrain from returning? Content. Ye Zhou dreamt of a splendid future and retired to a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ye Zhou, accompanied by the two enchanting ladies, instructed them on how to set hunting traps, ensuring they would collect their prey timely, while also briefing them on safety precautions. The ladies prepared provisions for him, consisting of dried rabbit and fish meat, along with boiled potatoes. At the foot of the celestial ladder, the trio bid a reluctant farewell. "Do not forget your promise when I return," Ye Zhou said with a smile. The two ladies appeared forlorn. Embracing them, Ye Zhou ascended the cliff. "We will await your return. You must come back," they shouted, their voices echoing as they gazed at his retreating figure. After Ye Zhou departed, Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu returned to their wooden abode, their hearts heavy with concern. It was at this moment they truly comprehended Ye Zhou's significance in their lives. They had entrusted him with their firsts. He had taken their innocence, yet bestowed upon them the hope of life. Their thoughts were perpetually entwined with him. Meals lost their flavor, and sleep evaded them as they anxiously awaited his return. Would he come back? He had promised he would be gone for no more than 2 to 3 days, at most 5. The first day passed. The second day, he did not return. Then came the third and fourth days. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu awaited him with bated breath, their hearts fraught with anxiety. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou was likewise burdened with unease. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, his thoughts wandered to Lu Jingshu, while also worrying about Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. He could not afford to be negligent. So he set forth from the celestial shadow valley towards the Blue Rhythm Beach. The mountain trail was treacherous, devoid of paths, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. However, Ye Zhou, having been trained in the military, found such challenges trivial. Upon reaching the mountainside, Ye Zhou stood beneath a tree, shielding his eyes from the sun, and beheld that Blue Rhythm Beach was not far off. Less than a third of the journey remained. Yet, as he approached the base of the mountain, the vegetation thickened, impeding his progress. He encountered several venomous snakes along the way. He dodged when he could, but when evasion was not an option, he brandished his Japanese short sword and dispatched them. By evening, Ye Zhou finally arrived at the beach, where a helicopter awaited him. He boarded the helicopter with intentions to spend the night there, planning to search for Lu Jingshu at dawn. Regret washed over him for not having learned to pilot an aircraft during his military service. He had once been afforded the opportunity, but his rebellious nature had offended his superiors. Seated in the cockpit, he scrutinized the instrument panel, trying to decipher the dimly lit dials and indicators. The helicopter was a civilian model, simpler than a military aircraft. Surely it was equipped with a communication system. Would he be able to connect with the outside world? With determination, Ye Zhou began to explore the buttons. Suddenly, the helicopter's engine roared to life, its propeller whirring into motion. Ye Zhou's heart raced with panic. He could not recall which button he had pressed, nor did he know how to shut down the engine. The helicopter swayed ominously, seemingly on the verge of taking flight. Fearful of making a misstep, Ye Zhou endeavored to maintain his composure. Lacking any knowledge of piloting, he understood that if it ascended uncontrollably, disaster would inevitably follow, catastrophic failure resulting in loss of life. Curiosity had indeed led him into peril. He regretted his impulsive actions. The relentless roar of the engine fostered a sense of unease within him. As the aircraft trembled, an object rolled from the rear cabin to his feet. Picking it up, Ye Zhou discovered it was a flashlight. He activated the flashlight, located the button, and at last succeeded in shutting down the engine. Resolute not to act recklessly again, he retreated to the rear cabin to sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Ye Zhou spotted a fishing boat on the distant sea. What a stroke of luck! He thought of rushing to the signal tower, but it was evidently too late. The fishing vessel was making its way from south to north. Clambering atop the helicopter, he waved his clothing and shouted. Alas, the distance rendered his efforts futile. They would not notice him. Had it been night, he could have signaled for help with the flashlight, but in broad daylight, the light held no efficacy. In a moment of desperation, an idea struck him. He scrambled into the cockpit and restarted the helicopter engine. The thunderous roar erupted once more. Regrettably, the people on the fishing boat remained oblivious. Just as disappointment washed over him, the fishing vessel unexpectedly altered course, steering towards the northern tip of the island. Fearing hidden reefs, it anchored at a distance and launched 2 speedboats. The boats raced towards the island. Ye Zhou leapt from the helicopter and dashed to the shore to greet them. Unfortunately, the occupants of the speedboats did not notice him. Instead, they headed towards the island's northern end. A sense of unease crept into Ye Zhou's mind, prompting a cascade of questions. It appeared that the individuals aboard the fishing vessel were not there to rescue him, but rather had ulterior motives. If they were an ordinary fishing crew, they would be engaged in their trade at sea. Why then were they visiting this desolate isle? Did the island conceal some secret? Could it be that pirates were involved? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Those pirates were merciless killers. If they discovered him, he would stand little chance against them. Ye Zhou hurried back to the helicopter and shut off the engine, fearful of being detected. The 2 speedboats landed on Silver Gull Beach at the northern part of the island. Concealing himself in the shadows, Ye Zhou stealthily approached, eager to uncover the truth. Between Blue Rhythm Beach and Silver Gull Beach lay a mountain ridge, which severed the pathway. Before the ridge was the sea, revealing dark, jagged rocks. Ye Zhou plunged into the water, circumvented the ridge, and swam to the opposite shore. Hiding behind a rock, he observed intently. The speedboats raced towards the coastline, and a group of 8 individuals disembarked, each armed with a firearm. Indeed, they were pirates. Chapter 036. The secret treasure of the pirates hefted 2 chests as they ascended the mountain. The leader, a towering man with a scraggly beard and a prominent scar across his face, exuded an air of menace. 7 diminutive henchmen, grotesque in appearance, included one who was a dwarf. They bore the marks of a recent scuffle. Some had their heads bandaged, while others limped as if they were defeated soldiers fleeing from battle. One of the henchmen, with a wounded leg wrapped in bandages, suddenly collapsed as he walked. "Hurry up! Don't dawdle!" barked the scar-faced leader, his temper flaring at the lagging henchman. "Brother, we've lost quite a few comrades this time. We cannot let this go unavenged." Despite his short stature, the dwarf appeared to hold a position of significance among them. "Nonsense. They are notorious drug lords and mercenaries. Can we possibly contend with them?" The scar-faced man retorted with indignation. The pirates turned down a mountain path, vanishing from Ye Zhou's sight. To his surprise, these pirates, unlike the foreign marauders he had envisioned, were compatriots from the Xian nation. Damn it, are there even domestic pirates? He mused. They were likely fugitives, caught in gang warfare, pursued by drug lords, and reluctantly resorting to piracy. Regardless, these individuals were undoubtedly nefarious. Ye Zhou contemplated his course of action. On the beach lay a speedboat, and he thought to seize it, commandeer a fishing vessel, and escape from Blue Bay Island. However, he quickly reconsidered. The fishing boat was likely a disguise for a pirate ship, with lurking pirates aboard, making a solo confrontation unwise. Should a battle ensue, these 8 pirates would already pose a significant challenge, and he had no idea how many more might be aboard the fishing vessel. To escape, he would need to bring along a few alluring companions. It was impossible for him to flee alone. After much deliberation, Ye Zhou concluded that he must first eliminate these 8 pirates before attempting to seize the fishing boat. Stealthily, he trailed them, following their path up the mountain. The road leading to the summit appeared to be one frequently traversed by the pirates, carved out by their regular activities. This mountain was known as Goddess Peak, a name Ye Zhou recognized only from maps, having never been there himself. In broad daylight, he was wary of exposing his presence and dared not follow too closely. "Who is there?" one henchman called out, sensing movement behind him. Ye Zhou started, quickly concealed himself behind a tree. "Stop being paranoid," the scar-faced leader scolded as the pirates continued toward the peak. Ye Zhou followed them to a hollow in the mountain where the pirates came to a halt, seemingly having reached their destination. Peering cautiously, he observed that the terrain was relatively flat, surrounded by dense foliage, providing ample concealment. Before a rock wall, vines had overgrown, and two henchmen advanced to clear them away, revealing a heavy stone door. With great effort, they pushed it open. As the door creaked, the pirates entered, carrying a chest. Ye Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this their secret treasure cave? Surely it contains a wealth of gold and silver. Shouldn't there be some incantation to unlock the door? No magical phrases to be uttered? It seemed rather rudimentary to push the door open manually, and there was no lock. The security measures were shockingly inadequate for a band of murderous thieves. Little did these marauding pirates know that their treasure cave had been uncovered by Ye Zhou. He chuckled to himself, planning to engage in a little black eats black mischief. Ye Zhou observed the dark cavern within, uncertain of what lay inside. Just as he contemplated shifting his position for a better view, a rigid object pressed against his back, sending a jolt of fear through him as cold sweat trickled down. "Boss, we've got him!" shouted a henchman, aiming a gun at him. Ye Zhou dared not make a sudden move. Instead, he raised both hands and slowly turned around. "Don't move, or I'll shoot you," the henchman barked. "This kid has been tailing us, lurking about with ill intentions. Who are you, and what do you want?" he continued, signaling two more henchmen armed with guns to approach. Feigning terror, Ye Zhou bent low and drew a short knife, striking backward. With a sharp crack, he severed one henchman's foot, blood gushing forth. The henchman collapsed in shock, staring at his mangled foot in horror. Seizing the moment, Ye Zhou sprinted away as the two henchmen pursued, gunfire erupting behind him. He dashed toward the goddess peak, bullets whizzing past his head. Trained and agile, Ye Zhou deftly maneuvered through the terrain, utilizing the cover of trees to evade capture, gradually widening the distance between himself and his pursuers. Upon reaching the goddess peak, he tumbled down the slope, rolling and sliding. Below lay a vast gorge, plunging down several dozen feet. Ye Zhou clung to the cliff, concealing himself in a hollow. Nearby, he kicked a stone over the edge. It tumbled down, crashing into the river below with a resounding splash. Two henchmen approached, cautiously peering down from the precipice. "Damn it, did he escape? He must have fallen to his death," one said. As one henchman slipped, he quickly recoiled in fright. "It's too high. He couldn't have survived that fall." After a thorough search yielded no sign of Ye Zhou, the henchmen departed. Once they were gone, he climbed back up the cliff, relieved to have eluded them. Despite the perilous encounter, Ye Zhou remained resolute. The pirate ship was his sole hope of escaping the desolate island. No matter the danger, he was determined to secure the vessel. With renewed vigor, he retraced his steps, this time exercising utmost caution, halting from a distance and hiding behind a rock. These pirates were surprisingly astute, not mere buffoons. As he had trailed them with great care, he was astonished to have been discovered. Ye Zhou reminded himself to remain vigilant, vowing not to underestimate them again. He dared not show himself, quietly straining to catch snippets of their conversation. "Where is he? Did he get away?" a scar-faced leader demanded. "We didn't capture him, but he is unlikely to survive. He probably fell into the gorge," a henchman reported. "Fell to his death? Did anyone check?" the leader inquired. "The cliff is too steep. We couldn't descend," came the reply. "Did you see his body? The current must have swept it away." "Fools!" a resounding slap echoed as the leader chastised them. "We must see the man alive or his corpse. Do you not understand this principle?" A dwarf chimed in. "Your carelessness will surely cost you your lives." The scar-faced leader scolded the henchmen. Yes, we won't be careless again," they pleaded. "Boss, he is on the brink of death. What should we do?" A henchman pointed at his comrade, whose leg had been severed by Ye Zhou, seeking guidance from the scar-faced leader. The injured henchman, having lost too much blood, was on the brink of death. "Do not concern yourselves with him. Blame his own foolishness. You all better be sharp, or you will meet the same fate," the scar-faced leader warned the others. With renewed vigor, the henchmen rallied. The pirates concealed their loot within the cave and rested at its entrance, engaging in fervent discussions speculating about Ye Zhou's identity. Is he a spy sent by our enemies? How did he manage to reach the island? A mercenary dispatched by drug lords? Does he have accomplices? If secrets are leaked, we must silence him. Clearly, this young man was no ordinary foe. Whoever kills him will be richly rewarded. With no alternative routes from the mountain, they were certain he remained nearby. What are you all waiting for? Go pursue him. The hunt commenced, accompanied by the scar-faced leader's maniacal laughter. These pirates, known for their savage brutality, were exhilarated at the thought of the hunt, howling in excitement. At the leader's command, they set off in search. Damn it, I become a target. Ye Zhou cursed silently. The pirates quickly closed in, encircling him. With no suitable hiding place nearby, he hastily ascended the mountain. Yes, over there, go after him, the scar-faced leader shouted. And the henchmen fervently pursued. Chapter 37. The hunt. Ye Zhou darted around a cliff and into a grove of trees. He climbed a tree to conceal himself. The pirates, having lost their target, arrived shortly after. Do not pursue any longer. Retreat. The scar-faced leader gestured. The henchmen grumbled as they turned back, their voices fading into the distance. Believing he had escaped, Ye Zhou hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal himself. Suddenly, a bald head peeked from behind a rock. Damn, they're trying to lure me out, Ye Zhou thought, holding his breath and focusing intently. 7 pirates stealthily entered the woods, spreading out to search, prodding the underbrush with their bayonets. Ye Zhou observed their every move from his perch. These pirates were cunning and treacherous, and he had to remain exceedingly cautious. A bird took flight from the tree, soaring above. A droplet of bird droppings fell squarely on one henchman's forehead. He wiped it with his hand, sniffed, then wiped it on his clothing. Fortunately, he did not look up. Ye Zhou's palms were clammy with sweat. The pirate formation dispersed, some already venturing beyond the trees to search the cliffs ahead. The last straggling henchman, visibly tense, approached directly beneath Ye Zhou. One less is one less, Ye Zhou thought, his mind set on killing. The circumstances demanded it. He could not afford to show mercy. These vile scoundrels were a menace to society. He stealthily drew his dagger. A beam of sunlight pierced through the foliage, illuminating the grove. The blade gleamed ominously in the light. The henchman seemed to sense something amiss, raising his head in confusion. Ye Zhou leaped down, gripping the dagger tightly, and struck forcefully at the henchman's forehead. The henchman's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the situation, before he fell lifelessly to the ground. What a fine blade! Ye Zhou marveled inwardly. Ye Zhou wiped the blood from the blade and sheathed the knife. The pirates ahead, alerted by the noise, turned around to search. Ye Zhou understood that a direct confrontation was unwise. He could only maneuver through the jungle. Upon discovering the body of one of their men, the pirates dared not disperse, relying on their numbers to advance towards Ye Zhou. With no opportunity for a counterstrike, Ye Zhou resolved to escape first. He ascended Goddess Peak and began to descend along a crevice in the rocks. The pirates pursued him but hesitated to follow, instead firing down from the summit. Bullets struck the cliff, sending sparks and debris flying. One bullet grazed Ye Zhou, fortunately only breaking the skin on his arm. Damn it, that's my new shirt. He cursed under his breath. Reaching the ground, Ye Zhou fled downstream along the river. The pirates, unwilling to scale the rocks, descended the western ridge of Goddess Peak to circumvent him. After dispatching 2 of their number, 6 remained, and Ye Zhou did not dare to let his guard down. He ran far, eventually finding a secluded spot to rest. After half a day of battle, he was physically drained and his stomach growled with hunger. He took out some provisions and began to eat. As he chewed, thoughts of Lu Jingshu filled him with anxiety. He decided to prioritize finding her, temporarily abandoning his plan to seize the pirate ship. Rising to his feet, he oriented himself and recognized the approximate location of Qingfeng Valley. The mountainous terrain was intricate, riddled with deep ravines and cliffs, making it easy to lose one's way. Ye Zhou was uncertain whether this path would lead him to Qingfeng Valley. At that moment, distant shouts from the pirates reached his ears as they moved downstream along the river. Ye Zhou silently followed. Turning a bend, he arrived at the confluence of 2 rivers, where the waterway suddenly widened. The pirates entered a grove to rest, plucking wild fruits from the trees. Ye Zhou trailed behind, sensing an uncanny familiarity with his surroundings. Could it be? This is the fruit orchard near the Clearwater River camp, he thought, glancing upward. The terrain obscured his view of the camp across the river. Was Lu Jingshu still there? Concerned not at him, the pirates gathered together, and without a chance to act, Ye Zhou waited patiently for an opportunity. Suddenly, he heard the voices of women from across the river. Two young women, laughing and chatting, waded through the water to gather wild fruits. It was indeed Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi. Ye Zhou's heart raced. The pirates in the grove heard the women's voices and concealed themselves, waiting for their prey to enter the open. Fearful of alerting the pirates, Ye Zhou refrained from calling out. In this situation, the two girls were unable to escape, and he had no need to expose himself. The only course of action was to hide in the shadows and wait for the right moment to rescue them. Would Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi be harmed? These pirates were brutal and vicious, valuing human life as little more than grass, surpassing even the two assassins he had encountered earlier. Ye Zhou was intensely anxious, closely monitoring the evolving situation. Sister Jingshu, I can't eat any more of these wild fruits, Qin Shi pouted. Just hold on a bit longer. When Ye Zhou returns, we'll have a feast. Lu Jingshu reassured her. Qin Shi, reluctant to pick any more fruits, sat outside the grove, seemingly sulking. Lu Jingshu sat beside her. After so many days, will he return? In this desolate place, it is possible that he has lost all hope for survival. Ye Zhou will find a way. He is astute and courageous, capable of overcoming any obstacle. Lu Jingshu spoke of Ye Zhou with unwavering conviction. They had been separated for over 10 days, and she firmly believed he would come back. She held this belief with great certainty. On the day they fled the camp, she had tumbled down a steep slope, and when she finally regained her footing, she saw Qin Shi collide with a tree and lose consciousness. She rushed to her aid, and it took considerable effort to revive her. By that time, Ye Zhou and the others had vanished, and her calls went unanswered. Fearing that Qin Fei might pursue them, she supported Qin Shi and sought a concealed place to hide. When dawn broke, she climbed the hillside and beheld the vast, dense forest, with vultures circling overhead. Lacking the courage to venture forth, she felt utterly lost. Sister Jingshu, perhaps we should return to the camp, Qin Shi timidly suggested. What if we encounter Qin Fei? He will kill me, Lu Jingshu replied. I will persuade him. You saved my life, and he may spare you out of respect for me, Qin Shi explained. After contemplating their options, Lu Jingshu realized there was no other choice but to return to the camp. At least there was still some food available there. Though Qin Fei had lost his sanity, he was gravely injured, and perhaps she could help him recover in exchange for her own safety. Quietly, Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi made their way back to the camp. They concealed themselves in the underbrush, observing the situation within. Inside the camp, Qin Fei sat before the fire, resembling a disheveled wild man, greedily gnawing on a piece of wild boar meat. Lu Jingshu was uncertain if his mind had returned to normal and dared not reveal herself. As Qin Fei feasted, he remained oblivious to the presence of another body stirring behind him. After a night of unconsciousness, Fat Tiger gradually awakened, only to find a lifeless shrimp on the ground, a dagger embedded in its head. In a frenzy, Fat Tiger lunged at Qin Fei, and a fierce struggle ensued. The disparity in strength between them was insurmountable, and Fat Tiger was clearly at a disadvantage. However, his leg wound had worsened, allowing Qin Fei to strike at it with ferocity. At last, Qin Fei broke free, leaning against the grass hut, panting heavily. Fat Tiger picked up the automatic rifle from the ground, struggling to rise. His eyes filled with malevolence as he advanced step by step toward Qin Fei. From her hiding place, Qin Shi witnessed her brother's perilous plight and, disregarding all caution, rushed forth. Lu Jingshu quickly restrained her. You will only meet your demise. Qin Shi fell to the ground, helplessly watching her brother in danger, powerless to intervene. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Qin Fei cried out in terror as he saw Fat Tiger raise the gun. Fat Tiger pulled the trigger, but to his astonishment, there was no bullet in the chamber. In a fit of madness, Qin Fei had already expended all the ammunition. Discarding the gun, Fat Tiger lunged at Qin Fei, gripping his neck with all his might. One of Qin Fei's eyes was blind. The other bulged as if it might burst from its socket. In that critical moment, Qin Fei remembered the handgun at his waist. He fumbled for it, drew it from his belt, and aimed it at Fat Tiger's chest, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck its mark. As Fat Tiger grimaced, his facial muscles contorted and his eyes rolled back, he collapsed. I have committed murder. I have committed murder. Qin Fei was rendered speechless by his own actions. The expression of terror on Fat Tiger's face lingered in his mind. He slid down to the ground, his eyes vacant, lost in a daze. I have committed murder. I have committed murder. Qin Fei muttered incessantly, spiraling into a genuine mental breakdown, completely succumbing to madness. Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi rushed into the camp. But Qin Fei failed to recognize them, trembling like a wounded child. Brother, it's me. Don't you remember me? Qin Shi cried as she embraced her brother. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Qin Fei clutched his head. Lu Jingshu picked up a weapon from the ground and found a place to hide. Together with Qin Shi, they exerted considerable effort to dig a grave for the 3 corpses in the camp. Lu Jingshu discovered a first aid kit in the old camp and treated Qin Fei's eye injury. With one eye bandaged, he bore a peculiarly unsettling appearance. His psychological trauma remained unhealed, and he frequently murmured, I have committed murder. I have committed murder. At the slightest disturbance, he would repeat, Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Lu Jingshu, recognizing he posed no threat to himself, felt a sense of relief. The 3 endured a grueling existence in the camp for over 10 days. Lu Jingshu longed for Ye Zhou's return. He will come back. He would never abandon me. She resolutely believed, her heart unwavering. One afternoon, while foraging for wild fruits, they unexpectedly encountered pirates. After a brief exchange outside the woods, they ventured inside. The pirates emerged from behind the trees, encircling them. Ha! 2 lovely ladies, quite beautiful. One henchman drooled as he approached, lifting Qin Shi's chin. Terrified, Qin Shi turned pale and stood frozen. Lu Jingshu stepped forward, pulling Qin Shi behind her. What do you want? Lu Jingshu summoned her courage to inquire. What do we want? Just a bit of fun, the pirate henchman leered, attempting to make a move. Boss, which one do you fancy? A dwarf sprang forward, eager to please the scar-faced leader. Of course, I want both. Is that even a question? Another henchman chimed in. Boss, you go first. Once you're done, let the brothers have a taste too. Ha! The scar-faced man's lips twitched, seemingly smiling, though it resembled a grimace more than a grin. Hold on, let us find out who they are first, he said, exhibiting a degree of rationality as the leader. Speak quickly, who are you? The henchman pressed. Qin Shi trembled, too frightened to utter a word. As a wealthy heiress, she had never encountered such vile men. Lu Jingshu felt her heart racing and forced herself to remain calm, contemplating how to escape. Ye Zhou, where are you now? She silently pleaded. Your woman is being threatened, her life in peril. Why haven't you come to rescue her yet? Anxiety gnawed at Lu Jingshu as she bit her lip, desperately wishing for a way out. Quickly, tell us who you are. If you don't, I'll kill you, the henchman threatened. Lu Jingshu remained silent, truly at a loss for how to respond. A few days ago, I heard about a maritime disaster. Are you survivors from the Happiness? The cunning dwarf surprisingly deduced their identities. Is that boy in the denim pants one of your companions? The dwarf described Ye Zhou's appearance. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingshu felt a mix of shock and joy. She was delighted to finally have news of Ye Zhou, yet alarmed by the uncertainty of his circumstances. What if he had fallen victim to the pirates? She dared not dwell on the possible scenarios between Ye Zhou and the pirates. The person you mentioned is unrelated to us, Lu Jingshu replied cautiously, concealing the truth. Have you seen him? Are you hiding him? A henchman bellowed. Do you dare to withhold the truth? The dwarf brandished a knife, bouncing in front of Lu Jingshu in an attempt to intimidate her. Hearing these words, Lu Jingshu felt a sense of reassurance. Ye Zhou must be nearby. She trusted her instincts and summoned the courage to face the impending danger. She discreetly scanned the woods with her peripheral vision, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ye Zhou. Let me go, I beg you, Qin, she cried out, having her hair yanked by the scar-faced man. Barely past her 18th birthday, she appeared innocent and fragile. The scar-faced man reached out to lift her short skirt. Qin, she struggled in vain, panic-stricken, and fiercely pinched the man's arm. He retaliated with a slap. Qin, she fell to the ground, kicking her legs and sobbing like a child. Big brother, she is still just a child. If you wish to play, allow me to entertain you instead. Lu Jingshu boldly stepped forward to intervene on Qin Shi's behalf. Her selfless act earned the scar-faced man's respect. The young woman before him was strikingly beautiful, captivating anyone who laid eyes on her. The sight of such a lovely maiden willingly offering herself made the scar-faced man's heart race with excitement. He embraced Lu Jingshu and led her behind the rocks, eliciting laughter from the henchman. Brother, don't rush. She has been hungry all day. Let her have something to eat before entertaining you, Lu Jingzhu suggested, attempting to buy time. The pirates were indeed famished, and food and resting places awaited them at the camp. Lu Jingzhu cast a flirtatious glance at the scar-faced man. Though naturally innocent, she found herself compelled to employ cunning. In response to Lu Jingzhu's enthusiastic approach, the scar-faced man let his guard down. Two little girls like you can hardly devise any tricks. Lead the way, he commanded. Lu Jingzhu guided them to the camp. Qin Fei, seated in front of the grass hut, panicked upon seeing strangers and clutched his head. Don't kill me, he mumbled incoherently. A henchman approached and tugged at his collar. He is my brother. He is simple-minded, Lu Jingzhu quickly explained, fearing a conflict might arise. The pirates, recognizing his mental state, decided to let him go. What food do you have? Hurry and show us. The henchmen, unable to contain their impatience, rummaged through the camp. The last piece of wild boar meat, preserved with salt and still unspoiled, remained on the rack of the grass hut. Several henchmen rushed to snatch it. Don't fight over it. You all look like starving ghosts, the dwarf interjected, seizing the meat. The dwarf placed the meat into a bamboo tube to cook, while the henchmen added dry wood to the fire. Among the flames lay several pieces of taro, which the henchmen eagerly picked up and stuffed into their mouths. The scarred-faced man abruptly pulled Lu Jingzhu into his embrace. Brother, let us go inside. She feigned submission, gesturing towards the thatched hut. What for? His expression was peculiar. To be your lady of the stronghold, if you please. Lu Jingzhu continued to entice him. Is there an ambush inside? The scarred-faced man became wary. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Jingzhu. Had her plan been unveiled? It did not seem so. She steadied herself. Do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I will do as you say. Lu Jingzhu pleaded with a pitiful tone. Do not play tricks on me. Those who have tried have now become ghosts, he snarled menacingly. How could I dare? Stranded on this desolate island, I have longed for someone to rescue me. Please, take me away from here. Lu Jingzhu flung herself into his arms. The scarred-faced man roared with laughter, exhilarated, as he led her into the thatched hut. Inside, a soft mat of grass awaited. Lu Jingzhu lay upon it, gazing intently at his face. He, lost in a moment, loosened his belt and lunged at her. A wave of nausea washed over Lu Jingzhu. She suppressed it, her hands searching beneath the mat. Her body instinctively resisted. As the scarred-faced man faced her resistance, his anger flared, and he raised his hand to strike her. His hand halted mid-air, frozen in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he dared not move. A dark, ominous gun barrel was aimed directly at him. Lu Jingzhu gripped the pistol tightly. Having spent his life in a world of bloodshed, he could never have imagined falling at the hands of a woman. With a deafening bang, a black hole appeared on his forehead. Lu Jingzhu pushed him away and dashed out of the hut, raising her weapon and firing indiscriminately at the pirates. The sudden turn of events sent the pirates into a frenzy, scattering in panic. Ye Zhou, hidden in the shadows, was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that the seemingly fragile Lu Jingzhu could display such formidable strength. It appeared that circumstances had shaped her. When pushed to the brink, no one would falter. Ye Zhou sprang from the underbrush. Upon seeing him, Lu Jingzhu could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed into his arms. The one she had yearned for had finally returned. In an instant, she transformed from a fierce warrior back into a tender woman. Her taut nerves relaxed, nearly causing her to faint. Ye Zhou took the gun from her hands, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, embracing her tightly with concern. Ye Zhou, she softly called out. Now is not the time for words. Ye Zhou, with no time to lose, pulled Lu Jingzhu and ran. The pirates' panic was only temporary. They would soon regain their senses and retaliate. We must take them with us, Lu Jingzhu reminded him. At that moment, the Qin siblings were huddled together, looking lost and helpless. Ye Zhou rushed over to pull Qin Fei, while Lu Jingzhu grasped Qin Shi, and they swiftly fled the camp. There remained 5 pirates. Yet even 5 proved to be formidable adversaries. Although their leader was no longer present, the diminutive figure among them appeared to be the most challenging. Small in stature, but cunning, he was exceedingly shrewd. Ye Zhou retreated with his companions into the dense foliage behind them. Not far into their escape, the unmistakable sounds of pursuit from the pirates echoed behind. They circumvented the beacon tower, fleeing in the opposite direction of Emerald Valley. He could not afford to lead danger to that sanctuary. Taking aim, he fired a shot behind him, deliberately enticing the pirates to follow. They danced through the jungle, winding around several bends, ultimately ascending the Horse Run Ridge. The pursuers drew ever closer. On either side of the ridge lay steep cliffs, where a moment's carelessness could spell doom. Beyond the ridge loomed the towering main peak, with a sheer cliff in front and paths branching on either side. Ye Zhou directed them towards the left path. He instructed Lu Jingshu to lead the group onward while he remained to cover their rear. Do not look back. Keep running until you reach that grove, he urged, pointing to a cluster of trees on the slope ahead. Lu Jingshu led the Qin siblings in the direction indicated by Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou returned to the Horse Run Ridge, concealing himself at the junction of the paths. He ejected the magazine and inspected his pistol, counting the remaining bullets. Alas, only one bullet left. 5 pirates. This is quite the predicament, he lamented, though tempted to reconsider. There was no time. The pirates were upon him. First, I must eliminate the dwarf, he thought, chambering around. The dwarf led the charge, with his minions following suit. Undeterred by danger. Halt! The dwarf sensed something amiss and gestured for his comrades to stop. The henchmen complied, uncertain which path to pursue. As the dwarf crouched to examine the ground and scrutinize the signs of disturbance in the underbrush, they chose the left path. Indeed, the dwarf possessed cunning, having deduced the trail of their quarry. Be alert, there may be an ambush, he cautioned, surveying the terrain and heightening his vigilance. The pirates approached with trepidation, carefully scanning their surroundings. As they drew near, Ye Zhou peeked from behind the cliff and brandished his pistol. Crouch down quickly, the dwarf exclaimed, having noticed him. The dwarf dropped to the ground. Ye Zhou aimed at a tall henchman and fired. The bullet struck true, and the tall henchman collapsed. The remaining henchmen took cover and retaliated fiercely. Mission accomplished, Ye Zhou swiftly withdrew. The pirates unleashed a torrential barrage, shattering rocks and sending dust swirling. Cease fire. Hold your fire, commanded the dwarf, realizing he had run out of ammunition. Brothers, advance, shouted one henchman. Be wary of deception, another cautioned. The dwarf, ever cautious, dispatched 2 henchmen to flank their foe. By the time they realized Ye Zhou's escape, he had already put considerable distance between them. That scoundrel has cost us many brothers. We must take vengeance. The pirates seethed with hatred. The injured tall henchman lay on the ground, struggling for breath. Brother, grant me a swift end, he pleaded. The dwarf crouched down to assess the injury. The bullet had struck the chest, and it seemed there was no hope for survival. He fired a shot into the man's head. Brother, I shall avenge you. The dwarf closed his eyes. With so many brothers lost, including the elder brother, this enmity was irreconcilable. The pirates, fueled by rage, were determined to settle the score. 8 had emerged, yet only 4 remained. It appeared their adversary was no ordinary foe. This unassuming youth proved to be quite formidable. Summon the brothers, one of the lackeys suggested. The dwarf produced a flare gun and shot a signal toward the pirate ship. These pirates truly were unfortunate. Having encountered a drug lord while raiding a passenger ship, they had lost numerous comrades, and now they faced the tenacious Ye Zhou. They had intended to finish this job and retire, but unexpectedly, after decades of toil, they found themselves back at square one. The treasure cave had been discovered by Ye Zhou, and the meager wealth remaining might soon fall victim to betrayal. Brothers, once this matter is resolved, our crew shall disband, and we will divide the spoils to return home and live our lives, the dwarf declared, assuming the elder brother's position. Pirates, too, are human and yearn for a life of warmth with family. However, they must eliminate this youth to avenge their elder brother and safeguard the treasure within the cave. They were determined to dismember him. The lackeys clamored, orienting themselves, and pursued Ye Zhou. Chapter 040. Golden Hair Brown Bear. Ye Zhou maneuvered through the mountains, evading the pirates. Yet, the dwarf was exceptionally clever, possessing tracking skills that made it difficult for Ye Zhou to escape. Fortunately, as dusk descended, the night provided favorable conditions for his flight. Taking advantage of the darkness, Ye Zhou fled towards the star-picking tower on the main peak. He finally evaded the pirates' pursuit. Ahead, a cave appeared beneath a cliff. Ye Zhou approached stealthily to observe the interior. The entrance stood over a person's height, and within, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fearless and skilled, Ye Zhou ventured inside. He intended to spend the night there and seek Lu Jingzhu at dawn. He still had some provisions, which he retrieved to quell his hunger. Suddenly, A heavy panting sound emanated from behind him. Startled, Ye Zhou's hair stood on end, and he involuntarily shivered. He chided himself for his negligence in not thoroughly inspecting the cave beforehand. He sensed that what lurked behind him was either a wild man or a beast. Since arriving on the island, there had been no signs of wild men, and the diary of the cabin's owner made no mention of them, effectively ruling out that possibility. The only remaining option was a beast. From the weighty breaths, it was evident that it was not a wild boar, but rather a larger creature. Ye Zhou recalled the owner's map, realizing that this area was known for bear sightings. The map displayed the words golden-haired brown bear beneath the star-picking tower. This region was indeed a bear's territory. This cave was likely a bear den. Damn it, I've unwittingly stumbled into a bear's lair. Ye Zhou cursed himself, feeling as though he had offered himself as a sacrificial meal. He had heard that one could play dead when encountering a bear, but how could he feign death with the bear watching him eat? Ye Zhou was both astonished and frightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The heavy, labored breaths behind him drew nearer, lingering at the nape of his neck, as if sniffing his scent. A furry paw rested upon his shoulder. Gathering his courage, Ye Zhou gripped the hilt of his knife. The beast behind him seemed devoid of malice, its body sinking softly to the ground, emitting a faint whimper. Slowly, Ye Zhou turned his head and beheld a brown bear. It was a cub, small in stature, not much larger than a domestic dog. Remarkably gentle. It lay beside Ye Zhou like a child. He exhaled slowly, his heart finally at ease. "Are you hungry?" Ye Zhou offered the food in his hand to the cub. The cub appeared lethargic, listless, turning its head away. Could it be ill? Poor little creature. Ye Zhou noticed a wound on the cub's leg, festering and oozing. A wave of compassion washed over him, and he reflected on his own plight, stranded on a deserted island, evading pursuers. His own situation was equally dire compared to that of the cub. "Where is your mother?" Ye Zhou gently stroked the cub's head. The cub nuzzled against his chest. "Oh dear, does it see me as its mother?" Ye Zhou set about tending to the cub's wound. He poured the remaining precious water over the injury to cleanse it, then ventured out to the cliffside in search of herbs. After much effort, he finally found a plant known for its anti-inflammatory properties. Chewing the herb, he applied it to the cub's wound, and then, using his knife, cut a strip of cloth from his trousers to bandage it. "There you go, sleep well now," he said, patting the cub's head. Suddenly, the cub broke free from him, facing the cave entrance and emitting a low growl. Ye Zhou turned to see a shadow at the cave's mouth, obscuring the silvery moonlight. The shadow shifted, revealing a robust brown bear blocking the entrance, its massive frame weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Ye Zhou stood frozen, watching in disbelief as it entered the cave. This was the golden-haired mother bear, the cub's parent. In that moment, Ye Zhou realized that to confront it would be tantamount to throwing oneself against a rock with an egg. The mother's eyes gleamed with a golden light, akin to two bolts of lightning in the darkness. Ye Zhou understood he had no chance of escape. Any reckless movement would provoke a fierce attack from the mother bear. He gazed at her transfixed. Upon noticing Ye Zhou, the mother bear let out a roar and lunged at him with wild ferocity. Ye Zhou dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding her charge. The mother bear, missing her target, turned around and lunged again. In his panic, Ye Zhou stumbled and fell to the ground. The bear raised its powerful paw, swiping at him. Cornered against the cave wall, there was nowhere left to hide. Resigned, Ye Zhou closed his eyes, awaiting death. He never anticipated his life would end here. As he faced his demise, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He had yet to savor the joys of life. At such a young age, he was destined for an untimely end. Stranded on this island, he had only just begun to embrace the beauty of life. Now it seemed it would all come to a sudden halt. Lu Jingshu, Yang Wan, Ling Ziyu, they were still waiting for him. Was this truly the end? Such a conclusion was unacceptable to anyone. Instinctively, Ye Zhou leaned back to evade the bear's onslaught. At that moment, something entirely unexpected transpired. Suddenly, the cave wall behind Ye Zhou collapsed, revealing a narrow crevice. Ye Zhou tumbled down into it. After quite some time, he regained consciousness, realizing he was ensconced in a cramped chamber. It was less of a cave and more akin to a fissure in the stone. His arms were unable to stretch, and his legs were curled up. Water seeped from the stone walls, leaving the ground damp beneath him. To his astonishment, there was a small cavity within the bear's den. The narrow entrance had thwarted the massive form of the mother bear, granting him a stroke of luck in his escape. Ye Zhou felt grateful to be alive. Holding his breath, he dared not disturb the mother bear. She clawed at the entrance for a time, but the rock face was too solid for her to pass through. Eventually, she surrendered, turning to tend to her cub. Once Ye Zhou regained his composure, he edged closer to the entrance, peering into the bear's den. The mother bear carried her cub back to a flat stone within the cave. It seemed she noticed the herbs on the cub's legs, and her previously agitated demeanor began to calm. Trapped within the confines of the cave, Ye Zhou sought a means of escape. The space was so constricted that it could barely accommodate a single person. His only avenue was to return to the bear's den and await an opportune moment to flee. Ye Zhou understood that he could not overpower the mother bear. He was no match for a formidable weight, and any attempt would be futile. With the mother bear guarding the entrance, there was no chance for him to break free. Ye Zhou took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. The bear would eventually grow hungry and venture out in search of food. Once she departed, he would have his chance to escape. He waited patiently for an opportunity to survive. As the night deepened, exhaustion overcame him, and he dozed off, drifting into a fitful sleep. In the middle of the night, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of voices outside. The pirates were conversing. "Brother, there's a cave here," one lackey remarked. "Could that lad be hiding inside?" Another lackey, armed and eager, attempted to rush in. "Hold on, it's too dark inside. Be wary of traps," cautioned a dwarf, blocking his path. The dwarf picked up a stick, wrapped it in cloth, and ignited a torch. A volunteer among the lackeys seized the torch and ventured into the cave to investigate. However, as he stepped inside, he was met by a towering shadow before he could discern his surroundings. The lackey collapsed, injured at the neck, emitting a horrific scream akin to that of a slaughtered rooster. The three men outside hurriedly scattered, securing the entrance. They hesitated to open fire, fearing they might accidentally harm their comrade. Inside the cave, the lackey's cries soon faded into silence. "Old Six, how are you?" called out the pirates from outside. Receiving no response, they concluded that Old Six was no longer alive. The dwarf raised his gun and unleashed a volley of bullets into the cave. Chapter 41. The remarkable efficacy of bear gallbladder. Ye Zhou, concealed within the stone fissure, observed the unfolding events with keen clarity. The pirate's presence heightened his anxiety. When Old Six entered his search, Ye Zhou immediately contemplated springing forth to deliver a fatal blow to his neck. A proactive approach seemed preferable to passive defense. Yet, the presence of firearms necessitated caution. What he did not anticipate was that the golden-haired brown bear would render him significant assistance by killing Old Six. Ye Zhou remained hidden behind the stone fissure, awaiting the outcome. Perhaps the golden-haired brown bear could shield him from his pursuers. At that moment, gunfire erupted, striking the golden-haired brown bear. This magnificent creature, robust and formidable, stood tall despite being hit. More shots rang out from outside the cave. The bear roared in a frenzy, swiftly snatching up her cub and retreating to a corner. Bullets sparked within the cave, scattering in all directions. Ye Zhou crouched down, evading the stray shots. Under the pressure of gunfire, a henchman stealthily entered the cave, retrieving a torch from the ground. "Bear, it's a giant bear," the henchman exclaimed in panic. Illuminated by the flickering flames, the golden-haired brown bear shimmered with a radiant glow. Its eyes gleamed a menacing gold, evoking a palpable sense of dread. This colossal beast towered over them, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. It resembled a divine entity, glaring fiercely and emitting a low, furious growl. The henchman, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably, dropping the torch. A dwarf and another henchman burst into the cave, aiming their guns at the golden-haired brown bear, remaining vigilant. "Second brother," the henchman stuttered, unable to articulate his fear. The dwarf, seasoned and knowledgeable, recognized that this was no ordinary bear. The golden-haired brown bear? This could be our fortune. The henchman's fear transformed into excitement. The bear's gallbladder was a treasure. Consuming it promised longevity and vitality, surpassing even the elixir of immortality. The henchmen had long heard tales of the golden-haired brown bear, and today they felt lucky to encounter one. "Kill it," commanded the dwarf. The three men pulled the triggers in unison, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The golden-haired brown bear, under assault, roared defiantly and charged at them. One henchman was struck by the bear's paw, sending his rifle flying. Immediately after, another paw struck his head, snapping his neck and killing him instantly. The remaining two pirates appeared utterly stunned. Despite being hit, the bear did not falter. Instead, it seemed to grow even more formidable. Could it be that it had mastered some form of extraordinary resilience, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective? This was unfathomable, defying all logic. As they grappled with disbelief, the golden-haired brown bear lunged at another henchman, sinking its teeth into his neck, ending his life as well. In his dying moments, the henchman accidentally pulled the trigger, the bullet striking the dwarf in the toe. "By all that is holy!" the dwarf exclaimed, disregarding his injury as he scrambled to escape the cave. Ye Zhou witnessed the harrowing scene, his jaw agape in shock. The golden-haired brown bear, having driven away its foes, returned to its cub, collapsing with a thud. The cub lay lifeless, a victim of the relentless gunfire. The bear let out a final, mournful roar and lay still upon the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Zhou dared to emerge. He cautiously approached the golden-haired brown bear, observing the multitude of bullet wounds and the congealed blood. A wave of sympathy washed over him. Ye Zhou began to scour the battlefield, collecting the pirates' weapons and ammunition. He found 3 assault rifles, with barely 30 rounds remaining. Rummaging through their pockets, he unearthed a lighter, cigarettes, and a Swiss Army knife. Sitting on the ground, he lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, releasing a deep sigh. He sat at the cave's entrance, indulging in a cigarette, allowing himself to unwind completely. 8 pirates had fallen, leaving but one diminutive figure. This particular fellow was the craftiest. It would be a pity to let him escape. Ye Zhou regretted not having acted swiftly. The gnome's flight meant he would surely rally his companions for vengeance. The number of crew aboard the pirate ship was unknown, and upon sighting the signal flare, they were likely already in pursuit. Ye Zhou dared not linger. He shouldered his weapon and departed the cave. Once outside, he slowed his pace, deep in contemplation. Ye Zhou returned to the cave and approached the golden-haired brown bear. Was the bear gull truly as wondrous as they claimed? He bent down, unsheathed his dagger, and sliced open the bear's belly. Extracting the gallbladder, he examined it closely. To his astonishment, the gall was a radiant golden hue, exuding warmth. Could it truly promote longevity and bolster strength, surpassing the elixirs of the esteemed Laozi? Such exaggeration seemed improbable. Nevertheless, the gall was an undeniably precious medicinal ingredient. This golden gall, derived from a robust golden-haired brown bear, must possess remarkable properties. To discard it would be a shame. Ye Zhou hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. It seemed unlikely to be toxic. As for its effects, only personal experience would reveal the truth. Given his isolation on this deserted island, a spirit of adventure was essential. Resolving to take the plunge, Ye Zhou opened his mouth and swallowed the golden bear gall in one swift motion. Before he could savor its flavor, the gall slipped down his throat and into his stomach. An unsettling realization dawned on him. He felt a searing heat surge within, churning violently. Damn, it's toxic, he thought, his thirst becoming unbearable. He retrieved the bamboo tube, strapped to his waist, and gulped down the water in one breath. However, drinking only exacerbated the effects of the concoction. His stomach was provoked, nerves surged to his brain, and with a deafening thrum, he felt the world spinning around him. Was he blinded? His vision faded into darkness. Subsequently, he sensed his blood vessels throbbing, the veins at his temples pulsating vigorously. Ye Zhou let out a cry, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. After a considerable time, Ye Zhou gradually awakened. Am I dead? Where's this place? He wondered, rubbing his eyes. As he regained his senses, memories of the prior battle and his inadvertent consumption of the bear gall returned to him. He found himself in a cave, surrounded by the corpses of pirates and the brown bear. The surroundings were brilliantly illuminated, and his vision was astonishingly clear, even enabling him to discern each individual strand of fur on the golden-haired bear. He was utterly astonished. As he scanned the darkness, the cave's interior came into sharp focus. Turning his head to gaze outside, he beheld the mountains, rocks, trees, and grass, where birds perched on branches dew clung to blades of grass, and insects flitted through the air. His eyesight had become extraordinarily acute, surpassing the limits of ordinary vision. It must be the gall's influence, Ye Zhou surmised. Clearly, its most significant effect was to enhance vision and invigorate the spirit. He felt revitalized, brimming with strength. Ye Zhou exited the cave and retraced his steps, eager to find Lu Jingshu and the others. It was not long before dawn broke. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, however, He found no sign of Lu Jingshu and her companions. He called out several times, but received no response. Ye Zhou was beset by an ominous premonition. The rendezvous they had arranged here. Could it be that an unforeseen calamity had transpired? Emerging from the thicket, Ye Zhou ascended a peak and gazed into the distance. The expansive wilderness unfolded before him, with creatures occasionally flitting through the underbrush and birds darting among the treetops in search of sustenance. He even spied a lively hare frolicking in the meadow below. At that moment, his sight surpassed that of the ordinary, rendering everything remarkably clear. Ye Zhou discerned a group of individuals behind the galloping ridge, their figures intermittently manifesting amidst the trees. Among them, he recognized Lu Jingshu and the Qin siblings. Notably, there was a diminutive figure, the dwarf who had escaped the previous night. He was perched upon the shoulders of a towering henchman, gesturing animatedly to those around him in a most absurd manner. Despite having lost 2 toes, his cunning mind was rife with nefarious schemes, earning him the loyalty of the ruffians. Counting the numbers, Ye Zhou noted an additional 10 pirates, presumably reinforcements dispatched from their ship. Cursing under his breath, he realized they had abducted Lu Jingshu. Estimating the distance, he concluded it would take him approximately 2 hours to reach their location. Regardless, he was resolute in his determination to rescue Lu Jingshu. An even graver task lay ahead, eliminating the pirates and seizing their vessel. It appeared yet another fierce battle awaited him. Ye Zhou sprinted down the mountain, pursuing the galloping ridge. Chapter 042. Mastery of Firearms. Ye Zhou understood that time was of the essence. The urgency to save the captives could not be overstated. The pirates were a disorganized mob, and their treatment of the 2 exquisite women, Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi, would undoubtedly be barbaric. As midday approached, he finally caught up with the marauders. They were resting in an open area, some munching on provisions while others puffed on cigarettes, firearms cradled in their arms. 2 sentries stood guard at the perimeter of their encampment. Ye Zhou recognized their ploy to deliberately expose themselves, to lure him into their trap. Exercising utmost caution, he refrained from drawing near, instead concealing himself behind a rock at a distance. The sun blazed mercilessly, making the heat unbearable. The dwarf commanded 2 of his thugs to guard the hostages while the rest retreated into the woods to rest. Clearly, this was yet another of the dwarf's schemes, designed to lull his adversaries into complacency and compel them to reveal themselves. Ye Zhou observed everything with clarity, anxiety gnawing at him as he struggled to devise a plan for the rescue. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the camp. "Let me go! Let me go!" Qin Shi cried out, her hands bound, panic overtaking her. "You beasts, get away!" Lu Jingshu was also under siege. In broad daylight, 2 henchmen sought to commit unspeakable acts against the women. One thug seized Lu Jingshu by her hair, dragging her to the ground and pouncing upon her. The anguished cries of the ladies mingled with the raucous laughter of the pirates, reaching Ye Zhou's ears. The little dwarf was indeed malevolent, orchestrating this grotesque tableau, employing a cunning ruse to draw him out. Ye Zhou saw through their scheme and maintained his composure. To intervene at this juncture would be akin to walking into a snare, not only jeopardizing his own safety, but potentially endangering Lu Jingshu and the others as well. Yet, to remain passive was equally untenable, as the prospect of Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi being violated loomed large. Raising his firearm, Ye Zhou aimed at one of the thugs. He estimated the distance to be approximately 50 meters, a range that offered little hope for accuracy. In his hands was an assault rifle with subpar precision, leaving him with scant confidence in hitting the target. The terrain ahead was open, preventing any opportunity to close the distance. Firing recklessly could endanger Lu Jingshu, while rushing forward would render him a mere target, willingly exposing himself to danger. Lu Jingshu and her companions shouted incessantly, their voices strained and filled with anguish. Ye Zhou reminded himself to remain calm and composed. He closed one eye, pressing his cheek against the rifle, seeking the target through the sights. What on earth is happening? Ye Zhou found the target before him, startlingly clear, as if the rifle were equipped with a scope. He held his breath, steadying himself, finding balance on a rock, relaxing his body as he firmly pressed his shoulder against the stock. Gently, he squeezed the trigger, and a bullet was discharged, striking a henchman. The bullet shattered the henchman's skull, spilling a gruesome spray. Another henchman, startled by the gunfire, scrambled to flee. Ye Zhou fired again, and the henchman collapsed. Pirates emerged from the woods, returning fire at Ye Zhou. He ducked his head, evading the fierce barrage. Run! Lu Jingshu urged Qin Shi, seizing the moment of chaos. The two women fled. Qin Fei, frightened, crouched down, covering his head. Don't kill me, please, he cried out in terror. Ignoring the peril, Qin Shi rushed back to drag Qin Fei along, fleeing toward the direction of the galloping ridge. Ye Zhou retaliated against the pirates, drawing their fire to cover their escape. The pirates intensified their assault, gradually closing in on Ye Zhou. With limited ammunition, he dared not linger. Ye Zhou retreated to Galloping Ridge, a strategically advantageous position for a counterattack. Concealed behind a rock, he dispatched another henchman. The pirates, unable to advance, were forced to temporarily withdraw. Counting their numbers, the pirates found only 8 remained. Damn it, we set out with over 20 brothers, and now we're down to just a handful. The boss is gone too. How will we explain this to our families? The dwarf muttered for a while, steeling himself as he jumped onto a rock. Brothers, shall we disperse or continue the fight? If we continue, we must deal with this kid, then regroup and plan a comeback. If we disperse, we can split the spoils and flee. These pirates hailed from the same fishing village, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie. Second brother, we follow your lead. Let us keep going, the henchman declared. One was reluctant. Yet the majority's consensus compelled him to acquiesce silently. War breeds heroes, and those who survive will ultimately rise in rank and fortune. Indeed, the fewer survivors, the greater the share of the spoils. Despite the heavy losses, morale within the ranks remained unshaken, even soaring higher. The dwarf surveyed his subordinates, nodding in satisfaction. Returning like this, we would only be ridiculed. Better to fight to the death. The dwarf's suggestion garnered unanimous support. Let us go. The henchmen raised their weapons. Rallying with fervor, the dwarf instructed 2 henchmen to pursue Lu Jingshu, while he led the remaining men in pursuit of Ye Zhou. As dusk approached, Ye Zhou stood atop a height, observing as the pirates gradually approached his direction. A diminutive figure rode upon the back of a henchman, directing the advance of the crew. He realized that eliminating this gnome was essential for his escape. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could exploit the gnome's tracking skills to set a trap for them. Confronting a band of pirates single-handedly would undoubtedly be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Although he had previously dispatched 7 of them, gaining the upper hand, he had also risked much, with the assistance of the golden-haired brown bear being significant. The enemy's numbers were great. Losing a few would not impact their fighting capability, whereas he, alone, faced the peril of total annihilation with a single misstep. Should he fall, the fate of the beautiful women he sought to protect was grim indeed. They would suffer unspeakable torment and humiliation. With this thought, a fierce resolve surged within Ye Zhou, vowing to combat the pirates to the bitter end. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would safeguard the women he cherished. How could he overcome his adversaries? After several encounters, the pirates had grown wary of his ambush tactics, making opportunities increasingly scarce. To triumph against overwhelming odds, he needed to employ greater cunning. Ye Zhou recalled Feng Yuan. Even a single comrade would provide immense confidence and support. He nostalgically remembered Feng Yuan, silently reiterating the elder's final words, etching them deeply in his heart. Upon escaping the deserted island and returning to his homeland, he would ensure to look after Feng Yuan's daughter. The pirates in the distance drew nearer. Without further contemplation, Ye Zhou dashed forth in a specific direction. Since consuming the golden bear gallbladder, he felt invigorated. His senses sharpened, and both his muscular strength and endurance had significantly improved. As he ran, he felt as light as a swallow, effortlessly leaping into the air. He marveled at the transformation of his body. Could this be the extraordinary adventure depicted in martial arts novels? Had the golden bear gallbladder bestowed upon him decades of prowess? It seemed far-fetched, yet it was indeed occurring. Excitedly, he sprinted, testing the limits of his newfound capabilities. His body felt as if it were soaring 3 feet above the ground. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. He rolled several times without pause and sprang forth like an arrow. Coming to a halt, he remained composed, his heart steady. Perhaps he could participate in track competitions and even win an Olympic medal. He laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the forest, causing birds to take flight. The grass nearby rustled slightly, indicating that someone might be concealed within. Ye Zhou became alert and called out, "Who goes there? Lurking in secrecy?" Chapter 043. You crave that little thing. Silence reigned in the thicket. Ye Zhou approached, using his firearm to part the foliage. To his astonishment, he discovered Qin Fei concealed within, his gaze vacant and a foolish grin upon his face. Upon realizing his exposure, Qin Fei turned to flee. Ye Zhou seized him, demanding, "Where are Jing Shu and Qin Shi?" Qin Fei was bewildered by the inquiry, unable to recall the names of Jing Shu and Qin Shi. He shook his head and waved his hands, mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me," understanding that he could extract no useful information from him. Ye Zhou forcefully shoved him away. Although Qin Fei was foolish, he still understood the necessity of survival. However, like an ostrich, he hid his head behind a rock, leaving his rear exposed. Ye Zhou observed his predicament and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Once a wealthy scion, basking in glory, he now found himself reduced to such a pitiful state on a desolate island, evoking a sense of melancholy and reflection. Had he chosen to collaborate with Ye Zhou from the outset, they might have thrived together, perhaps even escaping the island someday. Yet, he had unwittingly chosen a lamentable beginning. Ye Zhou disregarded him and set about searching for Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi. Since the three of them had fled together, and having spotted Qin Fei, it was likely that the two ladies were not far off, perhaps hiding somewhere nearby. "Jingshu, Jingshu," Ye Zhou called out. In the distance, a patch of grass rustled, revealing a familiar face. With keen eyes, Ye Zhou recognized her despite the distance. "Jingshu," he exclaimed, racing towards her. "Ye Zhou." Lu Jingshu emerged from the underbrush, but her sprained ankle hindered her, and she stumbled heavily to the ground. Ye Zhou lifted her up, gently caressing her face. "I thought I'd never see you again," Lu Jingshu cried, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I promise I'll never leave you again." Ye Zhou comforted her, his heart heavy with regret. He tenderly kissed her tears away, and Lu Jingshu, feeling reassured, lay quietly in his embrace. The trio had narrowly escaped the pirates' camp, pursued by two henchmen. Lu Jingshu's ankle injury rendered her unable to run further, and she urged Qin Shi to abandon her and flee with Qin Fei. Despite her youth, Qin Shi was a girl of loyalty. "You have helped me so many times. I cannot just leave you behind." She insisted that Lu Jingshu and Qin Fei hide while she deliberately drew the pirates' attention, running toward a thicket. Though Lu Jingshu and Qin Fei evaded immediate capture, Qin Shi fell victim to the pirates. "You must go save little Shi," Lu Jingshu implored Ye Zhou. Through their harrowing experiences on the island, a sisterly bond had formed between Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi. In Lu Jingshu's heart, Qin Shi was akin to a younger sister, and she felt a duty to protect her. "Hurry and save her. Do not mind me," Lu Jingshu insisted. Pushing Ye Zhou away, Ye Zhou rose, gazing into the forest. In the distance, a flock of startled birds took flight. He surmised that the pirates had disturbed them. Two henchmen might be manageable, but if they reunited with the dwarf, rescuing Qin Shi would become exceedingly difficult. Ye Zhou felt troubled. Lu Jingshu's injured ankle rendered her unable to accompany him, and leaving her behind was out of the question. As twilight descended over the desolate mountains, the threat of wild beasts loomed, even without the pirates' presence. "I should be safe hiding here. You should go rescue her. I'll wait for your return." Lu Jingshu attempted to allay his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Zhou resolved to first escort Lu Jingshu to a safe place before seeking out Qin Shi. "The night is approaching. This area is unsafe and may harbor wild animals. I cannot leave you here alone. The pirates seek me, for I have slain their leader, and they yearn for vengeance. They intend to use Qin Shi as a hostage to lure me into a rescue. Thus they will not easily harm her." Ye Zhou elucidated this to Lu Jingshu, who, upon hearing his reasoning, found it compelling and ceased her stubbornness. "What have you been doing these days?" Lu Jingshu inquired. Ye Zhou recounted his harrowing experience of escaping with Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. Lu Jingshu, with a hint of teasing, remarked, "You seem to be quite fortunate. Your two sisters are very kind to you, aren't they?" "Such fortune is not as you perceive," Ye Zhou fibbed. "You, with your myriad talents, are rather lacking in the art of deception." Lu Jingshu discerned his truth. Ye Zhou ceased to argue and began to gently massage her swollen ankle, which bore soft tissue damage. As he cradled her delicate foot, memories of the first day on the island flooded back when he had tended to her wounds. "Did you ever think of me while with them?" Lu Jingshu cooed. "Of course, must you even ask?" Ye Zhou replied without hesitation. What thoughts occupied your mind? Lu Jingshu probed with curiosity. I longed to see you, each day worrying for your safety, he confessed candidly. And what else? Lu Jingshu desired to hear more. I wish for moments of tenderness with you, Ye Zhou said, withdrawing his hand from her foot to grasp her firmly. I know you crave that. Lu Jingshu playfully chided, though her face radiated joy. I also hope that when I think of you, you're thinking of me as well. Ye Zhou encouraged her to lean against his chest. He reveled once more in the softness of her form, feeling an indescribable warmth and comfort. This embrace brought forth long-awaited greetings and accolades. I miss you too, yearning for you every day. Lu Jingshu languidly nestled in his arms. Do you think of me often? Ye Zhou sought to understand her feelings. A little, Lu Jingshu shyly admitted. Do you await my culinary offerings daily? Ye Zhou teased with a mischievous grin. I cannot endure a moment without you. Without your presence, life feels unbearably empty. Lu Jingshu confessed, her heart racing. Before me, you managed quite well on your own. Ye Zhou observed her heartbeat. Yet now, with you, the happiness you bring has unlocked a long-sealed heart, and it cannot be contained. Lu Jingshu realized she had fallen for Ye Zhou. Do you desire me? Ye Zhou gazed deeply into her eyes. Yes. Lu Jingshu readily turned towards him. I crave you, you little devil. I am utterly enchanted by you. The hillside was serene, the mountain breeze gently caressing them. Their love deepened, enveloped in exquisite intimacy. As night descended, Ye Zhou lifted Lu Jingshu and made his way towards the Emerald Valley. He intended to return to the valley, leaving Lu Jingshu there until dawn when he would venture to rescue Qin Shi. Midway, they encountered Qin Fei, who sat upon a rock, chewing on roots. Ye Zhou ignored him and continued onward with Lu Jingshu. Ye Zhou, take him along. He seems rather pitiable, Lu Jingshu, with her kind heart, urged. Ye Zhou was reluctant to involve himself, preferring to let Qin Fei fend for himself. Yet, since Lu Jingshu had spoken, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Lu Jingshu's kindness stirred a flicker of emotion within him. As long as Jingshu was happy, he saw no harm in extending a bit of goodwill. Ye Zhou approached Qin Fei and playfully kicked him from behind. Are you hungry? Come with me, he said. Chapter 44. Ladies, let us not misbehave. Qin Fei, in a state of confusion, still remembered his hunger and obediently followed Ye Zhou. He led Lu Jingshu and Qin Fei back to the Emerald Valley. Tying them up, he lowered them into the valley and concealed the exposed ropes with branches before descending himself. Upon returning to the valley, dawn began to break. Ye Zhou noticed the fire pit in front of the wooden cabin, now only smoldering ashes. A wave of concern washed over him. Had they left? He pushed open the cabin door, revealing an empty interior. Could something have happened to them? Just then, Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu returned from the direction of the pond. Brother Ye Zhou, they called out, rushing towards him. Each embraced him, playfully shaking his arms. The two beauties danced with joy. I promised I would return. Of course, Ye Zhou yawned, unable to stifle his fatigue. At that moment, Qin Fei inexplicably called out, chasing after a butterfly like a child. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu were taken aback at the sight of him, their expressions shifting. Ye Zhou informed them that Qin Fei had lost his mind, no longer recognizing anyone and incapable of causing harm. The two ladies sighed upon hearing this. They felt a twinge of pity for Qin Fei, having shared a close bond with him for many years. Although he had caused them pain, he had now faced his comeuppance, paying for his misdeeds. Dear sisters, how have you been? Lu Jingshu initiated the conversation. Jingshu, it's been a while, Ling Ziyu replied, taking her hand. Jingshu, it's good to have you back. Otherwise, Ye Zhou would be fretting over you all day, Yang Wan teased, her words carrying a double meaning. Ye Zhou chuckled wryly to himself, realizing that life was about to become quite lively with these three women around. My sister is a great beauty, with you by his side. How could Ye Zhou still think of me? Lu Jingshu remarked, her lips curving into a smile. Ye Zhou is entirely preoccupied with you, risking everything to find you while neglecting his own well-being. Yang Wan shot a glance at him. It seems life is indeed treating you well. Your complexion is radiant, even more so than before. Lu Jingshu reached out to tuck a stray hair behind Yang Wan's ear, seemingly admiring her beauty. Stop teasing my sister, Yang Wan retorted, swatting Lu Jingshu's hand away in annoyance. Jingshu, you have no idea. Brother Ye Zhou even calls your name in his dreams, Ling Ziyu chimed in, coming to her friend's aid. The three women, cloaked in playful banter, continued to revolve around the topic of Ye Zhou, their words sharp yet light-hearted. Do not cause a ruckus, Ye Zhou interjected, feeling slightly embarrassed. What do you mean by that? We sisters have no interest in you. Yangwan rolled her eyes at him. You all continue your chatter. I shall retire to the wooden cabin, Ye Zhou declared, stepping inside. Brother Ye Zhou, have breakfast before you sleep, Ling Ziyu reminded him. Ye Zhou waved his hand and laid down on the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Sister Jingshu, you Haven Tea slept all night. You should rest, Ling Ziyu suggested. Lu Jingshu entered the wooden cabin, discovering that it contained only a single bed. How can I sleep? Am I to share this bed with Ye Zhou in front of others? Despite being on a deserted island, a place beyond the reach of law, she still felt the need to maintain some decorum. Once you are here, there is no need for such reservations, Ling Ziyu reassured her. Lu Jingshu pondered. Are there only the three of you? Just this one bed. If you can sleep, why can't I? I have even more right to do so. In a fit of defiance, she climbed onto the bed, nestled close to Ye Zhou, and wrapped her arms around him. He is my man. No one can take him from me, she thought, soon drifting off to sleep. Outside, Yangwan pouted, visibly displeased. Wanner, let us prepare a meal. When Ye Zhou wakes up, we can treat him to a delightful feast, Ling Ziyu urged, pulling Yangwan to assist in the cooking. The two beautiful women, having learned to be self-sufficient, had spent the last few days tidying up the courtyard and transplanting flowers. They had cleaned the room, making it quite cozy. They caught numerous small fish and dried them into jerky. They even captured a wild rabbit, but not knowing how to butcher it, they tethered it to a tree. When Ye Zhou returned, they planned to use it to create a delicious dish for their beloved idol. If he praised their culinary skills, it would make the longing worth it. The two women were in high spirits, making their tasks feel particularly effortless. They took a short knife from Ye Zhou. Awakening with a start, he instinctively grasped the knife at his waist. This is a killing knife. You cannot use it. It could harm you, he admonished. He then tossed him a Swiss Army knife he had acquired. The two women began to prepare the rabbit for cooking. Having cared for it for several days, they had formed some attachment and found it difficult to proceed. Such a lovely little bunny. How could they bear to harm it? They decided to call for Ye Zhou. Ling Ziyu entered the cabin again. Ye Zhou, awakened, was about to express his irritation. You're the older brother. How can you let us harm the little bunny? Yangwan exclaimed, tugging at his arm. Just call me brother. Don't say older brother. Do you think I am very old? In what way am I older? Ye Zhou smirked. Oh, please help us with a rabbit, Yangwan urged, pushing him outside. It's simple to kill a rabbit. Do you want me to teach you? Ye Zhou challenged their courage. No, I never want to learn. Yangwan quickly waved her hands. Have you heard of waiting by the stump for a rabbit? Ye Zhou reminded them. Yes. How did the rabbit die? He asked. It died for being foolish, the two women replied in unison. Come on, that is not a riddle, Ye Zhou teased. The rabbit ran into a tree trunk and killed itself, he revealed. So what? The women queried in confusion. Without answering, Ye Zhou seized the rabbit and delivered a swift punch to its head. The rabbit let out no sound, kicking its legs a few times before falling silent. The two women dared not look, quickly turning their heads away. Simple enough, right? In my absence, you all know what to do, right? Please do not utter such words. I hope you will never leave again. During the few days of your absence, we were consumed with worry. The ladies were eager to silence him. Ye Zhou swiftly skinned the wild hare and rinsed it in clear water. He then returned to bed, falling into a deep slumber once more. The two ladies meticulously prepared a delicious meal. When lunchtime arrived, everyone gathered around the stone table, relishing their food. Qin Fei, drawn by the aroma of meat, rushed over to seize a piece of rabbit meat, hiding it in a panic, fearful that others might snatch it away. Ignoring him, the others observed his bewilderment. His intellect seemed akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, entirely lacking any capacity for aggression, which rendered him somewhat endearing. Lu Jingzhu, with a compassionate heart, handed him a few potatoes. After the meal, Ye Zhou set up traps beneath the rope ladder to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. He secured a firearm to a tree, adjusting its angle, and fashioned traps with ropes and bamboo. Should anyone attempt to sneak attack, the mechanism would be triggered, causing the firearm to discharge automatically. Ye Zhou had previously made an error during combat drill where the trap was activated, but due to a loose binding on the weapon, the aim was off, resulting in a deduction of points. This blunder had haunted him, leaving him with only a second-place finish. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution this time. ensuring every detail was flawlessly executed. Chapter 045. The little girl with a big heart having completed the trap. He climbed to the valley's peak and set another mechanism at the entrance. Ye Zhou sharpened bamboo stakes, utilizing the elasticity of tree trunks, and established 2 traps along the path leading to the entrance. With these preparations in place, Ye Zhou returned to the valley floor. He cautioned his companions to be exceedingly careful and to avoid the vicinity of the traps. The ladies nodded in agreement, assuring him of their vigilance. Concerned that Qin Fei might recklessly wander, he demonstrated the mechanism to him. He tossed a pebble onto the trap, and with a resounding bang, a bullet struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Do you understand? If you wish to stay alive, keep your distance and refrain from wandering about. Ye Zhou admonished him as one would a misbehaving child. Upon hearing the gunfire, Qin Fei's face paled in terror, and he fled in a panic, repeatedly uttering, don't kill me," in a foolish refrain. Ye Zhou checked his equipment, an assault rifle with 6 rounds remaining. Such scant ammunition was adequate only for ambushes and woefully insufficient for direct confrontation. Even an ambush would be inadequate, considering the pirates had 8 members. It is well known that 2 or 3 soldiers can form a formidable fighting force, and the enemy's 8 members were nearly akin to a small army. At the very least, a formidable assault team, whose combat capabilities should not be underestimated. Cursing under his breath, Ye Zhou lamented having wasted a bullet on Qin Fei. Ye Zhou pondered how to replenish his supplies. There were some bullets left in a wooden box, but they were of the wrong caliber, essentially useless. The previous bows and arrows remained, yet their power was too feeble to ensure a kill, risking exposure instead. Returning to the wooden hut, he rummaged through the clutter, hoping to discover a suitable weapon. He stumbled upon a pair of scissors, rusted beyond recognition. Using his tools, he disassembled the scissors and sought a sturdy stone. Honing it repeatedly, after much effort, 2 darts emitted a dazzling glow. Ye Zhou attempted to adjust his grip, but it was not steady enough, forcing him to make do. Having prepared himself thoroughly, he bid farewell to the beautiful ladies and departed from Chuaying Valley. The sun hung low in the west as Ye Zhou stood atop Eagle Beak Cliff. The sea breeze tousled his hair, leaving it disheveled, and his face adorned with stubble. Upon his arrival on the island, he had appeared as a dashing young man. Now, he seemed more like a rugged, weathered uncle. Yet, Ye Zhou was indifferent to such matters. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed by his innocent and endearing younger sister. In his eyes, she was a petite yet magnanimous soul, cultured and worldly. After all, she had studied abroad, undoubtedly gaining an international perspective. She resembled an angel detached from the mundane, while also embodying the warmth of a neighborly girl. Though born into a prestigious family, she displayed none of the arrogance of her brother, instead exhibiting empathy and sincerity in her dealings with others. During their brief interactions, several instances left a profound impression on him. Her treatment of their brother and Yang Wan, as well as her interactions with Feng Yuan and Ling Ziyu, were handled with remarkable grace. Notably, her act of shielding Lu Jingshu, deliberately diverting the pirates, ultimately sacrificing herself to safeguard others, showcased a commendable bravery and loyalty. Ye Zhou was an astute observer. Often, he remained silent while silently assessing others. He held Qin Shi in high regard, discreetly awarding her a high score. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was a clever little sprite, a bit too whimsical. He reminded himself not to be captivated by her charm, for he was several years her senior, and ought to embody the role of an older brother. Confusion clouded his mind as he compared her beauty to that of the 3 ladies, finding her even more exquisite, delicate, and strikingly pure. Ye Zhou admonished himself to avoid any fanciful thoughts, aware that those charming ladies could be quite overwhelming. With a wry smile, he reflected on his situation, stranded on a deserted island, yet accompanied by beautiful women. He felt a sense of contentment. Realizing the importance of maintaining order, he resolved not to disrupt the harmony out of greed. He drew a line for himself. What was he thinking? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Ye Zhou descended from Eagle Beak Cliff, searching for traces along the roadside. As night fell, another day came to a close. He found a secluded spot to rest and sleep. At dawn, Ye Zhou resumed his search, traversing half the island without encountering a trace of the pirates. What schemes were these rascals concocting? He ventured to Silver Gull Beach, where he spotted 2 speedboats and a dinghy moored at the shore. In the distance, the pirate ship, lay anchored steadily on the water. The pirates would not flee. They would not relent until their objectives were met. Returning to Galloping Ridge, he stood high, surveying the surroundings. The twilight deepened, and with it, his anxiety grew. Was he to return empty-handed? Suddenly, a plume of smoke rose from below the main peak behind him. Certainly, it is the pirates. Ye Zhou felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that this was a deliberate signal from the pirates, luring him into a final confrontation. He wondered about Qin Shi's fate. Had she suffered indignities or faced peril? Although he recognized this as a trap, he pressed on without hesitation, racing towards the main peak. At the foot of the main peak, the star-picking tower loomed. The pirates were busy cooking, a few henchmen lounging haphazardly around the campfire. Ye Zhou counted. Including the dwarf, there were 7 pirates in total. One was missing. Where could he have gone? Ye Zhou pondered briefly. Perhaps he had returned to the pirate ship. By the fire, Qin Shi lay bound, her hands tied. Second brother, this girl is truly a gem. It would be a pity not to have her. One henchman mused with ill intent. This individual sported a thick beard and exposed his chest, revealing a patch of matted hair marred by a recent injury. Anyone who harbors such thoughts, beware of my wrath, the dwarf warned, his expression darkening. The bearded henchman, still shaken from a previous encounter with Qin Shi, dare not speak further. This girl is our talisman. She leads our enemies to us. Anyone who dares to harm her will face the military law, the dwarf asserted, striding over to inspect Qin Shi's bindings to ensure they were secure. The other henchman, recognizing the importance of the hostage, refrained from further harassment. Ye Zhou stealthily approached the pirate camp, observing from a distance. The pirates were on high alert, far more disciplined than before, guarding a strategic position with vigilance. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for an effective tactic, wary of recklessly attempting a rescue. It's your turn to change shifts, one henchman called out. A pirate leaped down from a tree, while another ascended to take his place atop the branches. Damn, there's a lookout in the tree. Ye Zhou chastised himself for his oversight. A minor lapse could lead to grave consequences. So that's where the missing one was hiding, he thought to himself. Ye Zhou carefully repositioned, ensuring he remained concealed. Second brother, has that lad put himself out of fear? The bearded henchman grumbled, losing his patience. Shut your mouth. The dwarf snapped. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, suggesting an impending rain. Ye Zhou remained poised, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, the sentinel in the tree let out a frantic scream, leaping down and covering his head, crashing to the ground. Bored and curious, he had poked at a mud clump overhead, unaware of its nature. Damn, what a foolish move, he lamented. It was a wasp nest after all. Do you dare poke it again? Wasps swarmed out, stinging him mercilessly. The pirates scattered in panic. The bearded henchman, showing some loyalty, scooped up the dwarf and fled. Ye Zhou hadn't anticipated such an unexpected opportunity, with the wasps inadvertently aiding his cause. In the camp, Qin Shi struggled to her feet and seized the chance to escape. Don't let that girl get away. Pursue her at once, the dwarf commanded, only to be stung sharply by a wasp that alighted on his face. 2 henchmen chased after Qin Shi, who was slight of build and bound at the wrists, rendering her unable to flee swiftly. She stumbled after only a short distance. One of the henchmen caught up, seizing her hair and yanking her upwards. Ye Zhou drew his dagger and emerged from behind the rocks, thrusting towards the man's neck. Blinded by a wasp's sting, the henchman's vision blurred. As he turned his head, he felt an icy sensation at his throat. His windpipe was pierced, producing a harsh and raspy sound. Ye Zhou withdrew the short blade and gently pushed the henchman's face, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. The other henchman hastily raised his assault rifle, intent on pulling the trigger. With a swift motion, Ye Zhou hurled a dart that struck the henchman's arm, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the henchman turned and fled. Ye Zhou launched a second dart, which embedded itself into the man's back. He swiftly severed the bindings on Qin Shi's wrists and urged her to flee into the nearby woods. The pirates, preoccupied with avoiding the wasps, were oblivious to the ambush. By the time they realized what had transpired, Ye Zhou had already whisked Qin Shi away. The pirates shouted and pursued them from behind, with a dwarf riding atop the head of a disheveled henchman, directing the chase. Ye Zhou, having ingested the golden bear gallbladder and experienced an extraordinary boon, possessed the prowess to easily outpace the pirates. Yet, burdened by Qin Shi, he found it challenging to run swiftly. They arrived at a fork in the path and fled westward. The pirates relentlessly pursued them, now only a few dozen meters behind, gunfire erupting in the air. Ye Zhou, anxious, urged Qin Shi to quicken her pace, but she stumbled and fell. Climb on, I'll carry you, he offered, crouching down. Qin Shi clambered onto his back, gripping his neck tightly. You want to be able to run? I'll skin him alive, echoed the pirate's shouts, drawing closer, bullets whizzing overhead. Ye Zhou summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward, gradually creating a distance. However, fatigue set in, and his legs grew weak from exertion. Just as he paused to catch his breath, the pirates were upon them once more. Ye Zhou sprinted forward again, darting through a thicket, only to find himself at a dead end. A sheer cliff loomed before him, leading into a deep ravine below. Ye Zhou pivoted and dashed in the opposite direction. By now, darkness enveloped the sky. The pirates ignited torches, tracing their path and drawing ever closer. Realizing he had fallen into a dire predicament, Ye Zhou encountered another precipice blocking his way. This time, escape seemed impossible. He would have to confront them. He set Qin Shi down, seeking cover to prepare for a stand. With only 6 bullets, the prospect of holding them off appeared bleak. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He stowed the gun and swiftly relocated with Qin Shi. The bear den was nearby. Perhaps he could utilize the terrain to his advantage against them. Guided by memory, Ye Zhou found the bear den and entered. A massive golden-haired grizzly lay sprawled on the ground, its cub nearby. Upon sighting the bear, Qin Shi trembled, her lips quivering in fear. Do not be afraid. It is dead, Ye Zhou reassured her, gently placing her down from his back. He instructed Qin Shi to hide in a smaller alcove within the den, sealing the entrance with stones. No matter what happens, do not emerge, he cautioned her. What will you do? Qin Shi asked, concern etched on her face. I guard the entrance, preventing their entry. Ye Zhou crouches behind the golden-haired brown bear, readying his firearm. Brother, you should come in as well. Qin Shi expresses her concern for him. The space inside is too confined for 2, Ye Zhou replies. We can squeeze in. Just give it a try, Qin Shi urges him. Deep down, Ye Zhou is aware that he cannot withstand 6 pirates alone, especially with only 6 bullets at his disposal. He doubts he could last even 3 minutes. A direct confrontation would lead to a grim demise. If the enemy were to launch a fire attack from outside, he would either be shot or burn alive. If he perishes, how long could Qin Shi hide? To resist would mean not only losing his life, but also endangering her. The most prudent strategy would be to conceal themselves. However, that tiny opening is indeed too small. As he has previously experienced, it cannot accommodate 2 individuals. As he hesitates, the voices of pirates draw near, their torchlight growing ever closer. I cannot let you take risks alone. If we must die, let us die together, Qin Shi declares. Emerging from a small opening, Ye Zhou is moved, yet a profound guilt settles within him. He feels utterly incapable of protecting this innocent girl before him. She is blameless and should not be put in danger because of his shortcomings. It is his folly that has attracted the pirates, endangering everyone. Shall she? Ye Zhou's throat tightens, unsure what to say. I am small. Perhaps I can fit both of us, Qin Shi reassures him. Very well, Ye Zhou concedes. He first squeezes into the opening, pressing against the wall, and then allows Qin Shi to enter. The space is exceedingly cramped. They push and shove until they finally both manage to fit inside. Ye Zhou sits on the ground, with Qin Shi, petite and delicate, settling upon his lap. They adjust their positions, feeling a slight alleviation of the tightness. Face to face, brother and sister find themselves mere inches apart, just as they seal the entrance. The pirates arrive in pursuit. Brother, they must be hiding in there, one henchman asserts. The dwarf, unaware that the golden-haired brown bear has perished, gazes apprehensively at the darkened entrance. That bear was formidable. Several of his comrades had lost their lives here, so it would be wise to avoid provoking it. This is a bear's den. It cannot conceal people. Let us search elsewhere, the dwarf decides, not daring to linger as he leads his men onward. Once the pirates depart, tranquility returns outside the cave. Should we make a run for it? This could be our chance to escape, Ye Zhou contemplates. However, he is uncertain whether the pirates have genuinely left. That cunning dwarf might employ the same trick again as he did previously. What to do? Will they return? Qin Shi's voice trembles, her expression fraught with tension. As Ye Zhou vacillates, he suddenly notices a shadow flit past the entrance. A henchman is lurking, peering stealthily into the cave. Damn, we almost fell for their ruse again. They remain outside. We must stay silent. Ye Zhou presses a finger to her lips. Neither dares to venture outside. The pirates do not dare enter the cave, leading to a standoff. The dampness of the cavern envelopes them. Qin Shi's heart races with anxiety, her breathing quickening. Ye Zhou clutches her hand tightly, offering a measure of comfort. At this moment, a torrential downpour commenced outside the cave, with raindrops pattering against the ground, as if amplifying the tension of the standoff. The pirates, unable to contain their impatience any longer, were thoroughly drenched by the rain. "Come out, or we shall open fire," they shouted from outside. One of the henchmen, mustering his courage, stealthily approached to peek inside the cave. "Second brother, there's no one inside. Only the bodies of our comrades and 2 large bears, both already dead," he reported back to the dwarf. Upon hearing that the interior was secure, the pirates hastily filed in, shedding their soaked garments and grumbling about the wretched weather. "Damn it, he escaped again," lamented the dwarf as he plopped down despondently. Chapter 47. Provoking Brother S. nerves Ye Zhou and Qin Shi hid in the small cave, scarcely daring to breathe. Their limbs had grown numb, and their bodies were uncomfortably pressed together. Yet they understood that they must remain motionless and silent at that moment. Outside, the rain showed no sign of abating, and Ye Zhou had never witnessed such a deluge. Water began to seep through the stone walls, and their clothes were completely soaked. Suddenly, a set of footsteps halted near their hiding spot. Qin Shi felt a surge of panic, nearly crying out. Fearing she might inadvertently make a sound, she pressed her lips against Ye Zhou's chest, restraining her trembling hands. "Search thoroughly. Miss not a single corner," the dwarf bellowed. Tears welled in Qin Shi's eyes, while Ye Zhou's heart raced to his throat. Could it truly end here? At that very moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the cave, followed almost immediately by a deafening clap of thunder. In that fleeting burst of light and sound, a henchman discovered their concealed refuge. "Second brother, there's a small cave here," he shouted. "A small cave?" The dwarf approached cautiously. "Fools, is it possible for someone to hide in there?" He tiptoed to peer inside. "It's empty. Shall we break it open to check?" The attentive henchman suggested. "Then hurry up and smash it," the dwarf barked. Inside the cave, Qin Shi's face turned pale as she clung tightly to Ye Zhou. He resolved to fight back, thinking that taking down 1 pirate would at least provide some advantage. If he could eliminate 2, it would be worth it, better than waiting for death. The cave entrance was pried open. Ye Zhou pulled the trigger, firing a shot that struck 1 henchman down. The dwarf nimbly leaped aside, seeking refuge in a blind spot. The other henchmen, startled by the gunfire, scrambled for cover. Some pressed against the cave wall, others sprawled on the ground, while a few hid behind a large golden-brown bear. Within the cave, Ye Zhou aimed his weapon at a tall, scruffy henchman. His hands and feet were numb, causing him to lose his aim and miss the target altogether. The bullet veered off, striking a stalactite, which exploded in a shower of sparks. The stalactite shattered and fell. Ye Zhou continued firing until he had expended all his ammunition. The pirates, regaining their composure, began to retaliate. Little did they know, Ye Zhou never anticipated meeting his end here, embracing the lovely Qin Shi as they perished together, an exit that could be deemed dignified. Ye Zhou held Qin Shi tightly, closing his eyes. He could feel her petite body trembling. Overcome by emotion, he pressed a fervent kiss upon her. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the cave, as if some immense entity was in motion. Lost in the kiss, Ye Zhou remained oblivious to the commotion. It seemed as though he wished to pour his entire essence into her. The peculiar noise grew louder, shaking the earth and mountains. The pirates were struck with fear, momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. What would the sound be? Ye Zhou lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Qin Shi. The strange noise intensified, accompanied by a violent tremor, causing stones to begin to fall from the cave ceiling. Panic seized the pirates, and they fled in desperation. They escaped the cave, relieved to have retained their lives. What was this dreadful thing? The gnome's voice quivered with terror. Ye Zhou and Qin Shi were equally stunned by the sudden upheaval. Reacting swiftly, Ye Zhou seized Qin Shi and ran. Just as they reached the cave's entrance, a massive rock tumbled down, sealing it off in an instant. Stones continued to rain down above them. Holding tightly to Qin Shi, Ye Zhou had no choice but to retreat into a smaller passage. Suddenly, a section of the stone wall slid away, revealing a tunnel. With extraordinary vision, Ye Zhou could discern the scene within the tunnel, illuminated by a faint glimmer ahead. With the cave's entrance blocked, this was their sole chance for escape. This way, he urged, pulling Qin Shi into the passage. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. In Qin Shi could not see the path, hesitant to run quickly. Ye Zhou scooped her up, sprinting towards the tunnel's end. Thick dust enveloped the passage, making it hard to breathe, and Qin Shi could not suppress her coughing. Her pitiful appearance tugged at Ye Zhou's heart. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" he inquired. "Mi fine, che undicesimo replied. Is there an exit ahead?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "There must be," Ye Zhou reassured her, though uncertainty loomed in his mind. After a while, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. "Is it the exit?" Qin Shi asked hopefully. Ye Zhou quickened his pace, carrying her towards the light. Yet, when they finally reached it, they discovered it was not an exit but another cavern. A narrow fissure in the ceiling allowed a beam of moonlight to filter in. The rain outside had ceased. The weather on the island was unpredictable, shifting like the tides. Ye Zhou felt grateful for the rain, which had been a timely downpour. Without it, he might have met his demise. Perhaps this rare storm had triggered the secret mechanisms within the cave. It was also possible that a gunfight had accidentally set off the traps. But how could there be mechanisms here? Was this place constructed by human hands? Who built it? And what secrets lay concealed within? All was shrouded in mystery, leaving Ye Zhou to ponder the enigmatic environment. The cave was pervaded by an eerie atmosphere, with blue light flickering upon the walls. This cavern bore a resemblance to the caves above the Emerald Valley. Ye Zhou suddenly felt a tingling sensation by his ear, realizing it was the breath of Qin Shi, teasing the sensitive nerves in that area. Goodness, could she be doing this intentionally? The young lady stirred something within him, and rather than retreating, he found himself yearning for greater closeness. In truth, he was merely indulging in fanciful daydreams. She was utterly oblivious to his thoughts. "Brother, where are we?" she inquired, a hint of fear evident as she clung tightly to Ye Zhou's neck. "All right, let's come down for a moment. We need to rest and see if we can find an exit." Ye Zhou himself was beginning to feel fatigued. It was then that Qin Shi recognized the distinction between the genders, having been held for so long while still wrapped around his neck. How shameless of her! Her cheeks flushed crimson. Since she became aware of such matters, she had never been embraced by a boy, let alone being kissed forcefully beforehand. However, she bore no resentment, finding this novel experience rather delightful. After a brief respite, they surveyed their surroundings within the cave. It was not particularly spacious, and the layout was quite evident. It seemed there was no exit. The fissures above were far too narrow for passage, and the cave walls were too smooth to climb. "Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable," Ye Zhou mused. The more perilous the situation, the more one must remain composed. Taking a moment to relax his mind might lead to a solution for their predicament. The two settled down for conversation. The cave's emptiness amplified their voices. She cupped her hands to form a megaphone and shouted loudly. The walls echoed a series of reverberations. "Ha ha ha! Ye Zhou erupted in la octave." Their playful banter lightened their spirits, and the feelings of fear and despair remarkably dissipated. "Brother Ye Zhou, may I ask you a question?" Qin Shi said, her eyes sparkling. "Feel free to ask. I will answer candidly," he responded with openness. This little girl was quite whimsical. He needed to tread carefully. Ye Zhou braced himself mentally. Chapter 048. The girl's first love. What is your relationship with Sister Jingshu? Qin Shi inquired without hesitation. Ye Zhou was taken aback, surprised by her interest in such a topic. "What do you wish to know? What are you trying to explore? What thoughts occupy your young mind?" However, this question proved challenging to answer. Their relationship was rather unique, and he was unsure how to define it. After some contemplation, Ye Zhou replied, "We are partners in survival on this deserted island, and companions forged through adversity." Qin Shi seemed unsatisfied with this response. In her life experience, she had never encountered significant turmoil. Her days were typically mundane and unremarkable. Being stranded on a deserted island, facing survival challenges and unexpected dangers, had prompted her to break free from convention and dare to question and explore the unknown. Could this be considered rebellion or a form of psychological adventure? Having surpassed 18 years of age, it was time for her to experience the adult world. Perhaps her curiosity stemmed from a desire to delve into the emotional complexities of this handsome older brother before her. "Do you love her?" She boldly asked. Ye Zhou found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. After all, they were marooned on an island. What place did romance have in such circumstances? What is love? And what is not love? After living for over 20 years, I remain perplexed. I am neither a master of romance nor a doctor of love. The distinction between love and indifference eludes me. My acquaintance with Lu Jingzhu spans more than half a month. Yet our time together has been fleeting, merely 3 or 4 days. To label it as love would be overly simplistic and hasty. Conversely, to dismiss it as indifference would be to deny the authenticity of the sentiments I hold. Love is a timeless subject, yet throughout history, who has truly deciphered its essence? Each individual possesses a unique interpretation of love. It is at its core a matter of belief. The term love is not one to be uttered lightly. Ye Zhou expressed himself with ambiguous words. Why the hesitation to acknowledge it? If you do not love her, why share intimacy? If intimacy has already been shared, what prevents you from admitting your affection for her? Qin Shi, no longer evasive, candidly articulated his thoughts. This felt like a soul-searching inquiry. The young lady was sharp-tongued and assertive, leaving him momentarily speechless. You are still young. Such matters are difficult to articulate to you. Ye Zhou deflected. Sister Jingzhu thinks of you daily, losing sleep over you. I believe her feelings are genuine, Qin Shi insisted, clinging to the topic. My refusal to acknowledge my love for her does not equate to a lack of affection, Ye Zhou retorted, somewhat irritated. Brother, I mean no offense. Sister Jingzhu is exceptional, and her affection for you speaks volumes about your charm. Qin Shi noted, sensing Ye Zhou's displeasure and softening his tone. Do not flatter me, Ye Zhou replied sternly. Sister Jingzhu loves deeply, yet she carries a sense of fulfillment and happiness within. Qin Shi continued, her devotion is heart-wrenching, but more often than not, I find myself envious of her. It seemed as if Qin Shi was conversing with herself. What is this young lady contemplating? Could it be that she's experiencing the stirrings of first love, yearning for the nurturing that love provides? Ye Zhou found himself intrigued. Have you never been in a relationship? With such beauty, you must be considered a campus belle. Surely, there must have been suitors? Ye Zhou teased her. Qin Shi, realizing the conversation had shifted towards her, felt a tinge of embarrassment. She met Ye Zhou's gaze, and amidst a flurry of emotions, a desire to express her innermost thoughts ignited within her. To be candid, I once had feelings for a male teacher, Qin Shi confessed. He was 8 years my senior, quite close to your age, she added, glancing at Ye Zhou. After graduation, we began dating, sharing meals, and watching films together. On one occasion, while at the cinema, he attempted to kiss me, and I outright refused, standing up and leaving. From that moment onward, my feelings for him dissipated. I cannot fathom why I was so repulsed by his affectionate gestures. I suspect I may have an emotional aversion. When his hand reached for me, yearning to embrace or kiss me, I felt a wave of discomfort, disgust, and anger. Eventually, we severed all ties. I am uncertain if that experience qualifies as a first love. It was a brief chapter in my life. After sharing her story, Qin Shi appeared unashamed. Boldi holding Ye Zhou se gaze. Ye Zhou recognized the necessity of responding, yet he found himself at a loss for words. How could he navigate this conversation? Should he, like her, divulge his own romantic experiences? No. My trivial matters are hardly worth discussing. Memories fade with the passage of time. The only recollection that lingers is of the numerous romances I indulged in during my university days, akin to a monkey tossing aside corn after playing with it, discarding one for another without hesitation. I never allowed myself to fall in love, never contemplated marriage, nor envisioned a life of growing old together. My first girlfriend. We shared intimacy on the very first day of our acquaintance. Could such a tale be shared? Especially in the presence of the pure and innocent Qin Shi. Could I dare to voice such absurdities? I held disdain for myself, recognizing my past actions as rather sordid. However, since being marooned on that deserted island and encountering Lu Jingshu, Yang Wan, and Ling Ziyu, my perspective on relationships has shifted. I admonish myself to invest genuine emotion and to approach every relationship with earnestness. I did not wish to let down any of the goddesses in my life. Brother, what are you thinking? Qin Shi inquired with concern as she noticed my distraction. Nothing much, I stammered in response. Have you ever loved? Have you truly loved, to the extent of being willing to sacrifice everything for her? Qin Shi gazed intently at me, seemingly trying to extract the thoughts hidden within my heart. Please, spare me. This topic is rather vexing, I silently pleaded, though I knew I had to respond. Have I loved? Or not? I am uncertain myself, I replied with a furrowed brow. Love is something one must feel, is it not? Qin, she playfully blinked. That seems to be the case. Some individuals can experience love at first sight. I concurred with her perspective. I believe in that sensation. It can be breathtaking, she remarked, seemingly lost in thought. I've always felt I had a kind of emotional purity complex, but her voice trailed off hesitantly. But what? I urged her to continue. But in that little cave, when you held me and kissed me, I found myself offering no resistance whatsoever. Oh, is that so? I felt a swell of pride at her admission. Indeed, there are certain truths the heart hesitates to acknowledge, yet the body remains unyielding. She blushed slightly. What were your thoughts at that moment? What sensations did you experience? I was eager to know her sensory impressions. I thought of nothing. My mind was a blank slate. If I must articulate any feelings, I suppose joy and happiness were all that filled my heart. Her eyes sparkled with a luminous glow. Chapter 049. May I kiss you once more? This charming young lady grows increasingly delightful and intriguing, I mused. She truly was an eccentric little girl. Conversing with her brought an unparalleled sense of ease and joy. Did you not feel as if time stood still, as if the entire world ceased to exist? I teased her. Yes, exactly that feeling. She clapped her hands in delight. Witnessing her happiness filled me with a sense of significance. That was my first kiss, Qin, she beamed. This spirited girl, far from feeling shy or resentful about my bold kiss, appeared to revel in the experience as if she had gained a great advantage. The more I struggled to understand her, the more intrigued I became. At that moment, when the pirates burst in, I was terrified, thinking I would surely meet my demise there. Unexpectedly, your kiss has alleviated my fears. Qin, she seems to be reminiscing about that moment. Ye Zhou finds himself at a loss for words. Brother, may I kiss you once more? Qin Shi, with the audacity of youth, gazes intently at Ye Zhou. He is momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. You do realize how significant a first kiss is for a girl, don't you? I never anticipated it would arrive so suddenly, only to be so fleeting. In that moment of peril, facing life and death, I scarcely had the chance to truly savor it. Therefore, you must help me preserve a complete memory. Qin, she articulates her desire, hoping to move Ye Zhou. Yet, he cannot help but think, but you are still a child. He feels reluctant. You certainly did not treat me as a child before, kissing me so passionately. Qin, she seizes on this inconsistency, chiding him for his duplicity. I am over 18 now, in college. Please, do not regard me as a child any longer. She pouts adorably. Ahem. Ye Zhou conceals his inner turmoil. He truly cannot bear the thought of endangering such a delicate flower. It is merely a kiss. Do not overthink it and feel pressured. Qin, she attempts to alleviate his concerns. How has a young girl managed to outmaneuver him? Ye Zhou silently scolds himself. Hesitation is not his style. Having experienced numerous women, should he really shy away from kissing a young lady? She is indeed over 18, thus considered an adult. A man must not be belittled by a girl. Very well, Ye Zhou concedes. Qin, she looks up at him, her expression remarkably composed, though her heart races wildly. In the silence of the cave, their heartbeats resonate in harmony. Ye Zhou, with keen hearing, perceives the sound of her heartbeat, reverberating in his ears. The rhythm travels through his nervous system to his brain, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. He pulls Qin Shi into his embrace, holding her tightly. She gazes up at him with eager anticipation. Her cheeks are a delicate blush, her lips a vibrant red, and her long, thick eyelashes resemble those of a doll, exceedingly beautiful. Ye Zhou muses. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never entertain the thought of pursuing such a pure and lovely girl. Stranded on a deserted island, he considers himself fortunate. Let me teach you how to truly experience it. Ye Zhou adopts a mentor-like demeanor. Qin Shi's voice is as melodious as a songbird, yet carries a hint of exhaustion, barely vibrating in her throat. The single syllable rises and falls in pitch, leaving a quivering echo. Ye Zhou, captivated by her voice, feels a rush of desire. Just a single sound can elevate one's spirit. Close your eyes, Ye Zhou commands, his voice trembling slightly. Qin, she gently shuts her eyes. Wrap your arms around my neck, Ye Zhou instructs. Qin, she clings tightly to his neck. Ye Zhou, deliberately delays for a few seconds. Qin Shi, filled with anticipation, feels her lips quiver slightly. Ye Zhou leans in for the kiss. Qin Shi feels as though all her strength has dissipated, dizzy and unable to stand. Time slips away, and the two remain entwined, oblivious to the passage of moments. It seems that they have become inseparably entangled. Ye Zhou has submitted a most satisfactory response. Ah, I understand now. The first kiss is indeed like this. Qin Shi chuckled behind her hand, while Ye Zhou lingered in the aftertaste of the moment. All right, let go of me, Qin Shi gently reminded him. Ye Zhou obediently released his grasp, but Qin Shi's legs weakened, and he hurriedly caught her in his arms once more. Do you enjoy it? Ye Zhou asked, feeling quite pleased with himself. Qin Shi hesitated to answer, resting her head against his chest, her demeanor conveying her sentiments with a gentle acquiescence. We are trapped here. It appears we can never escape, she mused, her tone devoid of fear, instead imbued with a sense of willing acceptance. There must be a way out, Ye Zhou stated confidently. It was evident that this passage was man-made, and the builder surely left an exit. However, the exit may be blocked or concealed. Ye Zhou took Qin Shi's hand, and they scrutinized the cave together. The space was not large, approximately 20 square meters, akin to a small living room. Upon inspecting one wall, Ye Zhou discovered a fissure and took out his short knife, probing it a few times. It appeared merely to be a crack, not an exit. They continued their examination, testing every unusual spot, but yielded no results. Despair began to settle in, and silence enveloped them, creating a suffocating atmosphere. It shouldn't be like this. There must be a way out, Ye Zhou questioned himself. Brother, if we cannot escape, let us embrace and kiss as we perish, Qin Shi said, placing his hand against her face. Ye Zhou gazed at her, his heart aching. Without hesitation, he kissed her deeply. No, let go of me, Qin Shi protested, trying to break free. Ye Zhou was bewildered. Just moments ago, she had seemed so eager, yet now she was resisting. This girl was truly perplexing. He released her. Brother, look, Qin Shi exclaimed, pointing to the stone above them. It turned out she had made a new discovery, and he had misjudged her. Following her gaze, Ye Zhou noticed a rock overhead adorned with what appeared to be a pattern. He focused intently, sharpening his gaze. Though the designs were indistinct, he could still discern them clearly. The patterns depicted 5 elements, resembling 5 totems that coalesced into a circle. These totems evoked images of various animals: a snake, a bear, a ram, a bird, and a simple circle that seemed to symbolize the sun. The strokes of these designs were simple, their symbolic meanings arising only through association and imagination. What could these patterns signify? Were they clues to some mechanism? Ye Zhou pondered it. Brother, come and see. Qin Shi had another revelation. Ye Zhou felt humbled. Despite his exceptional vision, he was outdone by this young girl. It must be said that Qin Shi, with her quirky charm, was bold, meticulous, and remarkably intelligent. Approaching the stone wall, Ye Zhou noticed several stones on the ground, resembling a deliberately laid floor. They were covered in a layer of dust, easily overlooked. Having inspected the area several times, he had neglected these. Clearing away the dust revealed 6 neatly arranged stone tiles. The stones varied in size and shape, leaving one to ponder their deeper significance. Chapter 050, The Tale of Ursa Major. We are saved, exclaimed Ye Zhou joyfully to Qin Shi. Is this the mechanism to open the entrance? Qin Shi, ever astute, immediately deduced the purpose of these stones. How we decipher this? Ye Zhou contemplated. Although he had studied code-breaking in the military, it seemed of little use before this mechanism. 6 stones, circular, wavy, triangular, forked, and star-shaped, while the last resembled an anvil, with one end sharp and the other blunt. What did they signify, and did they relate to the patterns above? Ye Zhou pondered long, unable to find a clue. Brother, is there a way? Qin Shi asked anxiously. I will give it a try, Ye Zhou replied, stretching forth his foot to step on one of the stones. Be careful, Qin Shi warned him. Ye Zhou hesitated, retracting his foot. Acting rashly could be perilous. This was undoubtedly a mechanism, and it would not be so simple. He gazed up at the patterns overhead, hoping they might offer a hint. Perhaps he should first step on the stone shaped like the sun, as it appeared distinct from the others. Starting with the circular stone, he attempted to follow the sequence of the totems. He noted the order and cautiously stepped on it. Nothing happened. He then stepped on the second stone, which depicted a sheep corresponding to the forked stone. As he gently pressed down, he felt the stones sink into the ground beneath him. This seemed promising. Ye Zhou felt he had made the correct choice. Just as he was about to step on the third stone, suddenly the patterns above began to shift, altering their original arrangement. With a thunderous sound, a stone fell from the wall behind them, unleashing a torrent of water. Ye Zhou instinctively withdrew his foot in alarm. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, he felt momentarily lost. He realized that the failed attempt had triggered the opposite mechanism. Fearful of further contact with the stones, he stood frozen in place. The water surged in like a relentless beast, quickly rising to his knees. The source of this warm water, seemingly over 30 degrees, was a mystery, as steam rose from its surface. What is happening? We need to find a solution. Qin, she cried in panic. Ye Zhou steadied himself, studying the order of the totems. Deep in thought, could it be that we need to decipher it in reverse? Surely that was incorrect. Another rash attempt might lead to further disaster. What on earth was going on? This was maddening. The water now reached his chest, nearing his neck. Their bodies floated with the tumultuous flow. As the water level rose, it nearly filled the entire cavern. Ye Zhou and Qin, she paddled through the water, their heads almost brushing the cave ceiling. Were they to drown here? Breathing became increasingly difficult as the water lapped at their lips and nostrils. They tilted their heads back, their noses almost touching the stone wall above. Struggling for breath, they clung to each other. As Qin Shi opened his mouth to speak, he was immediately choked by a mouthful of water. Of course, the star. Ye Zhou immediately grasped the situation. Starting from the circle, he followed the sequence to draw the pentagram in a single stroke. How could I not have thought of that? Once again, Ye Zhou found himself outwitted by the clever little girl. Taking a deep breath, he submerged into the depths. Ye Zhou drew his short blade and struck the stone bricks with the hilt, activating the mechanisms in order. With a series of clicks, the mechanisms embedded themselves into the ground. As they activated, a stone door emerged from the rock face, and water surged forth from the opening, sweeping Ye Zhou and Qin Shi far away. When the torrent receded, Ye Zhou climbed to his feet. Yet another passage lay before him. Qin Shi lay motionless at a distance. He rushed over and lifted her up. Xiao Shi, he called out anxiously. Qin Shi stirred and opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face upon seeing Ye Zhou. Brother, she exclaimed, gripping his neck tightly. Ye Zhou gently patted her back, caressing her silky hair. Where are we? Qin Shi inquired, lifting her head to survey their surroundings. There must be a way out ahead, Ye Zhou replied confidently. Perhaps there are more mechanisms, but having faced one already, I fear nothing. He took Qin Shi's hand, continuing their search for an escape. As they turned a corner, a glimmer appeared ahead. Here we go again. Is it the same routine? A hint of hope, followed by another mechanism to test our wits? With intellect comes impatience, after all. Whatever it is, let us see what awaits us. Ye Zhou steeled himself. The two moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, a squelching sound erupted beneath Ye Zhou's foot. A bug had been crushed. Qin Shi screamed, "What is that?" Ye Zhou glanced down to see countless tiny insects scurrying across the ground. "Fear not, they are merely bugs," he reassured her, though he felt a wave of disgust himself. "Oh, my bugs!" Qin Shi cried, leaping up in alarm. She clung to Ye Zhou, wrapping her legs around his waist. Supporting her with both arms, he hastened forward, finally escaping the swarm. They reached the cave ahead and began searching for clues. With their previous experience, they discovered the mechanism with relative ease this time. The pattern above them and the stones beneath their feet remained familiar, yet the arrangement was different. How do we decipher this? Ye Zhou felt a knot of anxiety. Let's not mess this up again. Last time it was a flood, and who knows what horror awaits this time. He scrutinized the arrangement, committing it to memory, and prepared to step on the stones as before. No, Qin Shi urgently stopped him. Ye Zhou rejuilit in alarm. What is wrong? He asked, perplexed. Did you not notice that this pattern differs from the previous one? Qin Shi reminded him. Ye Zhou stared for a long moment, unable to discern any anomaly. The orientations of these totems are reversed compared to before. Qin Shi expressed her concerns. With her prompt, Ye Zhou finally recognized the difference. The reversed orientation likely meant the deciphering method was also inverted. If he followed the old method, he would probably trigger the opposite mechanism. Grateful for Qin Shi's warning, he broke out in a cold sweat. Is it necessary to touch the stone slabs in reverse order? Ye Zhou queried Qin Shi. It cannot be that simple. Let me ponder, Qin Shi replied, bowing her head in contemplation. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and closed her eyes, delving into deep thought. Ye Zhou refrained from interrupting her, patiently awaiting her conclusion. She opened her eyes, scrutinizing the intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, is there not a totem that is upright? Although her vision was keen, the dim light within the cave and the distance made it difficult to discern clearly. Ye Zhou focused intently and noticed that indeed one of the totems was upright. A silent admiration blossomed within him. The bear totem is upright, he stated. Have you studied celestial phenomena? She inquired. Ye Zhou shook his head, feeling somewhat inadequate. The tail of the great bear consists of 3 bright stars, which correspond to the 3 stars of the Big Dipper's handle. Their arrangement may hold the key to our puzzle. She approached the stone slabs, examining them closely. 6 slabs, shaped like triangles, ripples, and 4-pointed stars, connected in a clear arc. She stepped on them in sequence. Yao Wang, Kai Yang, Yu Heng, she murmured. After jumping off the slabs, she grasped Ye Zhou's hand tightly, both of them anxiously awaiting the outcome. Their hands were firmly intertwined. Silence enveloped the cave. Had they failed once more? Ye Zhou and she exchanged glances. Suddenly, a rumbling erupted from outside the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Dust cascaded from above, swirling in the air. Ye Zhou and she embraced tightly. Chapter 51. The Kiss Above the Magma. A stone door emerged on the wall, slowly creaking open. Beyond it lay yet another passageway. Goodness, is there no end to this? Ye Zhou exclaimed, a flicker of surprise at the mechanism's resolution quickly overshadowed by a desire to grumble. Had it not been for she's astuteness, he might have made a grave error once again. Brother, let us proceed, she urged, tugging at his arm as she noticed his dazed expression. What nonsense awaits us next? Ye Zhou sighed. With my little sister by my side, I have no fear. Follow me, she declared, striding ahead with an air of confidence, reminiscent of a proud rooster. Ye Zhou chuckled softly. The passage was not lengthy. After a few steps and a turn, they were greeted by a glow of red light. A wave of heat enveloped them, the temperature inside the cave soaring beyond that of a midsummer day. Ye Zhou was soon drenched in sweat. She, clad in a light short-sleeved shirt and a mini-skirt, also began to perspire. The further they advanced, the more oppressive the heat became. The source of the red light appeared to be a colossal furnace. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Ye Zhou grasped she's hand, cautiously making their way forward. Before them, the space opened up, revealing what seemed to be a vast chasm. Peering down, Ye Zhou was astonished to find the abyss plunging several dozen meters deep, with red magma churning violently below. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. The magma bubbled incessantly, occasionally erupting with bubbles, reminiscent of a pot boiling over. This place resembled a grand steel mill, a colossal boiler. Ye Zhou was left in awe by the spectacle before him. Suddenly, the magma surged, splashing up in waves. Ye Zhou was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense heat, prompting him to retreat hastily. Unfortunately, he slipped, nearly plunging into the abyss below. The stones beneath his feet crumbled silently into the molten lava, dissipating into thin air. With both hands clinging to the rock face, his body dangled precariously in midair. She gasped in alarm and, disregarding the danger, rushed over to assist him, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him to safety. You need to step back. It's too perilous here. Ye Zhou urged her to retreat from the treacherous edge. With a determined effort, he managed to ascend with relative ease. Though he emerged unscathed, a bead of sweat trickled down his brow, a testament to his recklessness that left him feeling apprehensive. Had he fallen, it would have taken mere seconds for his bones to be reduced to nothingness. Brother, there's a bridge over there. She pointed to one side of the cavern wall. A narrow path, scarcely a foot wide, ran alongside the wall, leading to a small platform. One end of the platform was connected to a suspension bridge, the other leading to a different passageway. Ye Zhou silently hoped that the bridge would be functional. Gripping she's hand tightly, he guided her along the narrow path, keeping close to the wall. Despite her previous dauntless spirit, having once enjoyed bungee jumping, the sight of the bubbling lava beneath her had sapped her courage. Please, let me stay here. I'm truly terrified. She pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you, Ye Zhou reassured her. Well trained, he navigated the precarious ledge with the ease of walking on solid ground. Such extreme conditions tested one's mental fortitude, a quality in which Ye Zhou excelled. However, his responsibility to care for she constrained him, compelling him to tread carefully. Hand in hand, they moved slowly along the wall of the cavern. The lava occasionally erupted with waves of heat, leaving them drenched in sweat, their clothes damp enough to wring out water. Don't look down. Focus your thoughts elsewhere, Ye Zhou instructed, guiding her to conquer her fear. Pale and trembling, Qin relied on his firm grip, their fingers intertwined. I adore kissing you. My heart races whenever our lips meet. Ye Zhou attempted to divert her attention. Qin bit her lip, too frightened to utter a word. Do you enjoy kissing me? He continued. Yes, she managed to reply, albeit with great difficulty. Would you like to know how it feels when I kiss you? He smiled. I do, she responded, her thoughts consumed by a singular wish for divine protection against the crumbling stones beneath them. When I kiss you, it's as if my mouth is filled with sweetness. A refreshing flow that revitalizes my spirit, Ye Zhou reminisced, his words dripping with sincerity. That kiss held significant weight in his romantic history, one that would be etched in his memory forever. Stop talking, you naughty brother. She blushed, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her. I can hardly wait to kiss you. Ye Zhou recognized that their exchange could effectively distract her, alleviating her fears. I always thought you were a good brother, but now I see you're truly a naughty one. She felt her trembling subside. As they approached the platform, Ye Zhou's tone was somewhat unreasonable. Well, if you wish to kiss, go ahead, she said, hesitating. What? I didn't quite catch that. Ye Zhou perked up his ears. Ah, since you've already kissed me, you might as well kiss me again. She said generously. Oh, this little girl is truly easy to coax. I wonder, when she encounters a scoundrel, will she possess the ability to protect herself? And when faced with a handsome man, how much resistance can she muster? However, given her demeanor, it remains uncertain who is truly coaxing whom. She is quite remarkable, this girl. Unlike the other three beauties, she is an enigma, difficult to decipher. Yet, Ye Zhou found her sincerity and straightforwardness deeply moving. At last, the two of them navigated through the narrow passage and stepped onto the platform. The so-called platform was merely a slightly more spacious foothold, forcing them to stand face to face. Finally safe, I'm no longer afraid. So, shall we kiss now? She playfully giggled, covering her mouth. Let us perform a gesture together, Ye Zhou proposed, eager to play a game. He extended his hands in a fist bump gesture. Mimicking him, she crossed her hands into fists and presented them before Ye Zhou. Her fingers were almost translucent, delicate, and slender. Unable to contain his joy, Ye Zhou seized the moment to launch a sudden attack. Gripping both of her hands, he pressed them against the rock wall behind her. His other hand hung down naturally, striking a pose that was undeniably captivating. Caught completely off guard, she didn't even have time to exclaim. He silenced her with a kiss, executing a textbook wall slam. The young girl nearly swooned, her back against the rock wall, her knees weak. He extended his other hand to support her. Was that hand merely for show? No, it served a stabilizing purpose. He exerted pressure with his shoulders, pinning her against the rock wall, rendering her almost immobile. In a state of intoxication, she seemed to drift into unconsciousness. Ye Zhou, adept at holding his breath, knew how to manage his air supply. Consequently, time passed slowly. The molten lava churned, its searing heat overwhelming. They were drenched, yet completely oblivious to it. Even if the world crumbled around them, what did it matter? After an indeterminate amount of time, she regained her senses, her youthful voice reminiscent of birdsong. All right, brother, stop. I'm no longer afraid. Please stop. Ye Zhou, battling his inner demons, released her. You truly are a domineering brother. She leaned against the rock wall, appearing weak. Ye Zhou tilted his head back, taking a deep breath, his muscles taut, seemingly suppressing the tumultuous sensations coursing through his veins. What's wrong? Did you not do something well, little sister? She, naive and unaware of a man's feelings, inquired. Ye Zhou chuckled sheepishly. He turned to face the suspension bridge before him. The suspension bridge is constructed from iron chains, with logs filling the gaps in between, anchored at both ends to wooden stakes wedged into the crevices of stone. As Ye Zhou manually rocked the bridge, it swayed slightly, appearing quite sturdy. However, he dared not let his guard down and took 2 cautious steps forward to test its strength. The wooden planks, as thick as a thigh, lay solidly beneath him, instilling a sense of reliability. Who could have built this bridge? When was it constructed? And can it still bear weight? I shall go first. Ye Zhou instructed she to wait in place. No, I want to go with you. She insisted, following closely behind him. With both of them together, the bridge might not withstand their combined weight. Ye Zhou gazed at the suspension bridge, feeling a profound uncertainty. I do not dare to go alone. Perhaps you should lead the way, he suggested, feeling a pang of compassion at the sight of her anxious expression. Gripping her hand tightly, he stepped onto the bridge. It wobbled slightly, causing Qin to bend down and clutch Ye Zhou's leg in fear. Do not be afraid. Move slowly and try to minimize the vibrations, he encouraged, helping her to her feet. Below them, the molten lava surged with fervor, and the thought of falling into it was terrifying. Qin's legs felt weak, and she struggled to move forward. They could not linger too long on the bridge. They needed to cross swiftly. Ye Zhou lifted Qin onto his back, using all his strength to maintain balance as he hastily advanced. The chains creaked ominously as they moved. The rusted chains bore cracks, and some links showed signs of having snapped. Many of the wooden planks beneath their feet were decayed, and with every sway of the bridge, they crumbled and fell into the seething lava below. Ye Zhou pressed on without delay, quickening his pace. Reaching the midpoint of the bridge, a rope snapped suddenly, causing the structure to plunge and sway violently. Ye Zhou dared not make any sudden movements. He bent down to stabilize his balance. She shut her eyes tightly, too frightened to look at the lava below, burying her face in Ye Zhou's back. If Ye Zhou were alone, crossing the bridge would pose no challenge. Since consuming the golden bear gallbladder, his physical abilities had enhanced, and with his military background, his speed was nothing short of remarkable. However, carrying Qin, she added a significant burden. Ye Zhou focused on steadying both his emotions and the swaying bridge. The heat, rising from the lava, reddened his face, and it felt as if his very essence was being drawn out. Sweat dripped from Qin's brow onto him, their perspiration mingling and coursing down their necks. Suddenly, another chain broke, tilting the bridge perilously. They nearly slipped off. Ye Zhou clutched the chain tightly, struggling to maintain his balance. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a wooden plank beneath him shattered with a crack, ensnaring one of his feet in the gap between the logs. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed from behind. Ye Zhou turned to see that the wooden stake supporting the bridge had loosened, threatening to give way. "Hold on to me," he shouted to Qin. She clung desperately to his neck. Ye Zhou pulled his foot free, and without waiting for stability, he launched himself forward like an arrow. He disregarded everything, summoning all his strength as he raced towards the opposite shore. The wooden stake behind him finally detached, causing the suspension bridge to collapse, shatter, and plunge into the abyss. In a moment of desperation, Ye Zhou leaped, managing to grasp the rocky wall with one hand. His strength was nearly depleted, and he pressed against the cliff, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he felt the stones beneath him shift, threatening to give way. Instinctively, he attempted to climb forward, but it was too late. His hand slipped, and he lost his balance. With Qin on his back, they both fell toward the depths below. In a stroke of luck, Ye Zhou managed to seize a broken chain. Using the chain's momentum, he ascended the cliff once more. Gripping the protruding rocks, he climbed with all his might. At last, they returned to solid ground, temporarily escaping peril. What a narrow escape. They had regained a life. Ye Zhou and Qin lay on the ground, their bodies feeling as if they had been shattered. After the thrilling ordeal, their bodies suddenly relaxed, trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Zhou's heart finally regained its calm. He turned to check on Qin, only to find her brows furrowed, her entire being in a state of exhaustion. She appeared utterly dazed, as if she had lost her very spirit. "It's all right now. Everything is over," Ye Zhou murmured, embracing her and gently soothing her back. Qin slightly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and hollow. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings, slowly closing her eyes once more. "Xiaoxi, wake up," Ye Zhou called out. Qin had succumbed to a fit of terror, her body as limp as a noodle. Ye Zhou understood that she had lost her spirit in fright. He lifted her in his arms and made his way toward the passage. Unsure of the dangers that lay ahead, he worried that if they encountered those enigmatic traps again, they might not escape unscathed. In the darkness of the cave, Ye Zhou had lost all sense of time. Upon emerging from the passage, he was greeted by the sight of the blue sky, and he felt utterly dismantled. He collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by tender green grass, inhaling the faint scent of flowers. He let out a long, resonant howl that echoed through the valley. Then, he fell back, gazing upward. When Ye Zhou awakened, the sun was tilting toward the west, likely around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. She remained in a semi-conscious state, occasionally muttering incoherently, her voice faint and indistinct. Ye Zhou picked her up and began to search for an exit in the valley. Reflecting on the path he had taken, he deduced their location. They must be in the valley behind the main peak, the star-picking tower. This area was marked by the cabin owner as an unknown and mysterious region. In a map of Blue Bay Island, this area was circled and adorned with a large question mark. It seemed to be a dangerous zone, one that even the cabin owner had never dared to explore. Ye Zhou had once speculated that it could either be a treacherous wilderness or home to gigantic beasts, inherently hostile to survival. Yet, perhaps it concealed secrets unknown to all. It was only today, by chance, that Ye Zhou had stumbled into this place, discovering the valley's warmth and beauty. The sight before him was filled with strange blooms and fluttering butterflies, with the sound of water trickling melodiously, resembling a fairyland. The magnificent scenery rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Emerald Shadow Valley. Ye Zhou marveled at the wonders of creation. In the present moment, lingering is not an option. A means to escape the valley must be devised to return swiftly to the camp. Ye Zhou, cradling Qin Shi, turned a corner and stumbled upon a cave. Having encountered numerous perils, Ye Zhou had grown accustomed to such sights, reaffirming a profound truth. Confidence does not guarantee victory, while a lack of it surely invites defeat. Entering the cave, he discovered it was a mine. The entrance and passage were reinforced with wooden stakes, appearing antiquated yet surprisingly sturdy. The tunnel descended, growing deeper with each step. Accidentally, Ye Zhou brushed against something, seemingly a shelf, which collapsed, scattering debris across the ground. Paying it no mind, he pressed onward. Suddenly, a crunch echoed beneath his feet, as if he had crushed something. Pausing, he glanced down. To his astonishment, he beheld an array of stark white bones lining the sides of the pit. Chapter 053. Strolling through the gold mine with my sister, Ye Zhou surveyed the disarray of skeletons surrounding him. Despite his audacity, a chill ran down his spine. These were unmistakably the remains of the deceased, complete with skulls. Time had ravaged some of the corpses, causing heads to roll away. Piles of bones lay strewn about, numbering at least dozens. Among the skeletal remains were scattered cold weapons, swords, spears, and forks. These relics, weathered by the passage of years, had succumbed to rust, their handles and shafts now decayed and crumbling. Judging by experience, it was evident that these bones had once witnessed a brutal conflict. Who were these individuals? What prompted their battle? And who had brought about their demise? The answers remained elusive. Clearly, these events transpired centuries prior. Ye Zhou carefully lifted his legs, striving to avoid the bones. Beyond the skeletal heaps lay a circular space, likely a hub for transport and command within the mine. Adjacent to the cave wall stood a stone table, cluttered with rusted tools and shattered baskets. Within one of the baskets, a glimmering substance caught his eye. Could it be a mineral? What kind of mine was this? Driven by curiosity, he approached to investigate and found that the basket contained yellowish fragments. What could this be? It resembled a type of metal, untouched by rust, suggesting it was not iron ore. Could it be gold, or? Setting Qin Shi down, Ye Zhou freed his hands to examine the mineral. He rubbed it against the wall to remove superficial impurities and then polished it with his clothing. The mineral revealed its true essence, a vibrant yellow, heavy in his grasp. Goodness, it was gold. He bit into the nugget, leaving 2 imprints from his teeth. Remarkably, it was indeed gold, ore, and a rich vein at that, for such nuggets would not appear otherwise. There were dozens of these gold nuggets, varying in size. The one in Ye Zhou's hand was not the largest, merely of medium size. This particular nugget, about the size of an egg, weighed at least 1 kilogram. He selected the largest one, weighing it in his palm. It was larger than a fist, its value unknowable. How much could it be worth? Ye Zhou shook his head and tossed the gold nugget back into the basket. In a place like this, what use is wealth? One cannot take it with him in life or in death. However, in a civilized society, the nature of money is vastly different. Men perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. Those stark white bones, sacrificed for the allure of this gold, could be considered a worthy demise. Ye Zhou fell into deep contemplation. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a skeleton beneath the table. Initially disregarding it, he turned just in time to see a glimmer reflecting off the bones. Approaching the remains, he crouched down and retrieved a trinket from within. a badge adorned with 2 small holes for threading a cord. It was etched with 5 distinct totems. This artifact appeared to possess considerable age, likely a valuable antique. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and its material was indeterminate, resembling a unique metal. Ye Zhou felt an inexplicable fondness for it, and casually tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, good Qinshi stirred awake, softly calling for him. "You're awake." Seeing her return to normalcy filled Ye Zhou with immense joy. "Where's this place?" Qinshi asked, rubbing her eyes in confusion. "A mine, specifically a gold mine," Ye Zhou replied. "Carry me, elder brother." Qinshi extended her arms like a child seeking affection. With a smile, Ye Zhou lifted her effortlessly. "I am hungry," she stated, a reminder that they had not eaten for an entire day and night. "We will soon find our way out. Just hold on a little longer." Ye Zhou's heart ached at the sight of her hunger. Qinshi's lips were parched, her hair disheveled, presenting a rather pitiable figure. They continued their search for an exit. Upon reaching a fork in the path, they encountered 2 tunnels. One was relatively smooth, while the other was rugged and uneven. Ye Zhou chose the smoother tunnel and ventured forward. "Brother, please put me down. I can walk on my own," Qinshi insisted, concerned for his burden. He complied, releasing her but holding her hand gently. They arrived at a mining area, where the left tunnel wall exposed shallow yellow ore. Ye Zhou's maternal grandfather resided in a mountain village nearby, which boasted a gold mine. His uncle worked in the mining company as a mid-level official. In his youth, Ye Zhou often played there, gaining a fair understanding of mining operations. Certain rich veins yielded gold concentrations of 7 to 8 grams per ton, which constituted a veritable treasure trove. This mine appeared even more bountiful, likely exceeding 20 grams. Upon returning to the civilized world, he contemplated finding a way to purchase this island and establish a mining company. A smile crept upon his face as he daydreamed. "What has you so amused? Have you thought of something delightful?" Qinshi teased. "Oh, it's nothing," Ye Zhou replied, embarrassed. The tunnel stretched further along the vein, gradually narrowing. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a dead end, prompting them to retrace their steps and enter the rugged tunnel. This passage seemed to be naturally formed, devoid of any signs of mining activity. Ye Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if they would find an exit. After traversing a distance, they encountered a bend. Turning the corner, they found yet another passage. Water stains appeared beneath their feet, and moisture seeped through the stone walls. As they progressed, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. Ye Zhou se sipirits soarit. Based on his experience, where there is water, an exit must surely follow. They were filled with hope as they approached the source of the water. On one side of the tunnel, a large opening revealed itself, from which torrents of water surged forth, flooding the entire passageway. An expanse of water obstructed their path, the surface broad and resembling a small river. With no way forward, they had no choice but to wade through. With a splash, Ye Zhou leapt into the water, which rose to his waist. He pulled Qinshi along as they made their way through the water. A glimmer of light ahead indicated they were nearing the exit. However, the river suddenly deepened, causing both to float. "We can swim over to the exit," Ye Zhou urged, though he worried about her swimming abilities. "Are you brave enough for a race?" Qinshi challenged, already propelling herself forward. Though Ye Zhou hesitated, he soon found himself fervently pursuing her. "If you lose, you must promise me something," Qinshi shouted from ahead, setting the stakes. "What is it?" Ye Zhou wondered what trick she was up to this time. Could she be asking for a kiss? How delightful, haha. But she just turned 18 and is still a maiden. She has already given me her first kiss. Could there be more? He pondered how he might respond if she truly made such a request. "Speak quickly. What must I promise you?" Ye Zhou pressed for an answer. "I don't know yet. I'll tell you when I think of it. Are you willing to bet?" Qinshi employed a teasing tactic. "I'll take that bet," Ye Zhou replied, redoubling his efforts to catch up. Qinshi reached the entrance first, while Ye Zhou found himself unable to close the gap. The current surged violently ahead, almost beyond their control. At the water's edge, there appeared to be a cascading waterfall, the roar of rushing water ringing in their ears. They quickly grasped at the protruding stones along the tunnel wall to steady themselves, relieved not to be swept away. What lies beyond? Can we escape? Ye Zhou felt a twinge of concern. I won. Despite the dire situation, Qinshi wore an expression of exhilaration. All right, I concede. Ye Zhou played along to keep her spirits high. No backing out now. We seal the deal. Qinshi extended her pinky finger. Seriously, are we playing such childish games? Ye Zhou felt awkward. Yet she took his hand and linked their pinkies, solemnly binding their agreement. I'll see if I can find a way out, Ye Zhou said cautiously as he attempted to swim to the opening. Suddenly, she gasped, frozen in place. Ye Zhou turned to see a large log barreling toward them, carried swiftly by the current. With smooth tunnel walls on either side, there was no way to evade it. In a moment of desperation, Ye Zhou swam upward with all his might, clutching the log. With one hand free, he reached back to pull the stunned Qin along. Together, they held onto the log as they were swept down the rushing waters. Chapter 054. Devoured by the abyss, Ye Zhou and Qin, she clung to the log as they were thrust over the waterfall into a deep pool. Ye Zhou felt his mind clouded, as if plunging into an endless abyss. With a splash, the water erupted around them. In such peril, maintaining composure was crucial, but it was equally vital to possess a resilient spirit. A fierce desire to survive ignited his fighting spirit. He steadied himself, pushing off with his feet while balancing his body, emerging from the depths of the pool. Plop, plop, plop. Coughing, he expelled the choking water from his mouth, incessantly struggling to breathe. Xiao Si, Xiao Si, he called out anxiously, scanning the surroundings for Qin. Floating upon the surface were logs. Yet there was no sign of her. Ignoring the peril, Ye Zhou took a deep breath and plunged into the depths. The water was unfathomably deep, seemingly concealing hidden caverns below, with the current swirling violently into a vortex. There, amidst the chaos, Ye Zhou spotted Qin, writhing desperately in the whirlpool. Despite her fervent struggles, she could not break free from the overwhelming force that pulled her deeper into the abyss. Her long hair billowed gracefully in the water, reminiscent of a slumbering angel. Gradually, she succumbed to unconsciousness, sinking toward the bottom, ensnared by an enigmatic power that dragged her into the depths of the pool. Should I lose Qin, I, Ye Zhou, shall not survive. With reckless determination, Ye Zhou summoned every ounce of strength and swam toward the vortex. Indeed, at the bottom lay a dark hole, a devilish maw that devoured the tumultuous waters. Qin's body was drawn into this opening. In a moment of desperate urgency, Ye Zhou surged forward and grasped her arm with unwavering resolve. The hole was small, akin to a well, shrouded in darkness that sent shivers down one's spine. Planting his feet firmly at the edge of the abyss, Ye Zhou exerted all his might to pull Qin free. He held her tightly around the waist as she tilted her head back, her hair flowing straight, as though she too were being drawn into the void. Despite the vortex's relentless pull, he struggled to swim upward, the pressure of the current and the downward force ensnaring him in a dire predicament. Even after consuming the golden bear bile, Ye Zhou found his body growing weak, his strength waning. Just then a massive log was drawn into the whirlpool, plunging swiftly from the surface. The narrower end of the log was aimed directly at Ye Zhou's head. A collision would surely spell disaster. The impact could likely crush even an elephant, let alone a mere mortal like Ye Zhou. Yet, succumbing to despair was not an option. In moments of peril, one often uncovers latent potential, which remains dormant until threatened. As the saying goes, a corner dog will leap over a wall, and even a frantic rabbit can kick at an eagle. Ye Zhou, instinctively aware of the impending collision, unleashed his hidden strength. He embraced Qin's slender waist with one arm, while his other hand reached for the approaching log, using its momentum to evade the impending disaster. The massive log spiraled into the hole, effectively diminishing the vortex's pull. This entire episode transpired within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, yet for those involved, it felt like an arduous trial stretching into eternity. Finally, Ye Zhou emerged from the depths, cradling Qin, and ascended to the shore. She lay there, eyes closed, her complexion ashen. Thankfully, she was still breathing. Ye Zhou assisted her in expelling the water. Gradually, Qin regained consciousness, coughing persistently. Are you feeling better? Ye Zhou inwaited, relieved to see her awaken. As she collected herself, she began to regulate her breathing. After a considerable period, the two regained their strength, and their spirits gradually calmed. The sky darkened progressively. Ye Zhou took Qin by the hand and ascended the slope behind them, standing atop the elevation to survey the surroundings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the mountains appeared layered, shrouded in mist. The isolated island in the sea presented a magnificent yet enchanting vista. Qin, with her petite and graceful figure, leaned against Ye Zhou's chest, her arms encircling his waist. Ye Zhou, orienting himself, identified the location of Chuang Valley. The distance from their current position to the valley was considerable. If he were alone, he could reach it in 2 to 3 hours. However, with Qin Shi in tow, it would require at least an entire day's journey. He resolved to seek a place nearby to spend the night. The most pressing matter was to find sustenance, for they had gone without food for a day or two. Ye Zhou led Qin Shi in search of food, and they arrived at a grove where they discovered objects resembling pine cones scattered on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Ye Zhou realized these trees were not pines, though their shapes and foliage bore some resemblance. He picked up one of the cones and gave it a gentle shake, causing a handful of nuts to spring forth. Ye Zhou pinched one, biting down, only to find it exceedingly hard. He placed the nut on a rock and used the back of his short knife to strike it lightly. The nut cracked open, revealing its flesh within. He chewed on the morsel, only to spit it out immediately. Was it inedible? Qin Shi, already feeling quite famished, urged him to hurry. Wait a moment, Ye Zhou replied, savoring the nut's fragrance in his mouth. After a while, finding no adverse effects aside from the nut's delightful aroma, he felt reassured and cracked open another. Tossing it into his mouth and chewing heartily, they gathered numerous nuts, cracking them open one by one and relishing their flavors. Although not enough to satiate their hunger, it significantly alleviated their cravings. As night fell, Ye Zhou noticed a large tree nearby, leaning heavily upon a pile of stones, its roots exposed and stout. This tree, having lived for an unknown number of years, might have simply reached the end of its life, been struck by lightning, or uprooted by fierce winds. It had lost its vitality, its leaves withered, and its trunk adorned with moss. Let us spend the night here, Ye Zhou suggested, approaching the tree roots, with Qin Shi closely following him, refusing to leave his side. The moon rose from the sea, large and round, casting its silvery light through the treetops, illuminating the surrounding rocks and foliage. Ye Zhou took out his short knife and began to dig into the ground by the tree roots. Do you need me to help with anything? Qin Shi asked, eager to assist. No need, just sit aside and wait, Ye Zhou replied, finding her presence somewhat obstructive. Before long, he had excavated a pit beneath the roots, spacious enough for two. Ye Zhou tidied the pit and lined it with soft, dry grass. You may go in and rest, he instructed Qin Shi. She stepped inside, lying down and stretching her limbs. Not bad, not bad. It feels quite secure, Qin Shi praised. Ye Zhou sat beside her, hugging his knees, resembling a guardian angel. Why don't you come and sleep as well? Qin Shi warmly invited. It's too cramped inside. I shall remain outside, Ye Zhou responded with a sense of gallantry. Cramped? It's much more spacious than a bare-ass den, Qin Shi retorted, sitting up. You should sleep, Ye Zhou insisted. With so much room, isn't it meant for two? Qin Shi challenged. Alas, you seem to have discerned everything. Yet, I am determined to maintain my fade. I shall stand guard to prevent any beastly incursions. Ye Zhou concocted a rationale. Let the consequences be yours to bear. Qin Shi, irked, ceased her attempts at persuasion. Ye Zhou mistakenly believed she would continue her entreaties. I merely sought to be modest. How did it come to this? A modicum of hypocrisy, originally born of benevolence, was ruthlessly dismantled by the astute young girl. Let us see if you dare again. Truly, you are a fool. Ye Zhou mused in self-deprecation. With no other option, he assumed the role of a sentinel, choosing to forsake the warmth of the young lady's embrace to vigilantly guard her slumber. Chapter 055. Her leg resting upon his, the moon hung like a crystalline orb, its chill radiating a serene luminescence. Qin Shi had long since succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. Her weariness had propelled her into a deep, sweet sleep. As the moon traversed the sky, it hovered above, signaling the late hours of the night. Ye Zhou felt his eyelids growing heavier, nearly incapable of lifting them. His consciousness drifted into a haze, as if he were ensnared in a dream. His head gradually drooped, and he suddenly dozed off. Startled awake, Ye Zhou rose to stretch. Invigorating his spirit, he stifled a yawn, overwhelmed by fatigue. Beside him, Qin Shi slept soundly, perhaps dreaming delightful dreams, as she occasionally chuckled softly in her sleep. His heart swelled with affection, compelling him to lie beside her. Wishing not to disturb her peaceful slumber, he silently admired her serene form. She unexpectedly turned, curling one leg and resting it against him. Oblivious to her actions, she remained lost in dreams. Her leg pressed against his, causing him considerable discomfort. The confined space of the shelter afforded no means of escape. He could only endure in silence. Reluctant to push her away and fearful of turning over lest he awaken her, he persevered, his muscles tense, his heart racing. He understood that he must divert his attention. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to irrevocable folly. Thoughts of Lu Jingshu, Yang Wan, and Ling Ziyu surfaced, prompting him to compare them with the petite Qin she before him. Each possessed their unique virtues, making it impossible to determine superiority. They were all goddesses, each captivating his heart. The narrative shared with these three enchanting women unfolded vividly in his mind. Each splendid episode, every exhilarating moment, and each audacious scene played out like a series of striking close-ups. Ye Zhou pondered this and that, then scrutinized the young Qin Shi. How would she measure against them? She was small yet cunning, clever and whimsical, brimming with variety. In comparison to the three elder sisters, she seemed to surpass them in many respects. If she were to express herself, would it not be even more captivating? The more he contemplated, the more discomfort he felt, nearly losing control. By heavens! Tasked with being a guardian, you instead indulge in lascivious thoughts? Day by day, my mind is consumed with indecent musings. Ye Zhou belittled himself, striving to suppress the encroachment of his inner demons. He summoned his resilient resolve to combat and contend with these dark temptations. Reason gradually triumphed, ultimately securing victory. Unbeknownst to Ye Zhou, he slowly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was roused by the melodious calls of birds. He awakened Qin Shi and ventured out of the thicket. Ye Zhou lifted his gaze, discerning the location of the Emerald Valley. Grasping Qin Shi's hand, they navigated around the mountains, making their way towards the valley. The terrain was treacherous, marked by deep ravines and steep slopes, impeding their progress considerably. By midday, they had finally scaled the mountains and arrived at the fork in the road before Horse Ridge. The duo ascended the ridge, a perilous spine of land flanked by steep inclines, with the pathway barely 2 meters wide. There was no retreat on Horse Ridge, nor any place to conceal themselves. Should an ambush be laid ahead, they would be mere targets. Ye Zhou remained vigilant, proceeding cautiously while continually surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, pulling Qin Shi down to the ground. Confused and anxious, Qin Shi lay silently, unsure of the unfolding situation. With a keen gaze, Ye Zhou spotted hidden figures of pirates on the opposite side of the ridge. One of them lay concealed in the grass, exposing only half of his head. Upon further scrutiny, Ye Zhou discerned others of their ilk, lurking behind cover, likely smoking, as wisps of smoke drifted upwards. He urged Qin Shi to crouch low and stealthily retreated to the fork, seeking refuge. The path to Emerald Valley was unavoidable, the sole passageway. After a moment of contemplation, it became evident that the only way to proceed was to eliminate the pirates. No other options presented themselves. Ye Zhou calculated their numbers. The pirates had split into 2 groups upon landing on Blue Bay Island, totaling 18 individuals, with 9 dispatched by himself, 1 slain by Lu Jingshu, and 3 taken down by the golden-haired brown bear. 5 remained. Do not underestimate these 5 pirates. Each was armed to the teeth, while he possessed only a short knife at his waist. The disparity in strength was striking. A frontal assault would surely lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Ye Zhou resolved to take a calculated risk. He devised a bold plan, instructing Qin Shi to conceal herself within a thicket while he ventured forth from the fork. "Be cautious, brother," Qin Shi implored, her concern palpable. "Rest assured, I have a way to deal with them," Ye Zhou replied confidently. "Those wretched fiends deserve their fate." Qin Shi's brows furrowed in determination. "Await my good news," Ye Zhou declared, departing from her side. At noon, the sun blazed overhead, casting its rays directly upon Horse Ridge, causing the ground to shimmer with heat. The watchful pirates caught sight of a vague silhouette, immediately on high alert. The shadow danced upon the ground, indiscernible. Was it a specter, a wild boar, or perhaps a wolf? Surely not another bear? As the shadow drew nearer, the pirates discerned the figure. By heavens, it's Ye Zhou! The speed was astonishing. In an instant, he was upon them. The pirates, unable to sound the alarm in time, panicked and fired their weapons. The bullets soared skyward, missing their mark. Ye Zhou's silhouette surged past the sentry, a gust of wind trailing in his wake, sending the fallen leaves swirling. The remaining pirates, alerted by the gunfire, recognized that a confrontation had erupted and hastily peered out, Yet before they could comprehend the situation, Ye Zhou had already dashed past them. The pirates opened fire, their guns rattling, but Ye Zhou fled too swiftly, the bullets missing their mark. The dwarf, regaining his composure, aimed at Ye Zhou's retreating silhouette and fired. The shot struck true, hitting its target. Ye Zhou felt a jolt in his left shoulder, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed into the underbrush. The pirates shouted and rushed forward. Despite the agony, Ye Zhou gritted his teeth and rose, darting into a thicket. He had been shot and could not run far. His comrades were in pursuit, the pirates' cries echoing behind him. After a brief chase, the pirates arrived at the foot of a mountain, having lost sight of their quarry. "Be sharp. This fellow is cunning, and we must not fall for his tricks," the dwarf cautioned. The pirates searched cautiously, advancing slowly. Suddenly, Ye Zhou's figure flickered in the distance before he hid behind a rock. The pirates fired in unison, their bullets striking the stones. Unable to remain concealed any longer, Ye Zhou sprinted toward a nearby peak. Leveraging his knowledge of the terrain, he evaded the pirates. Though his left shoulder throbbed with pain, it had not severed an artery, and he had not lost much blood. He reached Eagle Beak Cliff, pausing to catch his breath. The pirates, one by one, appeared fatigued, laboring up the slope. Ye Zhou seized a stone and hurled it down at them. The rock tumbled down the hill, landing below. "A bunch of useless fools," Ye Zhou scoffed. "Here I am, injured, yet you cannot even keep up with me. Alas, you shall find no resting place for your remains." Observing their disarray, he felt a pang of compassion, as if he were gazing upon a heap of corpses. However, he knew he must eliminate them. To harbor sympathy for the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Without hesitation, he sat upon a stone, awaiting their approach. These pirates were pitiable. Despite knowing Ye Zhou was no ordinary foe, they relentlessly pursued him. Yet, there lies a contemptible nature in the pitiable. They could have escaped the desolate island, turned over a new leaf, and returned home to start fresh. Yet, they chose this barren isle as their grave. Chapter 056. The Dance of Death, a true hunt, was about to commence. The pirates climbed up. Ye Zhou intentionally lured them in, peeking from behind the rocks and lifting a stone to hurl down. The pirates dodged and retaliated with gunfire. One step at a time, he led them toward the valley of verdant shadows. Ye Zhou feigned weakness, clutching his wounded shoulder and fleeing in apparent panic. "Kill him. He cannot escape." The minions shouted frantically. "Be cautious. Keep your eyes peeled," the dwarf warned. Having experienced Ye Zhou's prowess, he dared not underestimate him. Ye Zhou crossed the entrance of the valley of verdant shadows, continuing his flight while the pirates pursued him relentlessly. Suddenly, a bamboo pole shot out from the trees, piercing one of the minions in the chest. The minion collapsed, the pole embedded in him. "Do not chase, retreat quickly." The dwarf sensed something amiss and halted the pursuit. He was small and could not run fast, lagging behind the group. By the time he warned them, it was too late. The other 3 minions, slower to react, had already stepped into Ye Zhou's deadly trap. They proceeded with utmost caution, sensing an ever-present peril lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh. Another minion was struck by a javelin. The minion's eyes widened in disbelief, caught unawares by the ambush. The javelin had pierced his thigh, yet it did not claim his life. However, before he could brace himself for what lay ahead, an unexpected assault ensued, akin to a lightning-fast 5-strike whip. A gunshot rang out from an unknown source, a bullet burrowing into the minion's chest. The unfortunate soul could not escape his fate, and he met his demise. Witnessing this unfold, the dwarf fled in terror. Despite his injured toes, he outpaced a monkey in his haste. The remaining minion raised his assault rifle and indiscriminately sprayed the surrounding woods. As fate would have it, a final trap was triggered, sending a bullet flying into the ground. The minion, harboring a flicker of hope, held his weapon, warily retreating. Suddenly, a flash of light hurtled toward him from an unseen direction. With no time to evade, he instinctively squeezed the trigger. A gleaming dagger pierced his forehead, chilling him to the core. Clutching his weapon, he collapsed, the gun still firing blindly into the sky. The battle concluded, and tranquility enveloped the area. Ye Zhou surveyed the battlefield, noticing the dwarf was absent. He felt no urgency, confident that the dwarf could not run far. Eliminating the last minion would be a mere formality. Ye Zhou sheathed his short dagger and picked up a firearm. Observing that one minion still clung to life, he approached and delivered a final shot, granting him peace and sparing him further suffering. Ye Zhou believed he had shown sufficient mercy. He pondered the grim fate that awaited him had he fallen into the hands of pirates. Those poor maidens, if captured by such brutes with a resolute heart. Ye Zhou knew that dealing with evildoers required decisiveness. He scavenged bullets from the pirates, reloading his magazine before setting off in pursuit of the dwarf. For days, he had been relentlessly hunted by pirates, seething with suppressed rage. Now was the time to revel in the thrill of the chase. Following the dwarf's trail, Ye Zhou pressed on. The dwarf proved to be exceedingly clever. Had he devoted himself to learning from a young age, he would surely have excelled in prestigious institutions. At a fork in the road, he intentionally laid down false clues, leading his pursuers astray. Upon reaching the junction, Ye Zhou noticed trampled grass and a blood-stained cloth, evidently a makeshift bandage for the dwarf's injured foot. It seemed he had panicked, becoming ensnared in the underbrush, tearing away his bandage. Ye Zhou swiftly pursued in that direction. After a time, however, the trail abruptly vanished. Puzzled, he wondered if the dwarf had vanished into thin air. Realization struck. He had been deceived. Ye Zhou quickly turned around, racing in the opposite direction. Such a clever dwarf would not leave obvious traces. He felt a surge of frustration, wishing to slap himself in disbelief. Returning to the fork, the only viable path lay southward toward the galloping ridge. Thoughts of Qin Shi filled him with dread. Without further contemplation, Ye Zhou sprinted toward Galloping Ridge. A barrage of bullets whizzed by. Ye Zhou rolled to the ground, taking cover. A diminutive figure brandished a firearm, obstructing the intersection. To my astonishment, he did not seek cover, but instead displayed an audacious bravado. Ye Zhou readied his assault rifle, prepared for a counterattack. The little man, unperturbed, seized a girl from the thicket behind him and positioned her in front of himself. The girl was none other than Qin Shi. Her dress was tattered, strips of fabric binding her hands. "Put down your weapon, or I shall end her life," commanded the little man. Ye Zhou released the trigger and rose to his feet. He did not lower his weapon, but rather steadied it with both hands, positioning it to fire at any moment. "I shall repeat myself. Lower your gun." The little man pressed his firearm against Qin Shi's back. His stature was diminutive, effectively concealing him behind her. Ye Zhou found it impossible to aim and hesitated to strike recklessly. He advanced cautiously, inching closer to the little man. "Do not approach. Take another step, and I will blow her head off," the little man shouted in a panic. Ye Zhou halted a mere 10 paces away. The standoff was rife with tension. He understood that compromise was not an option and continued to press forward. The little man, unable to intimidate him, was compelled to retreat step by step. Ye Zhou passed the fork in the road, stepping onto an open field, his back to the sun, gaining a strategic advantage. "Make him lower his weapon," the little man shouted, pressing the gun firmly against Qin Shi's back. Her face was pale, her lips trembling. "Save me, brother, I do not wish to die." As a pampered young lady, Qin Shi had lost her agency in the face of such peril. This was Ye Zhou's first encounter with such a precarious situation. How could he rescue the hostage? Although he had studied this in the military, he lacked real combat experience, and with his beloved Qin Shi at stake, he was compelled to exercise caution. "Step back. I command you to retreat." The little man shrieked in a frenzy. Ye Zhou, forced to comply, began to back away. The little man dragged Qin Shi around the fork in the road, retreating towards the Galloping Ridge. "Do not follow. Otherwise, prepare to collect her remains," he warned. Hiding behind Qin Shi, Ye Zhou followed closely, step by step. This little fellow, despite his height, had turned his stature into a distinct advantage. Ye Zhou could scarcely see his figure, rendering it nearly impossible to shoot. "Do not act rashly. Release her. I will grant you a chance at survival. Should you harm her, you shall face dire consequences," Ye Zhou threatened. "Do not come any closer. Do not force my hand," the little man screamed in hysteria. Ye Zhou maintained his aim, keeping an appropriate distance. "Damn it!" The little man, unable to withstand the tension of the standoff, finally snapped. He fired at Ye Zhou. Fully focused, Ye Zhou saw him raise the weapon and swiftly rolled to the ground, evading the bullet. The little man had no desire to corner his opponent. He merely sought to escape. Noticing Ye Zhou no longer advancing, he pulled Qin Shi away rapidly. With Qin Shi as his hostage, Ye Zhou was compelled to tread carefully, trailing behind without daring to close the gap. The three of them moved in a line, retreating towards the direction of the sleeping Buddha mountain. Each time Ye Zhou inched closer, the little man fired at him. Eager to rescue Qin Shi, Ye Zhou found himself thwarted by the little man's vigilant defenses, leaving him with no opportunities to act. The little man, with Qin Shi in tow, reached the sleeping Buddha mountain. They traversed the hills and arrived at the camp by the Clearwater River. Subsequently, they retraced their steps back to the Silver Gull Beach. As Ye Zhou arrived, they had already boarded the speedboat, racing toward the pirate ship. He leapt onto another speedboat, igniting the engine in hot pursuit. Chapter 057. The final slaughter. The gnome turned back and fired at Ye Zhou. He crouched low as bullets whizzed overhead. Undeterred, he pressed the throttle to its limits. The gnome fired wildly, bullets striking the speedboat, sending debris flying. The vessel lost power. The engine sputtered to a halt, and it spun aimlessly on the water surface. With his ammunition depleted, the gnome swiftly reloaded. Bullets rained down again, compelling Ye Zhou to lower himself even further, frozen in place. The gnome maneuvered the speedboat, evading Ye Zhou's pursuit, and approached the pirate ship beneath. A soft ladder dangled from the ship. "Climb up quickly," the gnome urged Qin Shi. Trembling, she stood paralyzed. "Hurry up, or I'll blow your head off," he threatened. "Let me go," Qin Shi pleaded, extending her bound hands. "Damn it, this girl better not try any tricks," the gnome thought, dismissing her as a mere blonde girl. He unsheathed a dagger from his waist and cut her bindings. Grasping the soft ladder, Qin Shi began to ascend. Reaching the deck, she glanced back to see Ye Zhou's speedboat floating on the water. Uncertain if he had met a watery grave, she pondered whether he was devising a means to save himself. He wouldn't perish. He had yet to fulfill his heroic mission of rescue. After days of peril, Ye Zhou had become a figure of reverence in her heart. With unwavering faith, Qin Shi believed he would come for her. She resolved not to succumb to despair, but to fight fiercely for her chance at survival. "That damn gnome," she muttered through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. Noticing a metal rod on the deck, she seized it and positioned herself by the soft ladder. The gnome, with his bald head bobbing, ascended the ladder. Seizing the moment, Qin Shi swung the metal rod with all her might. Alas, the young girl was too inexperienced. The gnome had anticipated her move. Just as the rod descended, he tilted his head, evading the blow. The rod struck the ship's railing, rebounding violently and numbing her hands. It slipped from her grasp and plunged into the sea. Despite his short stature, the gnome was remarkably agile. He leapt onto the deck, clenched his fist, and unleashed a brutal strike. His punch landed heavily in Qin Shi's abdomen, causing her to double over, nearly retching. The gnome followed up with another blow to her face. Qin Shi, delicate and frail, was no match for him. Darkness enveloped her vision as she lost the ability to resist. The gnome seized her by the hair, dragging her into the cockpit. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, Ye Zhou fought against the water, propelling himself like a released arrow, swiftly approaching the pirate ship. Finally, he reached the underside, grasping the soft ladder. Suddenly, the ship shuddered violently. The vessel weighed anchor and surged forward with full power. The underwater propellers roared to life, churning the water into frothy waves. Ye Zhou's balance faltered, and he nearly plunged back into the sea. The firearm slung over his shoulder slipped and sank into the depths of the sea. With one hand firmly gripping the soft ladder, he was dragged forward by the ship. Water splashed violently, crashing against him. Struggling to breathe, he lowered his head and held his breath to avoid choking on the seawater. He turned his body, bracing his back against the fierce onslaught of the waves. His arms grew weary, and the rope bit painfully into his fingers. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, using his other hand to reach upward until he finally felt the soft ladder. Switching hands, he regained control of his body and adjusted his posture. Ye Zhou alternated his hands, striving to climb, and ultimately freed himself from the relentless waves, ascending the ladder. Drawing a short blade, Ye Zhou stealthily approached the cockpit. There, he spied Qin Shi, bound and seated before the door. Upon seeing him, Qin Shi's face lit up with surprise, and she struggled to rise. Ye Zhou gestured for her to remain silent. Qin Shi feigned a cough and gave him a knowing glance. Understanding her signal, Ye Zhou cautiously peered into the cockpit, where he saw a dwarf standing atop a wooden crate, a submachine gun slung around his neck, both hands gripping the helm. Crouching low, Ye Zhou advanced quietly. The dwarf seemed to sense impending danger, a shadow flitting across the windshield. Alert, the dwarf quickly raised his gun and turned around. Ye Zhou lunged forward, aiming his knife at the dwarf's chest. The dwarf, unable to aim in time, pulled the trigger in a panic. The shot went high, hitting the roof instead. A bullet struck the short blade in Ye Zhou's hand, causing it to slip from his grasp and embed itself in the doorframe. The two engaged in close combat, grappling fiercely. With a gunshot wound in his shoulder, Ye Zhou found one arm incapacitated, or else he would have already ended the dwarf's life. Ye Zhou fought to control the gun in the dwarf's hand, the muzzle wavering dangerously. Suddenly, it discharged, the bullet shattering the windshield. Ye Zhou seized the opportunity, delivering a punch to the dwarf's face. Blood sprayed from the dwarf's mouth and nose, his eyes swirling with stars. Though small in stature, the dwarf still possessed a measure of strength. He deflected Ye Zhou's punches and kicked him in the abdomen. Ye Zhou staggered, loosening his grip on the dwarf. The dwarf quickly turned the gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Ignoring the peril, Ye Zhou charged forward, colliding headfirst into the dwarf. The dwarf's aim faltered again, the bullet striking the control panel. Instruments on the panel erupted in a cacophony of explosions, wires short-circuiting and sparking wildly. The helm spun out of control, causing the ship to shudder violently. Items piled atop the cockpit fell, crashing down upon Ye Zhou and the dwarf. Amidst the chaos, Ye Zhou swiped the gun from the dwarf's grasp, firmly locking his grip around the dwarf's neck, pressing him against the control panel. Struggling for breath, the dwarf fought in vain to escape, his legs flailing wildly. Ye Zhou glared fiercely, his grip unwavering. The dwarf's eyes rolled back, blood vessels bursting, his eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. His face turned an ominous shade of purple, and his tongue extended slowly, never to retract. At last, the dwarf drew his final breath. Ye Zhou had eliminated the dwarf, completing his grim task. 18 pirates had met their end, each dispatched without a single survivor. With the danger averted, their island life would remain undisturbed. Ye Zhou finally exhaled, sinking to the ground, gasping for air. "How are you? Are you hurt?" She struggled, pushing against the ground as she crawled toward him. Ye Zhou had blood seeping from his shoulder. After the recent struggle, his wounds had reopened, and his condition worsened. Gradually, Ye Zhou regained some strength. He stood up, retrieved a short knife from the doorway, and returned to sever the ropes binding Qinxi's hands. "It's all right now. Everything is over," he assured her, embracing her tightly. "You've lost so much blood," Qinxi said, deeply concerned, gently stroking the wound on his shoulder. Realizing the gravity of his injuries, Ye Zhou sank down to the ground in despair. It was only after the fierce battle that he began to feel the pain and fatigue weighing him down. His body was burning with fever, and his mind grew increasingly hazy. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he forced himself to stand again. The pirate ship was merely a fishing vessel, equipped no differently than an ordinary fishing boat. Although the ship's rudder was rendered inoperative, the engine continued to function, aimlessly drifting across the sea. The fishing boat carried Ye Zhou and Qinxi deeper into the ocean, moving further away from Blue Bay Island. Behind them, Blue Bay Island appeared as a green rock, gradually fading from view. Ye Zhou attempted to shut down the engine, but to no avail. Grabbing his gun, he fired several shots until, at last, the engine fell silent. The ship began to drift slowly across the waves, carried by the sea breeze. "Drop anchor," Ye Zhou croaked, understanding that the fishing vessel had sailed too far to ever return to Blue Bay Island. Chapter 058. The dazed her, assisting with surgery with Qinxi support. Ye Zhou made his way to the deck. He located the anchor, but it was exceedingly heavy and difficult to lift. Qinxi, lacking any strength, was unable to assist. After several attempts, Ye Zhou had no choice but to relent. He discerned the wind direction and noted the position and trajectory of Blue Bay Island. They drifted northward with the wind, approximately 10 kilometers away from the island. The ship contained a lifeboat, but the most urgent matter at hand was to tend to his wounds. Ye Zhou felt himself on the verge of collapse, fearing he might fall at any moment. The injury on his shoulder had worsened, blood pouring forth incessantly. He swayed unsteadily, returning to the cabin in search of medical supplies. Qinxi supported him, but as he leaned, he nearly toppled over, and she strained to keep him upright. Ye Zhou began to regain a semblance of clarity. He moved to a corner of the room and found a medical kit in the cupboard. Upon opening it, he discovered syringes, medications, and bandages among the supplies. In the cabin, he also found a pair of needle-nose pliers. "Help me remove the bullet," Ye Zhou instructed Qinxi. She took the pliers, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Ye Zhou approached a table cluttered with miscellaneous items, sweeping them aside to lean on it. He intended to instruct Qin Shi on how to extract the bullet. But as he opened his mouth to speak, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Ye Zhou, wake up! Qin Shi cried out anxiously. Ye Zhou lay with his eyes closed, unresponsive. In a state of panic, Qin Shi glanced at the pliers in her hand, then at the wounds on Ye Zhou's body. With no other option, she steeled her resolve. She had to act, despite her ignorance of medical procedures. She reflected on how to proceed, remembering that first, she needed a basin of clean water. On the deck, Qin Shi discovered a water barrel and filled half a bucket with water, which she then carried into the cabin. Next, she needed to sterilize the tools with fire. Finding a lighter, she seared the pliers for a while. Carefully, she cut open Ye Zhou's clothing with scissors and cleansed the wound with fresh water. She then retrieved alcohol and cotton balls from the first aid kit to disinfect the injury. The pain stirred Ye Zhou from his unconscious state. Does it hurt? Qin Shi asked, her heart aching for him. Gag my mouth, Ye Zhou replied, fearing that the pain might make him bite his own tongue. Qin Shi took a roll of gauze and stuffed it into his mouth. Just bear with it, she said, commencing the procedure. As she inserted the pliers into the wound, blood immediately gushed forth. Qin Shi, faint at the sight of blood, felt darkness closing in, nearly collapsing. She steadied herself, striving to keep her hand steady, dabbed the blood with gauze, and searched for the bullet with the pliers. She sensed the pliers encounter something hard, uncertain if it was the bullet or a bone. She attempted to grasp it. Ye Zhou, drenched in sweat from the pain, let out a muffled groan and fainted again. Qin Shi, frightened, began to weep. Ye Zhou, please don't scare me. Wake up, she called softly. In her panic, the bullet she had grasped slipped back inside. What useless thing I am, she scolded herself. Regaining her composure, she wiped her tears away. With utmost caution, she finally secured the bullet and pulled it out. The pliers met resistance from flesh, becoming lodged in the wound. Qin Shi, drenched in sweat, held her breath, concentrating intently. With a steady grip on the pliers, she slightly tilted the angle and forcefully extracted the bullet. It fell with a thud onto the table, bloodied and still warm. Only upon seeing the bullet removed did Qin Shi exhale gently. Ye Zhou remained unconscious, his body temperature rising, his forehead burning. You must hold on. She prayed fervently to the heavens. Her arms ached, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. In the first aid kit lay a small box containing needles and thread for suturing the wound. After cleaning and disinfecting the injury once more, she took the needle and thread, beginning to stitch the wound. Having never done such a thing before, not even sewing clothes, she trembled as she completed a stitch,
clumsily tying a knot before proceeding to the next. The work was exceedingly rough and uneven, yet it was stitched nonetheless. After completing this,
she was utterly exhausted and sank down to rest. After regaining some strength, she stood and bandaged the wound with gauze. Finally fatigued, she curled up beside Ye Zhou and fell asleep. The fishing boat carried them into the depths of the ocean. When they awoke, the sun was low on the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the sea. The setting sun glimmered upon the water, dazzling the eyes. Ye Zhou sat up and noticed he was bare-chested, his shoulder wrapped in gauze. He rose and moved about the cabin, finding that his arm was less painful and he had regained some strength. However, he still felt a slight fever and experienced dryness in his mouth. Qin Shi offered him a glass of water. Ye Zhou accepted it, inquiring about his treatment. Qin Shi recounted the process, and Ye Zhou felt a deep admiration for her. This young lady displayed remarkable decisiveness and composure. Had it been Yang Wan or Ling Ziyu, they would likely have hesitated to even touch the scalpel. Ye Zhou retrieved an antibiotic from the first aid kit and administered an injection to himself. On the deck, pirate clothing hung out to dry, and several pairs of shoes lay scattered on the ground. Ye Zhou selected 2 garments that fit him perfectly and changed into a suitable pair of shoes. Qin Shi's shoes were already in tatters, but her small feet did not afford her any appropriate sizes. With little time to spare, she picked up the smallest pair available. They did not hinder her ability to walk. Ye Zhou assessed the wind direction, which remained steady toward the north. Since departing from Blue Bay Island, for hours had elapsed. At this rate of drifting, they must have moved at least 30 kilometers away from the island. Ye Zhou hesitated, contemplating whether to return to Blue Bay Island. While the fishing boat was unmanageable, it still offered a semblance of safety. If they could endure, they might encounter a rescue at sea. Food was not a concern aboard. as there were fishing nets and rods, but they faced a dire shortage of fresh water, with only half a tank remaining, uncertain how long it would last. Upon reflection, staying on the boat did not seem the wisest course. It was a matter of fate. With good fortune, they could be rescued by passing vessels. With ill fortune, they might perish from hunger or thirst. Resolute, Ye Zhou decided to return to Blue Bay Island. He located a spare life raft on the boat and gathered some essential supplies. He found a fishing rod, a water bottle, several empty containers for water, along with some bread, biscuits, and jerky. Although the journey was merely 30 kilometers, navigating a small raft amidst the waves and against the wind could take 2 or 3 days. With favorable winds and vigorous paddling, they might reach their destination in that time. However, should the winds intensify or a storm arise, they could be blown far off course. The uncertainty loomed. Whether they would even make it back was another matter entirely. Ye Zhou did not dare to delay. Taking advantage of the stable weather, he prepared to depart swiftly. He found a sturdy tarp, cut a section from it, and fashioned an anchor by threading wire through the corners and attaching a weight. This would serve as a makeshift anchor to drop during strong winds, allowing them to wait until the gusts subsided before setting sail again. As he gathered everything, he pondered what else was needed. A compass was essential. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, losing their direction could be perilous. He rummaged through a drawer in the cabin and discovered a small compass, which he tucked into his pocket. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the vessel, as if they had collided with something. What had occurred? Ye Zhou's heart raced with alarm. Chapter 059, Teaching You to Inject. You punctured a bit deeply. Ye Zhou hurried to the bow of the boat, only to find that the fishing vessel had struck a submerged reef, causing a leak in the hull and tilting the boat. If they did not leave now, when would they? He seized a firearm and retrieved a dagger from a gnome's waist. Although these weapons were burdensome, it was prudent to be prepared for unforeseen events. Ye Zhou led Qin Shi to the deck. He pulled the switch on the lifeboat and cast it into the sea. The inflatable lifeboat automatically inflated and floated upon the water surface. Ye Zhou, equipped with essential supplies, descended from the vessel via the soft ladder, placing the provisions into the lifeboat. Qin Shi, ever attentive, swiftly retrieved a first aid kit from a cabin. They boarded the lifeboat and began to row southward. Behind them, the pirate ship gradually sank, the water splashing like a boiling pot before settling into tranquility. The sun was poised to dip below the horizon. At this moment, the wind began to diminish, and the resistance of the sea lightened significantly. Ye Zhou rowed at a measured pace, maintaining a steady rhythm, which allowed for endurance. In a contest of stamina, he had never been bested. They had already covered 5 kilometers when suddenly, the wind picked up, growing stronger. Just as Ye Zhou felt the need for a respite, he dropped the anchor and sat beside Qin Shi. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly against the sky. The Milky Way arched gracefully, presenting a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Ye Zhou reclined, gazing at the celestial display, his heart stirred by the flickering stars. He pondered his lineage, feeling both solitary and insignificant. Since departing from Fengjiang aboard the Happy cruise ship en route to Bali to meet Yi Changjiang, he had found himself ensnared in a web of peril. Little did he know that Yi Changjiang was his biological father, while the mastermind behind the assassination attempt was none other than his uncle. It was utterly absurd. It was highly probable that he was the designated heir of Yi Changjiang, hence attracting such deadly threats. Ye Zhou harbored no fondness for this family and felt repulsed by their internal strife. He wished to divert his thoughts from such chaotic matters. He thought of his mother. Would she believe he had perished? At this moment, she must be heartbroken. A wave of guilt washed over Ye Zhou, prompting a deep sigh. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Qin Shi offered him a biscuit. He accepted it and began to chew. Qin Shi lay beside him, her legs elevated and swinging playfully. She appeared to be in good spirits. I can't believe I didn't faint at the sight of blood. Qin, she proclaimed with pride. What is your major? Ye Zhou inquired. History, she replied. You should have pursued medicine. You could easily become an associate chief surgeon, Ye Zhou remarked lightly, though his tone conveyed admiration. You have no idea. I was nearly scared to death. Qin Shi admitted, still haunted by the memory. What are you afraid of? Afraid I might kick the bucket? Ye Zhou found joy in her anxious demeanor. Oh, don't say such things, Qin Shi exclaimed, genuinely worried by his words. Ye Zhou laughed heartily. Look, Qin Shi suddenly exclaimed, pointing. Ye Zhou looked up to see a silvery fish leap from the water, soaring several meters into the air, tracing a graceful arc before diving back beneath the waves. A flying fish emerging from the sea. As they marveled, another silvery fish burst forth from the ocean, executing a somersault in mid-air before entering the water with elegance. Soon, 2, 3, and dozens of fish erupted from the surface, the sea bubbling with life as the silver fish performed what appeared to be a synchronized diving spectacle, each one leaping into the air in a dazzling display. Countless fish dart gracefully through the water, their pointed mouths and elongated tails weaving together in a mesmerizing dance. The surface of the sea resonates with a symphony of splashes, creating a magnificent melody. How enchanting! Both individuals gaze in awe at the splendid sight before them. Suddenly, a fish leaps towards them. Ye Zhou quickly embraces Qin Shi and ducks down, narrowly avoiding the flying fish. Several more fish flit overhead, while two tumble into their lifeboat, thrashing about on the deck. Ye Zhou and Qin Shi huddle low on the lifeboat, keeping their heads down. After a few moments, the flying fish gradually cease their frenzied activity, the school of fish gliding beneath the lifeboat and swimming away into the distance. The lifeboat is now adorned with silver fish. What a delightful feast awaits! Ye Zhou exclaims with joy. Yet, he hesitates, contemplating their beauty and feeling reluctant to consume them. Qin Shi interjects, urging compassion. Ye Zhou, not wishing to oppose her wishes, concedes. After all, they brought ample provisions, and with his fishing rod at hand, he could easily catch fish whenever he desired. The pair releases the silver fish back into the sea and tidies up the boat. The lifeboat offers enough space for 4 or 5 people, and they do not feel cramped. After napping during the day, they find it hard to sleep at night. They engage in light conversation to pass the time. The wind continues to howl, making it impossible to sail against it. Does your wound hurt? How are you feeling? Qin Shi inquires with concern. Ye Zhou stretches his arm and replies, No problem. I will recover swiftly. Get well soon. Qin Shi wishes him earnestly. Of course. Just look at who my attending physician is, Ye Zhou boasts, raising his chin. By the way, it's time for your injection. Several hours have passed. Qin Shi states as she searches for the medical kit. Ye Zhou muses to himself. What do you know about giving injections? You're not a nurse. Unexpectedly, it is Qin Shi who prepares to administer the injection. Take off your pants, she commands, assuming the role of a little nurse. Ye Zhou loosens his belt and pulls his pants down slightly. A bit lower, Qin Shi urges, anxiously tugging at his trousers. I used to dread injections as a child. Ye Zhou feigns fear. Indeed, he once feared needles, but after becoming a soldier, he is unafraid of weapons. Who would still fear a mere injection? He intends to tease Qin Shi. Don't be scared. It will be over quickly, she reassures him while swabbing his skin with alcohol. I'm so scared, be gentle. Ye Zhou whimpers like a timid child. With a swift and decisive motion, Qin Shi administers the injection. Oh my, that was a bit deep, Ye Zhou exclaims. Stay still. Obedient now. It will be over soon, she gently urges, slowly pushing the medication. Ye Zhou pretends to cry. All right, be good, don't cry. Qin, she says, as she withdraws the needle. Do you really think I'm a child? Ye Zhou chuckles, amused by her demeanor. I never imagined you'd be so timid. Like a child. Qin, she beams with triumph. This is unfair. I'm at a disadvantage, Ye Zhou ponders mischievously. What disadvantage? I shall administer the injection for your ailment. How could you possibly suffer? Qin, she wore an expression of astonishment. I, too, wish to give you an injection, Ye Zhou declared, forcefully pressing her down onto the boat without allowing for any argument. Brother, what are you trying to do? Qin, she cried out in panic. Administer an injection. Ye Zhou replied, tugging at her skirt, pulling it down slightly. I don't want to play house. Let me go. Qin, she protested, though she verbally resisted. She did not struggle, instead lying obediently, her waist trembling ever so slightly. This subtle shiver left Ye Zhou momentarily dizzy, a powerful sensation stirring within him. Do not pierce too deeply. I fear the pain. Qin, she murmured in a delicate tone. The two, feeling utterly bored, resorted to childish games of make-believe. Ye Zhou found himself stirred by her voice, an itch within him awakening. She had reached the age of 18. Surely, such a day would come eventually. Given her demeanor, she seemed not averse to him. Was she implying something? Was it truly possible? Ye Zhou hesitated, grappling with an inner turmoil. Chapter 060. The fantastical drift of brother and sister. No, she remains a child. Her body was as tender as that of a newborn, her skin as fragile as a petal. For one so young, he could not entertain the thought of causing her harm. Protection was his utmost priority. Casting aside his desires, Ye Zhou chuckled softly and lightly pricked her skin with the syringe. Is it done? You truly are a wicked brother. She remained still upon the surface. All done. Rise now. Ye Zhou discarded the syringe. Do you even know how to administer an injection? How terribly dull. She remarked, disappointment etching her face. She rose, adjusting her skirt. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This game had lost its allure entirely. She turned back and lay down again, resting her chin in her hands, nibbling on her fingernails, her legs swinging playfully behind her. Ye Zhou felt a twinge of regret, but dismissed it. He had done nothing wrong. Silence enveloped them as the cold wind swept across the sea. Ye Zhou removed his jacket and draped it over Qin. In the dead of night, a tempest suddenly erupted over the sea. Rain poured down, accompanied by fierce winds, rousing Ye Zhou and Qin from their slumber. The rudimentary anchor could not hold the lifeboat in place, and it drifted swiftly upon the waves. Ye Zhou retrieved the compass to ascertain the wind's direction. The winds had shifted, changing from a southern breeze to a southwestern gale. They were veering off towards the northeast. Ye Zhou mentally calculated their position, determined to avoid losing their way. The deluge intensified, and the winds whipped up turbulent waves. The lifeboat was nearly capsized. Both Ye Zhou and Qin, she clung tightly to the ropes along the boat's edge. A towering wave crashed down, causing the bow of the lifeboat to rise sharply, and their supplies were cast into the sea. The guns sank beneath the waves, while food and water, along with the medical kit, floated upon the surface. Quick, retrieve them, she urged, releasing her grip in a frantic attempt to swim towards the floating supplies. Ye Zhou swiftly restrained her. In such tumultuous waters, she would likely be unable to return to the lifeboat. She watched helplessly as the essentials, the very means of their survival, drifted away, her heart aching. As another wave surged, those precious supplies were immediately engulfed by the sea. The storm showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew ever more ferocious. At last, the lifeboat was overturned by a colossal wave, casting Ye Zhou and Qin into the tumultuous sea. They struggled amidst the surging waters, clinging desperately to the lifeboat. Ye Zhou attempted several times to right the vessel, but to no avail. The ferocity of the storm rendered mere survival a formidable challenge. Water continuously surged into their mouths and nostrils. They persisted, resolute in their determination to hold on. After catching his breath, Ye Zhou urged Qin to do the same. Qin's arms grew weary, her strength waning, her fingers barely able to grip the rope. Ye Zhou reached out to her, and she enveloped his neck with her arms. The storm raged on for what felt like an eternity before it began to subside. The winds gradually calmed, and the rain softened to a gentle drizzle. Stabilizing himself in the water, Ye Zhou managed to flip the inverted lifeboat right side up. They clambered aboard, finally allowing themselves a sigh of relief. With the winds stilled and the rain ceased, the sea regained its tranquility. The tempest had persisted for 2 hours. Ye Zhou calculated their distance, silently committing the figures to memory. A quick inspection revealed no damage to the lifeboat, and the anchor still hung from it, offering him a small measure of comfort. Let us wring out our clothes, Ye Zhou suggested. You turn around. She began to disrobe. They turned away from one another, wringing out their garments before donning them once more. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, and they lay on the lifeboat, too weary to move. When dawn broke, Ye Zhou and Qin awoke from their slumber. The sea lay calm, and the horizon was painted with the rosy hues of dawn. The nearby waters reflected the azure sky and fluffy white clouds. The entire surface of the ocean resembled a brilliant mirror. It was breathtakingly surreal, evoking a beauty that was almost unbelievable. Occasionally, a seabird would skim the surface, clutching a small fish in its beak, flapping its wings as it soared into the distance. The bird disrupted the serenity of the sea, sending ripples outward in concentric circles. Ye Zhou and Qin reveled in the enchanting scenery, nearly forgetting their perilous situation. Ye Zhou stowed the anchor, retrieved the compass to ascertain their direction, and grasped the oars, steering southwest. They advanced with great difficulty. A southern breeze began to blow across the sea, and Ye Zhou expertly navigated, rowing against the wind. The lifeboat progressed at a painfully slow pace, and Ye Zhou, feeling fatigued, cast the anchor aside. At this rate, reaching their destination would take not just 3 days, but perhaps even 5, unless the winds shifted to the north, which was unlikely given the season's prevailing southerly or southwesterly winds. The storm had driven them northeastward approximately 7 or 8 kilometers, necessitating a return to their original point before they could continue southward. Under the midday sun, the heat was relentless. They shielded their faces with their clothes to avoid the scorching rays. Their throats parched with thirst, they found themselves devoid of water and sustenance. If this continued, they might succumb to dehydration in the vast ocean. Ye Zhou bore the weight of his worries, yet his visage betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Instead, he feigned a light-hearted demeanor. He did not wish to burden Qin Shi with his anxieties, striving to maintain an optimistic fa. "Do you fancy some fish?" he said with a smile. He noticed a fishhook dangling from the rubber strap securing the oars, trailing behind it a length of fishing line. Thank the heavens! Although the fishing rod had been swept away by the waves, a glimmer of hope remained with the hook and line. "Can you catch a fish?" Qin Shi was incredulous about his abilities. "I can fish," Ye Zhou declared as he removed the hook from the rubber band. He extracted the dagger he had confiscated from the dwarf and cut a small piece of red cloth from Qin Shi's garment to use as bait. He then affixed the dagger to the fishing line to serve as a sinker. The line was delicate, so he wrapped the fabric around his palm to protect it from cuts. Ye Zhou concentrated intently on the water's surface. After a prolonged silence, there was no sign of movement. Was it feasible? Fish were not fools. Would they be lured by a piece of cloth? Qin Shi expressed her skepticism. "Shoo!" Ye Zhou urged her to lower her voice, lest they scare the fish away. His arms grew weary, yet still there was no trace of fish. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly he felt a strong tug, as if a force was pulling him, almost dragging him into the sea. What a massive fish! Ye Zhou's heart soared with joy as he strained against the pull. He was locked in a standoff with the underwater force. After a short while, the resistance from below eased slightly. Ye Zhou alternated his hands to reel in the line. The large fish below thrashed vigorously, pulling the line toward the depths of the sea with immense strength. Snap! The fishing line could no longer endure the opposing forces and suddenly broke. Ye Zhou fell backward, landing in a disheveled heap. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath. The dagger and hook were whisked away by the fish, disappearing into the depths. Gazing at the frayed line in his hand, he felt a surge of frustration. "I knew it. The fish aren't that Navi." Qin Shi confirmed her earlier assessment. "It's about time. We might starve, and yet you find this amusing." Ye Zhou wore a displeased expression, unwilling to engage with Qin Shi. "Don't be upset. Think of another method," she urged him. Leaning over the side of the boat, Ye Zhou peered into the water, seemingly still searching for the elusive fish. "If only we had kept a few of those silver fish from yesterday," Qin Shi lamented, recalling the flying fish. "You had insisted on releasing them. Now you see their worth," Ye Zhou reproached her. "It's all my fault, all right? Just don't be angry anymore," Qin Shi conceded. At that moment, several small fish appeared beneath the boat, swimming across the surface. Ye Zhou reached out to catch them, but the nimble fish darted back into the water. Soon after, a swarm of small fish densely populated the surface. "So many fish," Ye Zhou exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. "What are you waiting for? Go catch them," Qin Shi urged. Chapter 061. Eating shark raw. Ye Zhou leaned over the side of the boat, his hands thrashing through the seawater. Trying to catch fish with bare hands was akin to drawing water with a sieve. Though the fish were plentiful, not a single one was caught. Growing desperate, Ye Zhou drew his short knife and began to jab at the surface of the water. Fortune smiled upon him. Amidst his wild attempts, he managed to spear a small fish. Eagerly, he removed the fish and tore off a piece of its flesh to devour. Starved as he was, the moment the fish touched his tongue, he felt a rush of exhilaration. He offered the small fish to Qin Shi. "Are we really eating it raw? What else can we do?" she replied, grimacing slightly as she reluctantly took a small bite. "It's quite tasty. This is unpolluted deep-sea seafood, ha-ha. Quickly, go catch more," Qin Shi exclaimed with delight, clapping her hands. Ye Zhou, employing his old skills, bent down and aimed at a small fish, thrusting forcefully. The fish swiftly evaded, merging into the school. The dense mass of fish floundered upon being disturbed by him. Ye Zhou, blindly stabbing, thought that with so many fish, one must inevitably collide with his blade. Suddenly, he felt the short knife pierce something substantial. This sensation was far from that of striking a mere delicate fish. Could it be that he had punctured the rubber lining of the lifeboat? The lifeboat was inflatable. Would it leak? A bead of sweat formed on Ye Zhou's forehead as he feared to withdraw the knife, lest it cause the lifeboat to deflate. Yet, having pierced through, leakage seemed inevitable. Leaning over to inspect beneath the boat, he noticed no bubbles emerging on the water's surface. Ye Zhou exhaled in relief. If the lifeboat were to leak, not only would they miss out on fish, but he and Qin, she would also risk being devoured by them. Nonetheless, he had undoubtedly struck something. What could it possibly be? As Ye Zhou pondered, he suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath his hand, almost losing his grip on the knife. Reacting swiftly, he tightened his hold. Surely, it must be a large fish. Ye Zhou exerted himself to lift his arm, and the creature surfaced, revealing itself to indeed be a sizable fish. The fish thrashed about, poised to escape at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Zhou heaved upward. The fish was heavy, weighing no less than 20 pounds, making it impossible to lift with one hand. With both hands clasped around its head, he yanked forcefully, dragging it into the boat's cabin. The fish continued to thrash, rolling onto its back and exposing its white underbelly. Only then did Ye Zhou discern its true nature. To his astonishment, it was a shark, with 2 rows of serrated teeth beneath its eyes. Qin Shi, seated across from him, gasped in horror upon seeing the shark, instinctively recoiling, her legs curling in fear of being bitten. The shark, measuring over a meter in length, continued to struggle, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the knife. Concerned that its sharp teeth might damage the lifeboat, Ye Zhou approached and delivered several more stabs with his dagger. He then divided the flesh of the fish, laying it out in the cabin to dry. This catch would suffice for their sustenance for several days. The fresh fish, rich in moisture, alleviated any concerns about freshwater shortages. Ye Zhou and Qin, she savored the shark meat, soon feeling their bellies full. After their meal, energy surged within them. Ye Zhou stowed the anchor and, taking advantage of the lighter winds, paddled the lifeboat southwest. By the afternoon of the next day, they arrived at their original location, having strayed from their course. Ye Zhou turned the boat's bow and rowed due south. At this pace, they would reach Blue Bay Island in 2 days. The sun beat down relentlessly, making the boat stuffy, prompting Ye Zhou to shed his clothing and paddle with vigor. Qin, she sat behind him, gazing at his exposed back, lost in thought. Ye Zhou's back was adorned with well-defined muscles, glistening with beads of sweat. His movements animated his muscles, flexing and relaxing, embodying strength and grace. Illuminated by the sunlight, Ye Zhou's profile radiated brightness, his resolute features reflecting a man's indomitable spirit. Captivated by his allure, young Qin, she could not help but feel enamored. "Are you asleep?" Ye Zhou inquired without turning his head. Had he sensed her gaze? It is truly embarrassing to find oneself shamelessly peering at a man without my presence. Qin, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What was she gazing at? Ye Zhou was diligently rowing the boat, his hands never ceasing their movement. "I'm observing a big, clumsy bear." Qin, she chuckled. "Am I foolish?" Ye Zhou retorted. "You can't even thread a needle. Isn't that foolish enough?" Qin, she recalled something and stifled a laugh behind her hand. Ye Zhou, feeling awkward, could offer no explanation. Despite his extensive experience with women and rich emotional history, he found himself utterly at a loss in front of Qin Shi, unable to express himself fully. Indeed, in her presence, he felt like a complete fool. "Let us take a break," Qin, she said playfully, then shifted to a more tender demeanor. "I'm a bit tired, but I must keep striving, otherwise. When will I return home?" By using the term home, Ye Zhou revealed his deep yearning to return. "Home? Is this deserted island your home?" Qin, she teased. "Well, I mean, it's back to Blue Bay Island. We can only call the island home from now on," Ye Zhou clarified. "I see you miss Sister Jingshu. Can you not bear to be away from her?" Qin, she pouted, visibly displeased. "It's not as you think," Ye Zhou replied, wary of her anger. "You do not genuinely love her. You are merely enamored with her body," Qin, she incisively remarked. "Can I not say otherwise?" Ye Zhou attempted to deflect. "Do not deny it. I've seen through your heart," she cleverly stated. Ye Zhou was rendered speechless by her insights. Despite her youth, Qin, she displayed a considerable level of maturity and chose to let the topic rest, realizing that some matters are better left unspoken. Rising to her feet, Qin, she picked up a shark's head and tossed it into the sea. The shark's head had decayed and emitted a foul stench. The smell is dreadful. Let us clean the boat, she exclaimed, covering her nose. Ye Zhou could not intervene in time, and the shark's head plummeted into the ocean. With traces of blood, it floated in the water, likely to attract other sharks. There was no time for redemption, only the fervent hope that no sharks lurked nearby. This was a grave mistake that could potentially lead to dire consequences. Ye Zhou glanced at Qin Shi, torn between reprimanding her and feeling compassion. Ignorance is bliss. He could only blame himself for not informing her beforehand. Did I do something wrong? Qin, she noticed the change in his expression. It's nothing. You clean the boat while I continue rowing, Ye Zhou replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He rowed with all his might, eager to leave the area. Qin, she splashed the seawater, cleaning the boat thoroughly. Suddenly, something in the distance swiftly approached them. Look, what is that? Qin, she exclaimed, pointing. Ye Zhou turned to see, his heart racing with alarm. Damn, it's coming. A shark's dorsal fin broke the surface of the water, charging towards the lifeboat like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 62. Brother Bird, Albatross. The shark surfaced, opening its massive jaws and clamped down on the oar. With a crunch, the oar was severed. The shark, gripping the oar, stirred the water into a frenzy before diving into the depths. Ye Zhou unsheathed his short blade, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Look, there are so many sharks in the water. Qin, she exclaimed, her face paling as she leaned over the side of the boat. A multitude of sharks glided silently beneath the vessel. One shark raised its head and bit into the inflatable raft. The raft's smooth surface caused the shark's teeth to slip, sending it tumbling back into the depths. Another shark lunged forward, clamping its jaws around the oar. With a crunch, the oar was severed. Faced with the swarm of sharks, Ye Zhou hesitated to retaliate, aware that the scent of blood would only incite their frenzy. It was best not to provoke them further. He sheathed his blade, embraced Qin Shi, and settled onto the lifeboat. The sharks ceased their assault but lingered, circling ominously beneath the boat. These bloodthirsty creatures, even in their stillness, instilled a chilling dread. Despite Ye Zhou's courage and skill, he felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. After a while, the sharks grew restless, thrashing about beneath the boat, nearly capsizing the lifeboat. When the anchor fell into the water, a shark approached, seizing it and plunging to the seabed. The lifeboat lost its balance, being yanked forward, its stern rising perilously, threatening to overturn. Ye Zhou swiftly severed the rope with his knife, freeing the lifeboat from a shark's grasp, and it began to spin upon the surface of the sea. Drifting with the wind, the lifeboat moved across the water as Ye Zhou and Qin Shi remained silent, clinging tightly to one another. The lifeboat, having endured the shark's attack, washed away the traces of blood from the side. The sharks did not pursue, instead continuing their eerie patrol nearby, with the occasional dorsal fin breaking the surface. At last, Ye Zhou and Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. With the loss of the oar and anchor, the lifeboat was left to drift aimlessly on the sea. As night fell, the stars emerged, painting a magnificent tableau across the sky. Yet, Ye Zhou and Qin Shi lay despondently on the boat, devoid of the spirit to admire their surroundings. They exchanged not a word, holding each other close as they gradually succumbed to sleep. When dawn broke, Ye Zhou awoke. Before even opening his eyes, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Qin Shi's fingers were pinching him, and upon noticing he was awake, she gestured for silence. Understanding her intent, Ye Zhou cautiously lifted his head. A large bird perched at the bow of the boat. The bird seemed unsteady, flapping its wings to regain balance. By the heavens, it's an albatross. Ye Zhou recognized this rare and auspicious creature. According to legend, the albatross brings good fortune to sailors, guiding them through despair. If we catch it, I wish to taste its flesh. Qin, she remarked, her stomach rumbling in agreement. Ye Zhou thought to himself, I would rather starve than harm it. He sat up, whistling a greeting to the albatross. Dear bird, do you bring me good tidings? He inquired politely. Are you seriously conversing with a bird? Can it even respond? Qin Shi pondered, perplexed by Ye Zhou's apparent delusion. Don't frighten me, she said, leaning forward to check his forehead for fever. Ye Zhou graspit heridist, pulling her close into his embrace. You seem quite normal, Qin Shi remarked, still bewildered. With a sudden flap, the great bird dropped a fish from its beak. The magnificent bird shook its head, lowered it, and began to peck at its own feathers. Upon their encounter, it presented a grand gift. Ye Zhou picked up a fish, tore into its flesh, and began to share it with Qin Shi. As Qin Shi chewed on the fish, her eyes widened in astonishment, alternating her gaze between Ye Zhou and the grand bird. The bird, having seemingly fulfilled its purpose, propelled itself skyward with a powerful leap, its wings unfurling to an impressive span of 3 to 4 meters, soaring with exquisite grace. Ye Zhou's gaze followed the albatross's flight path, turning to look behind him. Blue Bay Island, he exclaimed in surprise. Qin Shi, hearing his shout, sat up in excitement. Before them appeared an island, which from a distance bore some resemblance to Blue Bay Island. Overcome with joy, Ye Zhou steeled himself and paddled vigorously. "Quick, lend a hand," he urged Qin Shi. The two exerted themselves, but their hands were clearly ill-suited for rowing, and after some effort, the lifeboat continued to spin in place. "Take off your shoes," Ye Zhou proposed. They removed their shoes, using them as makeshift paddles. Gradually, the lifeboat drew nearer to the island, allowing them to discern its outline. Ye Zhou recognized that this island was not Blue Bay Island after all. He should have anticipated this. The lifeboat had been drifting in the opposite direction, moving further away from Blue Bay Island. In his earlier excitement, he had failed to consider these pragmatic realities. Nevertheless, the sight of an island at least offered a potential refuge. As the island loomed closer, Ye Zhou began to perceive its general topography. This island was twice the size of Blue Bay Island, yet its basic structural features bore some similarity. To the north lay a sandy beach, while the southern part was dominated by a prominent peak, with steep cliffs flanking both the east and west sides. The beach glimmered with a silvery sheen, and behind it stood several lush coconut trees. Ye Zhou and Qin Shi made landfall on the beach, dragging the lifeboat ashore and securing it beneath one of the coconut trees. Both were parched and famished, utterly exhausted. Qin Shi reclined beneath the tree, no longer wanting to move. Benefiting from the effects of the golden bear bile, Ye Zhou soon regained his strength after a brief rest. He searched the surrounding area, hoping to find fallen coconuts. However, the ground was littered only with pebbles and dried leaves, devoid of any coconuts. It seemed the only option was to climb the tree. Ye Zhou gazed up at the tall, straight trunk and fashioned a sturdy vine into a makeshift harness for climbing. He moistened his palms with saliva, rubbed his hands together, and leaped onto the trunk, using both hands and feet to ascend. In a few nimble movements, he reached the treetop and wielded his knife to chop down several coconuts. They plummeted to the ground with a thud. Ye Zhou sheathed his knife and slid down the trunk. He cracked open a coconut and handed it to Qin Shi. Her lips parched and cracked. Qin Shi lifted the coconut to her mouth and took a small sip. Then, she began to drink heartily. Ye Zhou opened another coconut, and they both savored the refreshing nectar. The sweet coconut water provided a momentary relief from their thirst and hunger, yet to survive, they would need to venture further into the island to seek sustenance. Ye Zhou was not in a hurry. After days of survival on the deserted island, he felt a profound confidence in his current environment. He picked up a small twig and began to sketch on the ground. Reflecting on the changes in wind force and direction over the sea, he illustrated the route of his drift, calculating the position and distance meticulously, ultimately creating a rudimentary nautical chart. However, his unease compelled him to refine the calculations further. Although this map lacked precision, it would not deviate excessively from reality. Ye Zhou committed the image to memory. To return to Blue Bay Island, it was imperative to equip the lifeboat with an anchor and oars, in addition to ensuring a sufficient supply of food and fresh water. Coconuts could address the issue of fresh water, but subsisting solely on coconut flesh would be unsustainable for long. "Let us seek food," Ye Zhou suggested, pulling Qin Shi along. Having regained her strength, Qin Shi followed him as they ventured into the dense jungle behind them. The thicket was thick, and in the distance the forest swayed, startling a flock of birds into flight. Ye Zhou's heart raced with apprehension. He was acutely aware of the dangers of the unfamiliar island and treaded cautiously alongside Qin Shi as they explored the wilderness. There were surely fruit trees on the mountain, and perhaps even wild rabbits or boars. With a sense of assurance, they traversed the jungle, soon hearing the sound of flowing water ahead. Ye Zhou remained vigilant, approaching the source of the sound with measured steps. Ahead, a grove of trees gave way to a river. Upon sighting the water, Qin Shi rushed forward in excitement. Ye Zhou attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Qin Shi reached the riverbank and splashed water onto her face, only to freeze in shock as she noticed two individuals standing behind a rock. Startled, She attempted to retreat, but stumbled and fell by the river's edge. Ye Zhou rushed over and was equally taken aback. The two figures, armed with spears, were fishing by the river and appeared equally startled by their presence. Neither party dared to make a sudden move, standing in a tense standoff. It was then that Ye Zhou discerned they were two uncouth savages, their skin a deep bronze, adorned with feathered crowns and large earrings. Clad in attire reminiscent of bikinis, they wore small patches of animal skin on their upper bodies and short grass skirts below. Their long black hair cascaded down their chests. Tall and slender yet curvaceous, they exuded a beauty that rivaled that of any model. Astonishingly, the two savage women bore an identical resemblance to one another. Ye Zhou realized with a jolt that they were twins. Their striking features and alluring figures momentarily softened his vigilance, causing him to forget the adversarial nature of their encounter. As a man, he found himself susceptible to the common failings of his gender. While decisive against foes, he struggled to take action against women. It was an undeniable weakness he had to concede. The standoff persisted for a minute before one of the savage beauties brandished her spear and advanced toward Ye Zhou. "Do not come closer. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, retreating hastily. She climbed to her feet and concealed herself behind Ye Zhou. The fierce beauty bellowed loudly, charging toward him with her spear aimed menacingly. "We mean no harm. Please cease your attack," Ye Zhou exclaimed, swiftly evading her thrust. The fierce beauty, unable to comprehend his words, raised her spear again and lunged at his chest with considerable force. "You little girl, are you looking for punishment instead of a drink?" Ye Zhou retorted, abandoning explanations as he employed his empty hand skills, seizing the spearhead and spinning his body gracefully, akin to a dancer, transporting himself instantly before the fierce beauty. Momentarily stunned, she could hardly believe her spear had been disarmed, leaving her at a loss. Ye Zhou did not pursue further aggression. Instead, he flicked his wrist, sending the spear tumbling into the river. Unwilling to relent, the fierce beauty wrapped her arms around Ye Zhou's shoulders, attempting a body slam. Yet his lower body was steadfast, remaining unyielding. As she strained against him, regardless of her efforts, he stood firm like an immovable mountain. In a moment of triumph, Ye Zhou was caught off guard when the fierce beauty suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his shoulder. "Damn!" he exclaimed in pain, unable to suppress a shout. "See if you dare to act so arrogantly again. After living for over 20 years, have you still not learned that women are the most formidable creatures in existence?" Ye Zhou chastised himself for being careless, feeling utterly humiliated for being bested by a woman, especially with Qin, she observing. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his scalp prickling with discomfort. This battle was proving far more challenging than anticipated. Just then, another fierce beauty rushed in from behind, aiming her spear at him. Ye Zhou, now fully alert, swiftly dodged the attack from behind. The fierce beauty in front, exerting her force, suddenly lost her balance and fell forward. Realizing the spear behind her was about to harm her sister, Ye Zhou acted quickly, pulling the front fierce beauty aside, just in time. The two fierce beauties, twin sisters, launched an assault together. Ye Zhou found it impossible to distinguish between them, their appearances nearly identical, causing a dizzying confusion. Who was the elder, and who was the younger? Damn, he cursed inwardly, berating himself for entertaining such trivial thoughts in a critical moment. The fierce beauty swung her spear once more. As Ye Zhou aimed to disarm her, a shrill, piercing cry echoed from the distance, reminiscent of an eagle's call. The chilling sound sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to sense impending danger. Reinforcements had likely arrived for them. He needed to resolve the situation swiftly. Seizing the moment, Ye Zhou kicked the spear from the fierce beauty's grasp. Without hesitation, he grabbed Qin, Shi, and fled. Upon reaching the woods, they encountered several barbarians, each wielding a spear. Ye Zhou shifted directions, fleeing for his life. But it wasn't long before he heard shouts ahead. Another group of barbarians blocked their path. Where on earth are these barbarians emerging from? Ye Zhou lamented, feeling cornered as he scrambled toward a nearby hillside. The slope was steep, and, after only a few attempts to climb, she slipped and tumbled down the hill. Ye Zhou rushed back to help her up. "Brother, we won't escape." She pointed towards the ridge. Ye Zhou lifted his gaze, and before him stood a row of savage men wielding bows and arrows atop the hillside. A chill coursed through him, for he realized that, despite his capabilities, confronting such a multitude of barbaric warriors alone was an insurmountable challenge. Escape seemed futile, as if he were ensnared in a trap from all directions. There were no fewer than 30 of these savages, suggesting that he had inadvertently wandered into their lair, effectively sealing his own fate. With no hope of fleeing and no strength to fight, surrender appeared to be his only option. In his heart, he fervently prayed for mercy from the heavens. Ye Zhou ceased his struggles, standing resolutely as he awaited the approach of the barbarians. A flicker of hope lingered within him. He had not harmed them and bore no ill will. Perhaps they would treat him with reason. Moments prior, during the tumultuous skirmish, he had intervened to save 2 beautiful women from mistakenly injuring their allies, an act that might lead them to plead on his behalf. Yet, he recognized this as mere folly, a fragile comfort in the face of harsh reality. These savages were not inclined to reason. Even if they were, the language barrier rendered communication impossible. He held Qin Shi close, observing her anxious demeanor, and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Her palms were clammy as she clutched his garment tightly. The pursuing barbarians soon encircled them, shouting to their companions on the hill, their words incomprehensible to Ye Zhou, resembling nothing more than the cacophony of beasts. The savages compelled them to follow the river upstream, leading them into the depths of a canyon. After traversing a ridge and passing through a thicket of trees, they arrived at a hollow in the mountains. The terrain was flat and expansive, dotted with a dozen circular wooden structures reminiscent of a camp. Some were cooking, while children frolicked nearby. Upon the return of their kin, the gathered tribespeople converged on Ye Zhou and Qin Shi, gesturing animatedly and speculating about them. After a brief interlude, the initial group of barbarians reappeared, led by a tall, robust man adorned with a bird crown and large circular earrings. Distinct from the others, he bore a golden medallion around his neck, inscribed with a bird-like emblem, signifying his status as the tribe's leader. His mere presence commanded immediate respect and attention. He uttered a phrase that silenced the crowd, bringing a hush over the assembly. With a flurry of words, he continued, and one of his followers stepped forward, reaching for the short dagger at Ye Zhou's waist. Ye Zhou instinctively protected his treasure blade, executing a swift maneuver that sent the barbarian stumbling backward to the ground. The dagger was his most cherished possession, held dear as if it were his very life. His resistance incited the wrath of the crowd, and a dozen spears were thrust towards him. The tribal leader, however, remained silent, and the onlookers hesitated, pressing their spears against Ye Zhou's chest. One of them managed to wrest the short dagger from his side, powerless to resist. Ye Zhou watched in anguish as his beloved blade was seized, his teeth grinding in bitter frustration. An elderly barbarian with a grizzled beard approached the chieftain, murmuring indistinctly. The chieftain nodded in response. Under the urging of his subordinates, his demeanor shifted. He drew closer to Ye Zhou and began to babble a lengthy string of words. Ye Zhou could not comprehend a single word, nor did he glean any useful information from the chieftain's expression. With his mouth slightly agape, he gazed at his interlocutor in confusion. The chieftain, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Several individuals stepped forward, binding Ye Zhou and Qin Shi before dragging them to a tree. The chieftain summoned a few others and entered a wooden hut, likely convening to deliberate on the fate of the captives. Ye Zhou pondered anxiously. Would they execute us? Might they cast us upon the mountains to feed the eagles? Observing their attire, adorned with bird crowns, they appeared to have an inexplicable connection to avian creatures. The chieftain bore a badge emblazoned with bird motifs, presumably a totem revered by their tribe. Totem? A spark ignited in Ye Zhou's mind. He recalled the metallic plate he had discovered in the gold mine, which bore 5 distinct totems, one of which was a bird design. Could it be that they share the same totem? The metallic plate remained in his pocket, but with his hands bound, he could not retrieve it for confirmation. Did you see that? He whispered to Qin Shi, gesturing toward the chieftain's badge. Qin Shi, sharp as a whip, had already noted the emblem upon the barbarian leader's chest. The bird totem resembles precisely that of the one in the cave, she asserted confidently. I found a metallic plate in the gold mine with 5 totems on it. I wonder if it could help us connect with them. Ye Zhou shared his thoughts. You should show it to them, Qin Shi suggested, seeing merit in the idea. How can I? Ye Zhou rolled his eyes. Realizing her misstep, Qin Shi sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Ye Zhou leaned closer to her, requesting her assistance in retrieving the metallic plate from his pocket. At that moment, twin sisters approached, each carrying a wooden bowl. Ye Zhou hurriedly sat up straight. The twins attended to each of them, offering food. Upon glancing into the bowl, Ye Zhou discovered a porridge of unknown origin. He exchanged a wary look with Qin Shi. Could this be poisoned porridge? They were at the mercy of their captors, who could choose to slay or spare them at will. Ye Zhou signaled to Qin Shi to eat boldly. It's rather delightful, surprisingly sweet and palatable, he remarked, yearning for another bowl. The twins, unable to comprehend, seemed to understand somewhat, noticing the expression on Ye Zhou's face. They returned to the wooden hut, placing the bowl down before entering the chieftain's meeting. I'm not yet full, Ye Zhou shouted in frustration. No one paid him any mind. A young barbarian child approached, gazing at them with curiosity. Ye Zhou returned a friendly smile. The child picked a blade of grass from the ground and tentatively extended it toward Ye Zhou. With a foolish grin, Ye Zhou adopted a pleasing demeanor. However, the child inadvertently jostled the grass, causing it to poke into Ye Zhou's nostril. Unable to contain himself, he let out a mighty sneeze. The barbaric child giggled heartily, continuing to poke his nostrils with blades of grass. This little rascal was utterly engrossed in this game, delightfully flailing his arms and legs. How on earth are these savages raising their children? Leaf Boat exclaimed in frustration. Qin Shi, observing from the side, could no longer contain his amusement and let out a chuckle. Suddenly, a barbarian woman named Uli Kai rushed over, called out, and whisked the child away to the wooden hut. The child, still reluctant, squirmed in an attempt to return to his game. The woman pinned him on her lap, forcefully nursing him. The child complied, eating while casting longing glances at Leaf Boat. Goodness, how old is he? Still nursing? Leaf Boat was utterly speechless. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the conference room of the barbarian chief. Although the language barrier hindered understanding, the rising tones indicated a heated argument. The chief's voice escalated, and the twin sisters refused to back down, fiercely opposing him. What nonsensical language are these bird people speaking? Leaf Boat pondered, curious about the nature of their dispute, yet unable to comprehend a single word. The argument abruptly ceased, and one of the sisters flung aside the curtain, storming out in a huff. She approached Leaf Boat, intent on untying him. The barbarian chief burst forth, yanking her back. Defiantly, she shook him off and persisted in her efforts to free Leaf Boat. The chief raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, leaving her stunned, cupping her face in disbelief. Another sister emerged from the hut, defending her sibling and engaging in a heated debate with the chief. His authority was unquestionable. He uttered a command, and several robust men appeared at once. They secured Leaf Boat and Qin Shi even more tightly, fastening them to a tree trunk. As the sun dipped low, the barbarian camp gradually fell silent, with the inhabitants retreating to their dwellings for the night. The atmosphere turned tranquil. What will they do to us? Qin Shi asked anxiously. Leaf Boat could not provide an answer. He sensed that a grim fate awaited them. Judging by the barbarian's demeanor, their release seemed unlikely. The twin sisters were evidently advocating for their cause, yet their voices went unheard. It appeared they needed to devise an escape. Passivity was not an option. Leaf Boat struggled, but the bindings were too secure, rendering him immobile. Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing but stones and leaves on the ground, devoid of anything useful. Growing increasingly restless, he scraped his feet against the ground, teetering on the brink of despair. Brother, what's wrong? Qin Shi inquired with concern. Leaf Boat composed himself. Before Qin Shi, he needed to project strength and confidence. Nothing, just a little itch, he explained. Qin Shi remained silent, leaning back against the tree trunk, her face etched with hopelessness. Leaf Boat wrestled with his thoughts, feeling utterly helpless, resigned to fate. A flicker of hope lingered within him, yearning for the sisters to come and secretly rescue them. Yet, as the night wore on, the camp remained eerily quiet. By dawn, both Leaf Boat and Qin Shi, unable to endure any longer, succumbed to drowsiness, their heads lolling as they drifted into a fitful sleep. Chapter 065. The Sacrifice, feeding birds with blood as dawn broke. The barbarian tribesmen escorted Ye Zhou and Qin Shi towards the main peak. The tribal leader led the way, followed closely by a white-bearded elder, with over 20 robust men trailing behind. They bore the weight of an aged crone, her unkempt hair and deeply lined face obscuring her true age. Perched on a makeshift litter crafted from 2 poles and a wooden plank, she swayed precariously, seemingly lost in slumber. Goodness, this must be the old witch, Ye Zhou thought, repulsed by her filthy and grotesque appearance, nearly overcome with nausea. Qin Shi, even more terrified, dared not cast a glance her way. The scene was indeed chilling. Where were they headed? What nefarious purpose awaited them? Could it be a sacrificial rite? Were they destined to become offerings? A sinking feeling gripped Ye Zhou's heart, akin to a stone plummeting into the abyss. The prospect seemed grim. Certain death lay ahead. Deliberately, Ye Zhou slowed his pace, searching for a chance to escape. The two guards, engaged in conversation, were oblivious to his intentions. Seizing the moment, he exchanged a glance with Qin Shi and bolted. However, tethered together by rope, their steps faltered and they stumbled immediately. The guards seized them, bellowing in fury. In a desperate attempt to delay their captors, Ye Zhou plopped down onto the ground, refusing to move. One guard on either side hoisted him up, dragging him along the earth. Ye Zhou thrashed about like a rogue, screaming as if in a fit of madness, while his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Where had his wits gone? Having weathered storms before, was he truly to capsize in this predicament? Such reckless antics would surely not lead to freedom. It was nonsensical. He chastised himself for his ineptitude. Struggling, he was met with a punch to the abdomen from one barbarian. Ye Zhou erupted in curses, only to be met with another blow. He and Qin Shi were dragged relentlessly to the base of a cliff. The cliff jutted out, forming a ledge akin to the eaves of a roof. Beneath this ledge lay an altar, adorned with a bird-shaped totem at its pinnacle. The altar's surface was darkened with unsightly stains, while a heap of white objects loomed at the rear, their nature obscured. Could those stains be remnants of blood from the deceased? Were the white objects the bones of the fallen? Ye Zhou's mind buzzed, his scalp prickling with dread. The sun blazed overhead, now at its zenith. A chilling voice, reminiscent of a ghoul, echoed from behind. The crone had awakened, mumbling incoherently as she ascended the altar with tremulous steps. She knelt, whispering incantations incessantly. Suddenly, a piercing cry sliced through the air, casting a shadow across the sky. A colossal bird descended, landing upon the cliff above the altar. Ye Zhou stood, frozen in awe. He had never beheld such an enormous creature. Its size rivaled that of an ostrich, yet it bore the countenance of a vulture. Its talons gripped the rock, revealing razor-sharp claws. What manner of monstrosity was this? Despite Ye Zhou's audacity, he could not help but feel a chill at the sight before him. Were they to be offered as sustenance to this creature? A shiver ran down his spine, and he dared not dwell further on the thought. Beside him, Qin Shi nearly fainted, her legs trembling as she leaned against Ye Zhou for support. Suddenly, the old witch, as if invigorated by an unseen force, shed her frail demeanor and became surprisingly agile. She leapt from the ground, her hands shaking as she emitted a hoarse roar. At last, she ceased her frenzied movements, reverting to her previous decrepit state, being supported by others while appearing drowsy. The tribal chief issued a command, prompting two men to step forward, brandishing large cleavers. The blades fell, severing the rope that bound Ye Zhou and Qin Shi, and they began to drag Qin Shi toward the altar. "Brother, save me!" Qin Shi cried out in terror, her face pale with fear. "Let her go!" Ye Zhou charged forward, colliding with one of the tribal men's lower back. The chief approached and kicked Ye Zhou to the ground. "Let her go! If anyone is to be killed, let it be me." Ye Zhou surged forward again, positioning himself to shield Qin Shi. The tribal man yanked him away, but Ye Zhou, fueled by desperation, lunged again. In a moment of frantic resolve, he threw himself onto the altar to prevent them from harming Qin Shi. Such was Ye Zhou's character. He would rather face death himself than witness a woman perish. Though he knew he might not save either of them, he could not bear to see her suffer. His relentless attempts to thwart the tribal men only served to frustrate them. The chief conferred with several of his men, seemingly debating whom to kill first. They gestured and whispered, assessing Ye Zhou and Qin Shi. Though Ye Zhou could not comprehend their words, their expressions conveyed meaning. As a young girl, Qin Shi, with her delicate skin, was undoubtedly a prime offering, while Ye Zhou, with his rugged exterior, was less appealing to the bird. After some deliberation, they reached a consensus. Erupting into laughter, neither would survive. Both were destined to feed the creature. The order of their demise was inconsequential. With that, two tribal men approached Ye Zhou, grinning maliciously. "Well, it seems I am to be fed to the birds," thought Ye Zhou, grappling with the grim reality. The prospect of becoming a human sacrifice was unbearable. He gazed up at the monstrous bird above him, which regarded him with disdain. "Alas, my illustrious life is to end here today, and I shall serve as sustenance for this creature." What a cruel fate. Ye Zhou cast a glance at Qin Shi, his eyes betraying a profound sense of despair, as if bidding her a final farewell. Quickly, show them the metal plate. Qin Shi urged, stamping her foot. Damn it, I had forgotten. Ye Zhou cursed inwardly, wishing he could strike himself for his oversight. Wait, my friend, look at this, he said, attempting to appease the tribal man. The man, unable to comprehend his words, pressed him firmly against the altar. Another tribal man brandished the cleaver as he approached Ye Zhou. Realizing they would not understand his speech, Ye Zhou fell silent, resorting instead to exaggerated gestures, akin to a mute pleading for mercy. As he arched his back and trembled incessantly, he hoped the barbarian youth would comprehend that he possessed something of great significance within his pocket. The barbarian youth, bewildered by his peculiar posture, regarded him with suspicion and confusion. He fixed his gaze upon Ye Zhou's rear, glancing repeatedly. Surely, a mere touch would reveal the truth. In desperation, Ye Zhou shook his behind with fervor. The barbarian youth, however, held no particular fascination for the male form and deemed Ye Zhou to be in a state of delirium, struggling in his final moments. Previously, they had offered a wild boar as a sacrifice, and it too had thrusted its rear in a desperate struggle before its demise. Another barbarian youth approached, firmly grasping Ye Zhou's posterior. Regrettably, he failed to discover the metal tag nestled within Ye Zhou's pocket. Rendered immobile, Ye Zhou could only scream in desperation. A strange bird above him let out a long cry, seemingly hungry and demanding sustenance. The executing barbarian youth raised his hefty blade, striking down with the force of a mountain, aiming to sever the head. In a moment of sheer panic, Ye Zhou shouted aloud. Chapter 066. Kneeling in reverence, Ye Zhou uttered a common phrase among the barbarians. Who knows what Wu Li Kai truly signifies? The executioner paused momentarily upon hearing this utterance, though his blade still descended, now with a hint of hesitation. Ye Zhou retracted his head, faster than a turtle. The blade struck the stone slab, sending sparks flying. Wu Li Kai, Wu Li Kai, Ye Zhou cried repeatedly. The barbarian youth, frowning, lifted his blade once more. Ye Zhou, summoning all his strength, thrashed upon the stone slab, his neck veins bulging, his body heaving like a fish struggling on land. Two barbarian youths exerted their grip, striving to contain him. With a clatter, the metal tag slipped from Ye Zhou's pocket, bouncing upon the stone slab and producing a ringing sound before falling to the ground. Under the sunlight, the tag reflected a dazzling brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. The barbarian chief, his expression grave, gestured for silence, and the crowd fell quiet. The sacrificial ceremony paused as the barbarians stood solemnly, awaiting their leader's command. The chief approached Ye Zhou, picking up the metal tag. He examined it closely, occasionally raising it above his head or bowing in contemplation. He caressed it gently, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Wu Li Kai, the chief exclaimed to himself. In a surge of emotion, he lifted the metal tag high, rallying the crowd with fervent cries. The warriors of the Wu Li Kai brandished their weapons, echoing his shouts with enthusiasm. Their spirits soared as they rallied together. Ye Zhou, observing from the sidelines, wore a bewildered expression. Had these individuals lost their senses? Was their excitement truly warranted over a mere scrap of iron? They seemed possessed, entirely forgetting about Ye Zhou and Qin Shi. Were they not here for a sacrifice? What are the offerings? What the old witch? What of the famished bird above? Ye Zhou's perplexity was palpable. Even at this moment, he was preoccupied with others' affairs. With no one guarding them, why not make a swift escape? He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shi, and the two discreetly retreated, intending to seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. The tribal chief of the barbarians shouted something, and with a mere wave of his hand, his kin fell silent immediately. Crack! Ye Zhou stepped on a twig, producing an audible snap. The barbarian tribesmen turned their heads in unison. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Ye Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment, as if he had been caught in the act of thievery. The tribal chief approached, drew a sharp knife, and severed the bindings that restrained Ye Zhou. Take it if you like, he seemed to convey with a smirk, as Ye Zhou gestured with his hands, hoping for understanding. The tribal chief regarded Ye Zhou with a newfound patience. That object bears totems, with birds akin to yours, Ye Zhou explained, pointing at the metal plaque and then at the totem on the altar, gesticulating animatedly. Bird, 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 he exclaimed, raising his hand to indicate the peculiar bird perched on the cliff. The tribal chief's demeanor softened, watching Ye Zhou's performance with a patient gaze. In his desperation, Ye Zhou wondered how best to articulate his thoughts. He exclaimed "bird" repeatedly and impulsively stepped forward, plucking a feather from the chief's head. The chief was taken aback by Ye Zhou's unexpected action. "Wudiki," he bellowed, then knelt before Ye Zhou, babbling something incomprehensible while raising his hands, presenting the metal plaque to him. Observing their leader's submission, the other tribesmen hastily knelt as well, lowering their heads in reverence. What on earth does this mean? Ye Zhou initially panicked, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Had they mistaken him for a deity? Was he perceived as a celestial being descended to their realm? The mere act of plucking a feather had instilled such awe within them. It was utterly remarkable. He was being revered. Ye Zhou had never experienced such adulation before. However, he remained cautious, tentatively retrieving the metal plaque from the chief's hands. The chief rose, his face alight with joy and gratitude, as if he had been granted clemency. Ye Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stowed the metal plaque into his pocket. The tribal chief turned and spoke a few words, prompting the tribesmen to gather their belongings and return home, neglecting the ritual and leaving the peculiar bird unattended. It appeared they cared little for the creature, merely treating it as a pet. Their veneration was directed towards the totem, particularly the metal plaque, which they revered with utmost devotion. The plaque bore 5 distinct totems, surpassing their simplistic avian insignia in sophistication, likely indicative of a hierarchical relationship akin to that of sovereign and subject. As the owner of the metal plaque, Ye Zhou was entitled to the veneration befitting a revered sovereign. Along the journey, the mood among the barbarians soared as they engaged in animated discussions. An elderly bearded barbarian commanded a young tribesman to carry the slumbering old witch, while 2 others approached to lift Ye Zhou and place him upon a palanquin. Ye Zhou vehemently refused to mount the palanquin, recalling it was the very seat of the old witch, and he felt an urge to retch. "You should accept their hospitality," she advised, her concern for potential shifts in circumstance evident. Ye Zhou, heeding her warning, recognized the wisdom in her words. Having just emerged from peril, it would be prudent to remain compliant. Should any conflict arise, they might very well reconsider their earlier leniency. When in Rome, one must adapt, even if it means enduring some discomfort. Ye Zhou, cautious not to appear arrogant, took his place in the sedan chair. A peculiar odor emanated from within, making him feel quite nauseous. Observing Ye Zhou's discomfort, she could not suppress a quiet chuckle. As the sedan swayed gently, Ye Zhou was carried back to the barbarian camp. The chieftain graciously welcomed Ye Zhou and she into his grand tent, providing them with an abundance of food and drink. Just as Ye Zhou settled down, twin sisters burst through the entrance, each taking a seat beside him. They bore a jar containing the same type of porridge they had previously enjoyed. The flavor was indeed to their liking, and they devoured it ravenously, with the sisters attending to their needs. After the meal, the barbarian men departed to hunt, leaving Ye Zhou and she to roam freely within the camp. They ventured outside the camp and climbed a cliff, gazing out at the distant ocean. Blue Bay Island lay just across the water, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. They reminisced about their past experiences on the island. "Do you have any plans? When shall we leave this place?" she inquired. In truth, they had regained their freedom and could escape at any moment. With a makeshift anchor, a few coconuts, and a few minutes' preparation, they could craft a raft and slip away under the cover of night, unseen and unheard. Such an endeavor was not insurmountable, yet Ye Zhou hesitated. The barbarians treated them with utmost respect. Should they depart, it would be only fitting to bid farewell and leave openly. One must not sever ties with friends. "Tomorrow morning, we shall say our goodbyes and return to Blue Bay Island," Ye Zhou resolved. Both felt an urgent desire to reunite with their loved ones. "Will they let us go?" She expressed some doubt. "It will be best if they do. If not, I shall take their chieftain hostage as leverage." Ye Zhou devised a strategy of diplomacy before resorting to force. Chapter 067. The hospitality of the barbarians, Ye Zhou and she descended the cliff and strolled outside the camp. Engaged in conversation, they speculated about the avian tribe, pondering their origins. They likely lacked a fixed abode, not residing on any particular island for long. Much like nomadic peoples, they would migrate where resources were available. How do they reproduce? There must be other similar tribes nearby, intermingling and trading amongst themselves. Their weapons and tools were primarily traditional, yet some foreign items were present. For instance, the large cleavers used for sacrificial executions, the curved daggers at the chieftain's waist, and the ceramic vessels for cooking all bore the hallmarks of a civilized world. It seemed improbable that they possessed the technology for metallurgy or pottery to forge such sharp implements. This suggested some level of interaction with the civilized world beyond their own. The specifics of whom they interacted with and how remained a mystery. Perhaps through these barbarians, a connection to the world of civilization could be established. Ye Zhou's mind raced with possibilities. The thought of reaching out to the outside world ignited a spark of excitement within him. "Can we return home?" "She exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Uncertain, yet hopeful, Ye Zhou pondered the feasibility of their plans. He and she eagerly returned to the camp, awaiting the return of the tribal leader from the hunt. As dusk fell, the hunters emerged, bearing the weight of 2 slain creatures, their forms smeared with blood. One of the beasts was an ambiguous amalgamation, indistinctly resembling either a wild boar or a deer, while the other appeared akin to an antelope. Additionally, some hunters carried an assortment of wild rabbits and fresh fruits. They entrusted their catch to the women and elders, commencing the process of cooking. Upon entering the camp, the tribal leader sought out Ye Zhou, engaging him in animated conversation. Their inability to communicate verbally rendered their interaction akin to a game of charades, where understanding seemed elusive, and their exchanges often missed the mark entirely. The leader appeared to recount the details of the hunt with exaggerated gestures, while Ye Zhou watched in bewilderment. The leader continued unabated, seemingly unconcerned with Ye Zhou's comprehension, as if to say, "I shall speak my thoughts. Whether you understand is of little consequence." In contrast, Ye Zhou was eager to inquire about establishing contact with the outside world. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, the tribal leader remained oblivious. Ye Zhou pointed to himself, questioning if the leader had ever encountered another civilized individual like himself. He mimicked the motion of holding a tail, an obscure gesture that further clouded communication. He gestured towards the ceramic pot over the fire and the intricately crafted wooden spoon, inquiring about their origins and the nature of the trade that procured them. He made a heart-like gesture above his head, repeating the word trade with urgency. Picking up stones and twigs from the ground, he illustrated the concept of exchange between them. In a moment of levity, the leader playfully handed Ye Zhou a coconut, which only heightened Ye Zhou's frustration, causing him to sweat and fume with exasperation. There were fleeting moments of understanding. For instance, when Ye Zhou pointed to his knife, asking about its origin. The leader promptly retrieved Ye Zhou's short blade from within a dwelling and returned it to him. Though their communication remained imperfect, this exchange indicated a nascent agreement on the theme of the knife. It became evident that, while communication was challenging, it was not impossible, merely requiring more time. Perhaps the tribe did not engage with the outside world, and the items they possessed were merely the spoils of trade with their own kind. Although it was possible to trace connections, the endeavor was time-consuming and impractical in the short term. Ye Zhou reluctantly set aside his thoughts of contacting the outside world. Dinner unfolded with the customary hospitality extended to honored guests. After the meal, darkness enveloped the land. The tribespeople provided them with a wooden cabin for the night. However, the arrangement was less than ideal. The coexistence of a lone man and woman in a single room felt inappropriate. Ye Zhou contemplated requesting an additional room, yet he hesitated, aware of their limited housing conditions, where several families shared a single cabin. Reluctantly, he refrained from voicing his discomfort, recognizing the effort required to communicate. "How can we possibly stay here? 2 people in one room is simply not suitable," she lamented aloud. 2 individuals entered the room, awkwardly standing before the bed. The space was relatively spacious, cluttered in one corner with various items, and a singular bed occupied the center. This so-called bed consisted merely of a layer of grass matting on the ground, adorned with 2 large and soft animal hides. In recent days, the 2 had shared joys and hardships, never apart, enduring the elements together. Now, within the warmth of a small wooden cabin, they found themselves feeling bashful. It was no wonder. In the wild, survival had forced them to cast aside superfluous thoughts. The circumstances had now shifted. If their previous existence was dictated by the need to survive, this was a return to the essence of living. Life is far more intricate than mere survival. And within it, one often harbors reservations. Ye Zhou had always been a free spirit, unencumbered by trivial matters. Yet, she felt compelled to respect Qin Shi's wishes. With only one bed available, the arrangement of their slumber should rightfully be determined by Qin Shi. Stealing a glance at Qin Shi with the corner of her eye, Ye Zhou pondered her thoughts. What was she contemplating? It appeared she was somewhat troubled. How did she perceive me? Where did I fit in her mind? A companion forged through adversity? An elder brother providing her support and guidance? Or a man with whom she had once shared intimate moments? They had kissed before. She had bestowed upon him her first kiss. What tales would unfold on such a night, in such an environment? Had she been a few years older, Ye Zhou would not have missed the opportunity. Yet, the reality was that she was far too young, too innocent, evoking a sense of compassion. Lost in her thoughts, Ye Zhou stood there in a daze. Alas, these savages must have mistaken us for a couple. Qin Shi sighed. Perhaps I should step outside, Ye Zhou began, instantly regretting her words. Should she agree, she would surely want to slap herself. Being out here was not akin to being at home. It was best to make do. Qin Shi did not urge her to leave. Alternatively, I could sleep on the floor, Ye Zhou suggested, feigning seriousness. That is unnecessary. Let us see who possesses greater self-control. Qin Shi replied with a smile. Qin Shi took a seat on the bed, patting the headboard, indicating for Ye Zhou to join her. A surge of joy filled Ye Zhou as she sat on the opposite side of the bed. Very well, let us rest, Qin Shi said as she lay down. Preparing for sleep, Ye Zhou followed suit, placing her hands neatly across her chest. The glow of the bonfire outside flickered through the door curtain, casting shadows that danced with the flame's brightness. Both were adjusting their breathing, striving to drift into slumber. Yet, sleep eluded them. Suddenly, faint cries from a woman next door pierced the silence. Chapter 068, When a Woman's Defenses Crumble. Ye Zhou perked up, straining to listen. Since consuming the golden bear bile, her senses had sharpened beyond the ordinary. With a slight focus, she became acutely aware. The moment the woman's cries echoed, she captured the sound with clarity. In addition to this voice, similar sounds emanated from 2 or 3 other rooms. These savages were certainly not idle. They were relentless in their pursuit of procreation. Ye Zhou listened, a restless stir within her, overwhelmed by the suggestive sounds. Ye Zhou dared not turn his head, only able to speculate internally that Qin Shi could likely hear too. How would she react? Would she, like him, be lost in thought? The sounds rose and fell, resembling a tender serenade, yet also akin to a grand symphony. These women among the savages did not sound all that different from civilized folk. It was merely that their voices were more urgent, tinged with a coarse rasp. At the climax, they emitted primal roars of fury. Brother, did you hear that? It seems there is some peculiar noise, Qin Shi asked, her eyes closed. It's the call of a bird, Ye Zhou replied. What kind of bird? It sounds rather frightening, Qin Shi said, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it's a mother bird feeding its chicks, Ye Zhou conjectured aimlessly. Maybe it's courting, Qin Shi mused. In the dead of night, which bird would be courting? Ye Zhou pondered, unsure if she was feigning ignorance or truly did not comprehend. Perhaps, he conceded, unable to provide a clearer explanation. She was no child, she surely understood. The bird calls were indeed unpleasant, somewhat alarming. Qin, she turned to face Ye Zhou, her body shifting. If it's unpleasant, then don't listen. Just cover your ears and sleep, Ye Zhou replied, maintaining a facade of composure. In truth, he struggled to keep his thoughts in check, his mind racing with fantasies. Brother, hold me while I sleep. I'm afraid, Qin Shi whispered delicately. Without hesitation, Ye Zhou turned to her, placing his hand behind her neck. She rested her head upon his arm, her delicate hands shielding her chest. Be good, don't bully me, Qin Shi murmured, burying her face in the crook of his arm. Rest assured, brother will lull you to sleep, Ye Zhou said softly, gently patting her. Brother, I'm so worried. Qin Shi looked at Ye Zhou, her eyes wide. Worried about what? Ye Zhou waited for her to elaborate. Do you understand women? Qin Shi queried. Ye Zhou was uncertain of her intent, feeling a twinge of caution. This child, though small, was quite clever. He must not fall for her tricks. How to explain? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Who can fathom it? Ye Zhou replied ambiguously. Once a woman's defenses are down, she may act recklessly. Qin Shi expressed her view. Ye Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I truly fear that day may come. Qin Shi seemed troubled about the future. Ye Zhou felt torn between offering counsel and holding his tongue. The restless heart that had been stirred now found a semblance of calm. She, with her fragility, compelled him to be a better man. Damn it, Ye Zhou. You were once a wolf, yet here you are, acting as a sheep. You cannot harm her. You must care for her all the more diligently. Sleep now. Don't overthink it, Ye Zhou whispered gently. Brother, I don't know what is wrong. My heart feels heavy. She suddenly choked up. It's all right. A good sleep will set things right, Ye Zhou reassured her. Will you help me? She's tear-filled gaze fell. Of course, Ye Zhou responded affirmatively. Do you know what I mean? She's thoughts appeared muddled. I understand, Ye Zhou asserted confidently. You don't understand. You don't, she sobbed softly. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for words, his ability to articulate slipping away. Among all his experiences, this girl before him was the most extraordinary of them all. He possessed 36 sets, yet none were suitable for her. He had completely forgotten. She's face was adorned with tears, looking pitifully delicate. Ye Zhou gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. The two embraced each other, gradually succumbing to sleep. As dawn broke, the camp began to stir with life. The tribespeople emerged from their dwellings, welcoming the new day. Women tended to the fire, preparing meals, children frolicked, and the elderly basked in the sun before their homes. After breakfast, the men prepared for work. An elder with a white beard brought a conch shell to his lips, producing a sharp call. The tribe's able-bodied men gathered, forming groups to leave the camp for their labor. Ye Zhou grasped the tribal leader's arm, expressing his desire to depart. Despite his efforts, the leader failed to comprehend. Ye Zhou picked up a twig and sketched a map of the route back to Blue Bay Island on the ground, pointing towards its direction. The tribal leader finally understood, yet he did not express agreement. Instead, his expression turned to one of terror as he repeatedly waved his hands at Ye Zhou. What did this mean? Now, it was Ye Zhou's turn to be perplexed. He could not fathom the source of the leader's fear. Was Blue Bay Island a forbidden area for them? That seemed unlikely, as there were no particularly ferocious beasts on the island. What was he truly afraid of? Ye Zhou utilized body language to convey his intent to leave and bid farewell. The tribal leader waved his hands once more. In a flurry of words and gestures, the leader began to sweat in frustration as Ye Zhou remained uncomprehending. At that moment, one of the twin sisters approached and exchanged a few words with the tribal leader. The twin then turned to Ye Zhou, beginning to communicate through gestures. She pointed at the sun, mimicking the motion of sunset, then assumed a sleeping posture, and subsequently pointed eastward, mimicking the rising sun. She then nudged Ye Zhou to face the direction of Blue Bay Island, gesturing a farewell. This tribal beauty was indeed clever. Her simple gestures allowed Ye Zhou to grasp the underlying meaning. She suggested they stay for another day, with plans to see them off the next day. Ye Zhou was uncertain if he understood correctly and repeated her actions for confirmation. The tribal beauty nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Why stay another day? What were their intentions? Could there be unforeseen circumstances? Surely, they harbored no sinister plots. They appeared innocent, lacking the cunning of civilized folk. Although Ye Zhou felt a twinge of concern, he saw no alternative but to acquiesce, respecting their wishes. It seemed they wished for them to remain another day. Ye Zhou conveyed this to Qin Shi. That sounds agreeable. Let us first prepare the lifeboat and gather some provisions and fresh water, Qin Shi reminded him. The two, intent on returning to Blue Bay Island, waited anxiously. This day felt exceptionally prolonged. Qin Shi sat on the cliff, gazing towards Blue Bay Island, lost in her thoughts. Perhaps she was missing her parents, longing for her homeland. Ye Zhou chose not to disturb her. He found 2 planks of wood, shaping them into oars, and gathered materials to create a rudimentary anchor. He discovered a lifeboat on the beach, replacing the oars and anchor. The oars were reasonably sturdy, yet this makeshift anchor could scarcely be deemed an anchor. It merely served as a weight to utilize the water's resistance, slowing the drift of the vessel. If only the wind would shift, Ye Zhou mused. He climbed a tree and harvested a dozen coconuts, securing them onto the lifeboat. After resting for a while and noticing the day was waning, he stood up and began his return journey. Upon reaching a cliff, he overheard the voices of some tribal individuals below. Looking down, he saw a sheltered cove where 7 or 8 small boats were moored. Twin sisters were engaged in conversation while tidying up their belongings on one of the vessels. Ye Zhou, wishing not to intrude, turned to leave when the sisters called out to him, their voices ringing with the word Wulakai. After 2 days of interaction, Ye Zhou had begun to grasp the meaning of Wulikai. It served as a versatile expression, a respectful term that could be used for greetings, to convey emotions, express gratitude, and even as a rallying cry. In essence, it was a phrase imbued with auspicious connotations. The previous night, he had also heard this term amidst the joyous laughter of the women, its usage akin to "oh yeah" or "that's wonderful." Now, when the twin sisters shouted Wulikai at Ye Zhou, it was a greeting. He felt a certain fondness for them. Their initial encounters had been devoid of familiarity. Yet the twins had continuously supported him, even clashing with their tribal chief on his behalf, actions that deeply touched him. Ye Zhou descended the cliff, circumventing a hillside until he discovered a path leading to the cove. Curious about what the two beauties were up to, he greeted them. The twin sisters responded with enthusiasm, eagerly attempting to communicate in words he could not comprehend. They were indeed striking, exuding a captivating exotic allure that would undoubtedly delight any man fortunate enough to win their affection. Aware that they did not understand him, he unabashedly uttered some rather crude remarks. He maintained an air of nobility, adopting a refined demeanor. "When might I savor your charm?" Ye Zhou jested loudly, his playful irreverence surfacing at times, a trait he found somewhat perplexing. "Do you require assistance?" he inquired, tempering his mischievous nature. The sisters, though unable to grasp his words, beamed at him with delight. One stepped forward, resting her arm upon his shoulder. Noticing his lack of comprehension, she took his hand and placed it upon her shoulder. Was this a mutual expression of friendship, or did it signify something else? As Ye Zhou caressed her shoulder, he felt its smooth and delicate texture, subtly bony. This moment evoked memories of Lu Jingshu's elegant shoulders. In comparison, both had their unique advantages, equally enchanting. The sisters, having spent their days under the sun, possessed skin that was remarkably smooth and exquisite, a natural beauty that was truly rare. While Ye Zhou savored this experience, the other tribal beauty playfully pushed her sister aside and draped her arm over Ye Zhou's shoulder. "Join in the friendliness," she urged. Ye Zhou laughed heartily, enjoying the moment. The two barbarian beauties bore an astonishing resemblance, leaving Ye Zhou utterly unable to distinguish one from the other. Their heights, weights, and even the contours of their features were indistinguishable. As Ye Zhou scrutinized them, he hoped to uncover any subtle differences. One of the barbarian women rhythmically tapped her chest, repeatedly uttering the phrase "riddle, riddle." What could this possibly mean? Is she challenging me to a riddle? That seemed implausible, as she could not possibly speak Chinese. Could it be that she was introducing herself? Ye Zhou gestured towards her, and she joyfully nodded in affirmation. Mimicking her, Ye Zhou tapped his own chest and proclaimed, "Ye Zhou, Ye Zhou, Ye Zhou." The barbarian beauty mispronounced. Ye Zhou corrected her, enunciating slowly, "Ye Zhou." The beauty echoed his words with surprising swiftness, prompting Ye Zhou to give an approving thumbs up. "Rub it, rub it," the other barbarian beauty chimed in, also tapping her chest. Ye Zhou called out her name, and she lifted her head in delight, exposing her long neck. Was this their peculiar way of expressing joy? Such strange customs. Ye Zhou held no interest in delving into their culture. He pointed at each of them in turn to identify them. "Riddle, rub it." The two beauties happily extended their necks. "Riddle, rub it," Ye Zhou murmured to himself. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could this not be a play on words for Yangmi and Riba? Ye Zhou felt a surge of excitement, applauding his own imagination. "Yangmi, Reba," he exclaimed. The two barbarian beauties nodded in agreement. "Sinba," one beauty raised her hands in front of her chest to gesture. After much contemplation, Ye Zhou deciphered her meaning. She was likely indicating the insignia of their tribal leader, Sinba. Did the tribal leader bear this name? As he voiced Sinba, he mimicked the leader's characteristics with his hands. The beauties, seeing his deduction, joyfully elongated their necks. "Is he your father?" Ye Zhou ventured further into speculation. Unable to articulate the word father, he abandoned this line of inquiry when he saw their puzzled expressions. "Who among you is the elder sister? And who is the younger sister?" Ye Zhou inquired with curiosity. The two beauties, unable to comprehend, could not provide an answer. "All right, let me take a guess." Ye Zhou drew them close together, positioning them side by side. "Yangmi, the elder sister, correct?" He pointed to the one on the left. The left beauty nodded and then shook her head. "Riba, the elder sister, correct?" He guessed again. The right beauty also nodded before shaking her head. "Which of you was born first? Who emerged from the womb first?" Ye Zhou, flustered, struggled to articulate his question. He spread his palms in front of his chest, gesturing a larger shape than a smaller one. Who is larger? Who is smaller? Yangmi, the larger one. Ye Zhou gestured in front of the left beauty. Riba, the smaller one. He gestured in front of the right beauty. The beauties appeared bewildered, seemingly lacking a clear understanding of the concept of size. In a flash of inspiration, Ye Zhou devised a new approach. He noticed a nearby tree laden with pod-like fruits scattered beneath it. He picked up a pod and placed it in his hand, presenting it before the two barbarian beauties. Subsequently, he squeezed out a bean from the pod, followed by another. The two beans were identical, yet their order of emergence differed. Yangmi? He placed the first bean into Yangmi's hand. Riba? He then handed the second bean to Riba. Sister, little sister, do you comprehend? Ye Zhou mused, hoping they would finally understand. Yangmi appeared to grasp the concept, nodding repeatedly. Ye Zhou felt rather clever, his mind still sharp. He chuckled with pride. Unexpectedly, Yangmi suddenly popped the bean in her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Riba imitated Yangmi, consuming her bean as well. What on earth are they doing? Can that thing be eaten? Are they not afraid of poisoning themselves? Ye Zhou was utterly perplexed. Communication with these primitives was utterly futile. Nevertheless, there seemed to be no need for distinction between sister and sister, as they were, after all, quite alike. The day was waning, and it was time to return to the camp. Near the harbor, there was a cave, likely a storage for the avian tribe. The sisters retrieved a jar of honey, 2 jars of homemade fruit wine, and several animal hides from within. As they walked, Ye Zhou, filled with curiosity, pointed at the honey and then at himself. Is this for me? He gestured. The sisters shook their heads, their expressions somber. Clearly, these items held considerable value for the barbarians. Who were they preparing to entertain with such treasures? What sort of esteemed guests awaited? Why had they chosen to keep him for another day? Was it to involve him in the evening's festivities? What kind of event would it be? Would there be danger? Ye Zhou was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. He decided to think no more. All mysteries would surely be unveiled by nightfall. Chapter 070. The forcibly bound twin flowers. Ye Zhou returned to the camp and found Xin. She was seated upon a cliff, patiently awaiting his arrival. Everything is prepared. We shall depart tomorrow. Ye Zhou sat beside her. Where exactly are we? This vast ocean has not a single passing vessel. Xi's mood seemed somewhat despondent. There will come a day when we return home, and it will not be long. Trust me. Ye Zhou endeavored to appear relaxed, offering comforting words. Just then, a sharp horn echoed from the distance. Ye Zhou understood this to be the avian tribe's method of communication. What has occurred? He rose, turning in the direction of the sound. He beheld a small boat approaching across the sea. 5 barbarians disembarked from the vessel. Ye Zhou scrutinized them closely, realizing they bore resemblance to the avian tribe, presumably belonging to the same lineage. However, their attire differed. The avian men typically went bare-chested, wearing skirts of animal hide, while these individuals donned shorts. They wore no feathered crowns, nor large earrings. Instead, their necks were adorned with necklaces made of animal bones and shells. Upon disembarking, 2 avian men rushed forward to greet them. A tall, robust man led the group, his demeanor exuding arrogance. The individual before them appeared to be their leader. A golden medallion hung from his neck, seemingly forged from the same mold as that of the avian clan's leader, Simba. Ye Zhou concentrated, yet the distance rendered the intricate designs upon the medallion indistinct. Behind the chieftain stood 4 attendants, bearing 2 wooden chests. Guided by the locals, they advanced towards the encampment. Clearly, this man was a distinguished guest of the bird people. What events would unfold next remained uncertain. Ye Zhou and she descended from the cliff and returned to the camp, seeking refuge within the wooden cabin. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications, hoping merely to pass the night peacefully and embark on their journey at dawn. Lying on the bed with his head resting on his arms, Ye Zhou contemplated his future plans. He yearned to return to Blue Bay Island and live harmoniously with the goddesses, prioritizing the establishment of a comfortable home and enhancing their quality of life. He envisioned constructing several wooden houses, cultivating flowers and plants, and introducing various recreational activities. As for the possibility of returning to the civilized world, that fate rested in the hands of the heavens. While Ye Zhou was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted outside. He and she stepped out of the cabin, only to find a throng of women and children gathered at the entrance of a neighboring wooden house. Entering, They discovered an elderly woman applying makeup to a pair of twin sisters. With green paint, she adorned Yang Mi's face with colorful patterns, while adding a red dot in the center of her brow. The younger sister, Ye Zhou, received the same treatment. However, the twins exhibited strong resistance, their voices rising in apparent argument. The elderly woman uttered something that provoked Yang Mi, who, in a burst of frustration, knocked the paint from the woman's hands. Their dispute escalated rapidly. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the elderly woman slapped Yang Mi. With a furious cry, Yang Mi retaliated, shoving the woman against the wall. The onlookers rushed in to mediate. Yang Mi seized Ye Zhou, breaking free from the crowd, and fled the cabin. At that moment, Simba arrived in response to the uproar. As Yang Mi and Ye Zhou emerged, they collided with him. Simba roared angrily, grasping each girl by the arm and thrusting them back into the cabin. The disturbance roused the ancient witch, who entered the room trembling, muttering incessantly. Under the chieftain's authority and the persuasion of the tribe, the twin sisters gradually calmed down. Weaker in stature, they found themselves compelled to yield to the pressures of public opinion and the chieftain's dominance. Ye Zhou observed from the sidelines, concerned for the sisters. Why did they resist? The entire avian clan seemed to be pressuring them. What exactly were they being coerced to do? They were being adorned beautifully and should have felt joyful, yet Ye Zhou found himself perplexed. He wished to assist the twin sisters, but was hindered by the language barrier and the lack of understanding regarding the situation, leaving him to stand helplessly outside. As the twins ceased their ruckus, Simba waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. Ye Zhou returned inside, pondering the unfolding events. By evening, the tribespeople began to bustle with activity. They ignited a bonfire in the camp, arranging an array of prepared delicacies before it, then settled around the flames. It appeared they were preparing for a grand celebration. The sound of a horn resonated from outside the camp, heralding the imminent arrival of esteemed guests. Simba organized the male members of the tribe into a line to greet them. Just as they arranged themselves, the barbarian chief entered the camp, accompanied by 4 subordinates who bore 2 chests filled with precious gifts. Simba stepped forward to welcome him, exchanging a shoulder clasp as a gesture of respect. He then invited the guests to take their seats around the flickering campfire. Their conversation flowed, a cacophony of indistinct chatter punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Ye Zhou, concealed within the confines of the dwelling, observed the harmonious atmosphere unfold and felt a weight lift from his heart. He discreetly scrutinized the barbarian chief, recognizing the serpentine emblem engraved upon his chest plate. This tribe appeared to belong to the serpent clan, akin to the bird clan, both representing one of the 5 totems. Evidently, they shared a common lineage, akin to brothers, yet adhered to differing beliefs and revered distinct totems. Ye Zhou noted the chief's leather belt, from which dangled a holster housing a firearm. The Desert Eagle, he exclaimed inwardly. He recognized it as the renowned Desert Eagle pistol, a personal favorite of his. To his astonishment, such a formidable weapon resided with a barbarian in this remote locale. How had he come by it? Through plunder or trade? Ye Zhou found himself perplexed. As night descended and the fire blazed brightly, Simba instructed his subordinates to summon Ye Zhou from his quarters. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly approached the 2 leaders. Upon seeing Ye Zhou, the serpent chief momentarily paused, then relaxed his countenance. The 2 exchanged shoulder clasps as a greeting. The chief gestured animatedly, speaking a few words to Ye Zhou before addressing Simba. Simba patted Ye Zhou and pointed to his pocket. Understanding the implication, Ye Zhou retrieved the metal plate to present it to the serpent chief. To Ye Zhou's astonishment, the chief knelt on one knee in reverent homage. In that moment, Ye Zhou emerged as a figure of authority, receiving the adoration of the barbarian tribesfolk. A profound sense of presence and superiority enveloped him. The original owner of the metal plate must have been an extraordinary individual, eliciting Ye Zhou's respect for their legacy. At that juncture, Simba placed his finger in his mouth and whistled, bringing immediate silence to the crowd. He spoke loudly to the tribespeople, seemingly announcing a significant decree. The moment his words concluded, the atmosphere erupted in jubilation. Some struck bamboo instruments, others danced with abandon, and cheers filled the air. Ye Zhou observed that the entire tribe was present, save for the pair of twin sisters. Why, in such a festive gathering, were they absent, dressed distinctively? They ought to have been the stars of the evening. Turning his gaze towards the twins' wooden dwelling, he noted the decorations adorning the entrance, with fresh flowers and seashell wind chimes, creating a celebratory ambience. The meaning eluded him. What would they be doing inside? Given the circumstances, it seemed unfavorable for the sisters. Or were they resisting? Why were they coerced into undertaking actions against their will? Ye Zhou sensed that unforeseen events loomed on the horizon. Chapter 071. The sisters share a husband. Ye Zhou clenched his fists, feeling anxious for the twin sisters. At that moment, two women from the barbarian tribe entered the wooden hut and forcibly dragged the sisters outside. The twins struggled, but were unceremoniously pulled before Simba and the leader of the serpent tribe. Upon their appearance, the tribespeople fell silent. Simba, with a serious expression, spoke to the sisters, but they turned their heads away, feigning indifference. Simba then offered a smile to the serpent tribe leader, engaging in conversation. The leader nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the leader's subordinates brought forth two boxes and placed them before Simba. When the boxes were opened, they revealed a trove of precious items: fabrics, tobacco, copper vessels, animal hides, and pearls. Joy illuminated Simba's face as he examined the gifts. He extracted two necklaces adorned with pearls the size of pigeon eggs, which sparkled with a luminous sheen. As he spoke, he seemed to praise the value of the gifts. Subsequently, he draped the necklaces around the sisters' necks. Simba took hold of the twins' hands and presented them to the serpent tribe leader, who embraced them, one on each side. In that moment, Ye Zhou suddenly understood. This was a wedding ceremony. The twin sisters were to marry the leader of the serpent tribe. How could it be that two sisters would share a husband? This barbaric practice was beyond his comprehension. Did Simba truly not feel any sorrow? Was he willingly sending his two beautiful daughters into the jaws of danger? Ye Zhou felt a surge of indignation, but was powerless to intervene. As an outsider, he had no right to meddle in others' affairs. With a heavy heart, Ye Zhou stole glances at the sisters, who appeared dazed and sat passively on either side of the serpent tribe leader. As the evening reached its pinnacle, the tribespeople, well-fed and in high spirits, began to revel. They danced around the bonfire, wild and unrestrained. Simba continually poured wine for the serpent tribe leader, who, intoxicated, flushed with excitement. Just as the revelry reached its height, the leader stood and solemnly addressed Simba. Simba maintained a stoic expression, his lips moving slightly as he uttered a few words. The serpent tribe leader, unsteady on his feet from drink, took the twin sisters by the hand and led them toward the wooden hut. The sisters resisted, but he swiftly tucked them under his arms. They kicked and cried out, yet the avian tribespeople remained oblivious, continuing their joyous celebration. As the twins were carried into the hut, not a single person protested. Simba kept his head down, seemingly unconcerned, as he gulped down his drink. Ye Zhou heard the voices of the twin sisters calling out to him. Were they pleading for his help? A wave of fury surged within him. He saw the moment the serpent tribe leader seized the sisters and entered the hut. They turned to him with sorrowful gazes. Ye Zhou, their pronunciation faltered, their words unclear. No longer able to contain himself, Ye Zhou rushed forward. He placed a hand on the leader's shoulder, turning him around, and delivered a punch to his face. The leader of the serpent clan staggered back a few steps and fell onto the grass mat. Ye Zhou pulled the twin sisters out of the house. Enraged, the serpent clan leader bellowed as he pursued them from within. As he approached, Ye Zhou turned and delivered a powerful kick, sending the leader flying. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished, their gazes fixed upon Ye Zhou. The leader's four subordinates unsheathed their curved blades, encircling Ye Zhou. Simba rushed over to assist Ye Zhou, positioning himself between the serpent clan and him. Simba engaged in a hurried dialogue with the serpent tribesmen, but they were unwilling to listen, brandishing their knives in front of Ye Zhou, eager for a confrontation. The leader rose from the ground, filled with indignation and fury. Rushing towards them, Simba intercepted him, and the two engaged in a loud argument. The serpent tribesman spoke in a language unknown to Simba, leaving him at a loss for words and hesitant to continue the dispute. Simba gestured towards Ye Zhou and reached out to the twin sisters. Are they your daughters? Ye Zhou shouted in anger. Caught between the two, Simba was hesitant to offend either the serpent tribesman or Ye Zhou. Why are you forcing them? Ye Zhou exclaimed. Will you simply watch as he desecrates your daughters? Ye Zhou struggled to comprehend the customs of these savages. Regardless, he could not allow them to coerce the sisters into actions they abhorred. What did a betrothal matter if there was no respect for women? With resolute determination, Ye Zhou decided he must intervene. The Serpent Clan leader, realizing that Simba could not persuade Ye Zhou, could no longer contain his frustration. His arrogance led him to step into the clearing by the campfire, beckoning Ye Zhou with a hand. Is he challenging me to a duel? Ye Zhou thought, glancing at Simba, who remained silent and noncommittal. It appeared that a duel was inevitable. These savages were engaging in a gentlemanly contest. A duel it shall be. Do I fear him? Ye Zhou pushed past Simba and walked deliberately into the arena. The twin sisters rushed over to obstruct him, their urgency palpable as they spoke rapidly. Gesturing with their hands, they were concerned for Ye Zhou, seemingly imploring him not to face the formidable opponent. In light of their goodwill, Ye Zhou gently shook his head. Among these tribes, the Serpent Clan leader was renowned as the foremost warrior. All tribes held a deep-seated fear of his strength and brutal tactics. Unlike ordinary tribes, the Serpent Clan occupied a position of dominance, with lesser tribes willingly submitting to them. The ordinary tribes adhered to tradition, such as the Bird tribe, which had its own beliefs and customs, rarely interacting with outsiders and harboring a sense of caution and fear towards the external world. Their isolation and strict adherence to tradition had led to a gradual decline in their power, compelling them to yield to the more formidable Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan's strength stemmed from their large population and their embrace of hegemony, adeptly engaging with outsiders and absorbing numerous techniques from civilized societies. The Serpent Clan leader boasted and swaggered in the arena, commanding an air of invincibility, while the Bird tribe trembled in fear, too intimidated to utter a sound. The twin sisters continued to urge him, their voices hoarse with concern. She grasped Ye Zhou's arm, her face etched with worry. Ye Zhou looked at Shi, silently seeking her approval. Are you confident? Shi inquired. Ye Zhou shook his head, yet his gaze remained resolute. You must win. I believe in you. Shi encouraged him. The leader of the Serpent tribe, mistaking Ye Zhou's momentary hesitation for retreat, erupted into boisterous laughter. At this juncture, Ye Zhou found himself with no option of withdrawal. He turned and strode into the arena, adopting a combat stance before the Serpent tribe leader. The two locked eyes, tension palpable in the air. Almost simultaneously, they let out a battle cry and charged at one another. Ye Zhou and the Serpent tribe leader engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 072. The Duel. A man's honor. The Serpent tribe leader towered over Ye Zhou, his formidable stature and immense strength rendering him a daunting opponent. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye Zhou would have stood no chance against him. However, after consuming the essence of the golden bear's gallbladder, Ye Zhou's agility and strength had significantly increased. They fought fiercely for a time, neither gaining the upper hand. The Serpent tribe leader, though outstandingly fierce, relied solely on brute force, and soon began to tire. Sensing an opportunity, Ye Zhou decided it was time to unleash his trump card. He feigned a lapse in concentration, allowing the Serpent tribe leader to sweep his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. The Serpent tribe leader, unaware of the ruse, felt a surge of triumph as he pressed his advantage, lunging at Ye Zhou and gripping his throat with both hands. Ye Zhou's face turned a deep shade of purple from the constriction, a wave of suffocation surging over him. He steadied himself, awaiting the perfect moment. Suddenly, Ye Zhou's body jolted, breaking free from the Serpent tribe leader's grip. He then wrapped himself around the leader, rolling on the ground. When they finally came to a halt, Ye Zhou had successfully immobilized the leader's vital points with a decisive hold. This maneuver, known as the guillotine lock, ensnared the Serpent tribe leader tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter the hold became. The leader ultimately lost all fighting capability. Ye Zhou awaited his surrender. As the Serpent tribe leader gasped for breath, it became apparent he was oblivious to the rules of yielding. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ye Zhou feared he might inadvertently cause the leader's demise. Having already secured victory, he decided to relent, choosing not to escalate matters further. Ye Zhou released the Serpent tribe leader and stood up. The leader collapsed onto the ground. Coughing violently, Ye Zhou turned to locate Qin Shi, intending to return to their quarters. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air behind him, a click. The unmistakable noise of a gun's safety being disengaged. Ye Zhou's heart raced as he recalled the firearm strapped to the Serpent tribe leader's waist. The Desert Eagle was now loaded. The bonfire blazed fiercely, crackling and popping intermittently. The onlookers from the barbarian tribe were enthralled by the intense battle, their murmurs filling the air. The sound of blades slicing through the air mixed with Qin Shi's startled exclamations. Amidst this cacophony, The metallic click resonated distinctly in Ye Zhou's ears. He realized he had no means of evading the bullet, although he could potentially escape before the trigger was pulled. Doing so would risk injuring Qin nearby. In that fleeting moment, Ye Zhou had no time to contemplate further. Driven by instinct, Ye Zhou swiftly drew the short blade from his waist and, with a deft motion, struck towards the source of the voice behind him. The blade sliced through the air, severing the 4 fingers of the Serpent Clan leader, leaving only his index finger, which remained poised on the trigger. The handgun slipped from his surviving finger, falling with a dull thud to the ground. Staring at his injured hand in disbelief, the Serpent Clan leader was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Qin turned back, retrieving the Desert Eagle from the ground. The leader's subordinates brandished gleaming daggers, encircling Ye Zhou. He raised the pistol, pressing it against the leader's forehead. "Step closer, and I shall pull the trigger," Ye Zhou declared coldly. He was aware that they could not comprehend his words, yet he uttered them nonetheless. "Back away, or I will fire," Ye Zhou commanded them. The Serpent Clan members hesitated, eager to rescue their leader. In response, Ye Zhou fired a shot into the air. The sound of the gunshot startled everyone into silence. Simba was left at a loss, unsure of which side to take. The once joyous wedding scene had been transformed into chaos by Ye Zhou's actions. People stood, dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding drama. With one hand gripping the firearm and the other brandishing a metallic plaque high above his head, Ye Zhou shouted, "Uli Kai, Wuliki!" At last, Simba knelt on one knee in submission. Ye Zhou's bravery was awe-inspiring. As he produced the plaque and called out the slogan, all the bird people knelt in unison, chanting, "Wuliki, Wuliki!" Pointing his gun at the Serpent Clan leader, Ye Zhou observed as the leader gestured for his subordinates to refrain from any rash actions. A wise man knows when to retreat. In this moment, escaping unscathed was the best outcome. Yet, he could not escape entirely. 4 of his fingers had permanently departed from his body. A spark of hatred ignited in the Serpent Clan leader's malevolent gaze. He led his subordinates away from the camp in retreat. Simba, aware of the offense he had caused, hurried after them to apologize. For Serpent subordinates, taking their ire out on him, pressed their blades against his throat. Seeing their leader in peril, the bird people armed themselves and closed in. The Serpent Clan leader, clutching his injured hand, muttered something before hastily leading his followers away. They retreated to the beach, hastily boarding a small boat to escape the island under the cover of night. "Damn, they fled so quickly. They always leave me with a holster," Ye Zhou lamented, regretfully tucking the Desert Eagle into his waistband. In the eyes of the bird people, Ye Zhou had become a revered hero. They surrounded him, chattering excitedly, expressing their admiration and gratitude with fervor. The twin sisters wept tears of joy, embracing each other tightly. Only Simba wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed with concern. He likely feared retaliation from the Serpent Clan, worrying for the safety of his people. Simba gathered a few key members to discuss strategies inside. The bird people were filled with exuberance, pulling Ye Zhou to dance around the bonfire in celebration. For so long, they had suffered under the oppression of the Serpent Clan, harboring deep-seated resentment, yet they had dared not voice it. Now, with Ye Zhou's bold confrontation of the clan leader, they felt a surge of vindication, a collective sigh of relief resonating through their hearts. Ye Zhou was also swept up by the fervent atmosphere, eagerly pulling Qin along, joyfully hopping and frolicking. The tribal meeting of Simba had concluded, and he emerged from the dwelling. With a sharp whistle, it seemed he was about to announce some significant resolution. The tribespeople ceased their dancing and gathered around Simba, who solemnly proclaimed something of importance. A chant erupted from the crowd, and the Ulikai bird tribe grew animated once more. This scene felt eerily familiar. Had it not just transpired? What was different this time? Ye Zhou was utterly perplexed. Simba beckoned to the twin sisters, who gleefully bounded to his side. Taking their hands, Simba approached Ye Zhou and entrusted the sisters to him. What does this mean? Ye Zhou was utterly bewildered. Was he expressing gratitude for saving his daughters? Surely, intervening in the face of injustice was no grand deed deserving such formality. Ye Zhou, still in a state of confusion, accepted the twin sisters, grasping one in each hand. He turned to Qin, seeking answers in her expression, but she wore a displeased frown. Ye Zhou, in a state of awkwardness, glanced from one to the other, lost in his thoughts. "There's no need to thank me. Your regard for me compels my assistance," he humbly explained. Ye Zhou attempted to return the twin sisters to Simba, but as soon as he released them, Simba thrust them back into his hands. Chapter 073. The wedding night, Ye Zhou held the hands of the twin sisters. Rather than him leading them, it felt as though he was being forcibly drawn by them. Was there no escaping this? What was their intention? They had expressed their gratitude. What more did they desire? Surely, there was no need for coercion. Uncertain of their motives and unable to confront them, Ye Zhou felt trapped. The Uli Kai bird tribe erupted in cheers once again. This phrase, Uli Kai, had become a versatile expression, now embodying a sense of revelry, even hinting at a mischievous glee akin to that of onlookers enjoying a spectacle. To Ye Zhou's astonishment, the twin sisters tugged him towards the wooden hut. What business could there be inside? Were there matters unfit for discussion outside? Must they retreat into the confines of the hut? Ye Zhou sensed the underlying implication and resolved to ascertain their true intentions, determined to unveil what they were concealing. With an open heart, he followed the twin sisters into the wooden structure. They lowered the curtain, muffling the clamor outside. Inside, oil lamps illuminated the space with a warm glow. The interior bore resemblance to Ye Zhou's own dwelling, featuring a grassy mat on the floor adorned with broad animal hides. However, this room was embellished with an array of vibrant flowers. Petals were scattered around the bed, filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. Unlike the refined women of civilization, the twin sisters possessed a straightforward and forthright nature, eschewing subtlety. Stubborn and somewhat headstrong, they steadfastly adhered to what they believed to be right, unwilling to easily change their minds. The twin sisters gestured for Ye Zhou to join them in bed. Anxious, Ye Zhou remained rooted to the spot. One of the sisters pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder, insisting that he sit down. Wait, what are you planning to do? Are you Yang Mi or Riba? Ye Zhou stammered, his confusion evident. In truth, distinguishing between them mattered little. It was of no consequence to him. I'm Yang Mi, the striking beauty from the tribe replied. Her subsequent actions left no room for doubt in Ye Zhou's mind. Indeed, it was as he had feared. A gasp escaped his lips as he observed Yang Mi, unabashed, shedding her garments with ease. She first removed her top, which consisted merely of 2 pieces of animal hide draped over her chest, followed by the grass-woven skirt. She wore so little that by the time Ye Zhou fully grasped the situation, she stood completely revealed before him. With a swift motion, Yang Mi slipped beneath the animal hide quilt, partially concealing her form. Simultaneously, Riba began to undress as well. Stop! What are you doing? Ye Zhou interjected, attempting to intervene. Riba brushed his hand aside and nimbly discarded her clothing. The soft glow of the oil lamp cast flickering shadows across the room, creating an almost surreal ambience. Ye Zhou felt as though he were in a dream. Such exquisite twin sisters lay before him, their beauty overwhelming. He could never have imagined such fortune befalling him. However, he did not allow himself to revel in the moment. He understood that fortune rarely comes without a price. Any gain would inevitably entail a corresponding sacrifice. Ye Zhou realized he lacked the means to repay such a debt. His mind raced with images of past experiences. He was no fool, nor was he a paragon of virtue. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he were to accept the twins, he would be irrevocably bound. Unable to return to Blue Bay Island, it was highly likely that he would spend the rest of his life assimilated into this tribe, becoming one of them. A fierce internal struggle ensued within Ye Zhou. Faced with the enchanting twins, he found himself torn between the urge to refuse and the impossibility of acceptance. He recalled Lu Jingshu, a bond forged through shared adversity, and thought of Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu, to whom he had once devoted himself in desperate times. Now, standing before the twins, he had the opportunity to make a conscious decision. Beneath the quilt, the twins gazed at him with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting his response. It was unmistakably a night of nuptial celebration. In that moment, he felt as though he had become the groom. No, this is absolutely out of the question. Ye Zhou resolve it. He would not succumb to any form of bondage, nor would he unwittingly accept the role of a groom. Good night, he said, taking a measured step back. At such a moment, he found himself bidding farewell. Others might have already surrendered to temptation. The twins emerged from the room, each clutching a piece of animal hide, pursuing him outside. A throng of tribal women gathered at the entrance, effectively blocking Ye Zhou's escape. He was pushed backward into the wooden cabin, desperately searching the crowd for She's familiar face. Would she understand that he was compelled into this predicament? Can she truly empathize with his plight? Ye Zhou observed as she entered his wooden cabin, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, her demeanor exuding an unusual calmness. At this juncture, should she not come to his aid? Surely, she must feel a profound disappointment in him, chastising his wavering stance, unable to resist the allure of beauty. She has misconstrued him. Ye Zhou is not that kind of person. At the very least, he deserves an opportunity for clarification. They had once shared trials together, yet now, in this critical moment, he found himself bereft of even the slightest trust. Ye Zhou felt a flicker of anger within him. A corpulent barbarian woman thrust her chest forward, compelling Ye Zhou into the confines of the cabin. Ye Zhou was not one to yield easily to pressure. He displayed no mercy toward adversaries. Yet he found himself at a loss when faced with earnest requests. He was ushered into the twin sisters' abode, sulking as he settled onto the grass mat. The sisters approached him, attempting to assist in loosening his attire. Ye Zhou clutched his garments tightly, reclining upon the mat. Lacking experience in such matters, the sisters, upon seeing him recline, mistakenly believed he had acquiesced to the union, and thus ceased their pursuit. One sister nestled beside him, the other on the opposite side. They did not take the initiative, but lay quietly, resembling two docile kittens. So weary. I shall rest, Ye Zhou murmured, feigning slumber. The sisters exchanged a few words and obediently succumbed to sleep. This pair of innocently naive girls proved unexpectedly easy to manage. Ye Zhou had not anticipated such an outcome. Had he extricated himself so effortlessly? A flicker of joy ignited within him. This extraordinary encounter had concluded so swiftly. A tinge of regret and melancholy washed over him. What if he had taken the initiative? Surely, they would comply and fulfill all his desires. It should have been a grand opportunity to showcase his prowess. Yet he found himself restrained. Ye Zhou dared not contemplate further, fearing his resolve might falter. Once a line is crossed, the temptation to cross it again beckons. With a second transgression, a third becomes inevitable. At that point, he would likely find himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Once one falls into the embrace of tenderness, escape becomes impossible. Chapter 074. As the groom, how could one not submit homework? Moreover, there was Qin Shi to consider. He could not afford to seek fleeting pleasure and risk her contempt. In her eyes, he was a man of integrity, a towering hero. To be rendered immobile in the presence of a woman, was that the conduct of a hero? Alas, perhaps he had already wounded her heart. The thought of Qin Shi stirred worry within Ye Zhou. How was she faring now? Would she feel disillusioned by his absurdity? He dared not dwell on it. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. A brief slumber might clear his mind, perhaps revealing a viable strategy. He closed his eyes, wishing for swift rest. Yet the harder he tried to sleep, the more elusive it became. Suddenly, one of Yang Mi's arms entwined around his neck. Damn, not this again? Ye Zhou opened his eyes to find Yang Mi peacefully slumbering, which brought him a measure of relief. Why not seize this opportunity to escape? An idea sparked in his mind. By a twist of fate, I have unwittingly become their groom. Tonight, I have safely navigated through the night. Yet I cannot guarantee that I will evade the challenges of tomorrow. The twin sisters are oblivious to the intricacies of male-female relations. When questioned by the elders, they will undoubtedly divulge everything. As the groom, how could I possibly avoid my responsibilities? The twins, innocent and unknowing, are at the mercy of the formidable tribal women, and I fear that compliance will be inevitable whether I like it or not. With this thought weighing heavily on my mind, I resolved quietly within myself. Gently, I shifted Yang Mi's arm aside and stealthily approached the door of the wooden house. As I turned back for one last glance at the twin sisters, I was unexpectedly filled with a sense of reluctance. They remained in a deep slumber, their animal skins having slipped away, revealing their dark skin. The two siblings, exotic beauties, could only be described as ethereal. The soft light illuminated them, casting vibrant colors and graceful lines, resembling a classical Western oil painting. I etched this scene into the depths of my memory. Farewell, dear sisters. I shall return when time permits. Until we meet again, with a determined heart. I left Yang Mi and he bobbed behind and ducked out of the wooden house. Outside in the camp, the bonfire still flickered. Two tribal men kept watch by the fire, their wine jars rolling about as they succumbed to slumber. I quietly returned to my own wooden dwelling. Parting the curtain to enter, Qin Shi was awake. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately sat up with a wary demeanor. In the darkness, the identity of the intruder was obscured. Gripping a wooden stick, She swung at me with force. I swiftly dodged. It's me, don't make a sound. I revealed my identity. You actually decided to return? She retorted, her tone laced with indignation, yet unable to conceal her underlying joy. We cannot linger here. We must leave at once. I urged, taking her hand. We tiptoed past the sentinels. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from the bonfire behind us, startling us into halting our steps. One of the guards shifted in his sleep, sinking back into a deep slumber. Nearby, remnants of a meal lay by the fire. I hastily grabbed a jar of honey, half full. I dare not be greedy and left other provisions behind. Gripping Shi's hand, we hurriedly fled the encampment. Upon reaching the beach, we looked back at the mountains and the dark forest, tranquil under the night sky. With no pursuers in sight, I felt a sense of relief. We boarded the lifeboat that had been prepared in advance, paddling vigorously to distance ourselves from the island. The sea was shrouded in mist, visibility minimal. I retrieved my compass to ascertain our direction and rowed with all my might. The island behind us shrank rapidly, soon vanishing from view, although the fog was dense. The waters were calm, allowing our raft to glide swiftly. We floated upon the endless expanse of the sea, surrounded by nothing but mist. Beneath us lay unfathomable depths, instilling a sense of dread akin to the abyss. She felt a surge of fear, and the stillness only amplified her anxiety. I'm so scared. Please talk to me, she implored. Of course, what topics would you like to discuss? I replied, continuing to row without pause. I find myself pondering our current location and the nation to which we belong. She initiated the conversation. We embarked from Fengjiang City aboard the Happiness cruise ship en route to Bali, only to be beset by a storm along the way, Ye Zhou reminisced. Thus, our position should be on an unnamed island west of Bali, nestled within the South Pacific archipelago, she concluded. You are well versed in history and geography. An expert in these matters, Ye Zhou praised her. I have only just begun my studies. My knowledge falls significantly short, she humbly replied. During the season, prevailing winds are predominantly from the southwest, yet that storm created turbulence, making precise location determination quite challenging. Ye Zhou continued his analysis. She nodded, finding merit in his assessment. How far are we from Blue Bay Island? She inquired. It should not exceed 100 kilometers, Ye Zhou responded, unable to pinpoint their exact location. Without measurement tools, I can only rely on experience for estimation, hence all data remains approximate, lacking precision. A slight deviation in our course could lead us further astray, even resulting in a complete reversal of our intended direction. Our return to Blue Bay Island largely hinges on fortune, he asserted, striving to bolster his own confidence in their current navigation plan, resolute against wavering. Are we sailing southwest? She asked. Indeed, we should proceed southwest for 70 kilometers, then due south for 30 kilometers. And we should be able to return to the vicinity of Blue Bay Island, he explained. Excellent, let's push on, exclaimed Shi, removing her shoes and joining Ye Zhou in rowing. As the mist dissipated, dawn broke upon the sky. Ye Zhou and she beheld their surroundings with clarity. The sea lay tranquil, and the white clouds mirrored upon the water created a fantastical tapestry of colors. In the distance, Ye Zhou spotted a rock formation emerging above the surface. As he paddled closer, he realized it was a cluster of rocks, with the largest resembling the size of a football field, practically an island amidst the vast ocean. Wearied from rowing, Ye Zhou longed for a respite. He secured the life raft to the rocks and, together with Shi, ascended to the small island. Ye Zhou cradled 2 coconuts while she held a jar of honey. The two found a level spot to sit. Ye Zhou drew a short knife, deftly carving a notch in the coconut, and offered it to Shi. They savored the refreshing coconut water. She scooped honey with her fingers and extended it to Ye Zhou. With both hands occupied with the coconuts, he replied, Eat. I will wait. No, you should eat, she insisted, feeding him the honey. Last night, she had been upset with herself, yet now her demeanor appeared calm, the past no longer weighing on her mind. Ye Zhou sought to please her, feigning greed as he consumed the honey, a broad smile adorning his face. Relishing the moment, he licked the remnants of honey from her fingers, his actions somewhat ungainly. She chuckled softly, but suddenly felt something amiss, retracting her hand with a frown. Ye Zhou burst into laughter, as if he had won a grand prize. You naughty brother. Shi playfully punched him. I still want more, Ye Zhou declared, opening his mouth wide. Shi scooped another handful of honey from the jar and fed it to Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou opened his mouth and, to his surprise, refused to let go. Chapter 075, Sweeter Than Honey. She lowered her head shyly, her heart racing like a startled deer. Ye Zhou, hearing the rapid beat of her heart, instantly resonated with her feelings, igniting a passion within himself. Are you satisfied? Have you had enough? She asked, her cheeks flushed. How could Ye Zhou ever have enough? The taste was sweeter than honey itself. Yet, he dared not indulge excessively. Moderation was paramount. Yes, I'm satisfied, Ye Zhou replied, a look of contentment on his face. Unlike the older sisters before her, she was younger and needed to gradually accumulate experience. Everything must unfold naturally. Like water flowing into its course, one could not rush things or risk calamity. Ye Zhou understood this principle and reminded himself to remain modest, avoiding any impure thoughts. After they had eaten and replenished their strength, shaking off their fatigue, they lay on the ground chatting about the barbarian tribes. Those barbarians are truly strange. Why would they offer twin sisters to the serpent tribe? She asked, puzzled. I can't fathom it either. With the language barrier, we can only speculate wildly. Ye Zhou replied with a wry smile. Thank goodness for your metal plate. Otherwise, we would have ended up as bird feed, she said, shuddering at the thought. These mysteries could not be unraveled in a moment. Perhaps when they returned to the mine, they might uncover useful information. Ye Zhou took out the metal plate and handed it to Qin Shi. She received it and examined it closely. What material is this? It's so heavy, she wondered. I can't quite place it. It's neither iron, nor copper, nor gold or silver. Could it be meteoric iron? A special metal from the cosmos? They speculated on the origins of the metal plate. It must be a product of modern civilization. Just look at the intricate designs engraved on it. Ancient people could not have crafted such artistry, Ye Zhou analyzed. That may not be the case. We must not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Qin Shi, a history student with a reverence for ancient civilizations, countered. You are quite astute. Please help me piece together what this experience truly signifies, Ye Zhou humbly requested. Qin Shi gazed out at the distant sea, contemplating for a moment before articulating her insights. Her tone was calm as she spoke. Firstly, regarding the origin of the metal plate, Ye Zhou's plate symbolizes the authority of all the barbarian rulers. Therefore, upon seeing it, the barbarians must show reverence. Each barbarian tribe possesses its own golden emblem. There are the bird tribe, the serpent tribe, and so forth, likely including the sheep tribe and the bear tribe. As for the sun symbol, it represents the rulers who may have emerged from a civilized society and conquered all the barbarian tribes through force. They appeared as deities to brainwash the barbarians, instilling their ideology through religious means, ensuring generations remain subservient to their rule. Perhaps this sun tribe is the owner of the gold mine, having plundered and exploited the homeland of the barbarians. Qin Shi paused momentarily, seemingly preparing to delve deeper into her analysis. Please hold on for a moment. I have a question, Ye Zhou interjected. What is your inquiry? Qin Shi inquired. Your analysis of the various barbarian tribes may hold some validity. Yet the Sun tribe has vanished. Could it be that they have returned to a civilized society? Ye Zhou posited. Is it not true that there are numerous corpses within the mine? Qin Shi reminded him. Could they indeed be the people of the Sun tribe? Ye Zhou speculated. I surmise they engaged in internal strife, annihilating one another. Qin Shi conjectured, envisioning the unknown circumstances. They disappeared suddenly, leading the barbarians to believe they had ascended to paradise. Ye Zhou laughed heartily, jesting. Perhaps, Qin Shi replied with a faint smile. When do you think this tale transpires? Ye Zhou sought her insight. I have observed the gold mine. Their methods of extraction appear rather primitive, and the tools are quite antiquated, likely dating back around millennium. Qin Shi deduced based on her expertise regarding ancient gold mines. When did humanity commence mining? Ye Zhou je suis allé inuit. That harkens back to a time long past, traceable to approximately 2000 BCE, Qin Shi answered. Ye Zhou gave her a thumbs up, praising her extensive knowledge. Please continue your analysis of the bird tribe and the serpent tribe. What is the essence of their relationship? Ye Zhou anticipated her further elucidation. Qin Shi organized her thoughts, continuing to reflect on her previous encounters. The bird tribe's decision to marry twin sisters to the serpent tribe's leader was an attempt to seek protection through this alliance. Since the disappearance of the sun tribe, the serpent tribe had grown increasingly powerful, establishing themselves as the new barbarian rulers. To avoid oppression, the bird tribe's leader, Shinba, reluctantly forged a matrimonial pact with the serpent tribe. When Ye Zhou and Qin Shi arrived on the island, they coincidentally witnessed the wedding ceremony. Following the ritual, the couple consummated the marriage, which might have been a customary practice or an additional demand from a serpent tribe. In any case, the bird tribe dared not resist. They foolishly believed that by offering beautiful women and fulfilling the serpent leader's desires, they would secure protection from them. Thus, instead of opposing the arrangement, they celebrated fervently, hoping to curry favor with the serpent leader. The twin sisters, however, were reluctant participants, victims of this diplomatic union. Unable to resist, they were forced to sacrifice themselves. At that moment, Ye Zhou decisively intervened, rescuing them. What followed was the duel segment. It became evident that although these barbarians were primitive and ignorant, they revered physical prowess and possessed a certain sense of contractual obligation. The duelists faced the prospect of life and death, with the victor entitled to strip the vanquished of their rights. The duel, fought over a woman, naturally afforded the winner the right to claim her. After the serpent tribe's defeat, they fled in disarray. In accordance with custom, the bird tribe leader bestowed the twin sisters upon Ye Zhou. Subsequently, he was ushered into the bridal chamber. Beyond this point, Qin Shi found herself unable to continue. She recalled Ye Zhou's demeanor from the previous night, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. What you have articulated, though lacking firm evidence, does indeed offer a plausible explanation, Ye Zhou acknowledged. You have become someone else's husband. How shameless you are. Qin Shi scolded without reservation. It is not as you think, Ye Zhou hurriedly explained. What have you done with them? You've been gone for so long. Qin Shi said frostily, her expression icy. I did nothing, Ye Zhou protested, feeling wronged. You don't even spare the dark-skinned women. It's truly disgusting, Qin Shi retorted. What is wrong with dark-skinned women? They possess their own beauty. I find them rather attractive. Ye Zhou spoke his mind candidly. However, the moment the words left his lips, he immediately regretted them. Qin Shi looked up at him, seemingly no longer recognizing him. You actually, she stammered, disbelief etched on her face. Was this truly Ye Zhou before her? He had been so righteous, playing the role of the big brother. Yet at a crucial moment, he behaved like a gentleman. How unexpected it was. How unexpected that I still gazed at them with affection, harboring feelings. The more Qin Shi pondered, the more regretful she felt, resenting her inability to see through him. What do you mean? What did I do wrong? Ye Zhou defended himself, standing tall and unafraid of shadows. A man with two women, and both are dark-skinned. Qin Shi glared at him, looking at him as if he were a monster. Though there are two, they are virtually indistinguishable. They look exactly alike. Ye Zhou felt no guilt. In fact, he felt a twinge of pride. Finally, Qin Shi could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Ye Zhou reached out to embrace her, wishing to comfort her. Don't touch me. Your hands are filthy. Qin, she shouted in fury. Ye Zhou wore a disgruntled expression, unsure whether to comfort her or leave her be. After a while, Qin Shi's emotions calmed down. I truly did nothing. I was constantly worried about you, but I could not extricate myself, Ye Zhou patiently explained. Stop talking. I do not wish to hear any of this, Qin Shi replied irritably. I pretended to be asleep. I never touched them. After they fell asleep, I sneaked out. Ye Zhou foolishly added. In Qin Shi's presence, his explanation seemed feeble and ineffective. Whether you did or did not, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Shi retorted coldly. Ye Zhou sighed and ceased his attempts at conversation. After resting, the two resumed their journey on a lifeboat, heading towards Blue Bay Island. They traveled in silence, the atmosphere suffocating. Night fell once more. As dawn broke, the wind picked up, blowing from the west. Ye Zhou cast off the anchor, stabilizing the boat on the sea's surface. What was supposed to be a 3-day journey turned into 5 days adrift. Their supplies of coconuts and honey had been exhausted. Ye Zhou surmised that they were likely near Blue Bay Island. However, due to the unstable wind direction and the lack of precise navigation instruments, their actual situation diverged significantly from the original plan. Ye Zhou scanned the horizon. The sea stretched endlessly, devoid of any sign of land. Only then did he grasp the severity of their predicament. He knew Blue Bay Island was not far away, within a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Yet, without a clear direction, a reckless search could lead them astray. Food and fresh water were nearly depleted. They might not last even 2 more days. Ye Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he faced the vast, unfathomable sea. "Brother, look over there, Qin," she said, pointing in a certain direction. Her tone was measured, devoid of any joy. What she indicated was nothing but the endless ocean. "Is it a ship?" "A large vessel." The sparkle in Qin's eyes was unmistakable. "Where is this large ship?" Ye Zhou could see nothing at all. Could it be that she was hallucinating? Ye Zhou understood that it was not a grand ship, but rather the embrace of death itself. "Mother, mother!" Qin, she exclaimed, rising to her feet and stepping onto the lifeboat, attempting to escape the confines of the boat. Ye Zhou was alarmed, swiftly wrapping his arms around her. "I saw Mother. She's on a big ship. But why doesn't she come see me? Why has she left me alone in the sea?" Qin, she appeared lost in a trance. Surely, she must be starving, leading to her delusions, Ye Zhou thought. There was nothing left nearby to alleviate their hunger and thirst. He despised his own helplessness, wishing to strike himself. Holding Qin, he gently patted her shoulder, offering her constant reassurance. Gradually, she drifted into sleep. Ye Zhou steeled himself, determined to row with all his might. 3 directions lay before him: south, east, and west. He resolved to explore each one. He rowed vigorously towards the east. After 5 kilometers, he saw no sign of land, so he returned to his starting point and turned south. The south yielded no discoveries either, prompting him to head towards the last direction. At that moment, the wind shifted, blowing against him at an angle, making the effort exceedingly arduous. Gritting his teeth, he persevered and rowed several more kilometers. This vigorous endeavor felt like a final sprint, yet it proved futile. Exhaustion engulfed him, and he slumped wearily onto the lifeboat. His mouth was parched, and hunger gnawed at him. He resolved to give up, no longer wishing to struggle. After all, death was inevitable. He reasoned that conserving his strength might allow him to survive one more day. Confronted by the infinite ocean, no matter how capable he was, he felt powerless to alter his fate. The lifeboat drifted aimlessly on the surface of the sea, carried by the gentle breeze. He ceased to care where it floated, knowing the outcome would ultimately be the same. Was this truly the end? A flicker of unwillingness remained within him. Yet, what could he do with that reluctance? He sighed in despondency. Qin, she stirred awake, her cracked lips moving slightly as she softly uttered Ye Zhou's name. He grasped her hand tightly, unable to utter a single word of comfort. "My mother passed away when I was 3. My brother and I have been quite unfortunate, having received little maternal love." Qin, she spoke with remarkable clarity, not at all sounding delusional. "But you still have a father. He must love you both dearly," Ye Zhou responded, engaging with her words. "Yes, our father cares for us. Yet, no matter how great a father's love may be, it can never replace a mother's love." Qin, she replied with a serene demeanor. "We are quite the opposite. I have lacked paternal affection, having left my father before I truly understood." Ye Zhou couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. They were kindred spirits, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. Sitting upright, Qin, she brushed her disheveled hair, tidying her appearance. "Are you afraid?" she inquired. "Afraid of what? Afraid of dying?" Ye Zhou comprehended the underlying sentiment in her words, yet found himself at a loss for a response. "I was once filled with fear, but now I am unafraid." Qin, she's expression conveyed a sense of defiance in the face of death. At this critical juncture, she appeared more resolute than ever. Just this morning, she had been lost in hallucinations, unconscious and unresponsive, yet now she seemed revitalized. Could it be a fleeting moment of clarity before the end? Ye Zhou scrutinized her demeanor and discerned no signs of abnormality. "If I perish, I hope you can survive." Qin, she uttered words that were both startling and profound. "Nonsense," Ye Zhou retorted, for he was not one to cling to life at any cost, nor would he ever stoop to such inhumane acts. He grasped the essence of her statement, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. However, he did not possess the authority to cast judgment. For who could withstand the trials of humanity in the face of death? "Share with me something amusing," Qin, she requested. Ye Zhou pondered, realizing that in his lifetime, moments of true amusement had been few and far between. From childhood through adulthood, his existence had been a monotonous cycle of education, military training, and labor, starkly devoid of excitement. Even the mundane joys he had experienced seemed unworthy of mention at such a pivotal moment in life. Yet, he felt compelled to share something. He recalled their time together in the mine, particularly the memory of her first kiss, an indelible moment etched in his mind. "If we're to speak of amusing events, I did experience one that remains unforgettable," He began, vividly reliving each detail of that occasion. "Pray, do tell, what was that experience?" She inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Promise you won't mock me," Ye Zhou teased, building suspense. "Very well, I promise not to laugh." She's cheeks flushed with a hint of color. "The most amusing thing in my life was stealing your first kiss." Ye Zhou hoped to ignite her interest with this topic, rekindling her will to survive. "It seems you are not merely thinking of a kiss, but rather of claiming my first night," she boldly countered. Could this young woman truly be losing her grasp on reality? Stunned by her sharp retort, Ye Zhou found himself momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Chapter 077. Return to Blue Bay Island. Ye Zhou stammered, his strength waning, rendering him incapable of indulging in fanciful thoughts. The reason for discussing such matters was simply to uplift their spirits and remind themselves of their existence. He closed his eyes, unwilling to utter another word, his limbs heavy and his tongue reluctant to stir. "I believe I see something. Is it Blue Bay Island?" She suddenly exclaimed. "Goodness! Has she slipped into another hallucination?" Ye Zhou opened his eyes to find her gaze vacant and devoid of vitality. After a fleeting moment of clarity, the specter of death loomed closer, arriving with alarming swiftness. Ye Zhou braced himself for the inevitable encounter with the Grim Reaper. "It truly appears to be an island." A glimmer of hope sparked in She's eyes. Ye Zhou's heart ached for her. He watched helplessly, unable to intervene. "Look, Ye Zhou, you must see." She's face radiated joy. Skeptical yet intrigued, Ye Zhou assessed her expression, sensing that she was not delirious. She yearned to cheer, but as she attempted to rise, dizziness overcame her, and her body felt weak. She was so famished that she lacked the strength to stand. Ye Zhou hastily assisted her, allowing her to lean against him. He turned his gaze backward, and a solitary island emerged on the horizon, appearing no larger than a small boat. Could this truly be the Blue Bay Island he had longed for? Or perhaps it was merely another savage's territory? Ye Zhou felt uncertain. He helped she to sit, grasped the oars, and summoned his remaining strength to row towards the island. As the silhouette of the island gradually materialized, its resemblance to Blue Bay Island became strikingly apparent. Drawing nearer, Ye Zhou recognized it. Indeed, it was Blue Bay Island. The star-picking tower, Eagle Beak Cliff, reclining Buddha Mountain, Horse Racing Ridge, and Goddess Peak, 5 majestic summits unfolded before them. "Is this Blue Bay Island?" She inquired, her vision not as keen as Ye Zhou's, still struggling to discern the island's features. "Yes, we have returned home," Ye Zhou exclaimed with fervor. He cast aside the oars and embraced she tightly. After being away from Blue Bay Island for over 10 days, they had endured numerous trials and tribulations, suffering great hardships and indignities. Finally, they had returned to Blue Bay Island, where war and danger would no longer intrude, allowing them to lead a peaceful and serene life henceforth. Overwhelmed with joy, they wept, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They reflected on their life's adventurous journey and felt a profound sense of pride in their ability to overcome adversity. Blue Bay Island lay before them. Ye Zhou steeled himself, eager to take up the oars once more. After enduring so many hardships, they had finally made their way back to Blue Bay Island. Although their time spent there had not been extensive in their hearts, it stood as their sanctuary amidst the vast ocean. In Ye Zhou's mind, it was a place of beauty and tranquility, rich in resources, adorned with exotic flora, and boasting habitable locales like the Emerald Valley. Deep within, he had already come to regard this desolate isle as his new home. He was well acquainted with Blue Bay Island, having tread upon nearly every significant spot. While he could not claim to know it perfectly, he certainly possessed a solid understanding. He felt confident in his ability to lead a group of lovely companions in establishing a homestead on the island. Gazing at Blue Bay Island, an array of sentiments welled up within him. Ye Zhou maneuvered the lifeboat to the shore and leapt from the vessel. They landed at Silver Gull Beach, the very spot from which they had departed. A dinghy, left by pirates, was still tied to the shore. Everything remained unchanged since their departure. Exhausted and famished, Ye Zhou and she rested on the sand for a while. Then, mustering their spirits, they navigated around the mountain's edge towards Blue Rhythm Beach. In the distance, a helicopter awaited their arrival. Ye Zhou boarded the helicopter and discovered compressed biscuits and a crate of mineral water inside the cabin. Upon seeing the biscuits, she, without hesitation, seized them and began to eat. Ye Zhou quickly intervened, advising her to first drink some water and then consume a small amount of food. After enduring hunger for so long, they could not overindulge. It was essential to eat in small quantities multiple times to allow their stomachs to adjust. They consumed some sustenance as dusk began to settle. Overwhelmed by fatigue, they fell asleep in a helicopter. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with hearts brimming with excitement. Ye Zhou and Qin, she returned to Emerald Valley. As Ye Zhou journeyed forth, his heart brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the exhilarating encounter with the three enchanting ladies. What a scene it would be, filled with excitement. They would embrace, shed tears of joy, and leap with exuberance. How had their lives fared? Had they taken care of themselves? Lu Jingshu would bring a soothing tenderness, treating herself to a special pampering session, washing away the fatigue and grievances of recent days. The mere thought of Lu Jingshu ignited a thrill within him. It had been ages since he had basked in the warmth of his sister's affection. Once they reunited, he would seek a secluded spot for her to help him alleviate his pent-up frustrations. His mind then wandered to Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu, who had once promised that upon his return, they would ensure he enjoyed a splendid time. Surely, they wouldn't be merely spinning fanciful tales? Would their promises prove to be mere empty assurances? Certainly not. They were not the sort to flake out. But among them, who would be willing to offer themselves? Ye Zhou could not fathom who it might be. In his heart, both ladies were goddesses of the highest caliber, flawless in every regard. Chuckling at his delightful thoughts, he inadvertently laughed aloud, prompting Qin to notice his uncharacteristic demeanor. "What has you so amused?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's nothing," Ye Zhou stammered. "Are you thinking of Sister Jingshu?" "Qin," she teased. "I was contemplating the future. We must unite our efforts, establish long-term goals, and transcend our survival struggles. Transforming mere existence into a life of beauty," Ye Zhou mused, envisioning a brighter tomorrow. "We, as the fairer sex, may lack strength and experience, but our survival henceforth hinges upon your leadership." Qin emphasized Ye Zhou's significance. "Let us all strive together. Women are half the sky," he responded with a smile. "I wonder how my brother is faring. Can he recover from his illness?" Qin's thoughts turned to her brother, Qin Fei. Her feelings toward him were a tumultuous blend of love and resentment. She loved him for their shared blood, yet despised him for his disgraceful actions. He had become a shameful figure, having grown arrogant at home and failing to reform even in dire straits, resulting in both physical and mental deterioration. She yearned for her brother to regain his senses and amend his ways, becoming a person of value to those around him. After all, he was still her brother. Having been apart for so long, she harbored deep concerns for him. "Let's not speak of that disappointing fellow. He gives me a headache," Ye Zhou said with irritation. "If he can recover, I shall offer him my counsel. After enduring such trials, it is high time for him to turn over a new leaf." She held onto a glimmer of hope for her brother. As they conversed, they arrived at the camp by the Clearwater River. The remnants of the pirate chief lay scattered about, a grim sight as only bones remained, gnawed by beasts and strewn haphazardly across the ground. Ye Zhou discovered a handgun nearby, which he picked up and secured at his waist. He then used grass to block his nostrils, burying the decaying remains. Ye Zhou and Qin wandered to the riverbank, where they gathered wild fruits from the orchard. They sat by the river, indulging in their foraged bounty. The water was remarkably clear, and Qin, unable to resist temptation, expressed her desire to bathe. "Shall we take a bath?" she suggested. "A bath? How will we do that?" Ye Zhou inquired, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. "I'll wash first, you look away," Qin said. Chapter 078, The Clearwater River Body Bathing Spot. After days adrift at sea, their clothes soaked by salt water and then dried by the sun, only to be soaked again and dried once more, their bodies were almost encrusted with crystalline salt, making for a most uncomfortable experience. With no other options available, the sight of such crystalline river water was an opportunity not to be missed. She approached the riverbank and removed her outer garment. "Turn around. No peeking," she instructed Ye Zhou. He gazed at her, lost in thought, recalling the moment they first arrived at Blue Bay Island when Lu Jingzhu had bathed in the same spot. Both women possessed stunning figures. One was mature and voluptuous, while the other was petite and delicate. Yet, despite Qin's youthful appearance and slender frame, her figure was surprisingly ample, with a perfectly rounded and pert backside that complemented her slender waist. making her a true epitome of beauty. She was every bit as captivating as the mature and voluptuous Lu Jingzhu, if not more so. Ye Zhou longed to behold her true form. Why are you just standing there? Turn around. Qin, she chided playfully. I want to bathe too. Let's wash together, Ye Zhou boldly proposed. Last time Lu Jingzhu bathed, he had refrained from taking a single glance, but this time he was determined not to regret it. It was merely a feast for the eyes, after all. Nothing too scandalous. He awaited Qin's response to his proposal. How shameless can you be to utter such words? Qin, she scolded him indignantly. Aren't you studying abroad? Haven't you heard of co-ed nude beaches? Ye Zhou cited examples in an attempt to persuade her to join him. For a moment, Qin, she was at a loss for words, unable to refute him. Don't be so traditional, Ye Zhou chuckled as he shed his shirt, revealing a well-defined chest. Qin, she, having never encountered a man's body before, felt an inevitable curiosity stirring within her. She found herself torn between refusal and acquiescence, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Noticing her lack of response, Ye Zhou tentatively removed his pants, leaving only his underwear. Thank goodness he still has his underwear on. Qin, she thought, her heart racing, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a swift motion, Ye Zhou exposed himself fully and, before Qin she could process it, he dove into the river with a splash. The brief glimpse of what she should not have seen left her startled. Terrified, she quickly covered her eyes. Having seen both what was appropriate and inappropriate, covering her eyes now felt futile. Young women could be so shy and reserved. Qin, she recalled a summer trip to Europe, where she had visited a famous nude beach. Being young, she had refrained from participating, merely observing from a distance. Embracing relaxation and the freedom of returning to nature was, after all, a beneficial experience for both body and mind. In truth, it was not such a grave matter. It was merely swimming. Appreciating one another was not a sin. There was no need for shame. Qin, she endeavored to persuade herself, yet a sense of hesitation lingered. The beach, a public space, was frequented by all, where no one would harbor inappropriate thoughts. However, the current situation was different, as it was just her and Ye Zhou, a solitary man and woman. Come on, it feels so refreshing and comfortable. Ye Zhou called out, frolicking in the river, beckoning Qin she to join him. Observing his animated demeanor and contemplating the cool, soothing water, she ultimately resolved to proceed, casting aside her doubts. Turn around and do not look, Qin, she insisted. Ye Zhou, aware of her intention to enter the water, felt a surge of joy and dove into the depths. Qin, she disrobed and gradually approached the river. Suddenly, Ye Zhou's head emerged from the surface, his keen eyes fixed intently upon her. This fellow certainly scrutinizes without a hint of modesty. Qin, she mused, yet she felt no embarrassment, having committed to her decision. She thought, let him gaze if he wishes. With a newfound confidence in her physique, she moved with grace, unperturbed and even a tad proud. Ye Zhou silently applauded her figure, mentally awarding her the highest score on the island. As Qin, she waded deeper into the water, Ye Zhou swam towards her. Do not come any closer, do not touch me, she exclaimed in a flurry. Ye Zhou circled around her like a large fish, while Qin, she glided through the water like a mermaid. They laughed and played, with Ye Zhou cautious not to approach too closely, mindful of her feelings. They maintained a respectful distance, both relishing the joy of swimming. The recent heavy rains had swelled the river, making the experience all the more delightful. Suddenly, a bird alighted on the grassy bank beside the river. This bird, somewhat larger, possessed slender legs and a long neck, foraging for food in the wetlands. Shortly thereafter, another bird appeared, nearly identical to the first, resembling a couple. They bore a likeness to cranes, yet were distinctly different, a species never before seen. Look over there. Qin, she urged Ye Zhou. How beautiful, he exclaimed. The two birds danced elegantly in the wetland, one raising its wings and calling out loudly, while the other pecked at its feathers, emitting a series of chirps in harmony with its partner's rhythm. Are they dancing or foraging? Qin, she inquired, puzzled. No, they are courting, Ye Zhou asserted based on experience. Don't tease me. How could birds be in love? Qin, she chuckled. Just like humans, they too seek to reproduce. Ye Zhou replied, gently gliding through the water. I don't think they are courting. It looks more like a fight, Qin, she remarked, her eyes wide with intrigue. The two birds called out in unison, flapping their wings. One, slightly larger, launched an attack on its companion, soaring into the air and tumbling across the grass. Suddenly, it folded its wings and mounted its partner. Goodness, they are indeed fighting. The larger one is bullying the smaller. How unfair. Qin exclaimed, aghast. This is outrageous. How can they behave this way? Qin swam towards them, intent on rescuing the vulnerable. Ye Zhou hurriedly intercepted her, his hand resting gently on her shoulder from behind. As the two floated in the water, Qin's balance wavered, causing Ye Zhou's hand to slip from her shoulder, splashing against the surface and inadvertently drenching Qin's face. She choked slightly, letting out a soft cough. Are you all right? Ye Zhou asked, concern etched on his features. Fearing she might sink, Qin instinctively wrapped her arms around Ye Zhou's neck. Their eyes met, an unspoken spark igniting between them. A sudden fear gripped her. The thought of losing control in such a moment was terrifying. This was not merely a first kiss. If the situation escalated, the consequences could be dire. It was far too perilous. No, she thought, regaining her composure and turning away from Ye Zhou in embarrassment. Ye Zhou, steadying her from behind, placed his hands on her slender waist. Goodness, what a delicate figure. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Chapter 079. The Falling Goose on the Flat Sand. She twisted her body, the curve of her waist creating an exquisite silhouette, breathtaking in its elegance. Ye Zhou felt himself unraveling, aware that another moment might lead him to lose all restraint. In truth, he had already lost it. He gulped audibly, his throat tightening. How could he possess such little self-control? Yet, who could remain composed in such a situation? Ye Zhou took a deep breath, his panting growing heavy. What is wrong with you? Qin inquired. In nothing, Ye Zhou stammered. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Qin, like a startled fawn, propelled herself forward with a kick. Her legs brushed against Ye Zhou's thigh, sending a jolt of surprise through him. Thankfully, she had avoided striking a more sensitive area. Ye Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excited, he propelled himself forward, closely trailing Qin. As they neared the shore, their feet found solid ground. They crouched low, hiding beneath the water, with only their heads exposed. Let's not disturb them, Ye Zhou whispered from behind Qin. She seemed to understand. The two birds were engaged in the sacred act of mating, a noble endeavor of procreation. Curiosity sparked within her, as she had never witnessed the primal beauty of the animal kingdom. She gazed in rapt fascination, her cheeks flushed, reluctant to look away. What a heartwarming scene, Ye Zhou marveled genuinely. Are they a couple? Qin's question seemed quite naive. It was evident. Such a query felt unnecessary. Naive, yet endearing. Demonstrating vulnerability before a man was a clever trait of women. Indeed, they are a couple, a pair of celestial lovers, the parents of little ones, Ye Zhou replied. Fearing to disturb the enchanting couple, he leaned closer to Qin, whispering softly in her ear, we should not spy. Close your eyes. Qin, with an innocent demeanor, turned her face towards him, their proximity so intimate that her lips almost brushed against his cheek. Ye Zhou's heart raced uncontrollably, and vivid memories of their time in the cave flashed through his mind. That first kiss left an indelible mark on him, igniting a warmth throughout his being whenever he reminisced about it. Her lips, lush and inviting, beckoned him irresistibly. Suddenly, a bird's melodious call pierced the air. The celestial couple fulfilled their task, ambling leisurely through the wetland, striding gracefully on their slender legs. They indulged in mutual feeding, whispering intimately, their bond unbreakable. Look, what are they doing? Qin exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, her face alight with wonder. Ye Zhou glanced up to see two birds foraging nearby, deftly picking suitable blades of grass to carry back to the riverbank wetland. They are building a nest, he replied. A nest? Are they going to have babies? Qin's excitement was palpable. They probably are, but let us keep our voices down so as not to disturb them. Ye Zhou stationed. During the nesting period, birds are exceedingly vigilant. Even the slightest rustle could send them soaring away. He refrained from speaking loudly, crouching in the water, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair from behind. Qin's hair flowed smoothly, floating in the water and teasing Ye Zhou as fragile nerves. Truly enchanting. Anyone who encountered her would find themselves utterly entranced. Yet she was still a child, so tender, so fresh, so adorably captivating. Her beauty was such that any earthly desire felt like an offense, a sacrilege. Ye Zhou found himself torn in a tumult of conflicting emotions, grappling with a fierce internal struggle. The mother bird is laying eggs. Qin Shi gasped softly. Ye Zhou snapped back to the moment and looked up. By then, the pair of birds had completed their nest. The father stood guard while the mother nestled in the grass to lay her eggs. 2 eggs emerged from her body, rolling onto the floating nest among the grass. The pair worked in harmony, covering the eggs with grass for protection and camouflage. Then, they soared high into the sky, leaving the riverbank behind. Will they return? How can they leave their young unattended? Qin Shi lamented. They will come back. They need to incubate the eggs. Ye Zhou resusciter. Turn around. I need to come ashore and get dressed, Qin Shi said, pushing him away. Ye Zhou, unable to defy the goddess's request, turned his gaze towards the drifting clouds on the horizon. The 2 of them eventually emerged from the water, donned their clothes, and sat by the riverbank to rest. A gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing and pleasant sensation. Ye Zhou approached the nest, contemplating the idea of collecting the eggs, such a rare source of nourishment, rich in protein. However, as he bent down, Qin Shi stopped him with a shake of her head, signaling him not to proceed. Reluctantly, he abandoned the thought, swallowing his disappointment. As the hour grew late, they departed the riverbank, making their way toward the verdant valley. Having just bathed, they felt invigorated. Ye Zhou, in high spirits, walked ahead, his mind occasionally drifting to the memory of Qin Shi's graceful swimming form, a delightful reminiscence. Perhaps it was time to cast aside societal prejudices and bravely pursue her. In the days they had spent together, they had shared both joys and hardships, forging unforgettable memories that would linger in their hearts. The bond that has silently developed between the elder brother and younger sister is both intricate and profound. Should one truly abandon it so easily? Ye Zhou feels a pang of regret within himself, lamenting the myriad opportunities he has let slip away. Upon returning to Chuaying Valley, amidst the throngs of people, dealing with the 3 enchanting women proves to be no small feat. It seems that the chances of furthering his relationship with Qin Shi are dwindling. A sense of dissatisfaction lingers in Ye Zhou's heart, yet he finds himself powerless to act upon it. Intentionally slowing his pace, he hopes to prolong this journey just a little longer, savoring the alluring aura emanating from the goddess by his side. How much longer must we walk? I am feeling quite fatigued, Qin Shi suddenly declares, halting her steps to seek respite. The 2 find a secluded spot to sit and engage in light-hearted conversation. Ye Zhou animatedly recounts his experiences during military training in the jungles of Southeast Asia, captivating Qin Shi's attention. In a sudden turn of events, a snake drops from the trees, landing squarely on Ye Zhou's shoulder. Qin Shi's face pales in terror, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ye Zhou, too, is struck by fear, rendered immobile. In such a place, venomous snakes are commonplace, and their toxicity is formidable. Ye Zhou recalls a past encounter where Lu Jingzhu was bitten. He had attempted to suck out the venom, and they had narrowly escaped death. Understanding the nature of snakes, he knows that as long as they are not provoked, they typically pose no immediate threat. He holds his breath, waiting for the serpent to slither away. The snake crawls across his shoulder, flicking its long tongue. Just then, a buzzing insect flits by, provoking an irritating response from Ye Zhou. He endures the discomfort, his eyes and nose twitching reflexively. Unable to contain himself any longer, he sneezes. The sudden sound startles the snake, which swiftly turns its head to strike at Ye Zhou's nose. Reacting with remarkable speed, he grasps the snake's body, but it is quicker still, sinking its fangs into his nose. With a sharp sound reminiscent of a cupping therapy session, Ye Zhou yanks the snake away. Chapter 080. I regret not giving you. Ye Zhou flings the snake into the underbrush with a flick of his arm. Having faced numerous perils, he never anticipated finding himself in such a precarious situation. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he understands that escape may be futile. If Lu Jingzhu were present, perhaps she could procure some herbs to save his life. However, given the current circumstances, time is of the essence, and finding a remedy seems increasingly unlikely. Returning to Chuaying Valley will take at least 2 hours, and even then, locating the appropriate antidote is uncertain. While there is a medical kit on the helicopter, it is of little use in this immediate crisis, containing only standard medications that may not counteract snake venom. The toxicity is poised to manifest rapidly, and his life hangs in the balance. Must he simply await his demise? Ye Zhou's brow furrows in frustration, devoid of viable solutions. How are you holding up? Are you all right? Qin Shi, unaware of the snake's deadly nature, asks with concern. I have been poisoned by the snake. I may not survive, Ye Zhou replies despondently. Do not frighten me, Ye Zhou. What can I do to help? Please tell me quickly. Qin Shi's voice quivers with urgency, laced with a hint of desperation. What other options are there? The only solution is for you to assist me in extracting the venom. If one were to bind an artery on the arm or leg with a rope to impede blood circulation, the onset of toxicity may be delayed, and the method of drug administration could potentially prove effective. However, when the bite is located on the nose, halting blood flow becomes impossible. Do not move. I shall extract the venom for you, Qin Shi urged, leaning over his face, ready to suck out the poison. It is futile, Ye Zhou interjected, cradling her in his arms. Brother, you will come to harm. Qin Shi wept despondently. You must learn to be strong. When I close my eyes, you must find a way to reach Chuiying Valley and survive alongside Jing Shu and the others. Ye Zhou spoke with a solemnity that suggested he was bequeathing his last wishes. I refuse to be strong. I want you to live. If you perish, I have no desire to live either, Qin Shi declared recklessly. Ye Zhou was deeply moved by her words, his heart swelling with emotion, his throat constricted. Do not act foolishly. Promise me you will live well, he implored, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother, I deeply regret not having given you. Qin Shi sobbed incessantly. It is too late for such words now, is it not? Why did we not cherish the opportunities we had? Regret only comes after loss. At that moment, Ye Zhou felt a sharp pain in his nose. Something felt amiss. One would expect numbness from poisoning, yet he felt pain instead. This did not appear to be the symptoms of poisoning. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. However, a more dire issue arose. Ye Zhou sensed a tumult in his blood, heat coursing through his body, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. He gasped, his eyes bulging as if they might burst. He rolled on the ground, struggling desperately, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Qin Shi, terrified, leapt onto him, gripping his hand tightly. Ye Zhou, nearly losing his senses, scrambled to his feet and slammed his head against a tree trunk. Qin Shi lunged at him, exerting all her strength in an attempt to restrain him. Suddenly, a chill emanated from his lower abdomen, coursing through his body. It felt as if Ye Zhou were engaged in a fierce battle, his vital energy clashing violently. After what seemed an eternity, he gradually regained his composure. Lacking strength, he lay languidly in Qin Shi's embrace. Had he once again narrowly escaped death? Ye Zhou felt his discomfort dissipate. It seemed the poison had vanished entirely. After a while, he regained his strength and stood up effortlessly, feeling invigorated and agile. What had transpired? Ye Zhou could not explain. Could it be that the bear ball had taken effect? Did bear ball possess detoxifying properties? It was nothing short of miraculous. A surge of elation coursed through him. Brother, are you all right? Qin Shi, relieved to see him restored, inquired. I am fine, Ye Zhou replied, moving his body. You nearly frightened me to death, I thought. Qin Shi cried, tears of joy. Ye Zhou felt a deep sense of gratitude and affection for her. Indeed, hardship reveals true feelings. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Zhou. What was it you said earlier? He asked, his tone light and playful. Which word are you referring to? Qin Shi wondered, unsure of his intentions. You expressed regret for not having given me. Ye Zhou teased with a mischievous grin. In a moment of urgency, words slipped from my lips. Do not mock me for it. Qin Shi refused to acknowledge my words. What did you not give me? Speak plainly, Ye Zhou pressed with a feigned seriousness. I did not give you anything. Let's not dwell on this topic. It is all in the past. Qin Shi sought to evade the conversation. Speak quickly, do not beat around the bush. Qin Shi was determined not to let her off the hook. I did not give you courage. With wit, Qin Shi deftly countered Ye Zhou's probing. Courage? She did not bestow upon me courage. Indeed, at critical moments, I found myself lacking a modicum of bravery. Ye Zhou could not help but concede that Qin Shi was exceptionally astute. As Qin Shi chuckled at his bewildered expression, her laughter was infectious. When might you grant me courage? Ye Zhou's tone was almost pleading. That depends on your performance, Qin Shi responded, her demeanor encouraging. Ye Zhou rubbed his nose, feeling the bite from the serpent healing rapidly, the injury now barely discernible to his touch. He silently expressed gratitude for having taken the golden bear bile. As twilight approached, they resumed their journey, sharing laughter and conversation that made the passage less solitary. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Eagle's Beak Cliff. Standing atop the precipice, Ye Zhou gazed out at the distant sea, trying to discern the direction of Bird Tribe Island. though it remained out of sight. He could roughly imagine its location, approximately 100 kilometers to the northwest. He pondered the fate of the twin sisters he had left without a word, feeling a pang of guilt. Would the bird tribe face retribution from the serpent tribe? How would they evade danger? Would they abandon their island for a new home? These worries flitted through his mind, yet he knew they were not his burdens to bear. His encounter with the barbarian tribes was but a fleeting episode. Thoughts of home flooded back to him, invoking memories of his mother and kin. He turned to face the west, estimating that the site of the shipwreck lay either directly west or southwest. How far was it? This question lingered in Ye Zhou's mind, unanswered. That fateful night, the winds howled and waves surged. The cruise ship had lost its course, drifting 1,000 or perhaps 500 kilometers at sea. How could he ever return home? The only glimmer of hope lay in the passing vessels. Yet, the distance of Blue Bay Island from the maritime routes remained a mystery. In ordinary circumstances, passing ships would not venture nearby. It seemed prudent to prepare for a prolonged existence on Blue Bay Island. The most pressing task at hand was survival, ensuring he remained alive. Ye Zhou set aside his thoughts, leading Qin back to the mouth of the Emerald Shadow Valley. He pushed aside withered branches and leaves, discovering the rope that descended into the valley's depths. He lowered Qin down first, then followed her descent. Together, they navigated past the traps he had previously set, venturing deeper into the verdant shadows. His heart raced with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with the three enchanting ladies, envisioning the exhilarating moment. He instinctively ran his fingers through his tousled hair and dense beard, wondering if they would still recognize him in his disheveled state. With an air of confidence, Ye Zhou strode forward. The closer he approached the wooden cabin, the more his excitement surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, Ye Zhou realized that something was amiss. From a distance, he spotted the wooden cabin, devoid of any human presence. At this hour, dinner should have been in preparation, yet there was neither smoke nor a whisper of sound. Were they not in the Chuaying Valley? Or had everyone gone? A tightness gripped Ye Zhou's heart as an ominous premonition washed over him. Chapter 081. Return to Chuaying Valley. As Ye Zhou approached the cabin, he noted that the stove in front had long extinguished, not a single ember remaining. In the wilderness, one must never lose the source of fire, for it is the very essence of life. Ye Zhou's heart sank, his expression turning grave. He gently pushed open the cabin door, stepping into a dim interior where his eyes struggled to adjust, obscuring the view of what lay within. Suddenly, a glint of cold light darted from behind the door, rushing towards Ye Zhou's face. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, instinctively raising his arm to sweep forcefully at the shadow behind the light. With a clatter, a glass bottle fell to the ground, shattering with a sharp sound. Almost immediately, a figure lunged at him. Ye Zhou deftly evaded and struck the back of the assailant's neck with a swift motion. Just as his hand was about to connect, he sensed something amiss and quickly withdrew. Ye Zhou recognized his attacker. At that moment, another figure swung a stick, aiming for his head. Ye Zhou intercepted the weapon, deftly redirecting it, causing the assailant to stumble forward. He caught her in his arms. "Yang Wan, it's me," he exclaimed, having identified her. The two who had attacked him were none other than Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. They failed to recognize Ye Zhou, mistaking him for an intruder and acting out of instinct for self-preservation. "Ye Zhou, is it truly you?" Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu spoke in unison, their voices weak and breathless. Ye Zhou was bewildered by their inability to recognize him. They appeared exceedingly frail, as though their spirits were in disarray. "I am Ye Zhou. Have you truly forgotten me?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Since the shipwreck had cast him ashore on a desolate island, he had neither cut his hair nor shaved, resembling a wild man. Finally, Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu recognized him. Ye Zhou, you have finally returned," they cried out, their long-awaited savior standing before them. Overwhelmed with emotion, they embraced one another, weeping openly. "Jie Wan, Jie Zi, are you both well?" Qin entered, greeting them. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu looked utterly worn, devoid of the strength even to respond. "Where is Jing Shu? Is she not with you?" Ye Zhou asked urgently. The two women, drained of spirit, could only weep inconsolably. "Ye Zhou, is that you?" A voice called from outside, belonging to Lu Jingshu. Ye Zhou stepped out of the cabin and beheld the woman he had longed for day and night. He rushed forward and enveloped Lu Jingshu in a tight embrace. "You have finally returned. I feared I would never see you again," she cried in his arms. "All is well now. Everything is behind us," Ye Zhou softly reassured her. Jingshu, are you all right? Qin, she approached to greet her. Lu Jingshu wiped her tears, grasping Qin Shi's hand as if she had a myriad of words to share, yet she merely opened her mouth and swallowed them back. Well, my brother, Qin Shi inquired of Lu Jingshu. Lu Jingshu led Qin Shi to a cliff where a thatched hut stood. Inside, Qin Fei was seated, idly weaving a few blades of grass, akin to a child at play. Brother, Qin Shi called out, her voice laden with bittersweet emotion. Qin Fei looked up and beamed with an endearing, simple smile. Qin Shi felt a surge of compassion, moving to sit beside him and uttering words of concern. It appeared that Qin Fei recognized his sister, his face lighting up with innocent joy. Observing their reunion, Ye Zhou felt a twinge of emotion within him. Let us depart, Lu Jingshu urged, taking Ye Zhou and Qin Shi towards her own encampment. They arrived at a thatched hut, one that Lu Jingshu had constructed herself. She welcomed them inside, where they settled onto the straw bedding. Ye Zhou's heart weighed heavily. The scene of their reunion starkly contrasted with the idyllic vision he had harbored, diverging into an unsettling reality. What had transpired? What ordeals had they endured? Grateful for his timely return, he noted the weariness etched upon their faces, as if they could scarcely endure any longer. Ever since you left, Lu Jingshu hesitated, gathering her thoughts. The atmosphere thickened with gravity as Ye Zhou awaited her words. Lu Jingshu tidied her disheveled hair, bowing her head in contemplation. After a moment, she began to recount the tribulations they faced since Ye Zhou's departure from Chuaying Valley. From the moment he had left, their days had become fraught with hardship. Initially, they had coexisted harmoniously, sharing the spoils of daily hunts and foraging for potatoes, living together in relative peace. However, after a few days, discord emerged. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu banded together, ostracizing Lu Jingshu. Minor disputes arose over trivial matters, leading to a most unpleasant atmosphere. Lu Jingshu bore it silently, prioritizing the collective well-being and refusing to engage in their squabbles. Stranded on a deserted island, they ought to have supported one another, yet their differing stances exacerbated tensions, leading to a deterioration of their relationships. As time passed, their rabbit-catching contraptions malfunctioned, and none possessed the knowledge to repair them. The small fish in the creek dwindled, and the wild fruits in the forest were ravaged by birds, leaving scant remnants. They were reduced to subsisting solely on potatoes. After enduring a fortnight of potato-based meals, their patience waned. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu cast blame upon Lu Jingshu, accusing her of sabotaging their means of capturing rabbits. In a fit of frustration, Lu Jingshu constructed her own hut, choosing to maintain her distance. They longed for Ye Zhou's return, yet nearly a month had elapsed, sapping their hope. Their abhorrence for potatoes grew, yet they had no choice but to rely on them for sustenance. Especially Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu, who perceived themselves as ladies of stature, could not bear any indignities. They had gone 2 days without food, their bodies gaunt, and their eyes sunken. Listening to Lu Jingshu's account, Ye Zhou felt a sense of relief wash over him. Was it merely an issue of sustenance? These women, having endured such tribulations, still failed to grasp the necessity of self-reliance. Yet, it was understandable given their limited resources in Chuaying Valley. Clinging to old habits was a path to ruin. They lacked the skills to scale heights and escape the valley, resigning themselves to hunger within its confines. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Ye Zhou formulated his own perspective. That evening, Ye Zhou and Qin Shi took refuge in Lu Jingshu's thatched hut. The following morning, Ye Zhou rose early and returned to the wooden cabin, where the two lovely ladies remained in slumber. He discovered an empty wine bottle, stepped outside, and shattered it, selecting 2 relatively smooth shards of glass to be polished against the stone. The glass pieces were refined into the semblance of lenses. Wrapping them in cloth and binding them with fine string, he fashioned a pair of diving goggles. After trying them on, he found them passable. Ye Zhou then retrieved a piece of animal hide from the cabin, crafting it into a pouch which he secured around his waist. He subsequently cleared a wooden box, creating a carrying strap from rope to wear on his back. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu were stirred from their slumber, sitting up to inquire about his intentions. Can we still start a fire? Ye Zhou asked. Yang Wan nodded vigorously, retrieving a lighter, but only managed to produce a few sparks as the lighter was out of fuel. Ye Zhou was left speechless. How could they let life slip away in such a splendid habitat as Chuaying Valley? With a good hand dealt, they had played it poorly. Had he delayed his return any longer, they might have turned to mere specters. Go dig up some potatoes, Ye Zhou instructed. They looked at him in bewilderment. More potatoes? After a month of eating them, do we really need more? The mention of potatoes elicited a grimace from them. Chapter 082. Deep Sea Diving. Who wears clothes? Ye Zhou felt a flicker of annoyance towards them, reproaching their dismissal of Lu Jingshu. Without further explanation, he shouldered the wooden box and exited the cabin. Accompanied by Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi, he ventured out in search of sustenance, their banter filling the air with laughter. Today, I shall treat you to a delightful feast, Ye Zhou said with a smile. What delicacies await us? Qin Shi inquired with curiosity. Ye Zhou remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Lu Jingshu, who shared a conspiratorial smile in return. Sister, can you guess what delightful fare we shall have today? Lu Jingshu teased Qin Shi. Wild boar? Wild rabbit? I certainly hope it's not bird. I have no desire to eat bird meat, Qin Shi replied, her eyes blinking with apprehension. You don't understand. Bird meat is undeniably delicious. After all, chicken belongs to the avian family, Ye Zhou countered. Chicken is chicken, and birds are birds. They cannot be conflated, Qin Shi argued. Those birds are so beautiful. How could one bear to eat them? She continued her defense. Fear not, sister. I would not let you dine upon birds, Lu Jingshu assured her with a smile. They arrived at Blue Rhythm Beach, perfectly timed with the ebbing tide. The sea recedes twice daily, and this moment coincided with the morning's retreat. Ye Zhou ascended a helicopter, discovering a waterproof, enclosed light fixture coated in green paint, resembling military-grade equipment. With Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi in tow, he approached the rocky area where the waves crashed against the stones, creating a symphony of surf. Ye Zhou set down the wooden box and proceeded to disrobe completely, presenting his strong, sculpted back and well-defined physique to the two ladies. Qin Shi felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks. Unable to meet his gaze, she turned and nestled into Lu Jingshu's embrace. Sister, look at him. He is utterly shameless. You must teach him a lesson, Qin Shi whispered with a sly smile. Rest assured, he would not dare. Lu Jingshu consoled her sister. Who wears clothes while diving in the deep sea? Undressing is not an invitation for you to gawk at me. I gather seafood for you. And yet you misinterpret my intentions, perceiving me as an exhibitionist? Look at how boastful you are. Ye Zhou offered no explanation, donned his diving mask, grasped his illumination lamp, and gradually waded into the water. He shook his leather pouch a few times, feeling it filled with air. Securing it tightly with a rope, he fastened it around his waist. Then, he picked up a stone, utilizing its weight to sink to the ocean floor. Be careful. Lu Jingshu and Qin, she called out from the shore. The sounds of water enveloped Ye Zhou's ears, drowning out the voices from the land. Guided by memory, he swam toward the coral reef. The diving mask lacked proper sealing, allowing water to seep in, rendering it somewhat ineffective. However, the lens provided protection, preventing debris from entering his eyes. The beam from his lamp illuminated the vibrant coral reef before him. During his previous dive, the absence of light obscured the underwater realm. This time, everything was crystal clear. The coral reef was a kaleidoscope of colors, teeming with various fish darting among the rocks. A truly exquisite tableau. The beauty of the underwater world was breathtaking. Filled with exhilaration, Ye Zhou circled the coral reef, marveling at the extraordinary sights. Feeling a slight constriction in his breathing, he opened the leather pouch and slowly inhaled the air within. A large crab, startled by his presence, swiftly darted into the coral for cover. Ye Zhou approached to catch it, but suddenly noticed something wriggling in the silt nearby. He reached down and uncovered a clam. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a geoduck clam. Clamping the clam under his arm, he continued his search for seafood. A lobster peeked out from a crevice in the coral, its long antennae visible. This is my second catch, Ye Zhou thought as he stealthily extended his hand, preparing to snatch it. With a swift motion, he captured the lobster. He expelled the remaining air from the pouch, creating space for his finds, and stowed away the geoduck clam and lobster. He also collected a few sea urchins and sea cucumbers. A brightly colored fish swam overhead, opening and closing its mouth to feed on microscopic organisms in the water. Ye Zhou recognized it as a sumi fish, a highly valued seafood delicacy. He reached out to catch it, but it was too quick. With a flick of its tail, it darted away. Ye Zhou pursued it, navigating around a coral formation, but the fish vanished from sight. Feeling a tightening in his chest, he dared not linger any longer and swam swiftly toward the surface. Clambering onto the shore, he poured the contents of the leather pouch into a wooden box. Lu Jingzhu and Qin, she were swimming on the beach. Upon seeing Ye Zhou emerge, they joyfully ran over. Midway, they realized they were not wearing clothes and hurried back to grab their garments, hastily covering themselves. As Ye Zhou observed their approach, he secured the leather pouch around his waist, discreetly concealing his modesty. Lu Jingzhu and Qin, she gazed at the seafood in the wooden box, clapping their hands in excitement. "Sister, look, a magnificent lobster, how beautiful!" Qin, she exclaimed, reaching out for the lobster. "Be careful, don't let it pinch you," Lu Jingzhu cautioned. "It won't tea. Lobsters don't pinch. Crabs do," Qin, she replied confidently. Qin, she held up a lobster, admiring it. "What is this?" Lu Jingzhu pointed to a spiky, round creature. "Don't touch that. It's a sea urchin," Ye Zhou cautioned her. "How do you eat it? It looks quite intimidating," Lu Jingzhu inquired with curiosity. "Raw," Ye Zhou replied. He carefully wrapped his hand in a leaf, gently picked up the sea urchin, and sliced it open with a knife. Inside lay its delicate innards. Ye Zhou discarded the inedible parts, leaving only the edible portions. He deftly scooped out a piece, slurping it as he savored the rich, creamy flavor. "Delicious. So tender and sweet," Ye Zhou exclaimed. I want to try. Qin, she eagerly expressed her desire to taste. Ye Zhou retrieved another sea urchin from the wooden box, cleaned it, and handed it to her. Qin, she took a bite, her face lighting up with delight. Ye Zhou then opened one for Lu Jingzhu. She wrinkled her nose, displaying a look of distaste. "Eating it raw doesn't seem right. Let's cook it before eating," she suggested, her appetite seemingly modest. Yet, despite her words, her mouth was watering at the thought. After a fortnight of inconsistent meals, her body was lacking nutrition, rendering her gaunt. The sight of the seafood made her anxious to indulge. Ye Zhou fed her a piece of the sea urchin, and before she could fully appreciate the flavor, she swallowed it swiftly. "How does it taste? Is it good?" Ye Zhou asked her. "It's cool and smooth." Lu Jingzhu nodded enthusiastically. "Don't just stand there. Go gather some sea salt from those rocks," Ye Zhou instructed them. The two ladies set off to collect sea salt while Ye Zhou returned to the seabed, capturing more seafood. With newfound experience, his haul was even greater than before. After much effort, he finally caught a large crab, resembling a king crab, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds. With an abundant catch, there was enough for several meals. The box was nearly full. Ye Zhou led Lu Jingzhu and Qin Shi back along the same path. As they passed through a grove, Ye Zhou, carrying the seafood, suddenly stopped, seemingly having spotted something. He lifted his gaze, fixated on the treetops. Chapter 083. Supplementing the ladies' nutrition in the treetops, there was a bird's nest. Ye Zhou unloaded the seafood, spat into his palm, and rubbed it together. Then, he swiftly climbed to the top of the tree. "What are you doing up there? Is there something?" Lu Jingzhu called out, puzzled. "Just wait. There's something good," Ye Zhou shouted back. Utilizing both hands and feet, he reached the fork in the tree. Looking down, he indeed spotted several bird eggs in the nest. Counting them, he found a total of 7. He carefully took 4 and placed them in his pocket before sliding down the trunk. Fried or boiled? Ye Zhou displayed the bird eggs to Lu Jingzhu and Qin Shi. The 4 eggs were quite sizable, though not as large as chicken eggs, yet larger than pigeon eggs. "What kind of bird are these from?" Qin Shi asked, her curiosity piqued. Ye Zhou couldn't answer. What does it matter? As long as they are edible, that's all that counts. This is indeed a rare nutritional supplement that enhances our meals. "I desire a poached egg," Lu Jingzhu exclaimed joyfully. "You are severely lacking in nutrition. Look how thin you have become. It is time for you to nourish yourself properly," Ye Zhou remarked, gently pinching Lu Jingzhu's cheek. "I wish to have a fried egg." Qin Shi's tastes diverged from Lu Jingzhu's. "It is impossible to fry an egg without cooking oil," Lu Jingzhu reminded her. "Such a small egg is insufficient to fill the gaps between your teeth," Qin Shi lamented. As the sisters conversed, Ye Zhou ascended another tree, discovering 2 bird nests from which he carefully retrieved 6 bird eggs. Concerned that the avian mothers could not bear the loss, he left 2 or 3 eggs in each nest. One must never be absolute in any endeavor, especially when confronted by nature. Humility and reverence are essential. Ye Zhou returned to Chuiying Valley with Lu Jingzhu and Qin Shi, their hearts brimming with joy and excitement at their bountiful harvest. Upon their return, Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu rushed out to greet them. "Wow, so much seafood!" Yang Wan exclaimed. "At last, we can cease our potato diet," Ling Ziyu sighed. Ye Zhou opened several sea urchins on the spot, allowing them to taste a morsel to quell their hunger. Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu indulged eagerly. Ye Zhou gathered some hay and wood shavings, attempting to ignite a fire using a convex lens. As dusk approached, the sunlight softened, but the heat generated was insufficient. "Where's the lighter?" Ye Zhou inquired of Yang Wan. "It ran out of fuel long ago, and I discarded it in the trash heap behind the house," she replied. She dashed to the back, retrieved the lighter, and handed it to Ye Zhou. Striking it vigorously, he managed to create a spark. After much effort, however, the hay and wood shavings showed no signs of combustion. "Damn, is it truly this difficult to start a fire?" Ye Zhou felt a surge of frustration as he tossed the lighter away. He had envisioned a lavish seafood feast, only to find himself without a source of flame. Some of the seafood could be consumed raw, while others might lead to stomach troubles. Ye Zhou stood and paced, contemplating ways to ignite a fire. While theoretically possible, starting a fire by friction was exceedingly challenging in practice. He had attempted it during a wilderness training exercise, spending over an hour to achieve a flame. Turning around, he inadvertently brushed against the handgun at his waist. With a gun at hand, igniting a fire should not be too difficult. He chided himself for not thinking of this sooner. Ye Zhou procured a dry wooden board and hung it from a tree. Drawing his pistol, he aimed at the board and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through, embedding itself in the trunk, leaving a blackened hole from which smoke began to rise. He removed the board, placed some wood shavings and hay atop it, and gently blew on it. Sparks spread, igniting the hay, and a flame leaped forth. "We have fire! We have fire!" The ladies cheered, clapping in celebration. Once the fire was lit, everyone took on their respective tasks. Some tended to the flames, others washed the ingredients, while some arranged the bowls and chopsticks. They were all busily engaged, reveling in their collective efforts. Before long, a sumptuous seafood feast was laid out before everyone. The bamboo vessels emitted a tantalizing aroma, and all eagerly anticipated indulging in the culinary delights. She had brought along her brother, Qin Fei. Qin Fei resembled a simple-minded child, incessantly weaving strands of grass and occasionally breaking into inexplicable giggles. Though the others harbored disdain for him, they chose to overlook his demeanor. As Qin Fei caught a whiff of the fragrant dishes and set his gaze upon the king crab, he reached out to grasp it. "Don't be hasty. There is enough for you." She interjected. "Let him eat. Let everyone partake," Ye Zhou commanded. Several lovely ladies, shedding their reservations, forewent chopsticks and dove in to seize the king crab. Observing their gluttonous enthusiasm, Ye Zhou felt a profound sense of presence. "Take your time. No need to fight. There's plenty for all." Ye Zhou chuckled heartily. "You should join us," Yang Wan said, breaking off a piece of lobster meat and feeding it to Ye Zhou. He savored it delightfully. "Let's have some wine," Ling Ziyu proposed, rising to her feet. "Is there wine?" Ye Zhou suddenly recalled the bottles of whiskey stashed within the room. "Quick, bring the wine," he called out. Ling Ziyu entered the wooden cabin and emerged with a bottle. Lu Jingzhu procured several bamboo vessels to serve as cups. The wine bottle, sealed with an oak cork, lacked a proper opener. Ye Zhou unsheathed a short knife and gently tapped the bottle's neck, shattering it and sending wine splattering forth. He filled the cups of all present. "I have a statement to make. Let us see if you agree," Ye Zhou proclaimed, lifting his bamboo cup. "Speak your mind," the ladies urged, raising their glasses in anticipation. "I hope we can coexist in harmony, with mutual respect and love, leaving behind any discord," Ye Zhou articulated, casting his gaze towards Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. "We apologize. It was our fault for troubling Sister Jingzhu," Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu said sincerely. "You're not to blame. I share responsibility for not tending to you properly," Lu Jingzhu humbly replied. "In moments of despair, it is natural to experience negative emotions. This is understandable. However, as time passes, minor disagreements are inevitable. What matters is that we communicate openly, allowing bygone matters to fade from our hearts. For the sake of friendship, let us drink this toast and leave the past unspoken." Ye Zhou played the peacemaker. "No problem. Let's raise our glasses," the ladies affirmed. Clinking their cups together, a crisp sound resonated. The first bottle was soon emptied, prompting the opening of another. The revelers became increasingly uninhibited, their words flowing freely. In the presence of the enchanting ladies, Ye Zhou stood as the brightest star, the most dashing figure on Blue Bay Island. They gathered around him, captivated by his tales of adventure. Ye Zhou recounted in detail his and Qin Shi's triumph over pirates and encounters with savage tribes. The ladies listened with rapt attention, their curiosity piqued. Wild twin beauties? What do they look like? Are they as lovely as us? The ladies inquired with intrigue. Certainly, they are beautiful. They're the daughters of a chieftain, akin to princesses. Ye Zhou boasted. Princesses? Thus, you could be considered a prince consort, the ladies teased him. Fake prince consort, fake prince consort. They laughed as Ye Zhou, slightly inebriated, chuckled in response. Bad Ye Zhou, scoundrel Ye Zhou, not a good person, the ladies jestingly scolded him, tumbling onto his lap. They frolicked together, creating a delightful chaos on the ground. Chapter 084. The Blue Bay Island Conference. As night deepened, the Emerald Valley lay in tranquil silence. They had succumbed to slumber before the campfire. Among the 6 companions, only 2 remained awake. Qin Shi, abstaining from alcohol, maintained her clarity. She entered the wooden cabin, retrieved some animal pelts, and draped them over her friends. Her mind was tumultuous, filled with contemplations both worthy and unworthy. Gradually, she too drifted into sleep. The flickering flames illuminated their faces. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. Qin Fei rose quietly, stealthily approaching Ye Zhou. He had been feigning slumber, waiting until the other's breaths fell into a rhythmic cadence before he cautiously stood up. His visage was haggard, with one eye socket deeply sunken in the shifting light and shadows. His countenance appeared particularly ghastly. Although the injury to his eye had largely healed, his vision had significantly diminished, marking a lifelong regret. No one knew the turmoil within him, nor the depths of hatred he harbored. He stealthily approached Ye Zhou, crouching beside him. Ye Zhou remained in a deep slumber, emitting soft snores. At his side, 2 handguns and a short knife were tucked into his waistband. Qin Fei reached the handgun, carefully unfastening the holster-esque clasp, intending to draw the weapon. Yet he hesitated, retracting his hand. Impulsivity must be avoided. Long-term planning was necessary, he reminded himself. The fleeting desire for revenge would lead to future complications in survival. On this deserted island, he still needed Ye Zhou, relying on his capabilities, and would wait for the opportune moment to strike. Though Qin Fei appeared foolish, he was far from it. His navet was a fade, deliberately crafted to mislead others. Perhaps there had been a time when his mind was indeed clouded. But as time passed, clarity gradually returned. Only he was aware of precisely when this awakening occurred. Having experienced numerous failures and lessons, he had grown shrewder, no longer the naive individual he once was. Returning quietly to his place, he picked up some woven grass from the ground, gripping it tightly in his hand before lying down and closing his eyes. As dawn broke, the companions in the camp began to awaken, their eyes still heavy with sleep, lingering in the discomfort brought on by their hangovers. When Ye Zhou opened his eyes, Lu Jingzhu had already prepared breakfast, sea cucumber and potato soup, its aroma wafting invitingly. They indulged in a sumptuous meal, the ladies' pallid faces regaining a rosy hue, radiating vitality and exuberance. After a leisurely stroll around the vicinity, Ye Zhou returned to the front of the wooden cabin, noticing that the clasp of his holster was unfastened. Tilting his head in thought, he mused that perhaps it had been loosened in his drunken state the previous night. Paying it little mind, he fastened it again. Ye Zhou gathered everyone, inviting them to sit around the front of the cabin. He had long been contemplating their future, ready to share his thoughts with the group. Given the current circumstances, we shall not be departing from Blue Bay Island in the immediate future. Thus, we must prepare for a prolonged existence. Just as a household has its own rules, a nation has its laws. Order cannot exist without structure. Recently, we encountered discord within our ranks, a situation that should have been avoided. Today, I have gathered everyone with the purpose of discussing how we shall navigate our future. I invite all opinions to be voiced. Upon concluding his remarks, Ye Zhou surveyed the assembly, seeking their input. What opinions can we express? We will follow your lead. Wherever you decide to go, we shall accompany you, declared Yang Wan. Indeed, we are here to listen to you, added Lu Jingshu. The 2 other ladies echoed their agreement. It would be prudent for us to elect a leader, otherwise we remain disorganized, proposed Ye Zhou. I nominate Ye Zhou, suggested Qin Shi, raising her hand in affirmation. I second that. So do I, Leader Yi, Commander Yi, President Yi. Chief Yi, the ladies chimed in, their laughter brightening the atmosphere. Very well, since you all support this, I shall assume the role of leader. Ye Zhou said with a gentle smile. Would you care to deliver an acceptance speech? Qin Shi teased. It is a great honor. I'm grateful for your support. Ye Zhou began with an opening statement. He then announced the rules that all inhabitants of the island should adhere to. We find ourselves stranded on this deserted island, unable to escape for the time being. However, since we are here, we must make the best of it. I hope everyone can maintain a calm disposition and strive to survive on this island. Regardless of our backgrounds or statuses, here, we're all equal, with no distinction of rank or wealth. We must unite sincerely, supporting and caring for one another. In times of difficulty, we shall extend a helping hand, and in peril, we shall not hesitate to risk our lives for each other. Factions must not form, nor should internal conflicts arise. Any disagreements must be resolved amicably, and conflicts must be addressed promptly. I hope all will abide by these fundamental rules. Upon concluding, Ye Zhou sought the assembly's consensus. These were the most basic of expectations, and naturally, no objections arose. Next, I shall outline our plans for the future. Ye Zhou paused to gather his thoughts. What are your plans? Please share, urged Ling Ziyu, unable to contain her curiosity. Ye Zhou cleared his throat as the group quieted in anticipation of his directives. Our primary focus moving forward shall be the establishment of our home, he stated. How shall we build it? Are we to construct houses? Inquired Yang Wan with interest. Should we cultivate the land? But we have no seeds, added Ling Ziyu. Hunting and fishing? We know nothing of these. We can only rely on you. The ladies expressed their concerns. You are all correct, Ye Zhou interjected. First, we must build shelters. Then we shall cultivate crops, hunt fish, and forage. None of these can be overlooked. We must be self-sufficient, transforming our current state of mere survival into a life of abundance. Concurrently, we shall engage in recreational activities to uplift our spirits. In due course, we will live carefree, joyously passing each day. Only then can we sustain ourselves for the long term and perhaps one day return to the civilized world. As Ye Zhou envisioned the future, the ladies erupted in applause and cheers, celebrating the hopeful prospects ahead. In order to conduct our work in an orderly manner and enhance efficiency, we must delineate our respective responsibilities. Ye Zhou paused momentarily as he spoke. This fellow indeed possesses some leadership qualities. The ladies were stirred to enthusiasm, eager to shoulder significant responsibilities. How shall we divide the tasks? Speak quickly, the several ladies clamored. As Ye Zhou pondered, he began to make arrangements. Sister Jingshu shall oversee logistical management, responsible for the safekeeping and allocation of inventory, in addition to sanitation and medical services. Very well, Lu Jing readily accepted the assignment. One heir will be in charge of production and construction, formulating work plans and supervising the work situation. Sounds good, Yang Wan joyfully acquiesced. A Z will manage leisure activities, initiating cultural and entertainment projects to elevate everyone's spirit of civilizational development. All right, haha. Ling Ziyu couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoxi is tasked with technological research and development, from grand inventions to practical life hacks, addressing every detail with creativity and employing intelligence in real-life applications. That sounds acceptable. Qin Shi pondered her responsibilities, quickly gearing up for work. How about this arrangement? Is it satisfactory? Ye Zhou asked, a hint of pride in his tone. And what about him? We can't let him laze about. Yang Wan pointed at Qin Fei sitting under the tree. Qin Fei sat on the ground, clutching a few blades of wild grass. Just as Yang Wan finished speaking, he unexpectedly looked up and glanced toward the meeting. Rabbit, rabbit, hee, Qin Fei exclaimed, raising the grass in his hand in a foolish manner. He realized he shouldn't react to Yang Wan's comment, fearing it would reveal his blunder. Ye Zhou observed everything keenly. Could this lad be waking up? His gaze was vacant, and his ramblings did not suggest awareness. Yang Wan's mention of his name elicited such a response, which seemed reasonable. Ye Zhou dismissed his doubts. What can he possibly do in this state? Ye Zhou furrowed his brow. How about assigning him a cleaning task? Ling Ziyu suggested. I think that's a good idea. In the future, we should construct a public restroom and have him in charge of cleaning it. Yang Wan laughed heartily. Qin Shi, witnessing her brother's humiliation, felt indignant. Sister Wan Air, you are being too harsh. Qin Shi reproached Yang Wan. Little Shi, do not be upset. I was merely joking. Yang Wan responded apologetically. For someone who claims to be his girlfriend, you are truly heartless, Qin Shi asserted. Girlfriend? Who told you that I am his girlfriend? Yang Wan retorted defiantly. How could you deny it? If you're not his girlfriend, why did you travel with him? Qin Shi countered sharply. This remark incensed Yangwan. If it were not for our parents' arrangement, I would never have traveled with him, she scoffed. Do not forget that your family relies on the Qin family. Without their assistance, you would have gone bankrupt long ago. Qin, she scolded her. So what? The Qin and Yang families are old friends. Helping each other is expected. Business affairs have always been reciprocal, and we have aided you in the past. Moreover, matters between the two families have nothing to do with me, she retorted. Since you chose to accompany him, it implies that you tacitly agreed to be his girlfriend. How can you now retract that? Qin, she insisted stubbornly. How absurd. I have no affection for Qin Fei and would never consider being his girlfriend, Yangwan retorted with a disdainful laugh. Enough of the quarrel. Lu Jingshu interjected gently from the side. Do you not perceive how he treats me? Yangwan was unwilling to relent. What you witnessed on the cruise was his relentless attempts to impose himself upon me. Had it not been for Zi's presence, he would have forcibly mistreated me long ago. The more Yangwan reflected, the angrier she became. In the aftermath of the shipwreck, stranded on a deserted island, he not only failed to restrain himself, but escalated his behavior, believing that having a bodyguard at his side granted him license to act with impunity, to reign supreme. Yangwan spoke with venom in her tone. That day on the beach, had Ye Zhou not rescued me, he would have already. Yangwan's voice trembled with indignation. Captured by villains, he brazenly requested that they torment me. She chastised Qin Fei's misdeeds with a broken voice. Ling Ziyu comforted Yangwan, holding her close and offering gentle solace. Qin, she found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that his brother's conduct was indeed reprehensible. Enough, enough. Let us cease this bickering. We had just established the principle of unity and camaraderie, and the past should remain unspoken. Ye Zhou stepped forward to mediate. The dispute between the two ladies had thoroughly disrupted the atmosphere of the meeting. We must continue our discussions. Everyone, let's ease the tension and proceed with our agenda. Something seems amiss, have you all noticed? Lu Jingshu remarked. What appears to be amiss? Ling Ziyu inquired with curiosity. We each have our designated roles. Yet it seems we are missing one individual, Lu Jingshu teased. Indeed, Ye Zhou, we have all completed our tasks. What have you been doing? Ling Ziyu suddenly understood. I cannot answer that, Ye Zhou replied. Damn, too busy assigning tasks to others. I neglected my own responsibilities. In my opinion, let him serve as the overall commander. Qin, she suggested. Overall commander? Does that mean he doesn't have to do anything? Ling Ziyu questioned skeptically. Ha, I certainly will not be idle. Ye Zhou chuckled. Rest assured, all the heavy lifting and laborious tasks will fall to him. He cannot escape that. Lu Jingshu shot a glance at Ye Zhou. Very well. I will work hard. I will strive diligently. I will give my all, Ye Zhou proclaimed, clenching his fist and making a gesture of encouragement. With clearly defined roles, each person assumed their respective duties. Lu Jingshu took on the responsibilities of logistics supervisor and sanitation officer. Yangwan was appointed as the captain of production and construction. Ling Ziyu became the cultural and sports committee member and psychological counselor. Qin Shi was designated as the chief engineer of technical development. Qin Fei was assigned the role of sanitation worker. Ye Zhou's position was rather complex, requiring him to juggle various responsibilities. The group conferred upon him several titles. Overall commander of Blue Bay Island, chief of the Sun Tribe, director of the survival committee, subject leader, spiritual mentor, laborer, and scapegoat. Enough, please do not demean me further, Ye Zhou muttered, feeling slightly bewildered. Ultimately, they all agreed to refer to him as Lord Yi. Lord Yi, are you satisfied? The ladies laughed heartily. This is utterly nonsensical. The task of constructing our home is formidable and yet to commence, and I have already been hoodwinked. Ye Zhou similed WD. Yet he found a peculiar satisfaction in it. Subsequently, each supervisor articulated their work plans. Lu Jingshu, with a background in healthcare, first envisioned sourcing herbal medicine from the outside to provide medical assurances for everyone. She also intended to establish a logistics warehouse to categorize and securely store items, ensuring their prudent usage. Yangwan, specializing in enterprise management, naturally inherited the family business as the sole daughter of a Yang family, which encompasses numerous industries. After graduating from university, she assumed the role of vice general manager of the group. Her primary plan was to construct housing to alleviate the housing shortage, aiming to build at least 4 residences, a warehouse, a kitchen and dining area, as well as a public restroom. Furthermore, she proposed to cultivate land and raise livestock, tasks of considerable magnitude. Ling Ziyu, on the other hand, proposed a more leisurely initiative, suggesting the launch of a nationwide fitness campaign alongside artistic training in literature, music, fine arts, and calligraphy, as well as organizing concerts and sports competitions to enrich everyone's leisure time. Qin Shi, employing his ingenuity, planned to design a network of water pipes, bringing a water source into the residential community, given the current limited conditions. Although Qin Fei held the position of cleaner, his mental state was somewhat disorganized, resulting in the work being shared among the group. Ye Zhou, positioned at the central command, orchestrated operations while also being a versatile member, embodying the spirit of a cog in a machine, ready to adapt wherever necessary. Each individual's responsibilities were well-defined, with clear objectives. All plans received Ye Zhou's approval and were to be executed immediately. Lu Jingshu drafted a duty roster, with the others rotating shifts, excluding Ye Zhou. The duty officer was responsible for cooking, organizing schedules, and recording attendance, with a weekly rotation. Are there any questions? Ye Zhou inquired of the group. For now, that will suffice. We shall convene again to discuss any further suggestions, he declared, bringing the meeting to a close. The inaugural meeting of Blue Bay Island concluded triumphantly, with applause and cheers echoing in the air. The future appeared exceedingly bright, and hope surged among the participants, their enthusiasm at an unprecedented peak. Lu Jingshu was the first on duty. Adhering to the plan, she gathered everyone to commence work. Yang Wan led Ling Ziyu and Qin Shi to harvest potatoes, some of which had begun to sprout, threatening to miss the optimal harvest time. Ye Zhou accompanied Lu Jingshu to gather herbs. He climbed the ridge using a rope, securing it around his waist, finding a smooth piece of bark to cushion against the tree trunk, utilizing it as a fulcrum to gradually hoist Lu Jingshu upwards. He contemplated constructing a soft ladder later, allowing everyone to ascend the valley independently, leaving the lush shadows of the valley. Ye Zhou and Lu Jingshu proceeded towards Eagle Beak Cliff. As they traversed a grove, Ye Zhou suddenly grasped Lu Jingshu's arm and pulled her tightly into his embrace. They shared a passionate kiss. In Chapter 086, Insatiable Cravings, after Ye Zhou and Lu Jingshu departed, the three ladies toiled in the field harvesting potatoes. They were undoubtedly up to no good. What do they mean by foraging for herbs? It's all a ruse, Qin Shi pouted, addressing Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. While they are out indulging, we are here working ourselves to exhaustion. Ling Ziyu tossed aside her shovel and sat down in a huff. Perhaps they truly went to gather herbs. Yang Wan pondered, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Awaiting their return, it is imperative that we interrogate them thoroughly, Qin Shi proclaimed. Alas, let us return to our tasks, Yang Wan encouraged the group. The three beautiful women, filled with indignation, toiled away, their anger palpable as they wielded bamboo spatulas, smashing the potato seedlings to a pulp. In the woods by Eagle Beak Cliff, Ye Zhou was laboring diligently, gathering dried grass to spread across a clearing. Let us go gather herbs instead, suggested Lu Jingshu as she sat upon the grass, her demeanor indicating a lack of intention to forage. You have been sorely missed. Ye Zhou laid her down gently. This is unwise. The younger sisters will find out, Lu Jingshu protested playfully. During our time apart, have you thought of me? Ye Zhou inwided. Did you truly need to ask? Such a question is redundant, she replied, the absurdity of their context compelling them to speak in trivialities. Indeed, Lu Jingshu murmured softly. What were your thoughts? Ye Zhou pressed once more, again indulging in a trivial inquiry. I missed your kindness, she said, her eyelashes fluttering. Did you long for my physical presence? Ye Zhou's question struck a chord, yet Lu Jingshu refrained from providing a direct answer. I yearn for the delicacies you brought me, Lu Jingshu confessed, her eyes closed as if savoring the memory of sumptuous crab feast. Do you prefer crabs or lobsters? Ye Zhou prompted her. First the crab, then the lobster, she replied, swallowing in anticipation. Your appetite is rather considerable, Ye Zhou observed, tilting his head as the veins in his neck pulsed. His tone tinged with a hint of jest. What do you enjoy eating? Lu Jingshu countered. I have a fondness for abalone, Ye Zhou revealed. You truly are insatiable. She teased. Indeed, we both possess a craving. Let us indulge freely, Ye Zhou exclaimed in a fit of exuberance. They rose, leaning against a tree, surrounded by the bright sunlight, the shadows dancing and leaves fluttering in the breeze. Returning to the grassy patch, The gentle wind carried away their conversation. The atmosphere felt suspended, an invisible current flowing silently between them. The world around them faded, leaving only two fervent hearts entwined, their souls intertwined in a delicate embrace, indistinguishable from one another. Eventually, fatigue overcame them, and they reclined, whispering soothing words to each other. "Let us proceed to gather herbs," Lu Jingshu declared, rejuvenated. Ye Zhou sat up, puzzled, feeling no fatigue, yet rather invigorated. Could it be the effect of the golden bear bile? How fortunate I am, he mused. Ye Zhou led Lu Jingshu along the cliffside, collecting various herbs, primarily those for preventing colds, alongside some that possess calming and cognitive-enhancing properties. These calming herbs should be given to Qin Fei. After all, he is quite unfortunate in his current state of mind, Lu Jingshu suggested with compassion. What concern is he of ours? Ye Zhou retorted, clearly reluctant. For Xiaoxi's sake. Let us not hold a grudge, Lu Jingshu urged him. Ye Zhou retrieved a map detailing the distribution of resources on Blue Bay Island, locating the areas where wild goats and orchards were active around the Rummer Ridge. Ye Zhou led Lu Jingshu to the area where the wild goats roamed, and upon reaching a grassy slope, they beheld a flock of wild goats grazing. Regret washed over Ye Zhou for not bringing a firearm. He only possessed a short knife, which he doubted would prove useful. He crouched low, stealthily approaching the herd. However, just a few paces away, the goats suddenly sensed his presence and scattered in alarm. Ye Zhou dashed forward, not blindly pursuing, but fixating on a slower young goat. Just as he was about to catch up, the young goat bounded up the slope and leaped onto a rock. As Ye Zhou reached out to seize it, the young goat effortlessly ascended the cliffside. Turning its head, it appeared to taunt him, as if to say, "Come catch me if you can." Provoked by the challenge, Ye Zhou exerted himself to climb the cliff. But the young goat leapt effortlessly to a higher, steeper ledge. "How dare you toy with me?" he thought, determination fueling his ascent. The young goat, undeterred, seemed to play a game of hide and seek, skillfully evading him at every approach. Despite Ye Zhou's considerable climbing skills, he fell woefully short compared to the wild goat's natural agility. After much effort, he reluctantly conceded that capturing it was futile. "Do not revel in your victory," he muttered, eyeing the flock on the hillside. "I have my ways to deal with you." With a chuckle, Ye Zhou returned to the grassy area, crafting a snare from rope and branches. He secured it to a distant tree, ensuring that any unsuspecting prey would be ensnared upon stepping on the branches. Although he could have fetched his gun, the noise would frighten the goats away, likely preventing their return. He resolved to set traps daily, capturing them all for sustenance. And any surplus could be raised. He envisioned gathering more female goats for their milk, a veritable treasure trove of nutrition. The beautiful women who drank it would surely become fairer and plumper, even more enchanting than before. Furthermore, he could breed them, establishing a thriving livestock enterprise over time. With a hearty laugh, Ye Zhou dreamed of the future. Departing from the wild goat area, Ye Zhou took Lu Jingshu to a fruit orchard not far away, located on a gentle slope on the western side of Maoling. After a short walk, they indeed found themselves amidst a grove of fruit trees. Upon entering, they were greeted by branches heavy with abundant fruit. Purple orbs resembling apples, yet clustered like oversized cherries, and orange-hued fruits akin to oranges, which, when peeled, revealed juicy flesh perfect for juicing. This fruit could make delightful orange juice, Lu Jingshu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. She peeled one and fed the succulent flesh into Ye Zhou's mouth. Playfully, he blocked her mouth, feeding her back the fruit. They embraced, reluctant to part. Ye Zhou turned her around, urging her to lean against a tree. No, I have duty today and must return to cook," Lu Jingshu protested, glancing back at him. "It won't take long. I promise it won't delay dinner," Ye Zhou insisted, ignoring her pleas. "You are insatiably greedy," Lu Jingshu playfully chided, her heart brimming with excitement. Ye Zhou cradled her chin, gently caressing her long hair. Lu Jingshu tilted her face upward, narrowing her eyes with a soft squint. Chapter 087. Only the overworked ox falls, not the tilled land. Ye Zhou's hair was tousled, and his stubble gave him the appearance of a wild man. "You are truly uncouth. I shall give you a haircut and shave when we return," Lu Jingshu remarked, her words fragmented and disjointed. A series of crisp slaps echoed as Ye Zhou playfully struck her. "Dare you call me uncouth?" he retorted, directing all his frustration toward her. "I won't dare anymore." She pleaded for mercy. Ye Zhou, exhilarated and drenched in sweat, mused, only the overworked ox falls, not the tilled land. He casually plucked a wild fruit and popped it into his mouth. The fruit burst, its juices cascading down Lu Jingzhu's back. He savored the fruit for what felt like an eternity, until at last he finished, wiping his mouth. You won't be able to handle this, Lu Jingzhu laughed lightly. You underestimate me. Shall we go again? Ye Zhou suggested playfully. No, spare me, she evaded. You ought to return and prepare dinner. He chuckled heartily. Ye Zhou took Lu Jingzhu by the hand, leading her out of the orchard. They gathered fruits in their clothing, filling a pouch to the brim. With several mouths to feed, these fruits would not last long. You are in charge of logistics. Ensure these are well preserved and rationed, Ye Zhou instructed her. Of course. I understand the importance of frugality, Lu Jingzhu replied, adept at managing her household. Upon reaching the entrance of the Emerald Shadow Valley, Ye Zhou set Lu Jingzhu down. You should return to cook. I have matters to attend to, he stated. Come back quickly. I shall wait for you to dine together, Lu Jingzhu urged. No need to wait for me. I will be back for dinner, he assured her. Lu Jingzhu returned to the camp to prepare the meal, while Ye Zhou turned back. Searching the island, he discovered the corpses of pirates and buried the fragmented remains. He collected weapons and usable supplies. By the time he completed these tasks, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of twilight. Ye Zhou returned to the Emerald Shadow Valley, dragging firearms and supplies. He conducted an inventory of his finds, over a dozen long rifles, 5 handguns, and more than 300 rounds of ammunition, enough to equip a platoon. He kept only a Desert Eagle, bundling the rest with rope and stowing them beneath the bed. Among them was a particularly valuable signal gun, containing 1 signal flare, a precious item to be used with caution due to its limited supply. Additionally, he found a telescope, several lighters, a dagger, and various tools. Ye Zhou organized the supplies meticulously, categorizing them and designating a place for storage. During dinner, the women had regained their vitality, no longer appearing as haggard as before. After the meal, it was free time. Ling Ziyu led the women in rehearsing a performance, diligently practicing a dance. Their spirits soared, and they engaged earnestly in their routine. Observing them, Ye Zhou felt as though they were imitating the graceful movements of peacocks. Ah, the peacock dance, splendid. He applauded. As bedtime approached, Lu Jingzhu, serving as the caretaker, reminded everyone to retire early. On that evening, 4 enchanting ladies resided in a wooden cabin, while Ye Zhou opted to stay in Lu Jingzhu's grass hut. Although Ye Zhou longed for Lu Jingzhu to share his slumber, she, being perceptive and considerate, prioritized the emotions of her younger sisters. Alone in the grass hut, Ye Zhou succumbed to a deep and peaceful sleep, having been deprived of restful nights for many days. The following morning, Lu Jingzhu was the first to awaken, preparing breakfast and rousing everyone from their slumber. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner, fostering a harmonious atmosphere akin to that of a large family. The day's primary task was to construct the wooden cabin and enhance their living conditions. Ye Zhou diligently sharpened a rusty axe against a stone and felled several trees. Qin Shi ingeniously devised a rudimentary transport vehicle, laying logs on the ground and employing their rolling motion to transport heavy timber. Though this primitive method proved inefficient, the group worked fervently. Spurred on by Ling Ziyu's encouraging shouts, united in purpose, they successfully transported the lumber to the campsite. How to erect the wooden cabin. Having witnessed the circular huts of the barbarian tribes, Qin Shi sketched blueprints and explained the construction process to the others. She also invented a writing instrument, using charcoal to depict the cabin's shape and structure on tree bark. By midday, the essential timber was prepared. The afternoon's labor involved curing the wood to ensure it was carbonized and protected from decay. Building a house was no simple endeavor. These tasks could not be completed in a day or two, so the group proceeded with patience, adhering to their plan. Lu Jingzhu prepared lunch, cooking the remaining seafood and steaming potatoes in bamboo tubes. She then transformed the potatoes into a creamy mash, mixing in seafood and savory juices, along with freshly gathered spices, creating a delectable dish that filled the air with irresistible aromas. Everyone's appetites awakened, and as they feasted, praises flowed abundantly. Let Lu Jingzhu handle the cooking from now on, suggested Yang Wan. That simply won't do. We must adhere to the rules. Whoever's turn it is must prepare the meals. Lu Jingzhu insisted firmly. Our meals are dreadful. I only relish the dishes that Lu Jingshu prepares. Qin, she chimed in. I can teach you all. Perhaps you might cook even better than I do, Lu Jingshu humbly offered. Absolutely. Why not start a cooking class? Qin, she exclaimed, her youthful exuberance shining through as she chattered away. Amidst the lively conversation, Ye Zhou remained silent, absorbed in his meal. Ye Zhou, why do you not share your thoughts? Qin, she noticed his subdued demeanor. I have no opinions. Oh, I have no opinions. Ye Zhou mumbled, his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. In the depths of his mind, Ye Zhou was preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu. When he departed the valley, the two enchanting ladies had promised to make amends upon his return. It seemed the time had come for them to fulfill their promises. Yet, he found himself unable to broach the subject, as he felt compelled to maintain a faade of decorum in front of the others. The matters between Ye Zhou, Yang Wan, and Ling Ziyu were secrets known only to the three of them. Lu Jingshu and Qin, she assumed nothing had transpired among them, remaining oblivious to the underlying tension. Meanwhile, Ye Zhou harbored ulterior motives, and it seemed Yang Wan and Ling Ziyu had also forgotten their earlier commitments. Alas, they truly have spun grandiose tales for me, he thought. Having returned for 2 days, she showed no sign of acknowledgement. Ye Zhou contemplated devious schemes. I shall take a nap. You may eat at your leisure, Ling Ziyu announced as she rose from the dining table, intent on retreating to her room for rest. Wait a moment, Ye Zhou interjected. What is it? Ling Ziyu inquired. This afternoon, I intend to capture wild goats, and I require an assistant. Ye Zhou replied with utmost seriousness. Capture wild goats? I lack the strength for such an endeavor. I cannot even catch a small rabbit, Ling Ziyu remarked, her words laced with hidden meaning. Ye Zhou recalled the incident involving the wild rabbit, recognizing that he had indeed crossed a subtle boundary with her. In his eagerness, he had acted foolishly, a human failing in moments of impulse. Yet, he had subsequently rescued her during the unforeseen mishap with the golden-edged grass. Having shared a moment of intimacy followed by a solemn promise, was it not time to rekindle their connection? Human nature often harbors a tenacity. The more elusive the desire, the greater the yearning for it. What clever stratagem could he devise? Ye Zhou's mind raced. Chapter 088. Compensation, fulfilling promises since the crisis involving the emotional toxin. Ye Zhou had been unable to shake off thoughts of Ling Ziyu, countless sleepless nights consumed by memories of their electrifying encounter. Had he not already breached her icy demeanor? Why then did she so resolutely reject him? What could possibly be her reasoning? Ye Zhou found himself perplexed. Clearly, she held feelings for him. Why the continued refusal? Was it a matter of pride? He preferred to let things unfold naturally. While he was not entirely inexperienced in matters of the heart, he understood one cardinal rule. With a proud and aloof woman, one must not rush. He recognized the wisdom of patience. You need not accompany me, yet you must send a deputy. I cannot capture the goats alone, Ye Zhou conceded. Nonsense. You can manage on your own. This hunting task is inherently yours. Ling Ziyu saw through his intentions and sought to challenge him. Very well, should I capture a wild goat, I shall feast alone outside, Ye Zhou jested. Do not forget our rule. No solitary feasting, Ling Ziyu retorted sternly. Rules are immutable, but humans are not. If you do not cooperate with my work, I shall have no choice but to indulge alone, Ye Zhou playfully defied her. Ziyu, you may not desire goat meat, but others do. Yang Wan chimed in cheerfully as she approached. You are unaware of his true intentions. Ling Ziyu cautioned Yang Wan. I have no desire for potatoes. I yearn for goat meat. Yang Wan expressed the collective sentiment. You should not accompany him. Let Sister Jingshu go instead, Ling Ziyu urged, concerned for a friend's well-being. Sister Jingshu cannot go. She must assist me with the water supply equipment this afternoon, and she also has to prepare the meal. Qin, she interjected. Indeed, I have no time. Let Wanner accompany him. Lu Jingshu, feeling disinclined to argue, acquiesced. You are all simply impossible, Ling Ziyu exclaimed in exasperation. Aside from Ye Zhou and Ling Ziyu, none recognized the gravity of the situation. Capturing wild goats held greater significance than building a house. Why did Ziyu insist on obstructing this endeavor? Having reached an agreement, I shall accompany Lord Yi in pursuit of the wild goats. The time is still early. We ought to take our midday respite. With that, Yang Wan stepped into the wooden cabin to rest. Each of us sought our own place to relax. Upon awakening in the afternoon, we began our tasks according to our designated roles. Ye Zhou, accompanied by Yang Wan, ventured out of the cooling valley, heading toward the vicinity of the Running Horse Ridge to capture the wild goats. Alas, there is something that weighs upon my mind. Ye Zhou feigned a look of discontent. Who would dare provoke our esteemed Lord Yi? Yangwan expressed her indignation on his behalf. There are two types of people, those who honor their promises and those who merely paint grand visions devoid of integrity. Ye Zhou engaged her in a discourse on character. And what of those who merely paint grand visions? Alas, it seems such individuals are in abundance, Yangwan lamented. What is your perspective on those who do so? Ye Zhou subtly guided her into the discussion. It is best to avoid such individuals, to see through their facade at the earliest and maintain a respectful distance. Yangwan, unaware of the underlying implications, listened intently. Should promises made be fulfilled? Ye Zhou inquired. Of course, they must be honored. What? Is someone indebted to you? Yangwan replied with a hint of indignation. Should one who fails to repay their debts be punished? Ye Zhou led her step by step. Certainly, they must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will grow bolder in their transgressions. Yangwan declared with a spirited air. Then, should we confront those who merely paint grand visions? Ye Zhou raised an eyebrow. They ought to be reprimanded even more. Yangwan, with her straightforward nature, did not delve deeper into the implications. That simplifies matters. It appears we share a common understanding. Ye Zhou had successfully piqued her curiosity. Pray, tell me what transpired. Yangwan inquired with genuine concern. Do you recall my departure from Cooling Valley to seek out Sister Jingshu? Ye Zhou began to address the crux of the matter. Indeed, I remember well. You promised you would return, and we awaited your return with great anticipation. Yangwan's memory served her well as she recalled the scene. What did you promise me? Ye Zhou counted head injury. A promise? I do not recall that. Yangwan hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation. You pledged to compensate me upon your return. Have you forgotten? Ye Zhou questioned with earnest seriousness. Compensation? Yes, there seems to be some truth to that. But Yangwan's eyes darted as she contemplated her defense. Yet, what kind of compensation? Ye Zhou pressed further. However, we have not determined what form that compensation should take, Yangwan began to argue. Since it is compensation, it should naturally align with my desires. Ye Zhou asserted with an air of reason. What sort of compensation do you wish for? Yangwan felt a flicker of unease within her. What I desire is quite clear to you. Do not feign ignorance. Ye Zhou laughed heartily. But why not seek out a Z? Yangwan expressed a tinge of regret. No, you initially intended to approach a Z, but she was unwilling to accompany you. Yangwan corrected her understanding. Ye Zhou felt slightly embarrassed. Having been caught in a contradiction, the east may not shine, but the west may yet illuminate. If one cannot find sweet potatoes, should one not seek turnips instead? Such approaches are unlikely to endear themselves to the ladies. In fact, they might even evoke disdain. Ye Zhou found himself at a loss for an explanation and decided to cast aside any concern for appearances. After all, this was a matter solely between the two of them. If she was unwilling, the onus was on him to fulfill it. With a sulky expression, Ye Zhou insisted. If she is unwilling, then I am as well. Yangwan, exhibiting a touch of defiance, refused to acknowledge the situation. Ye Zhou had not anticipated that things would backfire, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Reluctant to accept defeat, he pondered how he might persuade her. What could he do to make her willingly comply? When they first entered the Emerald Shadow Valley, Yangwan had treated him well, even giving him the impression that she had already fallen for him. However, after Lu Jingshu and Qin Shi joined, opportunities for private moments dwindled, leading to a growing distance and estrangement between them. Their mutual understanding regarding his relationship with Lu Jingshu was evident, especially considering the strong objections voiced by the girls after he had taken Lu Jingshu out the previous day. They had indeed shared many admirable experiences, but was it not somewhat greedy to consider the feelings of others? A teapot, after all, cannot accommodate several teacups. Ye Zhou realized he might be overthinking this. Nonetheless, he had made considerable contributions, saving their lives, aiding them through trials, and providing them with delightful sustenance. From an emotional standpoint, his affections were genuine, stemming from admiration and love for them. If he were to be accused of selfishness, there was indeed a hint of truth. Yet, if one spoke of dedication, he had certainly demonstrated that as well. After much contemplation, Ye Zhou concluded that he could not force matters, nor could he presume that his capabilities entitled him to seize what was not freely given. With a heavy heart, he dismissed these thoughts and trudged forward, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 089. The hormonal effect, what's wrong? Are you upset? Yang Wan, fearing his displeasure, sought to appease him. You all are unwilling, painting grand illusions and leaving me in the lurch. How could I possibly feel happy? Ye Zhou did not shy away from expressing his emotions. Joy was joy, and displeasure was indeed displeasure. He had always been straightforward. Yang Wan relished the sight of him feeling wronged, believing she had triumphed. Women often strive to assert themselves before men, unwilling to appear weak. Yet, once they gain the upper hand, they may lower their guard and extend goodwill. You must know how to win a girl as favor. Genuine feelings can move her, making her willing to invest in you, Yang Wan advised him. How absurd to receive lessons on such matters. I have saved you more than once or twice. Is that not more valuable than any attempt to curry favor? Ye Zhou thought, a bitter smile crossing his lips. How about I consult Azi and see if she can offer you some compensation? Yang Wan seemed to set a trap for him. Continue to weave your grand illusions. I shall simply lie down, Ye Zhou replied, resigning. The conversation faltered, and the atmosphere became tense. The two continued forward in silence. Yang Wan slowed her pace, her spirits dampened, while Ye Zhou strode ahead. Why are you walking so fast? Yang Wan exclaimed in annoyance. Ye Zhou halted, waiting for her to catch up. Once she adjusted her mood, she playfully skipped ahead, plucking a handful of wildflowers from the roadside. Do they look beautiful? She inquired. Indeed, Ye Zhou answered coldly. Between Azi and me, whom do you prefer? Yang Wan suddenly posed a question, eager for his response. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Ye Zhou replied nonchalantly. Of course, I want the truth, Yang Wan said, waiting for him to elaborate. Each of you possesses unique characteristics. You exude a warm affinity, making it easy for others to connect with you. On the other hand, Az presents a strikingly aloof exterior, making her difficult to approach initially. Yet once familiar, one can truly sense her warmth and sincerity. Ye Zhou analyzed their personalities and arrived at a rather straightforward conclusion. Your analysis is remarkably accurate, but you still haven't answered my question. Who do you truly favor? Yang Wan pressed persistently on the topic. Of course I like you, Ye Zhou replied, blinking playfully. Out of courtesy, he could not openly declare his affection for Ling Ziyu in Yang Wan's presence. At times, it is necessary to utter a kind-hearted fib. In truth, he harbored fondness for both, finding it challenging to choose. I know you're not being entirely truthful, but your words bring me joy, Yang Wan remarked, not one to dwell on trivial matters. As long as you're happy, Ye Zhou replied indifferently. Az is a major star. Naturally, she is unattainable for most, yet she treats you quite well. I can see that she has feelings for you, Yang Wan suggested tentatively. You are also quite remarkable, an elegant lady, a master's degree in economics, and a high-ranking corporate executive. Your standards are even loftier than Az's, Ye Zhou complimented her. To be honest, many pursued me in university, yet I found none appealing. After joining the family business, those suitors vanished altogether. My family pressured me into blind dates, and I reluctantly agreed to date Qin Fei. However, after only a few meetings, he revealed his true, unsavory character. I find myself disillusioned with men. Yet I stumbled upon you. Yang Wan expressed her emotional turmoil and admiration for Ye Zhou. Deeply moved, Ye Zhou regained his confidence in an instant. What about encountering me? He inquired, eager for her elaboration. I believe you possess a sense of responsibility, capability, and security. Yang Wan paused momentarily. And what else? Ye Zhou urged her to continue. Moreover, you are quite handsome. Any girl who sees you would surely be captivated, she said, shyly stealing a glance at him. Ye Zhou took great pleasure in her praise. Am I truly that handsome? He pondered. Perhaps so. During my university days, numerous girls expressed their affections openly, he mused. Not only are you handsome, but you are also straightforward and embody the essence of masculinity, not one who is easily intimidated. Yang Wan continued, her words flowing with admiration and respect. Is my greatness truly so apparent? Ye Zhou reflected inwardly. Yet, a flicker of caution arose within him. Might she have ulterior motives behind her flattery? Am I really that remarkable? He engaged with her topic. You possess a certain allure, a scent that can enchant women. Yang Wan suddenly halted, perching upon a rock. Ye Zhou turned back, approaching her side. What scent? How come I can't detect it myself? He inquired, feeling a surge of excitement. You naturally cannot perceive it. It is something others notice, Yang Wan explained, shifting aside to invite Ye Zhou to sit beside her. He complied. What is this scent? Could you describe it? Ye Zhou asked, intrigued. What scent? Perhaps it resembles the fragrance of hormones, Yang Wan mused, burying her head in Ye Zhou's embrace. This left Ye Zhou feeling somewhat awkward. Unbeknownst to himself, could it be that he had transformed into a lustful beast, exuding the pheromonal signals of male and heat? The usually composed Ye Zhou had, in Yang Wan's presence, become akin to a creature driven by primal instincts. As Ye Zhou held Yang Wan close, he detected an intriguing fragrance wafting through the air. Was it merely a conditioned reflex? Had he been swayed by preconceived notions, allowing his consciousness to diverge? Previously, he had experienced a profound connection with her, but that had occurred under pressing circumstances, leaving him unaware of the subtle transformations of her being. At the time, his inattention had prevented him from appreciating the exquisite scent emanating from her form, failing to grasp the sensory impact it invoked. He had always assumed it to be the fragrance of a woman's hair, but it was only today, prompted by Yang Wan's reminder, that he realized it was a unique aroma arising from her very essence. As Ye Zhou embraced Yang Wan, he inhaled deeply, striving to attune his senses to this newfound awareness. Yang Wan, too, took a deep breath, and together they became enraptured within the mingling scents that filled the air. They inhaled greedily, their bodies slick with sweat, thoroughly soaked. The sun blazed down upon them, casting its fervent rays upon the earth, and the aroma of freshly cut grass permeated the atmosphere. Particularly for Ye Zhou, who had ingested bear bile, his senses were heightened beyond the ordinary, making his olfactory perception exceptionally keen. The scent was invigorating, refreshing to his senses. Yang Wan nestled her head into Ye Zhou's embrace, her breath coming in quickened gasps, her body rising and falling rhythmically. Ye Zhou extended his hand, resting it gently upon her hair. Yang Wan's eyes fluttered shut, her demeanor languid and delicate. Ye Zhou admired her flushed cheeks, her lips, once pallid from malnutrition, now bloomed with vibrant color. He tenderly placed a finger upon her lips, which felt parched and moved slightly in response. Suddenly, a realization struck Ye Zhou, rendering him rigid as if ensnared by a spell. Yang Wan lay nestled against him, lost in boundless reverie, oblivious to the encroaching danger. Beads of sweat formed on Ye Zhou's palm, and his fingers betrayed a slight tremor. In that moment of peril, a leopard emerged, its presence both sudden and alarming. It was positioned merely 7 or 8 meters away, its form larger than that of an ordinary leopard, resembling a diminutive tiger. Ye Zhou remained motionless, locked in a standoff with the beast. Yang Wan, unaware of the threat, gently nibbled on Ye Zhou's finger. The leopard crouched low, its body coiled, eyes fixed intently upon them, poised to pounce at any moment. A chill crept into Ye Zhou's heart. If he were alone, he would have no reservations. The short dagger at his waist could easily cleave through flesh, and dispatching a leopard would pose little challenge. Yet, cradling Yang Wan in his arms, he found himself unable to take the offensive, forced instead into a defensive posture. The creature was cunning. Predators often shun the strong, opting instead to target the vulnerable. Yang Wan remained blissfully unaware, ensnared in the intoxicating web of emotion. Ye Zhou, aware of the imminent threat, attempted to alert her. Yang Wan opened her eyes and beheld a ferocious beast. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, unable to suppress her fright. Ye Zhou's fingers were still in her mouth, effectively muffling her voice. "Do not utter a sound," he whispered. She managed a couple of muffled sounds before regaining her composure. "Stay still, lest you startle it," Ye Zhou cautioned as he slowly withdrew the short knife from his waist. The leopard bared its teeth, revealing a row of sharp fangs, its gaze cold and merciless, exuding a palpable hunger that was decidedly unnerving. Terrified by the beast's fierce demeanor, Yang Wan clutched tightly to Ye Zhou's clothing. He gently pushed her aside, rising cautiously to prepare for confrontation. Taking a step forward, he assumed a challenging stance. Surprisingly, the leopard recoiled, lowering its head and exhaling bursts of hot air, emitting low growls. Undeterred, Ye Zhou advanced steadily, fully aware that even these formidable creatures assess their circumstances, weighing the risks when faced with a powerful adversary. Indeed, the leopard was intimidated by Ye Zhou's presence, refraining from a reckless attack. It began to scratch the ground with its claws, retreating step by step. Ye Zhou, worrying not to press it too hard, also began to back away slowly. He took Yang Wan's hand, leading her toward the cover of the rocks. Suddenly, The leopard turned and swiftly fled the scene. Ye Zhou exhaled softly, the tension in his chest easing. He knew that the leopard would not relent easily and would likely linger in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to strike. Remaining vigilant, he urged Yangwan to run toward the direction of the horse-riding ridge. Approaching the ridge, Ye Zhou stood atop the ridge line, sensing something amiss. On the steep cliffs, a few wild goats were sparsely scattered, while the others had seemingly vanished, hidden from sight. Taking a few steps forward, he discerned the situation in the grass below. One wild goat had fallen into a trap, its legs bound by a rope, rendering it unable to escape. Oblivious to the impending danger, the goat grazed peacefully. Nearby, a leopard lay in ambush, fixated on the goat, stealthily inching closer. In an instant, the leopard lunged, pouncing upon the unsuspecting goat. Ye Zhou and Yangwan, perched upon the ridge, witnessed this dramatic scene unfold. This leopard was smaller in stature, distinct from the earlier one. Ye Zhou scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of the previous formidable beast. "No, my prey shall not be stolen," he declared, racing down the slope. "Be careful," Yangwan cried out in alarm. Ignoring her warning, Ye Zhou swiftly approached the goat and the leopard. The leopard, sensing the disturbance, raised its head alertly. Ye Zhou reversed his grip on the knife, thrusting it forcefully towards the leopard. The agile creature deftly evaded, rolling away just in time. Ye Zhou pressed the attack, launching a relentless series of strikes at the leopard. With no avenue for escape, the leopard retaliated, its powerful paws striking towards Ye Zhou's shoulder. He sidestepped, driving the knife deep into the leopard's neck. Blood gushed from the wound as the blade severed its artery. The leopard, in its final throes, clutched at Ye Zhou's shoulders, yet lacked the strength to launch a counterattack, its body collapsing weakly. Fearing it might not be truly vanquished, Ye Zhou hastily delivered a finishing blow. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind. Ye Zhou barely had time to turn around before he rolled onto the ground to evade the attack. His arm was struck, causing his dagger to slip from his grasp and fall onto the grass beside him. Almost immediately, another powerful gust swept toward him, summoning every last ounce of strength. Ye Zhou rolled backward. With a sharp crack, a leopard's paw shattered a dead tree, sending splinters flying in all directions. Fortunately, a fallen trunk shielded him from a fatal blow. As he regained his senses, he glimpsed the ferocious beast before him, the very same he had encountered earlier at horse-riding ridge. These two leopards might be a pair of mates or a mother and her offspring. Without a moment's thought, Ye Zhou dashed forward to retrieve the dagger from the ground. He rose, still unsteady, when the leopard lunged at him. Ye Zhou fell backward, thrusting the dagger upward. With a slashing sound, the blade sliced through the leopard's belly, producing a resounding crack. Its innards erupted forth, splattering everywhere. The leopard collapsed, emitting a final low growl. Its insides spilled out, cascading down onto Ye Zhou's face. Blinded and disoriented, he found himself pinned beneath the leopard, unable to push it off or rise. The creature roared a few times before gradually quieting, its weight pressing down heavily upon him. Yangwan called out, brandishing a wooden stick, charging toward the leopard to deliver a powerful blow to its back. The leopard, struck hard, showed no response. Yangwan, overexerting herself, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Realizing the leopard was dead, Ye Zhou strained to lift his arm and extricate himself from underneath it. His face was smeared with the creature's warm, steaming entrails. He wiped the filth away and opened his eyes, still bearing remnants of the leopard's insides on his head, with disgusting bits clinging to his beard. It's over, he muttered, steadying his breathing as he shook off the intestines and blood from his head. Is it dead? Yangwan asked, rising still shaken. If it isn't dead, I surely will be. Ye Zhou kicked the leopard's corpse. You're bleeding, does it hurt? Yangwan noticed blood seeping from his shoulder. It's just a surface wound, nothing serious, he replied, wiping the injury with his hand. Let us head back, so Jingshu can bandage it. Yangwan gently tended to the wound, cleaning the area around it. Having slain 2 leopards had drained Ye Zhou's energy significantly. He felt no desire to move, lying on the ground with his head resting on one of the leopards. The creature still radiated warmth. Ye Zhou experienced a profound sense of relaxation, a stark contrast to the tension of battle that had just transpired. Yangwan, uneasy, sat up to survey their surroundings, vigilant against any lurking predators. The poor goat, it was killed by the leopard, she lamented, gazing at the wild goat nearby. Survival of the fittest, that is the law of nature. Ye Zhou quickly regained his strength and sat up. Suddenly, an unusual noise erupted from behind him. Ye Zhou tightly gripped the dagger, instinctively swinging it behind him with force. No! Yang Wan grasped his arm. Chapter 091. Please, the little lamb is so pitiful. Ye Zhou halted just in time, turning to see a small lamb staggering towards them, bleeding softly. It exhibited no fear, perhaps too young to comprehend the harsh realities of the world. Approaching the lifeless body of its mother, which had fallen victim to a leopard, it knelt and began to nurse. The sight of the forlorn lamb tugged at Yang Wan's heartstrings. She stepped closer, gently caressing the little creature. Let's take it back and raise it, proposed Ye Zhou. Yes, yes, let us make sure it is well fed. This will be its last chance to drink its mother's milk. Yang Wan's heart softened, her eyes glistening with tears. Can we really care for it? She inquired, her lack of experience with animals weighing heavily on her mind. Absolutely. Lambs are remarkably resilient. They can walk shortly after birth and are capable of taking care of themselves. Ye Zhou reassured her, sharing his knowledge about lamb husbandry. Have you ever fed a lamb? What do they usually eat? Yang Wan asked, her curiosity piqued. Just hay will suffice, Ye Zhou replied nonchalantly. But it's still so young. Shouldn't it have lamb's milk? Yang Wan expressed her concerns, fearful of its survival. Having lamb's milk would certainly be preferable, but it can't survive without it. Ye Zhou, though inexperienced himself, felt a measure of confidence based on common knowledge. At that moment, the lamb finished its meal and took a few tentative steps on the grass. Yang Wan picked it up, cradling it in her arms. The little lamb showed no signs of fear, lying contentedly against her. It seemed to have taken a liking to her. Little Guai, may I call you that from now on? Yang Wan named the lamb. The little creature bleated softly, as if acknowledging her words and granting her request. A wave of tenderness washed over Yang Wan as she held it close. Is it a boy or a girl? She asked Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou was uncertain.